Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Blast R6 Major here in Atlanta. My name is Nicholas Pingo Morrison, and next to me is none other than Parker and Tara Mackay. How you feeling? All right, so we have an exciting show here. We're gonna go through prize pools and SI points and everything else, of course. We're gonna break things down and show you guys everything that we can deliver to you. But first, as I mentioned, the prize pool. If you win this event, you win $200,000, but that's not really the most important thing because it's all about the long-term future. Those SI points, 350 if you get first, only 35 if you were to get last. That's pretty exciting.
Yeah, I'm really excited.
Yeah.
That's a lot of money.
A lot of money, Parker, on the line. And of course, the players, they want that cash, but the points are important. If you go to Invitationals, that World Championship, that's where players want to be, where they want to perform, and of course, lifting that hammer is what matters most. But also, we got to break down groups. Let's take a look here. Group A is going to be NIP, GK Esports, Sandbox Gaming, and Crest Gaming as well.
Group B is what we're going to be doing with. We're doing Cyclops Bleed first.
Yep.
That's going to be a good match. Lus and Talon round out this group. That's Group B.
And for Group C, we got Dark Zero, Knights, and then G2 Esports and Fury. We will not be working those today, necessarily in this duo, but we might spice things up in the duo pairs later as well.
Yeah, I tweeted it. I spoiled it.
You spoiled it? Oh, well.
Tim and I are doing Dark Zero Knights. That's going to be a real banger. They're going to have to give him a box. He's short.
He is short.
Final group is Wolves, Team Bliss Space Station, Alpha Atheris. That's Group D. We're not doing that one.
Nope. And you and I will mostly be doing Group B today, of course. We'll start things off with the CAG Bleed game in only a few minutes from now, so sit tight. We'll almost get into the action very soon. And then schedule.
People
we gotta look at
know
the exact matchups.
What time?
Yeah, what time?
Look at that. That's our match.
Yep.
CAG Bleed. Wow, that's right now.
We're doing that, and then a little bit later, about an hour and a half, Lowe's versus Talon. Dark Zero Knights. You said that's you?
That's us.
Yeah.
Well, not you.
Well, it's Des and you.
That's
or Ace and you, sorry.
Ace, yeah. Don't put me with Des.
No, that's my job, unfortunately. And then we saw G2 Fury there at the very end, tail of the tapes to round things off. Very exciting games from start to finish. It's a great day one.
You could say that.
And we got tail of the tapes. We got to look at the two teams that are most important right now in the current present time, CAG and Bleed. And to kind of start things off, I'm going to break down the win-loss in the top center of your screen. It might look confusing at first, the 4-0 for CAG, the slash, then 1-4. The 4 is regulation victories, the 0 is overtime victories, and then the 1 is going to be your overtime losses, and the 4, regulation losses. It goes from best to worst.
You're probably like, wow, 13 wins, that's a lot. That is a lot.
That's a lot,
It's more than 4. But it's because they went through the LCQ and they won, and that is something to be proud of.
Yeah, and it's how they got here, right?
I'm overjoyed.
Yeah, me too. I mean, Bleed, they got first in this first stage early in the year, didn't win through LCQ, so didn't make the major in Copenhagen. They get first again domestically, and they go through LCQ again, but this time actually come out on top, and it's how they qualified to this tournament here themselves. For CIG, they're always here. Yes. Every single event, the last like 2.5 years, always around.
Bleed actually is a hell of an SI points, and I mean SI is that's a big event. It's the crown jewel of Rainbow Six. You know, you don't want to miss it.
You don't. I mean,
You don't gotta be most winningest player Fabian Halstead to know that you don't want to miss SI.
It's got 3 hammers. But before we get there, before we talk more about Fabian, we gotta talk about the map veto between CNG and Bleed. Or actually, wait a second. We'll just keep going. That's okay. No map veto for now. But CNG Bleed, any expectations for you, Parker?
I expect them to play at least 6 rounds.
Okay.
And I expect them to play one of the 9 maps in the map pool.
I think that you're pretty spot on with that, actually. That's cheers to that. Anything...
Do you think I'm wrong?
No, I think you're absolutely right. The thing is, Parker, you're not really wrong
so much
ever.
Joy.
You're always happy, you're always engaged, excited, etc. And today's no different.
You know me.
I know you.
Can't spell Intera without enthusiasm. That's what the E stands for. Enthusiasm.
Yeah, the E in Intera stands for enthusiasm. And there's the map veto. We got Nighthaven actually being banned out very much in the beginning. You're happy about that.
Overjoyed.
Overjoyed. But we go to Consulate. All the way down from one first map gets banned out, the other new map gets played instead. We bleed on the attacking side, however. I mean, CAG, they're like comfortable in that driver's seat on defense, built up some rounds, and just kind of set the tone, if you will.
I apologize for how excited I might sound right now, but I've really been looking forward to a consulate match.
Do you have any particular favor between CNG and Bleed who you want to see win? Which one makes you the most excited?
I just want to have a good time, man.
Okay.
That's all I'm about. I'm about good vibes.
And we're guaranteed the 6 rounds.
Really
we're guaranteed
really good
9
vibes.
maps.
Yeah, you know, I think they're going to probably play some Rainbow Six Siege.
I would hope so.
That's what my goal is.
That's what I've been preparing for, at
a,
least.
Could you imagine if they didn't? Oh boy, that'd be wild.
Just boot up a different game.
Just shaking thinking about it. That's a Coca-Cola factory. Did you see that?
I did not see the Coca-Cola factory.
Nice bottle opener right there.
You know, I actually had very limited view in my current situation here. I can see through the tiny slits that are.
What you lack in vision, I make up for in unbridled excitement.
I would have to agree with that. And when it comes to players like Bleed, for example, they too are very exciting because they have players that are like the youngest in the entire tournament on all of Rainbow Six Siege right now. They have 2 players who are only 18 years of age. That's like the young gunner potential right there, if anything.
Well, before we get into this matchup, there was a major in Copenhagen. It was very exciting. Let's take a look at what happened in Copenhagen.
This is the Blast R6 Major in Copenhagen. Are we ready, Copenhagen? 24 teams from all around the world made the trip here to Denmark.
Okamesh is straight on inside. He finds one, looking for a second. Okamesh is just eating him up for lunch. Gomez, as he plays behind one of the remaining Kiva barricades, to be a big nitro here, and it's massive.
Trying to get ahead of it, spots it moving down the stairs, and there it goes for VP.
Line up.
3 go for VP.
Everything falls to Sploit down in the 1v2 here. They're both focused on him. No matter.
We are now down to our Elite 8.
Surely not resets. He's making the 1v4 look so winnable. There's no way. Resets to ace to 1v4. Esk is trapped in a corner.
The next can collect one, a second, a third.
Oh, he's just insane.
Something feels a little bit different today. It's Championship Sunday! 24 teams made the trip, 2 remain.
The defense, there comes 1 kill and 2.
It looks like there's one left standing. It's Volks against his old team. It could not be any more bittersweet.
Are they going to be able to close this out here and now?
So, I know that you guys are excited about what's going to be coming up because we do have that CAG versus Bleed matchup, but we gotta hold you here for just a few more minutes as the players are getting ready. And if anything, I want to talk about the map pool breakdown perhaps, kind of why they went here, or perhaps you have something better to talk about.
They're making fun of me on Twitter.
Why are they making fun of you on Twitter?
They're saying I'm not wearing a costume.
But, I mean, you're right. You said yourself that this is how you show up. It's not a costume.
It's different when you make fun of yourself.
It is. I understand that. It's gonna be. Why are you checking Twitter anyway? We're actually at work right now.
I'm very excited for this match.
Me too. And we're only like 1 minute and 20 seconds away, so we're almost there.
I asked them to make my name Depresso, and they didn't do it.
They didn't listen to you? I'm sorry.
It's a hard day for me.
I'll talk to them after this matchup.
Thank you very much. What's your costume, by the way? You look great.
I go as KC.
From W7M?
No, it's an abbreviation for Kill a Clown. I'm supposed to be scary, but I'm also not that scary today.
I mean, I saw G2 in their last season with you on the team, and you were scary, but not for the right reasons.
What's that supposed to mean?
You were a freak show.
Did you say last season?
Yeah, and then you retired.
This is Bleed on your very screen right now.
Look at that. Concentration. Wow.
The focus, the determination.
They look as excited as I do.
They do. They look like they're about to go into this match.
Wiener dog.
I love that dog. They got that dog in them.
Can I pet that dog?
Of course,
That's CAG.
Yeah, that is CAG. For
Very different looking uniforms.
For Bleed, it's their first international event with this roster, representing like the Bleed organization. Whereas for CAG, they go to, as I said, like every single event, but they usually have early exits. So 2 very different squads here in this first series. We're almost ready to go to the server.
We're ready.
We are ready.
Isn't that great?
So let's go. Let's send
Are
it
you
off.
excited?
CAG versus
I'm
Bleed.
excited.
I'm excited. You're excited. Let's go.
Let's get into the match. If you're excited, type 1 in chat. All right, the bid is over. We can actually get into casting the game. Consulate for our very first play-in here on the main stream. Bleed and CAG, as you saw on the tail of the tapes. Not only are they fighting to remain in the Atlanta Major, because you really only got 2 opportunities to stay in the play-ins. One of these teams will lose this best of 1. And later today, they will fight for their lives in a best of 3, where they may end up going home. They also are fighting for a spot at the 6 Invitational. They are both listed as boundary teams. There will be graphics later on detailing the breakdown of points needed for every single team competing here in Atlanta as to whether or not they can make it to SI. Bleed is one of those teams, along with CAG, where they ultimately need to go very, very deep into the major in order to book their ticket to not Montreal, to Sao Paulo, as SI finally goes international. I say finally because technically during the
COVID situation.
something happened and then we couldn't go back to Montreal, but let's ignore those because they didn't have crowds, and this one has a crowd, a sold-out crowd.
Sold out.
In fact,
That's
huge round of applause for everybody who purchased their tickets for SI, and Ubisoft and Blast promising that they are looking into ways to expand the amount of tickets available so that even more of you can experience SI in person yourself. Operator bands coming in, Bleed starting on attack, Cyclops on defense. A blitz ban.
Oh boy.
Is exciting.
No, that is exciting. It also indicates that, you know, the teams were expecting the Arbiter to be played, but we're looking at Consulate. We don't typically see Blitz being played on this particular map. The rest, however, looks very standard. The Ying, the Soulless, the Fenrir, these are the exact kinds of operators that we expect to be seen played and or banned in Rainbow Six Siege in the current meta. But one thing that's gone open, and this is on Bleed's side, they did not ban the Monty. It's something that CAG, they are known for internationally. Almost every single team tends to respect that, always removing Monty from the board to be played. But the thing is, if you yourself are a capable Monty team, why ban it out when you can play it yourself? And that seems to be Bleed's angle here in the first round. Of course, attacker repick is still in effect, so that could change. But as of this moment, Mentalist is hovering the Monty itself. And you might be thinking, oh, what about, you know, the Finger and the Gridlock, because we do see them being played but picked off by the attacker repick. Well, some changes happened between, you know, stage 2 and the current major, and it happened basically during the LCQ qualifiers here for the major. Finger now has grenades again, Gridlock has grenades, so their pick rate and maybe even ban rate might have some presence here at this major, and that's exciting because that's a meta change, that's something new.
We did see Gridlock get played quite a bit because there were some of those LCQ matches that actually went on after the change came in. Gridlock's pick rate went up, but I mean, you can't really go much higher than being in the basement, so even played 2 or 3 times, you'll say to yourself, wow, we're actually seeing Gridlock come out. That is exceptional. Early prongs from Bleed, piercing the exterior of Garage, leading into that basement floor of Consulate, not too far away from the bomb sites. See the silhouettes there, as we come to expect from Consulate. Still a relatively new addition because there haven't really been that many games that have been played here in the second stage of pro play. What you find is that teams are still inventing the meta. They're still settling in. As you can see for CAG on their very first defense, they like this roam, and Anaton might be able to get Turdsta with a Nitro Cell. And Turdsta was on drone. The opportunity might be down. Black Ray getting on the board first Reaps, often touted as an incredible prospect, will be no more, and I didn't even hear a single EE1D go off.
No, it's not a great start. The thing is, it's so difficult to attack on console. A very big map, a lot of things to deal with. The roam, the bomb set itself, and no real easy access points. We see here Aniton, vertical play on towards the first primary floor. Turtsta is still outside the building because where can I enter? Where are my teammates? And rotating takes a long time. Turtsta went for that garage breach, rotated main door, now going back towards the basement breach, but his teammates, the rest of Bleed, they've not really progressed inside the building yet. So Cyclops, they might find themselves a bit uneasy, not knowing what's happening, but we saw their player cams. They're smiling, they're laughing, they know that there's no inside presence from the attack inside because all those default cameras are still up. There's no Bravo, there's no Twitch being played in this round, and it's all kind of down to Mentalist on the Monkey to lead his teammate into the building and try and find a foothold somewhere.
Well, Chibisu, the only defender down for the count now. 1 minute remaining as Aniton wasted all that time upstairs. Now look towards yellow, and there goes Turtsta to Suzu. Aniton with the follow-up by Asfi. Hovering above, hitting all the goo mines, then finished off by the Legion himself. Mentalist with that shield on. Can he crutch it? Can he clutch it as well? That shield operator for so many, oftentimes a crutch for players, but CAG's hungry. Inside a cafeteria is the perfect place for them to satiate that hunger, and now it's Mentalist. Attack from multiple angles, and Black Ray gets the final kill. CAG strike first.
That's a tough way to start things off, especially if your Reaps on the line, dying early in that round, not finding his foothold. And this is the thing, when you're first going to an international tournament, I truly believe that starting on the defense, pretty much no matter what the map is, whether it's defender or attacker sided, is going to be a benefit to you and your team. You're still sitting into it, you're nervous, there's a lot of things going on. You see right here, the vertical play, the entries, the breaches, the problem solving that the attackers have to go through every single round is one of the biggest pain points to play Rainbow Six Siege. So this is your first game. You can use the desk, your setup, the angle between the monitor and your mouse and your arm and everything else. Being on defense, you just do your basic stuff. Set up your defense, reinforce some walls, open some floors, etc. And you let the opponents do all the work. That's Bleed right now, and in their very first round, they didn't look all that comfortable when it came to problem solving. And, statistically, we can say, okay, this is supposed to be a 4-2 half. Cyclops in defense, they get 4. Bleed on attack, they get 2 rounds. And if that happens, all is well in the world. But we gotta talk about the mental aspect of going down in rounds early on. You do have a pretty quick exit to this major if you have a bad first day. You lose this best of 1, you go down to that loser bracket best of 3, you lose a best of 3, that's it, it's over. So you wanna get comfortable here and get some rounds as early as possible to feel like you still have a chance in these matchups.
Talked about the gridlock and almost like we willed her into existence. Both operators actually that were spoken of in Finka and Gridlock showing prevalence already through this second round, and we will try to keep tabs on these operator pick rates as they go along. We're on the main stream right now, but there is a B stream. There was no B stream for the Copenhagen Major, but now we are back in action. We're so back, baby. B stream right now with Stokes and Lynx carrying the action as they will go through groups, I believe, A and D. See, are they using Gridlock? Maybe they are. Are they using Finka? Maybe they are as well.
But are they playing Consulate? That's the real question.
They're not.
I was going to say Spotlight, they're not.
I believe it's Bank.
I believe it's Bank as well, yep. So different maps here, the first 2 games. Always a lovely view to see. The IQ being brought by Bleed both rounds, respecting the possibility of a Valkyrie and or a Pulse, both of which are played by Cyclops right now. They're playing that vertical destruction game, right? The double C4s below, the intel. Aniton on Valkyrie does have impact grenades, though. Can, of course, do some destruction with that, but not really a guaranteed kill the same way C4 would do, at least.
Oh my. Turtsta gets swung on. It's the drive-by from Aniton Hoven on the board in this round. Reaps in it too. He died early in the first round. You keep Reaps alive, your chances of winning the round as Bleed go drastically higher than they are without him. Now Mentalist creeping on him, but there goes Reaps. Only good enough for 1 kill as Chibisu is still patrolling off-site. Arcully side by side. He'll be able to feed information to Chibisu with that pulse cardiac sensor. And of course, Blackray and Suzu both on the bench. Look at what they're doing. Immediately gaining information with 1 minute to go to assist the 3 remaining players of Cyclops.
That's what you gotta do. When you die in these rounds, hop on camps and gain that intel. Arcoli finds another one to Mentalist. So again, the defense looking really strong. Still got the scanner, still got the C4, still of course have that intel on the cameras as well. Bleed, they gotta find map control, but also they gotta start planting relatively soon. Only 35 seconds left. It's a 2v2. And the very important thing here, Hoven and IQ is still alive to find out where the cameras are and possibly where Arcoli and that pulse will be playing at.
Yeah, that's a huge operator to have. And not only is Hoven doing well as a player, but also has the gadgetry to make things work. Be integral in the final rounds here as that goes a Nitro Cell. Asfi shrugging off a lot of damage, still persisting for the time being. Will attempt the plant as Hoven watches. Arcoli trying to get into position. Diffuser goes down successfully. Not a lot of intel, it would seem. Arcoli looking to the right, but the IQ's to the left. You can see the barrel of the gun gets swung on. Hoven with 3, and it's a quad kill to give Bleed their first round.
It's a huge 4K for Hoven. Also, he plays that vital role of IQ, staying alive, seeing where the cameras are, covering, protecting the plant going down, and again, perfectly playing on the map and the bomb site itself. He was playing inside that small closet between the 2 bomb sites and basically using the wall to cover himself from one angle while holding the other, and then shifting between. And it's the trust in your teammates that really comes clutch in these moments, because if the planter stops that plant animation that takes 7 seconds to go down successfully, that's going to give the defenders enough time in that 2v2 to swing together and go for those kills. But because they stick the plant, because the trust is there, it goes down successfully. And then that 1 versus 2 plant position goes into a 2 versus 2. And sure, Hoven didn't need Asfi to help him. He found all the kills himself, but at least the help was there. He wanted it. Right there. Beautiful swing. Aggresses out into the Anatone and that last defender alive. Feeling the confidence despite the first round not going their way. It's a great look for Bleed. They get a round on the board and attack in just in the first 2 rounds. It's very important for them.
10 seconds left.
Yeah, being able to equalize very quickly is good from a mental perspective.
Yeah.
I mean,
Remaining.
I think one of the things you pointed out at the very beginning of the broadcast is something that we need to focus on, which is the sheer volume of events that Cyclops is qualified for.
Yep.
Even if they don't have a high-level success, they are still gaining very valuable experience, and they're gaining experience that other teams like Bleed, who don't have international experience, lack. Right, you look at this Bleed roster, you got some names that you'll recognize, but by and large, these are not players who are routinely playing against international competition. Having a team like Cyclops as your first opponent can be quite tough because they know how to play on LAN, they know how to match up against other regional metas.
Yeah.
You have to be prepared for that.
To note, they played at SI21, Mexico Major, Invite 2022, Charlotte 2022, Jönköping Major, and Invite 2023.
That's Cyclops.
That's Cyclops. But they've always gone out either in the first or second round, so top 20, top 16 at best. So yes, experience, but not the results that they would like at those events.
And crazy to think that they were only a single round or 2 away from making the top 8 in Mexico. They would have defeated Team 1, who went on to win the entire event. So sometimes a single round or 2 can come back to haunt you if you're CAG. I'm sure they probably don't think too fondly about that event, given the heartbreak they had. Reaps was the first casualty in this round. He died first in round number 1 as well.
Yeah, and it's Fingan Lion that he's playing, and it's like you want these operators live throughout the majority of the round, especially the mid to late half. When people take damage, that Fingan boost heals them back up, especially with Hoven on the Monty. That's very important. And I know that we always talk about who should play the Monty. Well, if you just get a 4K in the previous round, you're feeling good about it. Why is Hoven the person to play the Monty when mentally sitting on 0 kills? But sometimes you gotta put the quote-unquote wrong player on the right operator because this is who fits the operator the most.
And I mean, to speak to that as well, Mentalist was playing on that Monty back in round number 1, so it's not like that would be an abnormal choice for Bleed to go with.
Not at all. Flashbangs going in. We see Hoven leading the charge.
He's taking some damage from those gas canisters. He pulls out the sidearm. Down goes Chibisu. Blackray follows. Oh no! The Razor Bloom from Anatone. Friendly fire. Leaving the advantage for Bleed. A 3v2. There goes a nade, the follow-up, but Anatone cannot properly pick which player to go for. Arcoli, the last one left. He's just out-dueled by Asfi. Bleed 2 in a row to take the lead.
And the decisiveness there, so important in the 2 versus 2s and 2 versus 1s, when the Monty with very low HP walks up towards an opponent and you say, hey, swing this person with me. If Monty unextends the shields and tries to go for an ADS or hipfire, he's 1 HP. He might just die for nothing. And the same thing can be said, if Ashley swings the corner without the Monty unextending, he's also in that 1 versus 1. So Bleed's decisiveness saying, hey, let's swing this guy together, isolate the enemy, get full bomb site control, last guy's flanking yellow stairs, that's an easy round victory for us, and they do exactly just that. And we gotta go back and say, okay, how did it go so wrong for CAG there? Well, the team kill, the Razor Bloom from Thorn actually played a big part because the numbers all of a sudden favors the attackers. When you have more guns on the entry, staring down that bomb site door, those very limited ways to into the bomb site with, all of a sudden you're looking mighty good on the attack, and those crossfires not being able to be established from Cyclops. One big kind of talking point about CAG and why they might not find that much success internationally has historically been a lack of discipline. That's like a negative way to put it. The positive way to put it is that CAG play a very fun, chaotic, kind of all over the place kind of play style, and they've also won the hearts of many fans because of that. They're exciting to watch. They really do the things that you would expect pro players to do, but it usually comes at a cost or a price, and that is some rounds that they coulda, woulda, shoulda won. Well, they don't. And that previous round might have kind of been one of those due to a small mistake or a miscommunication on the side of the defenders.
Seconds to open up that garage wall yet again. Same pace that we saw back in round number 1, and the lineup looking eerily familiar for Bleed. Reaps dying early obviously does not bode well for his team's success in previous rounds. Can he correct course this time? Only 1 kill to his name, and given the roles that he plays, this is a name that you're going to hear quite often, even if it seems like we're being a touch repetitive. He'll be guiding Asfi in right now towards Visa, as there's the first set of logic bombs going off, and Arculi will stare down Mentalist's Monte. Hoven, though, getting baited in, and Chibisu with 1 kill. Arculi gunning down Reaps before dying himself to Asfi, who picks up 2.
Time to move forward.
Tying things up into a 3v3. Cyclops looking to go 2-0 on this bomb site. You remember back in round number 1, Mentalist found himself on an island, but not the kitchen island. No, that was the cafeteria island. This time, he's got teammates still around and will go for the defuse plant, pulling it off successfully. Asfi on 6 kills as a support player, locking out the retake at this point in time. Can he find Black Ray? Turdsta on the board this round. Chibisu, who got kill number 1 for his team. Need more than that. Asfi has his attention, trapped over by Electrical, and it's Mentalist to break the donut and get on the board. 3 in a row for Bleed.
Man, Asfi with a big round in that one, Hoven early in the round number 2 as well, and the individual heroics right now really working out for Bleed, and it's not necessarily the quote-unquote star player of Reaps that's doing these things, it's the other one stepping up when he dies early in the round. The most impressive thing about the situation of Bleed being up 3-1 is that it's actually CAG with all the opening kills, time and time again, all 4 rounds so far, so this is Bleed playing from a 4 versus 5 position, still finding success in the rounds, getting those trades favoring them despite being a man down early, and it comes off Asfi right here. He quote-unquote baits the line, right? No, he plays off the line there, gets a 2-for-1 trade, that's worth it. And then Monty, such a key part of these attacking rounds, walking inside, gaining intel, and the big difference between a Monty and no Monty is that if you gotta throw out your drones, and then drone a corner, check it, it dies, you re-drone it again, you end up stalling out and going very slowly throughout the building. With the Monty, I mean, I don't think Mentalist let go of the W key from the second he spawned. He was always moving forward. He is gonna push one side, his 2 or 3 teammates pushes the other, and then they just get the trades going like we just witnessed. CAG now, they're in a position that we don't tend to see on console very often. They are down in rounds despite starting on defense, and they're just going through it. They try basement again, they try lobby, they try top floor. They're not really finding any success, and the panic in terms of bomb site prioritization might start kicking in, because what are they gonna do? Where are they gonna go? Nothing's really working right now for them.
I don't know, you course correct at this point for CAG, who are, well, living and dying off of a very off-site set of strategies. It's not like they're not getting on the board in the kill department, though, Nick. I mean, look at the tallies on the right side of your screen. they're not that far off of where Bleed is at in terms of kills, despite the scoreboard saying something different. Mentalist attempting to get onto the balcony upstairs. He's fed to the wood chipper.
Recovered their diffuser.
Anaton might throw one of those Valcams out. You have but a couple seconds to read information off of that before it disappears, and now Anaton looking to pick off Reaps. Hoven on the board as down goes Anaton.
Yeah, he died with 2 cameras in pocket, by the way.
Terrible.
Yeah, I know he planned on using one of them outside, perhaps, but the second one surely could be put inside the building. I know that Bleed, they're playing the IQ, but the argument is, do you want the cameras up and maybe get found by IQ, or do you not want any cameras at all? There's no Dokkaebi in the board, so hacking the cameras, you don't have to fear that. Of course, CAG might not know that Dokkaebi is no longer played as it was in the previous round, but either way, we hate to see utility being wasted like that. It's not a great look. And now you gotta play with less intel to work with. Only default cams to grant you information, so Bleed can kind of take it slower now. They have less things to worry about throughout this round.
It's a huge loss of information, especially since in the previous round that we saw, both the Pulse and the Valkyrie lasted until almost the very bitter end, being able to give information. And if you had those gadgets in your pocket, as Pulse always will, but Valkyrie doesn't need to, you can use them at a moment's notice. Now on yellow stairs, Hoven and Arcully are in a battle of patience. Not to the death, not yet. They're sitting waiting. They swung on Arcully having the read. Hoven almost getting the drop on him, but an advantage now in terms of numbers for Cyclops. Desperate to keep themselves in this match. Bleed going up 4-1 in this first half would be devastating for them. Look at who's found his way into the site, by the way. Reaps playing over by Piano. Asphy attempting the plant. It gets gunned down. CAG in a 4v1. Reaps will need to pull off an impressive clutch, but doesn't even find a single kill as Suzu shuts the door on a potential comeback. A second round for CAG now, as the gap between them is only 1 round.
And despite only 1 Valkyrie camera being put out from Anaton, it was the 1 Valkyrie camera that got the yellow ping for those last 2 kills. It was on the bomb site itself, and I'm glad that CAG kind of did that correctly, where, okay, if only 1 camera's gonna go down the prep phase, at least let's cover the bomb sites themselves, because the lobby bomb site that we just witnessed on Consulate can be covered from the basement below with C4s or the floor above with vertical play. So you do really want intel. Mentalist, we just saw the replay right there, just caught on bad time in the window. Wasn't opened up nor punched when he rappelled on up, but just he got caught at the very top of that. Maybe scanned up by Pulse, not entirely sure, but Arcully finding 2 kills in that round, and of course being that presence downstairs, always an issue on the side of Bleed if they want to plant. And I love the
I love that
replay.
soundbite. Yeah,
Just 4 times back to back.
I'd like
to
that.
back.
I'd like that more.
Yeah, I know. I do love that as well. Is this No, it's not. I was gonna say, is this a Teller's basement bomb site? But no, it's up for.
5 seconds to go.
Unfortunately. We have actually seen all 4 bomb sites being played a lot domestically in both Brazil and in Europe and in North America, etc. So it's not that the 4th bomb site option of the Tellers and Archive's bomb site is unplayable. It requires a neat little kind of playstyle that is intel heavy, C4s below, which CG have been playing so far, so I'm surprised they don't opt that bomb site. But it does require you to cover a lot of ground on the map because you're playing off all 3 floors. This top floor bomb site, primarily play on the top floor portion of the site. Maybe you'll go a little bit below in piano and lobby, etc. But you don't need to if you don't want to. So more compartmentalized, more consolidated playstyle here from CAG.
It hasn't been a clean break so far, but every single starting kill has broken in favor of Cyclops, except I spoke too soon. Reap strikes first in the final round of Bleed's attacking half. CAG were effectively 5-0 up to this point, only 2 rounds to show for it, which is an interesting stat to follow, because we always discuss how teams can get that first kill and then translate it to a round victory. Usually, got a very high likelihood of that happening. CAG are unfortunately on the wrong side of that number. Though Anaton equalizing, killing Reaps. Not quick enough for it to be a trade. There was an advantage gained from that first kill. Bleed wanting to go to blows. Turnsta taking down Suzu before Anaton again on the board. Anaton has been deceptively good so far this first half.
He has 1 HP left, no talking about for defense, so he's gonna be very much weakened in this remainder of the round. Of course, Reap's playing the finger on the entry duty. It's a great operator because you can take those fights with great confidence with the gun and the gadget, but if you lose in those engagements, you don't get the healing for your teammates later on. Last night from Hobbin went down on a sledge, so no more self-destruction on the attacker side. It's gonna be guns blazing. They're close to that bomb site itself. But there is still a Cooley that's post below. No, he gets taken out as well. All of a sudden, Bleed look mighty fine in this round.
This is quite the angle for Anaton as he looks the wrong way. Bleed dominating after getting that first pick. CAG trying to keep it close. Now it's Chibisu in the same spot. Will he suffer the same fates? He will! Asfi in that spot. 2 picks. Bleed take the first half, 4-2.
That's an impressive start for them, and they want that. I mean, I'm going to assume that they are as good on defense as they are attack, and if that's the case, this is going to be a quote-unquote easy one for them. CHA, historically, they have been that kind of, it's a hard time for them to attack, especially maps that are pretty big and open, like the Bank, like Consulate, like Theme Park would be as well, back when that was in rotation. So I do fear a little bit for Cyclops here. The good news is, Monty is open and available. Oh my. Reeves didn't just get an injury kill, he got a, I don't know, shoot across the room, wallbang once and headshot onto the Blackray, sorry, the Asami of Blackray rather. They're just sprinting across the administrative office. That's a good start. But yeah, at least CHE, they have them on T, just like Bleed also used. Nice! That's always a good look. Let's see if they bring out the first round. So far, they will. So now the big question that we've got to watch out for is Bleed will more than likely assume and expect CAG to bring out the Monty because they tend to more often than not do it. So will they bring out these counter operators? Because how it works in Sieges, defenders will pick up all the operators in the prep phase, and they cannot change them. So the Jaeger, Goyo, Tashanga, Asami Bandit, that's what you're gonna get. But the attackers, however, they can change things around while the drone phase is ongoing. And it's what we saw. Anaton went from the Monty onto the floors because they saw stuff like Tashanga fire, like the Goyo fire, that will slow down and damage the Monty too much throughout the round. And they think, you know, let's go off the Monty instead. Get self-destruction, get some guns to the table. And also, the first Grim that we've seen so far this major, it's still game 1. Maybe on the other stream we'll see as well. But for our series at least, Zeus, C, and Grim, first one for this one.
Obviously hard to talk about the other stream when we ourselves are not watching it, but
What a ridiculous clutch to win their first attack on us.
apparently a ridiculous clutch to win their first attack. Well, there's something you don't hear every day. Cool thing about these play-ins and the second phase as well will be that we are in close proximity to the other casters, meaning that we can hear them as they pop off. And if anybody knows Stokes and Lynx on any level of intimacy, then you'll know that they are very loud, natural human beings.
Oh yeah.
They get quite loud in normal conversation.
Oh yeah. We had that happen yesterday.
Americans, am I right?
As we say, yeah, America, oh, man. For this round, though, it's a bit of a standoff. Like, the defenders are waiting for the attackers. The attackers, they're setting up still. The yellow paints, the grenades doing so much damage onto Mentalist, but he stays up still. It's going to be very important. Play further back, use that streamer launcher with the fire on Tashango, slow things down. You got 18 of those. Can stall for a lot of time, but again, Cyclops are waiting for movement, waiting for a possible flank, and they want Bleed to make the first move and make a mistake. If Bleed just sit tight, they might be fine for this round.
There's been changes to the weaponry brought by Tachanka that just increase his killing potential, that might balance out some issues that certain players have with the gadgetry itself, especially how slow it can be to reload that Shumika launcher. Still searching for our very first kill here in round number 7. The teams swapping sides. Cyclops cannot fall behind early on, but they lose Chibisu, walking right into the hands of Hoven. Anaton now taking some damage. It's Arcully down for the count as Asfi falls. Now Hoven being softened up as well. What little remains of Mentalist in a position to capitalize as Suzu goes for the defuse plant. Anaton watching very intently, pistol out. There goes Anaton, Mentalist with the sidearm in. They scramble, only 2 left. Suzu can very much win this, but he won't against Mentalist. No luck on the side of CAG. Bleed take the round. That's their 5th. They're 2 away from this victory in this best of 1.
Tashange with 1 HP from that grenade earlier on ends up winning the round for his team. Oh man, I mean, you go back, well, if that grenade had just finished the job and killed Mentalist onto Shanka, that round plays out entirely differently. Because they also knew on the attacking side, they had the streamer launcher, so going for a plant was risky. So CAG, they ought to go for the swing, they go for those engagements, and I think it's the right choice to make, but Bleed had such a great crossfire, especially on the spiral walk in that top spiral staircase. 2 members holding it down together, guaranteeing the flank getting shut down, and then they can all face in that same direction towards yellow stairs and see a window repel and fight them basically, 4 versus 3, as those numbers left the remainder of that round. It's great stuff. And yeah, Tashanka got buffed. The quote-unquote LMG weapon now does 60 damage per bullet, so you don't need well, actually, you do need a lot of health to not get one shot by that gun at within like 20 meters.
So the timeout that was being taken, by the way, or are we just on a bit of a prolonged break? Hard to tell. This lineup is so easy to handle with that commando, by the way. Suzu picks up 2 and could have got the other, but just that damage from the LMG of Tachanka is a bit too much to handle. They didn't have the read on him either. I imagine there was a timeout that was called, or we might have had a tech issue. I didn't see either appear on the screen, but there was definitely a prolonged period of time. Confirmed a timeout.
Okay, that makes sense. Talk things through and kind of figure it out. I imagine it was CAG calling it because they're the ones losing right now. That's usually how it goes, at least.
5 seconds
By the
left.
way, the basement bombs are now being played out from top to bottom here. And the thing about top and bottom bomb set is that they play out quote-unquote more simple. Like on top floor bomb side, we saw Bleed play 5 men on top floor. On basement, you can play 5 people on the basement side if you want to, but I do tend to see that soft kind of roam, kind of like on Chalet, where, yeah, it's basement bomb side, you play first a little bit, if you want to get really risky, you play top floor as well, and then you kind of see what happens from there. You can go for flanks, go for vertical play, and we see here, Chibisu trying to get that hatch in Visa, open up early, but get shut down, just because Reaps actually has a roaming presence on the map, where if he was just playing on the bomb side, well, hatch gets open immediately, they get pressure, but Reaps was his entire magazine was a free kill, but Ashby, he's outside the building, got the kill instead. Where did he even come from?
They play offense on defense, and Asfi picks up a second from the same spot on Visador.
No.
Striking fear into the hearts of Cyclops, as now it's Mentalist's turn. Every attempt for Cyclops to get into the building has been rebuffed so far. Suzu and Anaton, the last 2 remaining. How many steps through the doorway will they make it? So not a single point of damage has been done to Bleed through the first minute of play.
That's ridiculous. I mean, I still don't know exactly where Ashby came from. It ran out the wall here or something like that, but that is absurd. Finding not just one, but both kills as well on the Visa side of things. And this is again the issue for attackers. It's hard to get inside the building, get a foothold somewhere where you feel comfortable. And now it's a 2v5, and look at Bleed, they're mostly falling back, establishing crossfires, and I will say, they've played with excellent discipline on both the attack and the defense so far, and it's something that we often criticize teams from Impact for. They are less experienced, and this roster of Bleed in particular haven't played... He called GG in chat! It's not even match point, it's 5-2! Nah, that's some mental warfare if I've ever seen one. I mean, this round may be GG, but it's not the end of the entire series.
Wait for the GR asterisk is what you see. It's, oh, my bad. GR.
Yeah, I'm a good round.
I'm a GR. I'm a good round. I'm a good round.
Oh, boy. I mean, we all know it's CAG, and it's in SuCC. They got to pull off a ridiculous clutch, and with the crossfires being established, the bomb side and control the defenders, there's just no way in.
No hope whatsoever now. Suzu in a 1v5. There are flawless rounds. And then there are no damage flawless rounds. A perfect round. Bleed are looking at a perfect round right now. If Asfi picks the right direction, no! He could have been a bit more patient, but Reaps will seal the deal. Match point for Bleed, looking to knock Cyclops down to the lower bracket.
I mean, that's a classic ranked round whenever I play, where when you're that 5 versus 1, you say, you know what, it's trolling time, guys. You guys go have some fun. He just jumped out the window. Okay. He just flew out the window, got the first kill. Look at this. The second swing, you never expect this one. Nope. Down goes Black Gray as well. So Reaps did whiff the magazine when he first shot towards that Visa member, but then Asper was there to kind of take the kill. So Reaps was a baiter, the enabler, essentially, in that situation. Great coordination again, great discipline, communicating, hey guys, there's a guy here, can we isolate, can we go 2v1? And it's those kind of small things that we don't necessarily see that often from APAC teams who aren't as experienced. So seeing Bleed doing all this in their very first game on international grounds is beautiful to see. It kind of sets a tone for the potential of this roster and how they might have a great time at this event. But this is the very first match. A lot of things can change and happen, but so far so good. And we will not see, at least so far, that fourth bomb site. It'll be top floor, basement, and then lobby itself here. But what big difference here is Mirror being brought up from Mentalist can kind of help isolate and pick areas of the map where they care about a lot, put down those mirror windows, hold down onto those areas, and just force CAG to, again, problem solve those difficult areas of the map.
Well, it's pretty grave for Cyclops at this point. You hype them up by saying, you know, yeah, they come to a lot of international events, but they don't usually make a deep run. You know, somewhere between 12th and 8th place is pretty standard sometimes. 16th to 12th, they tend to be one of those teams that unfortunately goes home earlier rather than later.
Yep.
Well, at this point, unless Cyclops can fix these issues and win through overtime, their fate will be determined in a best-of-3 later today.
Yeah.
That you and I will be casting.
That's true.
Assuming that that's going to be this match. We're still...
For a wake-up call.
We're waiting to see because there's 2 best-of-3s today. Teams will be going home today. It is not a quick journey from Japan to America.
Nope.
Not even to the West Coast, let alone the Southeast, where we are right now in Atlanta. So for Cyclops, it might be a one and done when it comes to the days here in Atlanta, if they can't obviously prevail in the best-of-3. Let's get through this first matchup, though. Bleed looking so strong on defense, and now doing so on the same on attack, where they picked up 4 rounds. They've still got their timeout. They didn't really have to break much of a sweat on the previous round.
No.
And the lineup that's being brought from Cyclops with the Amaru on the board, that could go south in a hurry if you're not careful with how you go about using those operators.
It could, but it goes into that early opening kill, and that's what CAG did so well when they were on defense. They always got their first kill. That hasn't really happened since the side swap. Amaru with the line, with the Dokkaebi, could be a way into the building. Could also be a quick way to the grave as well. Depends how you use it. We see it here, Chibisu looking to fly in the piano window possibly, but waiting for the call to set up for things to be aligned correctly and then commit to that move completely together. There goes Amaru, goes in. Well, he finds something. Well, he finds a good mine. Elysian, a shot in the foot, gets the injury and the confirmed, however. It's a great start. Now Kuli follows up. It's now a 5v3 plant that's going down as well.
There's confidence here on the Cyclops squad as they go for it. The diffuser seems to be successful. A retake attempt from Bleed. Not good enough, not yet. It's all up to Hubbin in a 1v4. It's been impressive so far, but sometimes you can't battle against the tides. You just gotta go with the flow. And it's Cyclops to carry them downriver. Win their very first attacking round, and at least they've still got some smiles on their face.
Yep.
They understand how much work they have ahead of them, though.
No, I think they do as well. And the thing is, the round that we just saw is the most like CAG kind of round that we kind of expect from them. They go fast, they go quick, and it's not necessarily clean, but it works. And it comes down to like individual gunfights. CAG won both of their first 2 entries. However, had that gone the other way in favor of Bleed, they don't have a way into the bomb site. Bomb doesn't go down. All of a sudden, they gotta pick up the pieces and try and find diffuser, which is on the site itself. So CAG, I like to describe them as a high-risk, high-reward kind of playstyle and performance, and I feel like they have been playing it relatively safe compared to what we used to see from them. And I don't think that's a bad thing, because, you know, CAG's results, they haven't been all that great while they make the events like we mentioned, they go out early, so changing things up, going for a different approach might actually surprise their opponents, because we all expect craziness, the chaos, Monty every single round. Well, CAG, yeah, they've only had 3 attacking rounds so far, but they haven't shown the Monty. They're not playing, or they have 1 round, but that was when everything kind of fell apart, so the Monty didn't matter in that round at least. So they are showing a different side of themselves. They're happy and willing to change the operators around. Whether it's the Gurma, the Dokkaebi, the Amaru, the Lion, now the Finka, the Flores, like, they're happy to experiment and also pick accordingly to what they see in the drone phase. And that's a good step up, because I do believe that back in the days, CAG would say, we want these 5 operators, we don't care what bombs that we're attacking and what operators are defending it, we just want these 5. And now, much more fluid, dynamic, adaptive. They got that previous round victory, but they needed a lot more. 3 in order to go to OT, and then another 2 of those following 3 rounds to win this match.
I mean, it's a confidence-inspiring round, though. They looked good. They looked sharp. As you said, they were playing their CAG style. Back when it was one very large region, we used to refer to it as APAC Siege. And there was obviously Aussie Siege as well. But now with all of the regions fragmenting, there's a difference between the way that the Japanese teams play and the Korean teams play. And then you've got this Southeast Asian team that come from all over on Bleed. Yep. And they're going to bring their own styles from the regions and the countries that they play from. It's a nice mix-up. It's a nice mash. You know, a blend, some could even say.
A good blend.
A good blend. Everybody likes a good blend of styles.
It's true.
The blend is working out, though, for Bleed. It'll be interesting to see how they do in their subsequent matches.
Yep. Also, just best of 3s, because that's a very different story than best of 1s. And right now, that's the name of the game. It's one map, one series here, best of 1 situation. If you go to the loser bracket, then you will play a best of 3, but you don't want to lose just to play a best of 3, so you want to win it here in the best of 1s. And you can kind of just throw things at the wall here and see what sticks, because just winning 1 or 2 rounds can just build you somewhere. Bleed start off on the losing side, but then build 3 in a row. Look at that. Now that's 6-3 for them.
Aniton heralding his presence over in Copier. And Black Ray's not too far off. Keep barriers right now, keeping them at bay as Aspie strikes first on Arcoli. There goes Black Ray as well. Reaps patrolling top. Visa swings on Aniton, losing the Kiba barrier, but getting the kill all the same. Reaps looking for another. The flash goes out. Not deep enough. Reaps still upright. Final 2 players for Cyclops to keep themselves in this match. Bleed haven't suffered a single casualty yet. There you hear the proximity sensor, and Reaps worried about multiple angles, seeing Chibisu, Suzu last alive.
GG.
Aspie over there, the GG's coming in, and it's a flawless round. They were denied earlier, but they get it this time, and they do it on the most important round of the match. Bleed 7-3. The first team to win here in Atlanta.
Yep, and they look good while doing so. The first round was a very different story for the rest of this entire match so far, and it was a mixture of individual play from Bleed, but also the coordination, the teamwork, and the discipline, especially on defense, not going for solo bolo kills, but saying, hey guys, how can we put 2 defenders against 1 attacker and secure those kills? It's a great stop for the Bleed.
I like the fact that you touched on how controlled Bleed looked.
Yeah.
We are very critical of teams that come into these international matches and they play sloppy, they play too aggressive. They play almost like ranked style. Because there is momentum that you need to build as a team, and you need to settle in.
Yeah.
Act like you've been there. And that's exactly what we saw out of Bleed. A huge debut on the international stage for this organization, for many of these players. And they beat one of the teams that's been to almost every single international event over the last 2 years. Bleed will move on. They live to fight another day for CAG. Do we know if they will make it out of the day? Well, they've got a best of 3 later. If they lose that, they're done. They go home.
I will say, though, I know it doesn't account for much, but CAG, despite losing, they're still smiling, seemingly happy, and that's because they've been here before. They know what this means. They're not out of it entirely yet, and you can't put yourself down mentally because you have another match to come later today. You gotta stay in it.
And I mean, if you know anything about CAG as a squad, the thing that is always so consistent about them is their attitude.
Yes.
They are always happy. They are always smiling. Even in the worst results that we have seen from them, they still manage to keep their head in the game, and that is huge. Now, if they as a team could maybe do the same in the server, couple that with that same mental fortitude, that same optimism that they seem to carry with them, that's a winning combination.
It is, absolutely.
CAG's demeanor outside of the server is great, but they gotta work on their results in the server, because 3 rounds in your very first match where you've got little room for error is simply just not good enough.
No, it's not. If you get defending starting side on a map like Consulate, you need to put up better results than simply 1 or 2 rounds and a half. It's simply not enough. Yeah, the attacks are sloppy. We see the highlights right now. They're getting slaughtered in the entries, but that's the expected outcome. So on defense, that's really where CG gotta look at this map and be like, okay, we gotta fix those issues and do better.
You don't have a lot of time. They're going to be playing their next match in just and 2 hours, 3
Yeah,
hours
2-3
or
hours,
so.
yeah.
You do not have a lot of time to prep. You have even less time to counter-strat your opponent because CAG is going to be waiting and wondering who they're playing against. Not only is Atlanta on their mind, but also the 6 Invitational. In February, we're going to Sao Paulo. Both of these teams are bubble teams. They have not qualified for SI yet. They are both capable of qualifying for SI, but they gotta make a deep run. For Bleed, the best you can do is win your first match. They've accomplished that. CAG, though, their focus might be more on surviving this major than what comes next in February. That's it for our very first matchup. Ace and Dez will be on in just a moment, and they've got some costumes as well. Well, Ace does. Dez looks very normal, as I do. We both decided, why don't we just go as ourselves? And I think Dez looks pretty good. We got a short break, and then we'll come back because there's a lot of games today. Sit tight. We'll see you in a few.
I want M80 to be one of the most successful and dominant esports organizations in the world.
When the manager Golden reached out for a coaching position, I thought, why not? What could hurt?
You just got to take their soul away. You just got to destroy them.
It's definitely better to let the player do the talking, but tend to stay clear of the people that have big egos.
Energy carries everything into winning.
This is Rainbow Six at its best.
Try not to hold on to revenge too much the past. If we were to play them again, it would just be like just that urge of competitiveness to beat them.
We know our potential, we know what we are capable of.
The opponents could definitely take the title from us.
The past is the past, but in the moment you have everything you need to do to be better. Being treated differently always kind of has an effect on you. Just trying to remain myself, know my values, and just kind of grow up through all of it.
If I just wanted to make money and run a business, there's probably 1,000 other businesses I could do besides esports. I want M80 to be one of the most successful and dominant esports organizations in the world. So I'm making those sacrifices.
My first team offer was a very big moment for me, because I'd say it essentially changed my life. When the manager Golden reached out for a coaching position, I thought, why not? What could hurt?
I think this is probably the best team OS has produced, and we have the best players in the region right now, so I think this is the best chance we have in making it to the end.
It's finally happened!
We're Australia's best, and we want to compete with the best.
if we talk about M80, obviously in the most recent WrestleMania, they picked up Iconic and then bring Sploit over.
Sometimes you have to let go of players that you care a lot about. It's the result of all the things that we put into it is the winning. That's what you get at the end.
Living with each other is probably one of the best experiences of my life. We're like a big family. Those guys are my best friends.
I joined this roster because of one reason, and that's winning.
You just gotta take their soul. Like, you just gotta destroy them.
Tommy. Down! Let's go! Come on!
No matter what team you are, no matter how good you have been, if you're not good in the present, you will lose everything.
This is Rainbow Six at its best!
It's definitely better to let the play do the talking, but yeah, tend to stay clear of the people that have big egos.
I'm known a lot for speaking my mouth. We always shout at the enemy team, try and make people feel awkward. It's pretty evil when you think about it. Every team at this event fear us.
Tactics of their own to get into other people's heads, saying that they fear them, and making people know that they're still strong and ready to win another event.
I try not to hold on to revenge too much the past. If we were to play them again, it would just be just that urge of competitiveness to beat them.
Definitely don't fear any teams, and I really don't see why G2 would be any different.
Don't we rightfully have an ego? You're coming into the most achieved team that this game has ever seen. Yeah, you should have an ego.
You gotta respect your opponents. Everyone up here is really good. I'm definitely not gonna let that change the way I'm thinking and the way I'm playing.
I'm trying to get people to have a good time, keep energy up, because in the end, energy carries everything into winning.
This is my first international event, and it's my first time being outside of Australia, purely because of Siege.
It's going to be a lot of mental work and focus put into keep on pushing forward.
We know our potential, we know what we are capable of. We have no doubt that we can win again. We just have to prove to everyone else.
It's more about bringing in the right culture than it is me telling them how to play the game. I don't tell them what to do in that way because they know it better than I do.
I've been working on myself, I've been working on my mental every day. Win or lose, we're still going to be there, we're still going to play for fun.
The opponents could definitely take the title from us, without a doubt in my mind. So I would probably be more worried if I wasn't nervous.
The past is the past, but in the moment you have everything you need to do to be better.
To the Atlanta Major, where we are enjoying some heavenly Siege today. All the teams putting in their absolute best. There are no losers here, really.
There are losers, Tim, and they're going home today and tomorrow.
Back again.
I can't wait.
Get rid of this guy.
What can I say? I really feel this is bringing out our personalities, to be honest for you, Tim, isn't it?
It was perfect as soon as you chose a devil.
Then you
should
had
I
to
say
be the
Dezel?
angel. The Dezel. We're in for that one.
It's
Welcome
not my
back.
first time.
It's great to be back at a major. Well, we've got some good things to go through before you guys for this next game. In case you are joining us, you've only missed one game so far. Let's take a look at how the standings for SI looked in, because that's what it all comes down to. Well, standings, more about some SI qualification. Thought that said squalification then for a second. But this is how things stand. And this is what teams need to achieve whilst they're here at this competition in order to make it to SI. So take a look, find your favourite team, and you can see exactly what is going down. Now, the game we've got coming up, Tim, two of the teams are indeed on this slide. It is Talon and Loss in the bottom left corner. That is the game coming up here next on the A stream.
Yeah, that's, you know, it puts a bit more weight on this game because they've got to come in with a strong start. Not only have they got to make it out of phase one, but look how far they've got to make that run into the tournament. So if you're not turning up playing your best here in game one, you're going to be having to ask serious questions very quickly.
Feeling the sharp end of the stick, aren't they, Tim? Honestly, I'm going to poke you so often with this.
Who gave Des something that he could just poke me with?
I can't wait to use this in the game more and more, Tim. But here we go. Tail of the tape, the two teams we've got coming up, as said, Loss versus Talon. In case you are curious about the records, because there's a lot of numbers there. 4 wins, 3 overtime wins, 0 overtime losses, and 4 regulation losses for Loss. And on the other side, you can do the maths as it comes down to Talon. The one thing to note, really, Tim, is both of them are around that exact same mark on 220, 225 points of the SI points. That's why they have to go so far through this competition to still be in with the chance of making it to that big event in February.
That's it. It's as we always say, there's so much more than just the major. Obviously, the major is the focal point, but there's so much more riding on it in terms of the year as a whole for these teams. I mean, you know, in another way, you could look at it for Talon and say this is the first major event that they've been to. In a way, they've kind of already won. Like, I'm sure they're going to want to win more than that.
Right, every time you're over positive, I'm going to poke you with this stick. They've already won, Des. No, they haven't, Tim.
Anything
They
they get
haven't
is a
made it to
bonus.
SI.
Anything they get here is a
They
bonus.
could be going home today if they don't get this right.
They could be. They could be.
This is definitely for poking every time he gets too positive, and that happens a lot. Map Veto is ready, though. Let's take a look at what map we are heading onto for this game. It's a little bit devilish, Tim. We're starting out on Oregon.
Ooh, we are indeed. We kind of expected it. We sort of made a little bit of a guess towards this earlier when we were chatting, Des. And I think, you know, we're in phase one. We're at that point where it's a weird one for the teams, I think, because they have to win these games. So, of course, you want to go to your good maps. But at the same time, you've kind of got to think beyond and think, right, well, if we do get through, we need some sort of surprises in the bag as well. We can't sort of show everything. So you're trying to sort of play into that middle ground. And I think maps like Oregon are, you know, they are that good middle ground for a lot of teams. Everybody should be capable. Everybody should be good at playing it. We all know what's going on there. But you're not going to give too much away by playing it because, you know, everybody kind of expects it and has seen it. So, yeah, I think Oregon's a good map for these two teams to go to, especially for Talon. And it's no surprise to me that they've picked it because I feel like it's, I always say Oregon's one of those good leveling maps. Everybody knows what to do there. Just turn up and play your best Siege. And I feel like, you know, that takes a lot of elements out of it. If they'd gone to maybe a Night Haven or something like Chalet, so, you know, a little bit more complicated, maybe you've got other factors coming in there. But Talon should have every chance here.
It's the reality of every best of one series you're going to find is that teams will end up on that kind of middle preference map for either side. You ban away your weaknesses and enemy strengths, and you end up with this very, you know, middle of the road map, which I think is exactly what Oregon is going to be. I think Talon have got far less to hide here as well. Lost, maybe you're looking at and saying, look, okay, they didn't qualify by the regular stage, but they were in a group in LATAM alongside BD, FaZe, and NIP.
Difficult group.
Very hard groups. They made it through the LCQ, didn't make it in through conventional means, but they're still here. Still a strong team. Don't write them off because of how the seeding presents them. Look for Normally it's Tim that's loud, but we've got Stokes on the other side of this wall, which means a lot of noise as well.
I love group phases for multiple things. One, for chaos. And we've had a little bit of chaos so far in the games that we've seen. We've had some unexpected performances, as always happens in the early phases. And I also love it for our casting setup, which is always an A and a B stream, and we can always hear the others when it gets exciting. And I just love it because it...
At this point, we may as well just not talk, so you can just...
We'll just enjoy the other game.
This happens. I love it because it's
brilliant.
It's my favourite.
It's what it's about. It's just that... I love it.
I want to say it was SI 22 when we had groups as well, and it was the chaos. Yeah. I think that's when Joystick was dropping like, what, 14 kills per map average?
It was brilliant.
What on earth is that? Whereas I think in that game over there have been more like 1v1s and 1vx's won by NIP than actual rounds won overall by the other side. It is absolutely ludicrous how close that game is. We are still getting ready for our game, as you can tell, so just bear with us and we'll be into things in just a few minutes. Tim, what are you most excited about for play-ins? Because play-ins obviously is a bit of a new thing this year that we've had coming in, where we have teams that, you know, maybe didn't do enough to qualify directly into the later stage of the major, have a chance to fight in, and it does bring some teams that you wouldn't normally see in with a chance to impress.
Yeah, I mean, I've already kind of said it, I'll say it again, I love the chaos. It kind of puts me on maybe more your side of the couple's costume that we've got going on.
Welcome.
You know, I do really just love that. It's day one, we're already having upsets. You know, you look at Bleed versus Cyclops. Bleed did, you know, fantastically earlier. You may be looking towards Cyclops and thinking they're going to come away with the result, but no. You know, we've just got a bit of footage there. Obviously, Geeky looking as though they've come away with that win as well. So you've just got... Yeah. You've got the first two games, the very first two games of the day. Hands up how many people had NIP and Cyclops coming away with wins there. And I guarantee there's going to be a lot of people that have got their hands up saying, yeah, I thought those two teams were going to win, and they haven't. And so already the group stages are just thrown into that state of who knows what's going to happen, and I absolutely love it. That's my favourite thing about the groups.
And you just don't know what's coming in this game either. Again, on paper, you probably look at Lost and say, they're the team to finish first in this group and make it out. Talon on the other side. Don't think, being honest, too many are expecting that we'll have two they'll come out of today. They'll come out of it 0 and 2, be sent home. SI dreams are over, major dreams are over, and it's a bit of a kicker. But like you said, that first day, it's got a little
anything
bit of chaos
happens.
in it.
Anything can happen. Literally anything can happen.
Absolutely love it. Absolutely. Again, a couple of minutes. We should be able to get into things. Just bear with us for a couple of moments. Speaking of the outfit, do you want to talk about your original outfit?
I think I've done very well.
You've done incredibly well. So you had a toga.
I've had to put a few sort of cosplay skills to work.
He was grabbing like the classic like Greek kind of like feathered sort of like helm up on a stick.
Try to make it into a halo.
I broke it now by showing you my skin. I'm not all red the whole way down. It does go like down to like there.
Des, you've just broken the...
But honestly, it looks great when I'm all wrapped up red like this.
It does. But yeah, I was working hard yesterday, but the halo didn't quite make it.
It didn't, but the wings did.
I do have. You can't really see it because of my... Look, I do have some very angelic makeup.
You can see it. It's very angelic. Just your glasses ruin it. What can I say? We've got Tail of the Tape again. Take another look. Just as a reminder again, at the top on the win-loss record, just in case you missed it earlier on. First number wins in regulation. Second number wins in overtime. Next number, the 0 in this case for loss, is overtime losses, and then 4 is regulation losses. Now, the good news is, Tim, I hear our teams are ready. We've got a game of Siege to play.
We've got a game on our hands, Des. We've not even got into it yet.
Always on our hands, Tim. You see that game right there? You see that game, yeah?
Always right there.
Classic Caster saying. It's the one thing that's always on our hands. Weird, that.
I just keep looking. We've got, obviously we can see what you guys can see. We can see the stream as well. I just keep looking at it and thinking the image of you and I as a devil and an angel is going to follow us now.
It's
forever.
Perfect. It is
it's perfect. As soon as the discussion of costumes was there and Des was like, I want to be a devil. I threw in, maybe I should be an angel. It seems kind of perfect.
Absolutely.
And that was it. It was cemented.
Again, it's just so representative of the personalities. And the thing is, I can be a little bit of a dick on stream.
We've been doing it for years.
Persona. You can keep being nice and it fits with you plenty fine.
Yeah.
All right, Oregon, here we go. Second game of the day here on the A stream. We have got plenty more coming up. 2 more best of ones after this. And then best of 3s get underway. And the loser of those best of 3s, they go home on day 1 of the major. Sucks to suck. Loss starting out on the defensive side here on Oregon. It's going to be Talon kicking things off on the attack. And here we go into operator bans.
Well, let's get ready. See who we are going with. Lost just having a little bit of a think about it. Get it locked in. And they're going to be taking
getting
it lost in. Dokube will be our first attacker ban. Not one that we see banned out too much. But again, very understandable. Just such a disruptive operator. That global ability, able to really disrupt any roam game going on, which we've seen a lot more of over the last sort of 6-12 months on Oregon. Getting out in the map, particularly around kitchen, dining, getting up onto top floor, even for those basement defenses, playing around attic, playing around pit, all sorts going on out on the roam. So could be a good shout.
Yeah, Liang as well, a similar story, especially for executing down into the basement. Kaid banned away just to stop that E-box hatch getting locked up nice and tight and having to bring Thatcher pretty much every single round. Very, very welcomed. Our last ban coming out from the side of Loss here on the defensive side is going to be that Fenrir. Saw it banned away in our first game of the day as well.
Yeah, I think we're going to see probably a reasonable ban rate for Fenrir at the major, if I had to guess.
Oh, yeah.
It's sort of, the thing is,
Solis,
though, it's allowing...
Fenrir,
Solis, Fenrir as army are going to be, 3 of the big ones. But it's allowing operators like Mirror to come back into, I won't necessarily say the meta, but certainly into being used a lot more frequently than we've, been used to seeing over the past 6-12 months or even longer for Mirror. I like that. It just gives us that little bit of variety. We get those operators coming back in. Mirror has been selected for this first round. One of those operators that can really change a site, can really make, the sites that are difficult, make them much, much more viable.
Well, here we go. Round 1 underway between Loss and Talon. The defensive side starting out in the basement, as you've seen. And we've got Cameraman coming along on the Kavira. Now, Cameraman, it's worth mentioning, only joined this team about 6 months ago. It's been the change that really has taken a bit of time to settle again. Not the best results in Stage 2 initially. Did just fine when it came round to the LCQs and have got themselves here. Ultimately, this, though, is going to be a very telling round, I think, on exactly what kind of world Talon are stepping into. I think Lost really should be coming in with this with a lot of confidence. It's not to say that Talon are a bad side. I completely disagree with anyone who thinks that as well. They have got a lot of capability, but you are against an extremely good team here. And Cameraman already upstairs trying to be a little bit troublesome, Tim. Being a bit of a devil, dare we say, off on the roam.
Yeah, this is it. And it's no surprise. Lost ban out the Dokube and then send the Kavera out on the roam. They're just playing into the game plan that they've set up from the very beginning. beginning there. You know, you mentioned cameraman coming in. Obviously, Loss didn't make it to the Copenhagen Major. I'm not saying they've now made it to this one because cameraman's come in. But what we've got to do is look, you know, back at his career. He came into the MIBR side from FaZe a couple of years ago, before the roster was then sort of picked up by FaZe, you know, at a later date. But he came into that MIBR roster, a roster that was struggling a little bit at the time, was just playing with sort of hyper aggression. He came in, he offered some stability, some more of a tactical edge, and we saw them ultimately under the FaZe banner then, that same team, go on to win the November Major that was in Sweden in 2021. So I'm looking at this and thinking, have we got a similar sort of timeline here potentially for Loss, where cameraman comes in, given 6 months, is just, you know, changing that structure a little bit. Rise has moved off to be an analyst. You know, are we going to see that big breakout moment for this team behind him?
I love our cameraman, just by sheer virtue of showing himself inside a bedroom here, as well as forced Talon to really slow things down. They had 4 players on drones, they were holding angles, making sure everything is clear. Really, it's taken them half the round to ensure that the rest of the map is safe and they can actually look on getting downstairs. The problem being, there are still a couple of players off-site here that they have not droned out and could end up giving them a real backstab if they're not careful. I think it's Dots who's playing off on the Solis, and we've also got cameraman, I think, looking to dart his way around and cause a little bit of bother. So don't feel that Talon have got an easy ride towards site here. It's bare chances they're going to get shot in the back at some point.
More than likely, if they don't deal with that, Seora just trying to challenge from down the bottom of Laundry Stairs, has got the Twitch down there with him as well. Ryder just taking a little peek. They need to be very careful here. They're bouncing in and out of cover here, but they're doing it in front of and behind each other. And there's always that possibility for a stray bullet hitting a teammate, and that's the last thing that they're going to need. We've got a bit of utility raining in. They're trying to create that space to push forward. Here comes the challenge from Highway, but no, Loss just forced back a little bit there.
Timing as well. The delay on the Twitch pushing is absolutely beautiful. They walk in and try and get the kills they can. They've walked away with 3 of them on side, make it a 4th. Maya left standing, goes to 1, finds a 2nd as well, has to reload. That will get put down by Misa on the other side. Great start. I mean, for Talon, again, I really thought for a second they'd get themselves really caught up trying to take Meeting, but they decided to abandon that entire north side of the map, left Big Tower, left Meeting, and did everything through Freezer and Laundry. A little bit of a risk, because normally you do want some pressure on that top side, but when the push came through, you saw the sort of delay coming out from the Twitch, just waiting for movement to happen somewhere, and catches the Cav essentially for free. Unexpected by the side of Loss, and they lose round 1 down in the basement. Team will be a bit of a kicker, as that normally is a bit of a fortress down there.
Yeah, it's a great start for Talon. You know, as we said, this is a team that you may not be too familiar with. You know, they've been in and around, you know, top tier Siege for a long time. We've
cast them for about the last 3 years.
Yeah, we've cast them for years in the you know, in the APAC leagues as they were then, and you know, they're playing in the Korean league now. You know, they're a team that is full of players more than familiar. The roster has seen some changes, but still plenty of names in there that we know from you know, across that sort of top tier Siege. So they are no slouchers, that much is for sure. So coming in here, they could be you know, one of those teams that open a few eyes potentially, you know, for everybody watching them. So Talon picking themselves up that first round. Great start for them, as you say, particularly attacking onto the basement. Loss looking at that thinking, you know, we should be able to lock this site down. We need to get this done. This is our primary site. They're going to head back there again.
Absolutely. I mean, looking again at Talon, there's a couple of changes they made in the summer, which was JLT and Ryder joining them. I think it was back in August. So changes to a small level. I guess really changing 40% of the team isn't a small change by any stretch of the imagination. But as you say, there is some experience here in Misa. Roy Boy was the sub for Damwon Kia, now known as D+. So there are known quantities on this team. But what I'm nervous about is, again, it took 90 seconds in that last round by a small flicker of a Roma causing a little bit of bother for them to then actually get anywhere near the site. They kept it very nice and narrow, went direct to site, like I said, via Freezer and in via Lobby. That was nice, but I do feel Lost will have the ability to play a bit more aggressive and just try and hit them in the mid-round when they're trying to get set up for a site, because at least from round 1, Talon do look a bit slow.
Misa going to be working across that top floor, obviously recognising that the roam did cause them a little bit of a delay last time. They didn't suffer to it, really, but again, it's just something that they've dealt with well here. They've gone in, they've got that full map control. There is still one player for Lost that's just out on the roam at the minute. You can see all the way back across in Big Tower there. So just something that Talon need to be cautious of, need to be careful. We can see there is the potential for them to move back across that top floor if they've got access to the attic. But for the time being, Talon, they're not worrying about that too much. They've got everything locked down. They're going to be taking the fight, and they should have worried about it a little bit more. As I said, Dots was not picked up on the Aruni. Moves in with the Mark 14, gets himself an opener onto Siora, and that is a good start for Loss in this round.
Just on his way back down towards site as well. Yeah, down main stairs, not droned out despite Dots being sat there in the previous round on the Solus. They haven't dealt with that. Loban here gets a second one. That's Misa taken offline. It's not so good for Talon, but this is what I said in the mid-round. I really thought we could see Loss get up in their faces a little bit, cause a bit of disruption, because Talon have been very slow on the roam clear and truthfully not very methodical about it. They've not got flank drones set up, for example, and it has caught them in the first round a little bit by enabling cameraman back towards site. Now you've got Dash at the bottom of the stairs, just easily taking out a one. No attempt at a trade coming through. This is looking like a flawless round almost, Tim. If not for Ryder finding one, finding a second, but he's still got 3 more to go through.
Likely to be impactless kills realistically moving in. There's a bulletproof cam straight ahead of him that doesn't seem to be being used at the minute, which, there we go, we can see the light coming on now, so they're going to know exactly where Ryder is. They're just feeding his positioning permanently. He was more than likely being red pinged throughout that as well. Going to be challenged from Freezer Door. Lost close it out nicely, and we've seen 2 very different rounds there. Talon did a great job attacking in the first round, but Lost come back. They adapt and overcome in round 2, get that done. That second round does make me worry for Talon a little bit. As we said, coming in here, new team, haven't played against a LATAM opponent before, I don't believe, from looking through. So this is a first for them, first at a major. There's all sorts of lessons that they're going to have to learn, and they're coming up against a team who, are experienced in that. Particularly cameraman, he's one of our most experienced players at the tournament, realistically. And so it's not going to be easy for them. And that last round was very, very different from Loss. It looked almost easy. So Talon need to be careful that we're not seeing too many more rounds like that.
You know me, Tim. I always like to give 2-3 rounds to see a team really settle into the game, or for both teams to settle in, get a feel for each other. Okay, what's the status quo here? What is it we've got to try and deal with? And again, for Talon, it's been a bit slow, and I think Lost didn't expect that level of slowness in round 1 and just got caught on the back step by it a little bit. They adapted in round 2, but now we get to change site and see how Talon fare with going to a site that you can go a little bit more direct to. You haven't got to do a full map clear, but you may have to be fearful of the below, especially if there is a C4 operator playing down there, of which Lost in this round at least have none. So that is one problem ticked off Talon's list.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to have at least a presence underneath, so you don't necessarily need the Nitro. You just want to be able to play underneath this area that Loban's stood in right now. You want to be directly below it. So if there's any push comes in through double window, you can deal with it from kitchen. You can open up the plant spot, everything else. They've got the Aruni down there with the Mark 14, so that gun does a pretty good job of opening up floorboards and things like that and creating that line of sight. So I think they're going to be happy enough with that down there. But Misa is going to go in and take out Dots. Another good start for Talon, but Maya's there to find one onto Ryder, so all even after the first minute.
I think Maya's holding out towards Armory. I remember when Oregon first got reworked, we saw a lot of LATAM teams trying to hold inside of Armory. Bit of a change coming over here as nades coming below. Maya almost finished off from below by those nades. I think actually it was the impacts coming out from the Zofia, but almost put in the dirt. They're down to just 2, and Talon have basically picked off 2 or 3 players without barely setting a foot inside the building, Tim.
Yeah, this is the response that we needed to see out of Talon. As I said, coming in, that last round looked too easy for Loss, and I was a little bit concerned. And Talon, as I said, couldn't allow them to have too many like that, and they're certainly not doing. 4 versus 2. You got Maya on low health as well. This is there for the taking for Talon. This should definitely be another round 1, but the important factor there is it's not just another round, it's another sort of primary choice site. I know it wasn't Loss's first choice, but there's no real difference between basement and dorms, so Talon coming and taking this as well really does send a message. Maya just trying to hold on at the minute, but shut down from the top of white stairs. Misa moves across, cannot find his man. Cameraman gets 1, he's going to need 3 more, cannot find any as Roy Boy shuts him down, and that is going to see Talon back in the lead, 2-1.
You're well caught by our observer. I believe it's Easy we've got on the sticks today, but he there in that spot saw that drone that we just saw scan across both sites. It saw both players. One's just coming through the rotation, one sat behind bunk. There's 4 of us. Let's just go and kill them, and they worked it out absolutely beautifully. So good patience being shown there towards the end of the round by Talon, and Loss, I imagine, have got a couple of things here that they need to have a chat about. I know going how the second round went, it went well, but the first and the third round, I think, shown a bit of weakness where Talon could really actually do some damage in this half.
I think I would completely agree with you. You know, Loss, as much as I said, Talon need to be careful not to let Loss just start chaining easy rounds together. I think Loss needs to be careful that they don't let this get away from them. You know, as I've said, this is Talon's first time at a major. It's really a situation now where they're kind of an unknown quantity for some teams. And, you know, we've seen this out of, particularly, you know, out of their region where teams come along and aren't really, you know, too much heard of on the international stage, and all of a sudden they just come in. You know, look at Scars. Last time around, they just come in and have this fantastic tournament and really surprise everybody.
Run.
I'd love to see that for Talon.
Absolutely. Well, we've got the Oster coming along in this round, so I'm keeping a close eye on that one from Ryder. Normally dictates where the action, or at the very least the plant, is going to happen in these rounds. He has got the diffuser in back pocket, so it is your go-to carbon copy, dare I say, attack of this site. Commonly see teams try and open up both the tier 3 wall and the tier 2 wall. I mean, it helps if you manage to get rid of someone that early on. That's 2 nades offline. It's the vertical destruction, the sledge gone. Bit of a stinger at the start of the round for Talon that may put a bit of a dent in their plans.
Yeah, I think we're just going to see a game here that just bounces back and forth, to be honest. They've got a great setup here on the T3, just dots there with the Azami, showing again why Azami is one of those popular bans, can just really shape an area of the map to their will, really, to be able to create that extra cover and just make it very difficult to be moved. I mean, what, we're a minute in, 2 kills now. Dot's managing to find Misa as well. This is going to be very, very difficult for Talon to push forward from here, because they're not going to be able to get rid of Dots in this position.
But the thing is, they lost Roy so early, the nades being gone. JLC is the only one really able to get in here and do some damage, and I think finally he's played catch-up. But like in that first round, it's taken a good 60 seconds for Talon to figure out an action plan to deal with this setup. He's done all the work that he needs to. You've got Dash collecting another as well. Beautiful round by Lost, and Talon, they just look utterly bewildered by what's just slapped them around the face.
This is it, you know, you've put so much attention and pressure in towards dealing with Dots there that you don't see. You know, you're looking at the left hand, you don't see the right hand coming with a haymaker, and bang, you get caught. And that's exactly what's happened. 4 versus 2 now, as Lost are going to be looking to close this one out. But it really is, you know, back and forth in these rounds, just teams really dominating one way or the other. Ryder sees the man inside a trophy taking that peak, and just need to be cautious there, really. The Legion of Dash doesn't need to overextend here, can just keep burning time, and that's exactly what he's doing. A perfect job, down to a minute now, and Talon need to be finding some kills quickly.
Dash can just waste time here, but they can't hit sight like this, even with the hard breacher and the Oster still on side. They need vertical control for this to work, which is why they're now having to try and push their way through. And Lost have read into this. A drop's coming on through. It's going to be an absolute slaughter. Ryder will get one back, but 45 seconds left in a 1v3. I think we tend to know how these end up, Tim.
I love that positioning from Lobin. He's just playing himself hard left of where we're looking now, because he knows that that drop cannot come through without him seeing it, but also that he can't be challenged from that angle because there's a brick wall next to it. So just great map knowledge coming in. Cameraman's going to pick up that final kill, and that is going to be another round for the Lost. 2-2 now. And I want to say an even matchup so far, and it is even in terms of the scoreline, but the rounds have just been extremely one-sided, really, in both directions.
It's been very, like you say, back and forth, 1 for 1 for 1 for 1 so far. I do think when it comes down to the... I don't even want to say the change in tack, because obviously that round just there, round 4, was a completely different sight to what we've seen in the first 3. But when Lost come in with a game plan that Talon just look completely lost by, and they know how to punish Talon for the mistakes that they make along the way. Again, it took 60 seconds to get a nade-based operator able to challenge that tier 3 player. Talon are really slow when they get into a spot where they can't deal with what's in front of them, or they're not quite sure how to deal with it in the moment. So I think Lost are really starting to benefit from that by punishing them and playing around that slowness a little bit. For me, Talon, you've got to go a little bit quicker here as well and really look to capitalize on the gaps that you open up in Lost's defenses.
Here we go then. Round 5 it will be. We're back down to basement for Loss. Interesting, really, that their third choice site has been the only one that they've won first time. Essentially, they're coming in. But I guess for the attacking side, you know, you maybe not always planning too much on those attacks because you might not even use them. Essentially, you're looking at that first and second choice site, which Talon have done so well on so far. Last time we played down in basement, Loss did very, very well. Talon didn't really get too close in round 2, so they don't want to be losing the entry battle this time, you don't feel. Last time they just allowed the Aruni, it was, to just get away from them. It was Dots moving down those rear stairs that was able to pick up that opening kill, and it all really fell apart from there, so they need to deal with the roam game just a little bit more effectively.
For me, really in that first round, again, it came down to really narrowly defining what part of the map they wanted and taking that control alone and then hitting site. They didn't worry about trying to full clear it, whereas here, it looks like at least they're doing the full droning out again. They, last time around, obviously had to try and deal with a Kavira. Not quite the case this time around, and that reinforcement, well, that wall was reinforced off last time. Here, it's open, so they may be a little bit fearful that someone from Lost can do a little bit of damage if they don't respect that.
Dash we saw in this position last time around with the Warden, of course, has the glasses that can see through smoke, see through flash,
Your
can
glasses
clear
do that,
those
Tim.
effects. My glasses, unfortunately, do not do that, but they do allow me to see the world in HD, Des.
It does help.
It is helpful, and my eyes are getting worse in my old age, I will tell you that. I noticed that yesterday. I noticed it this morning when I was trying to watch the screen in the green room. I was trying to watch one of the games and I thought, I cannot see this writing anymore. I never used to have to watch with my glasses on, but I've got to the point where I do, unfortunately. Age is very slowly starting to overcome me, Des.
It comes.
I know I've
for us
fought
all.
against it for years, and you've met all your old jokes, and I've laughed them off. I've said, give it a rest, but it really
Now
is.
it's here.
Just
like the Talon execute, as they've now got themselves control around the top of Freezer, slowly forcing their way back. 3 or 4 of them all squared up around Freezer here, Tim. A little bit precarious about them all trying to push into one spot, but you can see the reaction from Lost. Everyone has backed away and just said, hey, look, if you want to throw 3 or 4 operators at Freezer, you take it. We can play other areas very comfortably here. And again, I'm looking for who's trying to push on the north side because they ignored it last time. You've got Roy Boy, Misa, and Sayora now all up that side of the map, so things are looking good. We've got a little bit of a different attack coming in from Talon. This could catch Lost by surprise if they aren't respectful of it.
Could do, going to open that electrical hatch. That might just change things a little bit in terms of that defending dynamic. But interestingly, Dots has moved away along with Cameraman into bunker and elbow. So they're really trying to hold on from that. If they try to push down rear stage stairs, that's going to be something that they have to deal with here. Misa is not going to have a free path into sight, and on that basis, he's going to move away back into meeting. But yeah, definitely stacking up against Laundry. We saw that last time coming out of Talon, so I just feel like they might be prepared for this. Out goes the smoke canister just to prevent that push coming through. 14 seconds left to go. It's going to be Lost to open things up. Maya, Lobin, Maya, Cameraman, that is job done. Inside a second, I could barely read the names quick enough, Des. They close it out. That's a flawless round, and that is Lost going 3-2, taking the lead for the first time.
It really feels now that they've got that read on Talon. Again, that was a slower round once again, and they've done enough to waste the time to sort of force Talon around the map to the stage to get a little bit desperate. And you saw the drone game coming through as well. It was really good from Talon. 2 or 3 players figuring out exactly what's going on the bottom half of that ground floor, the basement, inside of Oregon. And with Misa trying to, I guess, rotate late as well. They were looking to find the answer, find something that could really break open that north side of the map, but it just simply wasn't to be. Far too comfortable for the side of Lost here, and you could just see that shooting range lining up inside of Freezer. Maya with a little 1-2, left, right, step, easy closeout. And Talon, again, it feels they've been figured out a little bit here. If this doesn't end 4-2, I will be very surprised.
Yeah, but the thing is, every time a round has been won, you've sort of felt like that team has got to go on and win another.
Yeah.
But they haven't been able to. Nobody's won back-to-back rounds yet, apart from Loss in Meeting and then Laundry. But, in terms of having that great round and just doubling down on it, it's not really been a common factor of this game. So let's see if Loss can do that, get 3 in a row. And you feel that really sets them up well for the second half. Then Talon, they're probably going to feel a little bit hard done by. They've had, some good passages of play. They've had a couple of good rounds, but they come away 4-2 down and feeling like they've been battered in the second half there. So it could be a tough one to lose.
I mentioned earlier on how when Oregon first got reworked, we saw we saw a lot of armory holds coming out from the LATAM teams. That did drop off over time, but with the introduction of Azami, for example, it does make it suddenly a lot more defendable. With the castle, with the shields, with the Aruni, just everything to slow the side of Talon down. And Lobin saying, well, forget about the utility. When a gun does just as well, why worry too much? And he's already found 2. Getting rid of the Zofia, that's a lot of soft destruction gone, and also getting rid of the Finker, the heals, the nades taken offline. That's a bit of a stinger.
Certainly is. Sayora going to be looking to peek in from Master Door. Just taking out those barricades. Again, the Azami just burning, so many different functions for the Azami. Not just about creating cover, not just about making it difficult to push in, but burning utility as those barricades need to be dealt with before the push can come through. Sayora just looking for that challenge into Armory Corridor. Isn't able to find the angle that they want, but a lot of pressure on the Azami here from multiple sides.
This honestly is really where I would have hoped to see Talon go and push on towards big window side instead, or pushing through showers and nade from below, things like that. But they are playing straight into the setup coming out from Loss on the east side of the map. They haven't even taken over Trophy halfway into the round. Lobin's having an absolute field day with a 3K for himself, up to 7-3 goes. Again, this one feels done and dusted, but I can't help but feel like Talon have really done this themselves, to be honest, Tim.
Yeah, it's certainly looking that way. Maya is going to pick up Seora, and that is now 5 versus 1.
Ooh,
couple
nice.
of kills come in quickly for Roy Boy, so he's doing what he can here. Leaves himself 3v1, plenty of time left on the clock. It's not going to be easy, though, because now what you're going to see is Loss just sitting back into angles. So with a player like Cameraman on side, he's going to be in the ears, no doubt, saying, look, we don't need to push this. We don't need to challenge. We know exactly where he's coming from. We've got the bulletproof cam. We've got the info. You know, we see everything. There you go, Dots. He's going to pick up that final kill onto Roy Boy. The other two just hiding themselves away, knowing that they didn't need to get over aggressive there. And that's going to be the round closed out for Loss. 4-2 now, and starting to look a little bit more comfortable for the Brazilian side.
Yeah, I remarked on it when it came about, but the real heavy like armory side hold, when you see that much utility being invested, you know, a couple of laser gates, a couple of shields, they had the trophy one and also the one in the armory hall. They had just everything stacked out that way, keep a barricade, you name it. And they still try and push their way into that after losing 2 players early on. There's probably a point at that where you look at it and go, let's cut our losses and not go into all that utility stack and instead try and go from the west side. And I think back to how some teams like in Europe, I think about M&M as a great example. They love attacking in from small tower side and working their way in from the west, making use of vertical nades, pushing in through white, for example, and then looking to rotate players into different angles a little bit later down the line, or at least later into the round, whereas Talon have really just ran headfirst into a very dangerous setup from Lost One. So I think despite a couple of I'd wager upsets to Lost One. They probably would have been a bit disappointed they lost those 2 rounds. It does feel like the LATAM side are firmly in control. And as you can see, we are in a quick technical timeout.
Yeah, I'd agree with you there. I think looking at what we've seen so far, Talon have done well to get themselves a couple of rounds, but overall, I think experience might just win the day for Loss here. You know, as much as the Talon players, they've got plenty of play time at top tier Siege under their belts. This is a little bit of a different ball game, playing on LAN, playing, you know, at a major, and you've coming up against a team that have got a major winner on side who's going to be calling a lot of those shots. And yeah, Lost just starting to look a little bit more comfortable here. Jesus. And that's the sort of kill that tells you that they're starting to look a little bit more comfortable. We've had, absolutely beautiful from Lobin there. We've had that a couple of times where they've just got those openers through getting aggressive onto windows. They're happy to take those challenges. They threw a flawless round in there in round 5 as well. So yeah, for me, Lost looking like they were in good control of the map, good control of the game. In that first half, so very important that Talon come out with an early round win on the defence here, I'd say.
I've got to say what bit Talon, I think, throughout the entirety of that first half as well was the drone work, right? Like back in round 1, you saw them not really having the full sniff onto Dots, who was playing up in T3. I think Cameraman they managed to force back, but again, it took them 90 seconds to really drone things out before they finally started even thinking about the site. That's a lot when no one, except Dots in T3, who may as well be in Narnia because the wall in towards Attic was reinforced, no one can really disrupt them, but they were really slow on it. And I think in the replays just there with Lobin's 3K, you saw the same. It was a lot of blind 1v1s being taken, no early drones in the prep phase being set up to pick up that someone had got inside a classroom or was even rotating outside of it. And it has made them pay the price. That is something we sorely need to see fixed before their future games here at the Major. Their last one later, their best of 3. If they lose this game, that will be their very last one here. So something to rectify pretty quickly today. Now we get the side switch though, and Talon move onto the defensive side. Tim, I always say there are 2 halves to a game of Siege. You could see a very different Loss and a very different Talon coming out in the second half.
Oh, absolutely so. I mean, if you look at what Talon are doing, they've got the mute, they've got the Solace, so expect to see them trying to starve Loss of information. Keep an eye, something for you to watch at home. Top left of your screen, you've got the drone count there.
Already 4
look
down.
At that
Solace,
already.
that is.
4 down because the Solace has been hammering them. So only 6 drones left at the start of the, you know, the action phase. That's a big loss for Loss already, let alone the more that are going to get picked up. They can't get the ones they have got into key areas because of the mute jammers that aren't just going to block the walls off. They're going to block those entrance paths for drones, so they're going to have to go in and face check things. They've then got Ryder, who's going to take the opportunity when it presents to hunt down more of them. So Loss are going to be working working, with much less information than they might like in this round.
They are expecting 10,000 jump outs or run outs to come through, but Talon, as you can see through the orange outlines on your screen, are quite dug into the map here and not really looking to try and get too cheeky. I think for Lost with the Monty on side as well, it's hardly the end of the world if you do lose a number of drones in the round, because Monty can serve as the intel gatherer behind the safety of a shield. So I think him being on side here for Lost is going to be a pretty big impact in this round. The question then really comes in, what can they do with the ability to flank? Looking towards players like Ryder here on the Solus, getting out and busy, because for the most part, Lost are just looking at going direct in towards site here. They're inside bedroom, for example, marching their way in towards Trophy. They're already looking at the site 60 seconds into the round, Tim.
Yeah, and that's something that Talon need to be aware of, Des, because they've got 2 players downstairs off-site, so they could well find themselves sort of short-handed in there. They're going to play, it looks like, for the vertical denial as well. Of course, Ryder will be able to see if they start to plant that diffuser using his gadget. He's got impact nades in hand, which he can blow out the floor from underneath and try to make that challenge. It looks like something that they're going to commit to. Misa is going to be taking out those charges as well that are trying to open up the wall, so they are going to get the line of sight there, but it's not going to be easy for them to open up anything that they can get vaulted through unless they do something about Misa.
I mean, Ryder's been hanging around, trying to look to push his way down towards Classroom to cause a bit of bother from below, and a plank comes on through. He's actually under there right now. I don't know if Cameraman is aware that he's managed to sneak his way downstairs here. There is a drone at the very, very top, but that spray coming in upstairs. Ryder finds Lobin. Beautiful stuff, and as much as I said about Talon not really dealing with roamers, Lost are exactly the same when it comes round to the problem, Tim.
It's no surprise, given that they've had so many fewer drones into the action phase. They've tried to play in behind the Monty. As you said, they've just gone straight to side, and it can be a valid way of dealing with those roamers. Just cut them out of the game, but it hasn't worked for them. You've got to be careful if you're going to cut them out that you don't allow them to carve their way back in, and that is exactly what the roamers of Talon are sort of doing, just hassling on the flanks. They still haven't dealt with Ryder underneath, who now, with the man advantage, can just stay there for the entire round and just lock it in. It's going to make it very, very difficult for them. Too easy there for JLT to pick up Cameraman Royboy with one as well. 2 versus 3. This is ending up closer than I would have expected, to be honest with you, Des.
I've got so much to say about this, but we'll talk about it in a second once the round is over. We're down to the last 10 seconds, and Dots is going to try and get in the back corner here, planting with the shield on his back.
Nothing that Ryder can do there.
Ryder's on the downstairs. Yeah, he might be able to see him from the back of this one, but trying to actually find the Monty is going to be the brother. Just a 1v2 left for Ryder. It's all to do for him. You're against the Monty, Tim. This kind of situation is so hard to win.
In a 2v1, it's practically impossible, because you're going to have Dots now just feeding you information, telling where you're coming from. Maya steps around, gets the kill. Great round from Lost there, you've got to say, but mistakes made by Talon. They had everything in hand.
I was dying to talk about this. How the hell did the Monty manage to work his way in towards Pit?
JLT's just stood there
through
in the corner.
rotation. The thing is that the Froster's missed him as well. He's been staring at the window.
He's too worried about Cameraman coming in through the window.
Chunky boy coming into the left with a shield in front of his face. The two of them have just passed like ships in the night, and I was like, how on earth has this not been picked up by a drone or something or anything? They still managed to come away with it, but it sounds bad. I don't really feel like Lost deserved to win that round. Ryder was doing a lot up on the road.
Talon had everything.
Look at this, look. Oh, I see you're there now. Now I understand what's going on. And Monty should not be winning 2 1v1s like that. That should not be happening in any day or age. But they managed to drag it over the finish line. So fair play to Lost. They got their 5-2. The tactical timeouts in for Talon as well, because very fairly, that really should have been their round to win. Lost were extremely slow.
There's a simple reason why the Monty shouldn't be coming out with 2 kills in that situation, and that is because, where is Monty's weakness? Monty's only weakness, realistically, is his back. That's his weakness. You've got an operator on either side of him, so one of them has to be able to see his back.
That Frost was locked into the window, man.
That's when you can't be losing that situation.
He was dreaming of the great outdoors.
He was. He was, and unfortunately, it didn't pay off. Great play from Lost, nonetheless. We can talk about mistakes all day long, but if those mistakes aren't punished, they don't really matter. You can still go on to win the round with mistakes like that, but Lost were able to get the job done. So well played from them, 5-2. Talon, I think that one's going to hit them hard, to be honest. Their first choice site, they're 5-4 up. They sort of running the show a little bit. They've got Ryder causing a nuisance downstairs. They've got everything they need to win the round, and they are going to feel, that round going away from them. They're going to feel that loss, especially with the Monty coming in. I think, that's where you're going to be asking questions of each other in the, how has that Monty just walked in? What has happened there? And you've got to kind of try and move on from it, but it's a tough one now. 3 rounds down, Lost starting to find their feet. This one could be over quickly.
it's feeling like a little bit tricky for Talon. Again, that reminder, you only have to lose 2 series here in Atlanta in the play-ins for you to be sent home, and you're playing them both today. They play this best of 1, and then the loser of this game and the previous game that we had on this stream, which was CAG, will play against each other later in a best of 3. The loser of that game goes home. The winner plays against another team. That'll be the winner of the upper final, which is a best of 1 played tomorrow. And that will determine ultimately which 2 teams make it out of these groups and which ones, well, go home already. Again, to go home after a couple of days of being in Atlanta, a bit of a stinger. You'd hope you'd have more chance to show yourself, so we've got to see Talon pick it up here in round 8. Now, straight away, Maya in the right sort of idea. He's moving fast. And they had a drone on the man as well. This is the sort of thing that I was hoping to see from both teams, is good droning, looking to push players back. And Ryder, well, he knows he's got to get out of danger, does just that. And now Maya is in control of the hatch like a hawk from above, ready to sink those claws into anyone who steps into the wrong place.
Honestly, I thought we were going to see Maya pick up the kill there. I just knew. I saw the drone go out ahead, and I just thought, I'm not sure if it can get through the attic wall or whether they've got another in there or what, but I just thought there's going to be an opportunity here if that ping comes up. And I don't think that Talon may well know just how lucky they were there not to lose a man. But Misa inside a garage, too easy, gets cut down by Lobin. The problem with playing inside a garage is you're stuck. As soon as the drones start picking you up, there is no way out other than to fight your way out, and he just couldn't get clear.
That's why some teams open a rotation at the top of those stairs onto the north-facing wall, not obviously out through the door, but they open that up so you have the ability to run down through it. But here you can see where Lobin is now. It is still fully closed off. So I had nowhere to go except into garage, and then you are done for. There's 2 doorways to play through. There's the window to worry about. There's players pushing you from lobby. You are screwed from every compass direction you can possibly imagine. Now, Lost do still need to pick up the pace a little bit here. They've still got mirror windows to stare down. They've still got the Guayo canister on side. There's still a lot they have to worry about. So Talon, not out of things just yet.
Be opening up the hatches. A little bit short on time, potentially. 45 seconds as cameraman does start to open that meeting hatch. That's going to force them away from pillar and just allow maybe Lost to push down and take a bit of rear-sided control. But they do need to be careful here that the seconds and the clock don't get away from them. They've still got Royboy holding onto that position inside of the little closet there. The little cubby just looking down towards the bottom of laundry where cameraman's going to approach from. Ryder manages to pick up dots, and all of a sudden it's 4v4 with 20 seconds left to go, and where Lost looked good at the beginning of this round. You got to say, Talon are in command.
They've got smokes and C4 still to play behind as well. This is a disaster for Lost here. Just have not gone fast enough. JLT falls down on one. One's looking the wrong way. In fact, it's the right way, but in comes Lobin marching his way forward, tries to find his man, but gets shot in through the smoke. It's Sayora, goes down again into a 1 versus 1, and cameraman's got to find his man, but Royboy finds his first. 5 and 3.
Probably closer than it should have been there. 1 versus 1 at the end, and Talon gave them the chance. Cameraman knew where his man was, but just couldn't find that elusive kill that he needed. So that's going to be a round back for Talon. They held on well. They burnt a lot of time. I think part of that was maybe Lost just being a little bit indecisive and a little bit slow there once they'd got those, that opening kill. Just really sort of got, like you said, just got to move a bit quicker. Got to get those hatches open quicker. Got to get down onto site and start pressuring them, because when you've got 15, 20 seconds left to go, there is no choice but to give it the full send at that point and just go in looking for kills.
Obviously, this is maybe unfair to compare these 2 teams to who may well be one of the eventual major winners. I'm thinking about Sonics when I talk about this. They're a team that I think of that is just ruthless with their time. They know what they want to achieve. Everyone knows what their job is in that motion and that step forwards. Very rarely do you see them running out of time. They're just extremely quick in getting map clearance and dealing with utility, whatever they need to do. Whereas both of these 2 teams, as I remarked back in that first half of Talon, we're seeing it now for Lost as well. 2 halves to a game of Siege. Both teams are running so low on time efficiency, I think. There's so much time being spent droning and getting set up for an execute, because players aren't always in the optimal position to get hatches opened up, to be ready to push in at a certain time, to drone a certain area of the map. And it's little things like that that, again, although maybe it feels unfair to compare them to eventual major winners, you've got to be as good as those major winners if you're going to beat them later on in the tournament. You've got to see it now, and you've got to see it early, Tim.
You do. I mean, looking at this round now, I could see Talon grabbing another one here. This is where we've, you use the word ruthless. That's what we need to see from Lost now, because let's be honest, they shouldn't have won this round last time. It was down to a Monty walking in and getting 2 pistol kills, going through the rotate. That's something that Talon surely are not going to allow to happen again. So for Lost, you've got to look at it, and I hope they recognise last time, actually, we were caused some problems by the roamers. We were caused some problems by Ryder underneath, and that they work to clear that out rather than just looking directly at site, because there was a bit of luck that played into them being able to get that success from direct on site.
Yeah, really looking towards those battle cams as well. You saw the Twitch drone racing on through, trying to sniff them all out. A lot of teams tend to be respectful in that case and bring along an IQ just to help sniff those out faster. Again, that time efficiency play comes back into things, but here those vault cams could be a real headache given there are a couple of C4s to play behind as well.
Worth mentioning as well, we're seeing a bit more gridlock play.
A lot more.
You may well be, you know, thinking, how come we're seeing so much more gridlock play? Well, it's because she's been given nades. So she's got that nades. She's got that extra bit of utility that is pushing her right into that primary choice at the minute. You know, great choice. Can lock down the flanks with the track stingers. Has got nades, decent gun, and you know, is got the super shorty as well. Can make those lines of sight, and is looking like a very viable option.
Another impact comes out, good. It means wall can open up, perfect. But underneath, they've got the impacts available. No, they do not. Wall is opened up. Bit of C4 out from Beezer underneath. Almost finds one. A little bit of tickle damage onto Dots, actually, who was a little bit late to the party. Thank God, does not lose his life as a result. Now, Loss have got this Monty on side again, as we've already remarked. Hopefully, he isn't called upon to get a couple of kills, but look at the two players playing downstairs for Talon as well. C4's in the back pocket of one, Impact's in the other. They've got a lot of tools to disrupt this plant if Loss aren't respectful of that.
Roy just going to be playing in behind the bunks there. Important position. Just going to be able to fight this angle onto Trophy Door. Needs to make sure that he doesn't lose his life. He's going to be feeding that information in. JLT's going to take a bunch of damage from a nade there, but does manage to keep himself locked in the pit for the time being. He's not focusing the wrong direction this time, so that's going to be good at least for Talon. Diffuser is going down. Dot's in a position to do that. Beautiful cover. Look at that from Maya. Finds one. Steps in, picks up Ryder, round done, triple for Maya towards the end there, and Lost, they get themselves on to match point.
Just, they knew everything that was coming that round. It was all droned out, they knew where the players were, they knew what the set of sequences were going to be once they had that diffuser start going down, and they were just ready, and they won the critical gunfights most importantly. I guess admittedly, when you're trying to plant on concrete, it's hard to make a C4 work. It's hard to make impacts work. You can't do much about concrete. But I did think for a second that if someone tried to push in towards pit, we would see the mute coming below. Sayora was ready down there already with the shotgun to provide assist and shoot someone in the back. But Lost kept it real simple. Hold your long angles. Monty plants with the shield on his back. An easy close out there. Very, very comfortable. It is 6-3, by the way, just to stress that point.
It is. We've got a little technical timeout, so we will get whatever issue it is resolved, and we will be back with you as soon as possible in game terms, but we're going nowhere. We're going to have just a couple of replays thrown in so we can see maybe some of those kills, some of those angles that we didn't catch. But Maya, this was absolutely beautiful play. Just getting the 1, 2, 3, comes around, picks the one up at the bottom of the stairs as well. And that just goes to show how well Loss, you picked up on it, Des, had mapped out where everybody is, what everybody's doing, you know, what we need to do. The fact that Maya moved so confidently towards White Stairs, was already trained on the bottom of those stairs. He knew exactly where that last player was coming from. It just really goes, you know, it's just a great evidence, great example of how on top of that round Loss were.
For the longest time, Loss have kind of been that underdog team for us. I remember Fresh always jokes about it, just like, oh, it's your underdog team, Des. I'm just like, yeah. I really enjoy watching them and seeing them coming together because obviously they used to be Team 1. They went through that merge where it became Loss +1. Now it's just Loss, for example. And for me, I said to you earlier on before the broadcast, Maya is still one of my favorite players in the game at the minute.
A lot of fun.
I know that he doesn't get a whole ton of, like, you know, bigging up around the world. Really, we look towards other big, like, Iana players. You think about players like Shaiko. I mean, it's hard to hold a candle to a player like him. But Maya, for me, is at least up there as one of the most consistent top performers that you see in the game. Never really going to be, like, I think, a top 3, top 5 player in the world, but so consistent, so good, and I think when this team really starts to click, as we're seeing a little bit in the latter parts of this game, he can really shine. He reminds me of how Milon used to play for Virtus Pro as well. Just very consistent, 2, 3 kills, for example, in the middle of the game. It's going to be absolute magic. So keep a close eye on Maya. I'll further these guys through the competition. I've got high hopes.
I don't know if, I know Fresh is doing his bingo card again. I don't know if he's got a mouse spin on there. I don't know if he's got the old bolo spin.
I haven't seen his bingo card actually this time.
He has got a bingo card. We've just seen, I think it was Sayora that was just fidgeting with the mouse a little bit there, giving us the old bolo spin. So I don't know if that's going to tick anything off for Fresh or not. If not, maybe it's one he can add to his next time, which I'm sure he'll do another one.
We are still on a tech pause, by the way.
We
thought we'd have your lovely fly through whilst we're waiting.
Look at the
Yes, it looks like a microphone issue on the side of Talons. When that's rectified, we'll be back into game. I think one of the players' comms dropped out, but fingers crossed, shouldn't be too long before we get this one back underway. It is 6-3 to Lost. They are pretty set to close things out and get the dub done and dusted. And then we go into our next group's games, actually. I think we've got Dark Zero coming up against, I always forget which teams they're playing against. It's DZ versus Fury and G2 versus Knights, or vice versa.
Oof. My wings are cutting into my arms, Des.
Are they?
I'm getting some chafing from my wings.
Mate, they're looking pretty tight. Can you not extend them?
I can, but I've tightened them up so that they don't sort of hang too loose.
I see.
It affects my flight
Does it
if
really?
they're not tight.
That was actually a very normal way of saying those two words.
Yeah.
Affects my flight if they're not tight, is what I expected to hear.
If I can't shake my shoulders too quickly at the minute, because if I do, I take off. So.
Honestly, Tim, shut up. Oh, that deserves a poke.
Ow!
I do like this outfit. It's very easy to get on, but it's a lot of cloth in one thing that you just pull over your head.
Okay.
Yeah. It is. It's just a lot.
I didn't expect to hear it described as a lot of cloth.
You know when you like put in... So tell me, I've got a question for you. You know when you put in like your quilt or duvet onto your...
See, that's going to be divisive because I think they're called all sorts of different
they have
things
all
around
kinds of
the
silly
world.
names. But what we do at home is
Comforters, blankets,
whatever.
duvets.
People know what I mean.
You think you
what I
sleep
do
under.
is we turn it inside out and then you grab the top corners inside it and then grab the corners of your duvet and then shake it down. Do you do that? Is that what you do to do it? So the shake it down is a really effective method to get a duvet done.
Yeah, it is.
This feels like an inside
I'll be
duvet
honest,
sheet.
I'm not a big fan of making the bed.
What?
It's a job I do try to avoid. I tend
why?
to. It's one of those where I'll busy myself doing something else and I'll sort of shout to my wife, can you just put the bedding on? Because I don't know, I just hate doing
See,
it.
my missus will wash it without telling me and then go, can you put the bedding on? I'm just like, you
See, she's winning that game.
And
I'm telling you now, she's like me, she hates doing it.
She does the pillows like she's done some impossible task and then it's like, oh, you can do the rest. I'm just like, what?
There you go. And that is me. That is me through and through. I will find anything else to busy myself. And be like, oh, can you make the bed while I'm doing this? Come on, I'm doing loads over here.
Right, we've got a game to focus on. One last question. Do you make your bed before you leave the hotel room every morning?
No, I'm not always a big bed maker.
Right, okay. I'm judging you more than you know right now.
I'm sure plenty of people are.
Round 10, in we go. As a reminder, Loss are up 6-3. Thank you for sticking with us through the tech pause. Things are underway, and this could be where Loss secure their 7-3, or Talon would start what would be a heroic comeback here, an angelic comeback, Tim. With 3 rounds on the bounce to send us into overtime.
Well, it'll be something if they do manage to pull it off. But as you say, something's going to have to change because right now Loss are in the driving seat. And look, this is what I love to see. Look, they're moving with confidence now. Dash straight up there, bang. He's got the information. He's going in behind the drone. Camera goes down. He's got himself in position and he's starting on that top floor clearance. We're only sort of 40 seconds in. No messing about. Maya picks up Seora and this is looking good for Loss.
Maya's 16-4, man. I didn't even see how many kills he was on.
Hell of a game.
Just unbelievable.
Which you'll be happy with, isn't it?
Absolutely delighted. I mean, him and Dots equally have been absolutely unbelievable. I think Loban had a DC as well. So you can see his stats are free set, but we bear with it. We move forward. At this point, they've marched to the top floor in the similar amount of time that it took Talon to back in round 1, if you recall. 90 seconds to really get control of top floor. Here, they've not only got control of top floor, but they've killed 2 players and saved 20 seconds off the clock. That is the kind of attacking efficiency that I was talking about. Dots.
Real opportunity there for Misa to maybe pick one up inside of Attic. Can't find his man though, but Royboy does elsewhere, taking Maya down. They really needed Misa to win that fight against Dots though, as Dots just maintains that man advantage. Cameraman 4 versus 1 now as he picks up JLT, and this is surely looking to be over for Talon in their first major matchup against Lost. Royboy, he's doing what he can, he's ducking, weaving. He takes a beautiful shot, rips the head off Cameraman to bring us to a 1 versus 3. The problem is that the diffuser goes down at exactly the same time. Royboy cut down inside of the lobby, and that is going to be Lost, taking their first victory here in Atlanta.
Very convincing second half performance. That first one caught off a couple of times by Talon, but this I think was the expected outcome that pretty much everyone had on paper. Convincing victory from Lost overall. And Talon On to their last legs now, Tim. We've got one chance to get this right in that best of 3
This is
later.
it. It's high-stakes siege. There's no other ways of looking at it. Like you say, they now drop in to that lower bracket where they're going to have that best of 3. Any match, I'm pretty sure I'm right in saying any match where a team can be eliminated will be a best of 3. So that's going to be the case for Talon now. They will have to play, obviously, the losers of the other matchup that we see from this group. So who knows? They're going to have to show up, I think, a little bit more than they did there. They had moments, they had rounds where they were, very much in charge of things, did a good job, but ultimately loss was just a bit too much for them.
Lost devoured their souls and dragged them to hell, Tim.
They certainly did.
That's what it's all about, yeah. Again, later on against CAG as well, a team they'll have played against a couple of times historically. I think back to APAC North, for example, so it's not that they're unfamiliar with Cyclops, but I'm just a little bit nervous for them regardless, because Cyclops will have a point to prove as well. They've been at pretty much every major event. Talon has said this is basically their first, so it's going to be a tough challenge. But here are some nice replays for you. Hopefully a Maya replay wheel, because being honest, Tim, Maya, Maya.
How long have you been waiting for that, Des?
Maya, all day. Man's on fire.
Is he though? Maya is, you're not.
I'm not. I'm definitely not. I can't sing for a start, but I had to.
Goodness.
Get it in there nice and early. But again, for loss, great result. They next play again tomorrow, I believe it is, and they get to play a best of 1.
Well, that's it. It gets them a little bit of a break now as well, whereas Talon have to come back and play again today.
To be fair, Bleed versus Loss will be one hell of a game.
Oh, yeah.
That'll be a fantastic game to watch. So definitely don't miss that one tomorrow. Again, the loser of that game tomorrow will play against the winner of Cyclops versus Talon later. Oh, a slow-mo fist bump.
Ooh, beautiful.
Damn, I like that. Can we do that at the end before we sign off?
I think we can, but I think the slow motion might have to come from us.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
I don't mean like
So
let's just slow time down.
If we get put on camera, then yeah, we can absolutely do a slow motion fist bump sign off. Absolutely.
Absolutely.
And I'm sure it'll look just as good.
Yeah, and again, 2 big games coming up next as well. We mentioned about DZ are playing, G2 are playing, so for all you fans out there who are dying to see your teams play, this is your chance. It still feels mad that we've got Dark Zero and G2 coming in through play-ins, to be honest with you. That's the craziest part of all.
Certainly is.
Well, should we throw to a break?
Are you ready?
Yeah, ready? To a break.
I want M80 to be one of the most successful and dominant esports organizations in the world.
When the manager Golden reached out for a coaching position, I thought, why not? What could hurt?
You just got to take their soul. Like, you just got to destroy them.
It's definitely better to let the play do the talking, but tend to stay clear of the people that have big egos.
Energy carries everything into winning.
This is Rainbow Six at its best.
Try not to hold on to revenge too much the past. If we were to play them again, it would just be like that urge of competitiveness to beat them.
We know our potential, we know what we are capable of.
The opponents could definitely take the title from us.
The past is the past, but in the moment you have everything you need to do to be better.
Basement just being that starting spot we know Sandbox are going to go to. Crest, if they can have a good showing on that site, that really will speak well for their.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. I think for Crest, coming out of the Japan League, going into this one, a lot of the Crest playstyle actually tends to be rather slow. But when you think about the Japanese playstyle, you think of something that's it's a bit quicker, more on the ball.
I think of the Varel round at Copenhagen,
exactly,
where they're like smoking off the plat wall. Yeah,
that's Japan.
what I
you think of CAG, Japan, right? That's the way that they just play.
Anaton, QE
right?
spamming Monty.
Crest are kind of different in that way.
They're
Crest,
like the NIP of Japan.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly right. They are one of the slower teams to come out of Japan. Now, whether it's just they take longer to go through the motions of each round or whether they do more thinking and planning, I'm not too sure exactly what goes behind the scenes. I don't actually speak their language. So it's hard to communicate with them exactly what's going on, but they are one of the more methodical teams. And I think going into Oregon, that's what they're really going to be
for making basement all that much more defensible. Crest will fall out with a ban of their own, though. What will they decide to take out on their attacking side? Maybe a hard breach here? No, instead an Osa. That's almost entirely designed, usually, when you think of the Osa on Oregon, around that meeting stage.
Yeah, that's exactly right. When you go for Osa, you think about going for those more objective-based late-game strategies. And Crest actually taking that away from Sandbox, to me, is a really interesting read. They must have VOD reviewed them. They must have seen a particular strategy or a particular way that Sandbox like to attack this that they don't want to deal with. And what that means is through the ban phase, so much is slipped through. All your hard breaches slip through. All of your anti-electrification is slipped through, like your Thatchers, your Mavericks, all that kind of important stuff that enables the attack to get things done has actually been left in. It's only been those disruptor operators that have been taken out. To me, that points out the fact that these two guys have definitely VOD reviewed each other on this map. They know what's going on. And
for the defensive bans, I mean, you always have kind of the main four, right? Fenrir, Azami, Solus, Valkyrie. Two of those usually get taken out in each matchup, and if it's not, it's usually a target ban more often than not. In this case, the two that are taken out, Azami and Fenrir, those are the ones that make taking these gunfights, moving through these doorways, that much more difficult. If you're trying to go down Laundry Stairs or down Freezer, and it's too late on time, and F not in your way will completely mess your entire day up. Same with an Azami with those Kiba barriers, acting as deployable shields, helping the defense take gunfights around positions like Laundry or upstairs in the dorms area. Both of those operators being taken down should make Crest's ability to get into the bomb site, at least via like doorways and hallways, a lot easier. By the same token, all the hard breaches up, all the EMPs are up, but if Arakaze is good with those Electroclaw tricks and say there's a Hibana or a hard breach charge, Crest might still find some difficulty to open up key angles.
Yeah, that's what we're going to be looking for. Through the mid-round, do Crest actually win out on that micro game with the utility or not? And that's what's going to tell the tale of these rounds, especially here in Oregon. Interesting approach immediately from Crest. They've straight away brought out the Monty on the side of Lua, who's typically the ideas man of this roster. He's not the IGL, that's clear, but he does like to have an input on the strategy. Not more the strategy, but the tactics of the attack. Just a small idea that might make things a little bit easier, might expedite the process.
Monty's also a great operator for that. I mean, you're just standing there almost a human drone a lot of the time. You're looking at what the defense is doing, how they're reacting to you, how they're rotating around you. That's a great position for your ideas guy to be. I also like this from Crest. Sometimes if we see teams go for the full clear on Oregon, they really get stuck and end up spending too much time clearing out that top floor. 30 seconds in, He's already inside of the dorms. Lua also already inside a kitchen, looking at defenders outside a split. Of course, Whiskey goes down early on for opening up your basement defense. Losing those smoke bolts, gonna be a bit of an issue. And despite Crest's very quick pace to acquire this map control, it doesn't come for free. All that's done to Sandbox is a couple damage on a good boy, but Crest really came out the losers of that early round.
Yeah, and the danger of that early round was that they took down the capital of all these players going into the execute, right? You want those smoke bolts, you want the fire bolts to then go and enable that execute to happen once you try and translate it down into the basement. And without that utility in your hands, the only things you're relying on are a set of flashbangs and a set of grenades. And that can make this translation so much more difficult.
There's also only one set of hard breach charges. So if all those hatches are reinforced, which indeed, security, laundry, meeting, all those reinforced, once you open up those hatches, that is the take you need to dedicate yourself to.
Oh, and it gets tricked as well.
Oh, my lord.
That secondary hard breach charge has just been KE tricked by Arakaze on the other side, and that's really going to shut out this back take that Crest might be looking for. I think they can have to completely dedicate themselves to this front take now.
I mean, they have to. If the only thing they can get open is freezer hatch, that's the main way that Sireneko can use those frag grenades to throw them into the freezer hallway, into the long hallway as well, just on the opposite side of that wall. But the Warden is often really the big player on the defense right here who can punish the attack even further for pushing up the freezer hallway. If those nades want to land anywhere, it should be on that Warden, whether he's playing laundry or in this case playing the hallway. Eclair's crept down the laundry stairs, might just find an opening, but Arakaze is holding the fort inside of the small closet. First round goes the way of Sandbox, and everything from utility to kills on point for them.
Yeah, absolutely. From start to finish, the early game really going their way straight away. They got that first pick, but they didn't get overzealous with their roam game that they went for. The first thing they did was, okay, let's just fall off. We've got the first pick. Our strategy is more leaning into that anchor type setup. They want to be able to trick the hatches, play that utility game, and that's what they went and fell back and were able to do. And then by the time that Crest actually hit that basement bomb site, there was nothing that they could do at all to put a dent into the defense.
So the fundamentals, very solid for Sandbox to start. K-tricking, holding angles, not pushing too far. It's exactly how you would hope a basement defense is played, but a lot of the times, we often treat those basement rounds as kind of a gimme, right? Like, unless we know a team is really good at attacking on Oregon, really good at attacking this bomb site with quick, fast executes, basement is always like, all right, the defense might get it, we'll probably get it. Let's look to dorms and meeting and see what the attack can really do. And this is a great time for Crest to bring back the momentum. To look, all right, Ying's off the board, sure, whatever, but if we just get control of, say, big window, get players outside the generator repeller, get control of white stairs, we can push on in. If we can get control of kitchen, get our nades from below, we can get an execute. Basement's one thing, but Crest still very much have a chance to even win the next 2 bomb sites.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Kids and dorms does tend to be the turning point of the round, right? It is one of those bomb sites that you think about it and it can be quite challenging to attack, but it's within the realm of possibility. When you think of the basement bomb sites, you don't think about it in the same light, right? So here's Crest on their attempt at attacking the big tower. Now, the danger they have to worry about here is if they want to go for that master and addict take, they do have to worry about Nova inside of big tower. It does look like they may have some awareness that there is a player there. It's just Whiskey on his lonesome on the other side of the map, but it doesn't look like this is where their main point of contest will be.
It's also good and have a rotate hole in the attic wall, so Nova realizing, all right, I don't need to make this play, I can back off, is able to retreat, but oh, that is a bummer for Crest right there. He'll be trying to sneak on in, get that first pick. Demic forced to fall back, and it's not completely flawless for Sandbox, as Mephi does fall as well, so it's an even trade. It is a 4v4. Now, Good Boy and Demic, both on reduced HP, but more specifically Demic. As Good Boy is put back to full HP, the Aruni is all the way down below. So if Crest have control of these staircases, it's effectively a 4v3 on the bomb site, but they're going in for the kill. They know that this Aruni's all alone down here. Eyesight taken away. Flashbang lands. Good pinch from Crest. Able to now take the man advantage.
Yeah, really excellent here from Crest as they actually went in and cleared through the small tower. So not at all through Master or Attic, none of that default stuff, right? They wanted to clear all the way in from small tower, sweep across the map. They even identified where Demic fell off and then collapsed in on him now with a pretty heavy man advantage, 4 versus 3. And they've got Sireneko down below as well. If there's info on the site, they can then enable him to try and clear out one of those anchors with those up grenades from down below.
Even if one of the grenades misses, I mean, we've got 29 shots on Eclair's skeleton key at the moment. He could move into kitchen just by the Finka, and there you go. Opens up a key position, the rotate hole behind that bomb chassis that you see so many defenders play behind to stop a player from pushing up white stairs. That angle is now much more difficult to play, and that indicates Crest are gunning for a big window white take. They aren't concerned with the trophy side. They want this side to stake their claim.
Unfortunately, grenade not sinking, but like you said, it's a skeleton here that's going to tail the tail from the vertical below. Shots onto Nova, but he's actually able to res himself from the lines of death from down below, and with only 45 seconds left to go now, they are looking for that big window execute. Lua's going to go down, though. Nova with the swing, and it's going to put us on a 2-on-2. Kills somehow, though, going in the way of Sandbox. It's all Sireneko left to do.
No up nades either. They know this execute's coming from white stairs. Both guns will definitely be trained on that position, but oh no! A potential 1v1 slips away from the Finka. Nova able to take cover behind the other side of the floorboards. Arukazi so low, knows he's there. Good jiggle peek. 1v1 now, no more stims for Nova! Big 1v2 from Crest. Basement might fall the way of the defense, but Crest finally get their first attack.
And Sireneko has just had such a phenomenal stage 2. I know you don't watch a whole lot of Japan League, but this guy has seriously stepped it up.
Oh, I can
Stage
tell
1, he was pretty quiet. Crest, they had a pretty tough run through all of this year, and even last year, they were always one BO3 away from qualifying into these international events. But really, this stage 2, Sireneko seriously stepped up, especially in the qualifiers. Some would argue that he was the player that actually pushed it over the line for Crest with these big performances that he's been able to put up.
Well, and how he played that 1v2 as well. I mean, sure, he misses the opportunity of the Doc playing next to the big window, but he knows what he has to do at this point. No, all right, I got to make a play. I decide to go white stairs. So what does he do? He doesn't just wide swing, doesn't just start getting anxious. He plays it very calmly, checks behind the bomb chassis, which is exactly where a defender should be playing, but exactly where Sireneko decides to aim. And then at that point, you have a 1v1, you got a wide swing at some point, and it ends up working out. So a very well played 1v2 by Sireneko to dismantle that crossfire, held by Sandbox, but also more importantly, their first attack on the board, and now Sandbox, of course, setting up a little bit of a roam down below because it's a meeting hall and a kitchen defense. This is a great time for Crest to build off that momentum they achieved last round.
Really interesting, actually, from Sandbox. I expected them to actually go for a repeat of that top floor. It didn't seem all that bad through that mid-round, especially as some of those gunfights started to come back out. But Sandbox going, nope, they have a number on that one. Let's go and change to do a tertiary bomb site instead. But this is Crest's attempt here at the tertiary attack. it seems like lobby is going to be the first point of contest. They want to put some of that pressure out of there, make sure that there are no defenders that can safely rotate in through this lobby position. If there's anyone playing inside of the garage, they want to catch them out. But there's Cyreneko with the first pick onto Good Boy, entering in from small tower.
Not a lot of utility lost on the side of Sandbox, but still a huge pickup from the Finka, who's really stepped up in the past 2 rounds. It gets an uncontested 5v4 for Crest. He'll be on that Nook. Didn't have a lot of success last round. He was the first one to go down, but he's taking control of Z again. The opposite side that Crest are pushing from. We've got both sides of this security hallway taken for the attack. Maybe even Lua looking to at least deal with that kitchen doorway. The bomb side we're talking about. You can't just walk in. Cyreneko moves upstairs. Do they have intel? No, this player's playing inside of dorms. A lot of positions being set up by the attack, but no one making the move just yet.
They really look like they're posturing in for this mini execute here on the top floor. Cyreneko is so ready to get in on the fight with Whiskey here inside of the top floor. Whiskey's just hopped into pit. He's going to try and double down on the push. Meanwhile, on the ground floor, the Nook of all things is trying to put a thorn in the side of the remaining anchors and try and fix that cutoff in her hands. And it actually works out for Tiopi taking down Otakaze.
Excellent pickup. And now at this point, neither of the roamers upstairs are giving up. This could be the round win for Crest right here if they just take down these 2 players playing inside of dorms. Hatch normally open. Will Demic be able to retreat? Goes for the wraparound. Might just evade the eye line of the Finka, but Nova goes down as well. It's just Mephi upstairs. Or Demic upstairs, excuse me. Oh, spots one. Whiskey getting a little ahead of himself. Another one spotted by the Aruni, but the P10 Roni. This is only one engagement at a time, and he can't even transfer onto Cyreneko. Effie down below watched Arukaze die in front of him in the split doorway. Just sees Lua, missed opportunity over by Kitchen. Walks right into the
Really nice attack there from Crest. Simultaneous one, both on the top floor and the ground floor at the same time. Not only did they collapse in on all those positions inside of bunks and dorms, but at the same time they managed to somehow get lobby control, translate into Zulu control, and pinched out with small tower as well. It just didn't feel like Sandbox were quite present enough in the map to actually deny that entry from coming through. And as soon as Choppy was there and ready to play that disruptive role, they were really able to collapse in on those 2 positions simultaneously at the same time. All those gunfights were able to go down, and Crest, with what was a very explosive mid-round, were able to translate that one.
Now the basement defense loses a lot of the importance, a lot of the hype we gave it, right? Because the first round, everyone's going to start basement first. We're like, all right, what a terrible site to attack, right? But now Crest have those 2 wins. Now they have the ability, even if they drop this bomb site, to end this half up at a 4-2 scoreline. They're looking very good, even if they end up dropping this. And still the pieces we've seen them putting together, specifically in that meeting round, the ability...
Welcome back to the Atlanta Major. We've had some absolutely cracking games so far today, and we've got another one coming for you. We've got Dark Zero versus Knights. I'm Ace, and I'm this time joined by a very happy clown today.
Depresso. You know something that could really make my mood better, though?
What could make your mood better, Depresso?
Can I touch it?
I knew this was coming. I've also realised that I've forgotten my glasses as well. Go on. Beautiful. Ah! It's magic.
I'm happy now. We got groups for you. Group C?
Let's take a look at how things are shaping up so far then. We've not had any games yet in Group C, but we've got the fixtures that are going to be coming up. We've got Dark Zero versus Knights right now, and then following this game we're going to have G2 versus Fury. We've already seen a couple of good games, a few surprises, a few expected results along the way, exactly what we expect from play-ins, and I'm looking forward to this one.
Yeah, the not to obviously spoil the results for you, but the Geeky Nip match. Woo! There are matches that I will watch. I'm sure you have this as well, where I watch it and I think, man, I wish I casted that.
Yeah.
That's one of those matches.
Yeah, with all the clutches in there, and I mean, to be fair, we haven't actually said which way it went. So all we're saying is it was a real game.
You gotta watch it.
It was a real game.
You gotta watch it. It was a real game.
We can have a look at the SI, or as Des called it, the squalification percentages.
Enough about Des. Oh, my goodness.
See, I put him back in a depresso mood now. We can have a look at our percentage chances for SI qualification, which is, of course, what it's all about. Dark Zero are pretty much there. It gives a 0.01% improvement were they to beat Knights. But I tell you what, every 0.01% counts.
Yeah, I mean, you got to fight the real fight here. I think for Dark Zero, a team that is on the cusp of making it to the SI, I think their big focus is going to be winning Atlanta, or at least
100%.
Proving themselves to be worthy of the spots they're in. They didn't exactly have the greatest results at Copenhagen. I know that the team wasn't very happy with those results. So you come to Atlanta, and Canadian is on home soil, I believe I saw a social media post say.
I'm sure he was happy with that.
You know, Atlanta native Troy Jaroslavsky, a.k.a. Canadian, here to do battle on home soil. Hopefully they can win.
Hopefully they can.
Hopefully they can for him.
He's going to want something to take home, I'm sure.
Well, I mean, we're not that far from Charlotte, where they won last time.
They did, and it was. In
like
Charlotte,
a 4-hour drive.
I remember the final in Charlotte. You know, it was a hell of a game. Of course, Astralis had come through so strong all the way, and Dark Zero had to put in a real performance to get the job done, and it was fantastic from them. And for me, Canadian's one of those players. You know, I don't want to just write off the team and just focus everything on Canadian, but he's just one of them players that it doesn't quite feel like a major without him.
Yeah.
You know, we've got so many classic moments from him. In terms of things, whether it be screaming at Twister, whether, the many things that he's done. It's not a major without him, so I'm looking forward to seeing him get underway today.
I'm excited to see how Knights fare on the international stage. I mean, that's the big thing for me. This is an organization who's hopped around a fair bit in Rainbow Six Siege. They've had a skin in Rainbow Six Share for quite a while. And now to actually see them competing with this team going up against Dark Zero, it's going to be a pretty tough first battle for them.
It is. It's certainly going to be a difficult start. We've got the tail of the tape there, which is going to start showing us what we need to know. Last chance qualifiers was the path for Knights to get in here from LATAM. You can be forgiven. Obviously, they used to be, as Intero touched upon, Knights, an organisation that have moved around. They were in Australia, but have picked up a LATAM team, so that's who's going to be representing them here. And as you can see, just the difference. I don't want to paint it as too much of a David and Goliath, but essentially the SI points, just everything there tells you the difference between these two teams. It's a battle for Knights.
I mean, both of these teams are here in the play-ins for a reason, right? When you look at all the teams that are in the play-ins today, all of them should be roughly the same level. That's why they're here. But we're kidding ourselves if we say that every single region in Rainbow Six is on par with one another.
Yeah.
So when you look at a team like Dark Zero, who, maybe didn't have the best result in North America this particular stage, and then you look at a team like Knights, who came in through the LCQ and LATAM, there is, to me, I will pull the phrase used, a bit of a David and Goliath going on. I know you don't want to paint it that way, but come at me, LATAM fans. I don't care. You've been in my DMs yelling at me before. Different region, different language, but I'm prepared for you. Dark Zero are the team on paper that should be favored to take this match home. But as we've seen from matches just today, we don't play the matches on paper. They get played in the server, and the results can often be quite unpredictable.
Absolutely true. That's the key. You can sit down and we can say all day long, yep, Dark Zero should win this, and they absolutely should. If they don't, we're going to be asking big questions, is the reality. We are going to be asking those questions, but I know there's going to be a lot of Knights fans that are sat there thinking, no, maybe, maybe. And we look at some of the results that we've already had today, without spoiling anything. There's been a couple of upsets along the way, and there's always the chance that this could be another. For me, Knights here, it's about just settling into things. I don't think they can focus on the result. It's just get into the server, play it's playing on LAN. There's so many aspects that are going to be a first time for these players, that really it's just get comfortable and give yourself a platform to build from, even if that is in that next best of 3 match.
One thing that we found as we've expanded to these 9 regions across the globe is that a lot of the smaller regions, aka your non-typical, your non-Brazil, your non-Europe, your non-North America, your like APAC, Japan and Korea obviously being the two big ones there, is that all of these newer regions are learning. We don't have a wealth of events throughout the year anymore. We only have a couple opportunities for these teams to fly in and play up against, in this instance, not just major champions, but world champions that come from a potentially different meta. Now, I know that Knights can likely scrim NA on a reasonable ping, so this matchup might not be that odd for them. But if you end up playing up against a team that plays halfway across the world, this is going to be their first look at that meta right up front. You can watch VODs all you want, but when you get into the server, it's a completely different game. It's what used to be said about Brazil way back in the day. People say you can scrim Brazil, you can watch as much of Brazil as you want, but the moment you scrim them, it's completely different.
Yeah, exactly that. Like you say, once you get up against that, just even with a team like Dark Zero, just the level of mechanical skill that you're going to come up against, it's not even necessary. Yeah, you can know what a team's going to do. You can, like you say, you watch the VOD, you know the setup, you know the plan. You come in, and you just get slammed on every single peak because you're coming up against players that are just that good. Yep. All of a sudden, that mental game starts to creep in of, like, what have we got into here? What is this fight? And I think that's going to be a big part of it for Knights is getting in there. And I think they need to come in with confidence. They need to come in with aggression and say, we're going to take these fights. We're going to swing those. We're going to see if we can pick up those kills. Because the more that they are successful with it, if it works out, I think the more it helps them grow into it.
I mean, I think one of the big issues that Dark Zero has faced that Knights would be fools to not try to take advantage of is how lethargic a lot of Dark Zero's attacks have been so far through the NAL. DZ has been slow, a very slow team, and slow is not always bad because you can be slow but well put together, methodical, these words that we bring in to suggest that while you might not be the quickest team, at least you have an idea. There are lots of rounds where it doesn't look like Dark Zero has much of an idea.
This is the thing, it's if you're slow, I always look at it that you're reducing your chances. When you get to that execution, a team that's there in a minute and a half has maybe an opportunity for 2 or 3 plans to come into play. Like, yeah, plan A, oh, the fuser hasn't gone down, we need to go and collect it, we can try again, we've got this other position. When you're leaving it to that final 30 seconds, 20 seconds, 10 seconds, that opportunity reduces and reduces and reduces, and it puts pressure on your players, pressure on your team to get it right first time, because if you don't, poof, you've lost the round, simple as that. And so, if Dark Zero are playing in that way, it might play into Knight's hands a little bit, because all they've got to do is stop one planned attempt, and all of a sudden, that's round 1. And you get a couple of defensive rounds like that, and you start creeping into the mental a bit.
Absolutely. And as much as we've set the stage here and we want to get into the game, there's a brief break ready for you. We'll be back the moment the break is done. Hopefully, fingers crossed, we'll be in the game. We'll see you soon.
Being treated differently always kind of has an effect on you. Just trying to remain myself, know my values, and just kind of grow up through all of it.
If I just wanted to make money and run a business, there's probably 1,000 other businesses I could do besides esports. I want M80 to be one of the most successful and dominant esports organizations in the world. So I'm making those sacrifices.
My first team offer was a very big moment for me, because I'd say it essentially changed my life. When the manager Golden reached out for a coaching position, I thought, why not? What could hurt?
I think this is probably the best team OS has produced, and we have the best players in the region right now, so I think this is the best chance we have at making it to the end.
It's finally happened!
We're Australia's best, and we want to compete with the best.
If we talk about M80, obviously in the most recent Rostermania, they picked up Iconic and then bring Sploit over.
Sometimes you have to let go of players that you care a lot about. It's the result of all the things that we put into it is the winning. That's what you get at the end.
Living with each other is probably one of the best experiences of my life. We're like a big family. Those guys are my best friends.
I joined this roster because of one reason, and that's winning.
You just gotta take their soul. Like, you just gotta destroy them.
Top mid. Down! Let's go! Come on!
No matter what team you are, no matter how good you have been, if you're not good in the present, you will lose everything.
This is Rainbow Six at its best!
It's definitely better to let the play do the talking, but yeah, tend to stay clear of the people that have big egos.
Welcome back. We have, I believe, a game almost ready to go, but we're going to take one last look at that tail of the tape, and we're going to see just how these teams shape up against each other. We do have Dark Zero versus Knights coming up. Oh, no, we've got the map ban. We've got the map ban. They foxed me.
Careful with that word, young man.
Foxed.
I know.
My accent can be a little bit funny sometimes.
He's going to be here.
Yes.
Fox will be joining us as a guest analyst. How do you feel about Nighthaven Labs?
I'm excited about Nighthaven Labs. We've not seen too much of it competitively. We've seen a few through stage 2. But yeah, seeing it on day 1 of the major here is exciting stuff.
Only 4 maps have been played so far, 3. And now we have Nighthaven Labs, number 4. We Consulate. Before that, I'm North American. I can't do math. The America rubs off on me.
So true.
Or maths.
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 Yes, plural.
As you say.
Mathematics.
Tim, one of the 2 new maps, Nighthaven Labs and the reworked Consulate, both have shown up today. We're going to go Nighthaven Labs first, and the community seems to have a clear fate.
Well, yes. I think, to be fair, I think it just paints a picture. It paints a picture of the task at hand for Knights. Like I said, there's no 2 ways around it. It's not a slight against anybody. It is what it is. The reality is you're coming up against a team that have won majors. You're coming up against a team that have won, you know, at least individuals that have won world championships. You've got serious players on the other team to be going up against here, and it is not going to be easy. That much is for sure. But Knights, on the flip side of that, can play with a certain freedom, I think, from that, because there's no expectation on them, realistically. They just come in here and click some heads. Like, it literally is as simple as that.
If you are not particularly familiar with Knights, they are a largely Argentinian team. They got a Paraguayan on the squad as well. That is BLK Deuce. They've changed their names up a little bit. 2 of them have thrown Deuce in. You got Jerry and you got BLK, Atlas, Tuku, and Tom. Tom will be an easy one.
yeah, that's quite a familiar one. It's almost the same as mine, you might say.
Tim Tom.
Tim Tom.
How do you feel about Tim Tams?
Do you want, I've never had a Tim Tam.
All right. Is it too late to get Des in here?
As a Canadian, I am out.
Oh my. Operator bands rolling in on Nighthaven Labs. Dokkaebi and Azami banned out by Dark Zero. And we literally just changed screens as I was about to read the Knights bans, which are of course Ying and Valkyrie. Prevalence for Ying as an operator is through the roof. Was the most banned attacker in every single region, competing with both Monty and Dokkaebi, one of whom is banned. As you can see, the Dokkaebi has been removed. I am curious if we will see that other third operator I mentioned, which is Montaigne. And I say this because across almost every single region, Monty is a very strong operator on certain parts of this map. You think taking Garage, you think taking towards Exo, going down into Exo, you think taking Catwalk upstairs in Garage. Very similar to the way that exact same looking part of Clubhouse tends to unfold. If you haven't noticed, they look almost identical. Anyway, that was to the chat, not to you. You can ignore that if you'd like.
You know, yeah, as you say, you know, an operator like Monty anywhere that you can push into the face of attackers without worrying what's behind you too much, you know, is always going to be a power position for him. But we're not going to see any Monty to kick off with. We are going to see a very big switch up in the attacker lineup there, and it's going to be a kitchen defense to kick us off. We've got the Grim. Grim, of course, seeing a lot more playtime recently since the canisters have been changed. They now bounce. And just a little bit more sort of flexibility in their positioning. We've got Finker, we've seen a little bit of today. Brava. Capitao as well. Capitao, I think, I want to almost say underrated for the longest time. Like, so much utility in the hands of Capitao. And a quick operator as well, people tend to forget. So, yeah, coming along, and there's going to be immediate pressure going towards that hatch. That's going to lead down into the small sort of offshoot room at the side of Kitchen. Kitchen window itself has been opened up. You have to be opening up those angles because there's no verticality available into Kitchen. The rest of the site, absolutely. Get into meeting above, rip it all up. They've got the book. You can get plenty of verticals, but not into Kitchen, so you've got to work those other angles as well.
It looks like the only player that was remotely close to knocking on the door was the Brava of Atlas upstairs. Capitao's an interesting one to talk about because as you see from this Knights lineup, they are absent a traditional hard breacher, but they've got 4 of those secondary hard breach gadgets, 2 of course in the hands of Grim, 2 in the hands of Jerry's Capitao. And I find it interesting the way that teams want to go about these maps. If you don't want to run an ace, or, you know, if one of the Heart Breachers ends up banned, then you're going to see a Yin get brought out with those Heart Breaches. You're going to see a Buck potentially get brought. In this case, they're bringing out a Grim and a Capital with the secondary Heart Breach and immediately going to work to open up those panels as Atlas surveys the destruction that Jerry has done.
The Buck just taking a little bit of vertical damage there. As I said, these vertical angles are key into this site because there's a lot of little boost spots, and we can see there's a, you know, deployable shield in there as well. You're just going to try and keep yourself safe in and around those half walls. You can really keep yourself sort of bunkered down as defenders. So these vertical angles, as you can see, just systematically being opened up there to prevent those power positions being held. And it's kind of doing its job at the minute, but it's not allowing Knights to push forward too aggressively yet. As I say that though, Jerry goes in and they start getting cut down. Gavaney and Canadian managed to find one apiece there, 4 versus 2 with 45 seconds left to go. Dark Zero almost in complete control of site. They've lost a little bit over by the breach, but otherwise sitting pretty.
Yeah, you get the Yokais for added effect as well, and I don't know if there's any tools to flush these players out. You've got information, you got secondary gadgets, huge round from NJR. Rice collects that very final pick. And I really liked what Knights did to start. They put pressure onto those walls, open them up immediately. It's going to give you some discomfort as a defender. Can't play as aggressively towards the bomb chassis. And you get a little bit restless. I was a little surprised when we saw the overhead view early on that there was very little extension of that defense upstairs into the conference area over top of Kitchen. You hit on it very early that you need to get that soft destruction in to open up those sight lines into Kitchen. But DZ, they knew better than I did, obviously. But they didn't extend upwards. They just hunkered down in the bomb site. They held the peripheries. And they effectively forced Knights to have to rush through windows and single narrow doorways in very favorable engagements for DZ, who had tons of information. And as you just saw in that very first kill, Canadian goes undroned. He's on his yokai. I believe it was the Grim, walks right past him. Doesn't even see him. Canadian pops up, gets the pick. He's used the yokais to disorient and gain information. As much as I want to praise Dark Zero, a bit of sloppiness on the entry drone work from Knights.
Yeah, I think the phrase that I would use there is maybe a bit of a British phrase for you, but it's welcome to big school. You know,
walk me through this.
It's basically you've gone to high school, you've gone to secondary school, and it's a bit of a different ball game from, you know, what we would call primary school, elementary school. You know, you're going in with the big kids now.
Do you want to quote a movie?
Go.
Welcome to the show.
Exactly. And I think that's the case for Knights now. It's going to be about learning quickly and learning those lessons, like you say, using those drones effectively, making sure you know exactly what you're going into. This time, Jerry is going to bring along that Monty that we spoke about. That might help that a little bit because they can go in with that little bit of safety, but they need to be careful that he's not overexposing that backside, as we've discussed in the previous game where we saw that being done. So just need to be careful, again, that they know exactly what that Monty's pushing into before they do, because it will be a big loss if he moves through a doorway and there's somebody just sat behind him.
It might seem like quite a bit excessive to have so many Heart Breachers on the side of Knights, but when you're attacking this basement bomb site, there are 3 things that you absolutely must get open. Number 1 are those panels down below. They're easy to Kaid trick, they're easy to Bandit trick, and if you're not bringing a Thatcher or a Maverick or something to get rid of even mutes, you can find yourself having a great degree of difficulty opening that up. Another one is that closet upstairs. It's already been opened. It's not unusual to see defenders extend all the way through all 3 floors of this map. And then the other are the hatches. As you can see, Tuco just droned out one of them, and he knows that they got to get control of that. That's exactly where I imagine the Buck is going to go, because he's got those 2 can openers in back pocket, unless Knights decide to just pressure the site and not open everything up, which is also a viable strategy.
Absolutely, and I mean, getting spotted out on the default cam there, DZ are going to know that there's a push coming down those rear stairs. Meanwhile, Tuku's just working in from the vending machines there. He knows that there is a presence in that mid-floor. He's sort of trying to track him down, but the attackers have got to take the initiative here, and Tuku's going to get himself one there, almost certainly. He manages to pick up Rice as he comes around the corner, and that leaves him now a 5 versus 3, and Knights really fighting for this. Tom picks up Pamba, and all of a sudden we could be staring down the barrel of a flawless round. Gavaney makes sure that that's not going to happen. Nitro does not connect, gets 2 out of 5 that he's going to need, but a lot of work still to be done, especially with a Monty up against him as well. This is almost certainly done and dusted as Knights have managed to secure that plant. The information is coming in, and surely it's a matter of time until the mirror gets picked up.
That one's effectively over.
There it is.
Maybe a bit too looseness from Dark Zero on their roam, and not exactly the greatest wherewithal as to where the entry points were coming from Knights. Once they got in over top of the hatch, they get control of the hallway. They immediately set up on those exo stairs. And you've got a Monty, so you got a couple options to deal with that Monty. Number one, bring a smoke. DZ did that. Number two, bring Gumite. Didn't see a Legion on the board that time. They have to go back to the operator lineup. But they've got nitro cells and they've got those gas canisters. Problem is you need to live to the end of the round for that to happen. And from where Knights seem to enter, I didn't see the black mirrors from Mira being particularly effective. Now, I want to give credit to Knights for that. Just as we kind of gave them a wag of the finger in round number one, round number two here, seeing where those black mirrors are and completely bypassing that, sweeping through a part of this bomb site where you know the mirror is not going to be able to see you, that is excellent. And despite the fact that you got a Solus on the board, despite the fact that you've got these black mirrors on the board, it seemed like DZ's big deficit that round was information. Knights took advantage of it, they capitalized, they hit the plant down, and dislodging a Monty in a post-plant, very challenging to do.
Yeah, I mean, it was so obvious. The two deaths that came in the mid-floor, both of the DZ players up there just basically had absolutely no idea. You know, they ran past people, they were shot in the back, it was, the castle got picked up there as well. It was just too easy for Knights. So, like you say, Dark Zero just needing to be a little bit more cautious potentially about that information. And saying that, we've got Canadian on the pulse. You know, that's going to give them a lot more of an idea. I would expect to see Canadian just playing, you know, in and around site, looking to feed as much information as possible into the rest of his team about where these pushers are coming from, using that heartbeat sensor just to pick up on any of the Knights players that are getting aggressive. They're going to be opening up that basement to begin with, looking to just get themselves inside of the map. And once again, the opening kill goes in that direction. And speaking about information, Parker, who is it that goes down? It's Canadian on the pulse. Great start for Knights.
I believe we have to call him comedian when he dies on pulse in the first 30 seconds of action. But yeah, I mean, again, you're going to bring information operators for Dark Zero. You're not going to bring a Valkyrie. She's banned out. So what are your options? You've got bulletproof cameras. You got a Pulse. You got Maestro. You got Solus. These are the operators that are going to do much of the heavy lifting. If you're Canadian, how are you playing so aggressively on this map that you're dying so early? Well, part of me thinks that it's DZ not respecting Knights. If you think they're a younger team, a less experienced team, maybe you're going to want to get real cute. Sure, go ahead. By the way, that was BLK getting into the site and getting swatted away at right away. Atlas gets a little bit too close as well. And suddenly, Dark Zero made up for the fact they've lost Canadian early.
Yeah, I think what we're going to start seeing from Dark Zero, as you say there, maybe in those first couple of rounds, yeah, I don't know if I'd call it bravado or just, you know, a willingness to go in there. Yeah, we can run around a bit. Yeah, we can take those fights.
Might I pose a word? Can we agree upon this? Hubris.
Hubris. We certainly can. I think, yeah, just a little bit of a willingness to sort of play into that experience and ability that they're confident that they've got. But I think, you know, after that round from Knights, maybe Dark Zero just settle down a bit and think, you know, we need to just make sure that we're getting a job done here. And it is, you know, they've got the experience on side to know that that's something that they need to be doing. So 3 versus 4 now after 2 kills in the mid round from Dark Zero. And as you can see, they're not getting sort of trigger happy here. They're not looking for those fights specifically. They're happy to hold their angles. They know the attackers have got to do the job. They're going to let that 6th man, the clock, you know, do its job for them and try to just burn down as many seconds as they can. They don't need to push into anybody.
Well, there's a heavy reluctance to go on to drones for Knights at the moment, right? You saw that Jerry was posting up in garage, literally right next to the door of the bomb site. Now, yeah, he doesn't have access to the diffuser. Tuku did. But why are you not droning this out? Why are you not gaining information? It leaves Tom as the last man standing. And what realistically should be a fairer fight for you. You're in a 3v4 with 4 drones still up. Nobody is going on to those information gatherers. Nobody is determining where DZ is. It's not like you've surrendered the diffuser and you need to go pick it up and you're worried about where they may be. No, you've got the diffuser. Yep. You are inches away from the bomb site. I have to use inches because we're in America. That's all they understand. So I don't know why Knights was not exactly eager to go back onto their drones with over a minute to go, but it dooms them because they have no information. They walk into one of those dread mines, they get nearsighted, they gain information, Dark Zero pounces upon it.
I'm not going to mention measurements as a Brit. We get a lot of stick for that. We just use everything, Parker. Yep. We just use everything. Weight depends what you're weighing. Distance depends where you're going.
It's the same with us.
We just use whatever we feel fits.
Yeah.
So inches, yeah, we use them. Meters.
You're walking? Yeah, it's a few feet down the road. Oh, it's just a couple.
We use that too.
You know. Yeah, it's
whatever
it's
we want.
100 meters down the road. We don't use miles.
We use miles. Yeah, we use miles.
Yeah.
Yeah, we love a mile.
Yeah, that's your main unit of measurement or speed.
Yeah, for distance and speed, it's mostly miles. For heights, it would, it'd be feet and inches.
That's what we use as well.
Yeah, absolutely. But then for a lot of other distances, it would be meters. You know, if you're measuring up for some furniture or something, yeah, you'd generally measure in sort of millimeters to meters.
Look at us, Bond. Look at us.
Who would have thought
We are
it?
so similar.
Who would have thought it?
Who would have thought?
Let's get into round.
Don't even. I want to say before we move on, you also have the most cursed unit of, I guess, like possible, which is stone.
I knew that was coming. I knew it was going to be stone.
What is stone?
Pounds and stones for weight.
Yeah, I'm about.
But only
about
as an individual.
I'm about 6 stone. What does that mean?
What? It's only for personal weight though. So
if I said I was 6 stone, how much do I weigh?
Not very much.
Oh.
6 stone's pretty light. So I'm like 10 stone, 5 pounds.
Okay.
I don't know. I think that's about 70 kilos, I think. But the funny thing is, as soon as we go to weigh in food, for example, grams and kilograms, obviously.
Unbelievable.
Weigh a person, stones and pounds. Don't come to me with kilograms. Because that's ridiculous. I'll have no idea what you mean.
How many? I remember Milos is on his like fitness journey, and shout out to him who's co-streaming right now with Fabian. He's like, oh, I've dropped like 15 kilos, and I'm like, I have no idea what that means.
I don't know. I couldn't even picture that. And
they're losing their minds extra.
I think we're limited to about 2 or 3 kilos for food, and that's it. So we're going to be trying to soften up this top layer once again. Knights have got the book in there. It is going to be a kitchen site. We saw last time Dark Zero able to hold on from just completely inside of sight. They didn't really need to challenge up on this top floor. I want to see Knights making use of that vertical superiority a little bit more. But Dark Zero, to be, give credit to them, they're just really not giving much of an opportunity. They're not exposing themselves to those angles. It's allowing BLK to move in on the knock though. He knows that there's a man inside a kitchen. He's got to get this kill. Comes around the corner. The diffuser's going down at the same time. Absolutely free. Manages to get a second onto Gaveni. Canadian picks one up along the way though that stops the plant. 2 versus 3. And that Alda, it just keeps on going, Parker.
Unbelievable with 40 seconds left. Pambazoo still searching for his very first kill. BLK, could he be recovered? Jerry's gonna try, but Canadian has sights on it. It's all up to Tom. He walks in, assessing one. A lot of damage to Pambazoo with the super shorty out. Not much left on Canadian. He's got a good read on him, though. 20 seconds left. Both very limited HP. Diffuser not in their control, so it's a gunfight that Tom will want. He'll pick it up. An attempt behind the shield. Canadian, no way to stop this. He'll have to take the engagement himself. Looking for the ace. He's got the read and the circle around. No! The ace denied by Tom! Knights win the round.
So close, Canadian there. We saw what he was going for. Just hold left, mouse 1. He's got the Alda, he's got the magazine. He was just gonna fire into oblivion there. But somehow Tom manages to stand up, take the peek into the hail of bullets, and come away with the kill. Fantastic from Knights to level things up. Closer than maybe it should have been after that great double to kick things off from the knock. But Dark Zero, they're certainly being left scratching their heads at this point, and there's questions to answer.
Yeah, and I mean, if there's ever a team that can go to a new map, it's Dark Zero to test out the limits of your newest entry to the map pool. Nighthaven Labs has been DZ's playground time and time again. They were the first team in NA to go here, if memory serves correct. And now here we are, very first day of play-ins. DZ and Knights find themselves in the same situation that every other team that we've seen on both the A stream and the B stream so far have been in, which is if you lose, you go to a best of 3.
Yep.
And if you lose that, you go home.
2 losses, you're done.
There is a possibility Dark Zero goes home today if they lose to Knights and then lose their best of 3. So they know what's at stake.
I just love that from Tom, like the nerve. Let's not forget, he's in behind an Ossa shield. He can wait for his moment. And is he ADS's? You can just hear ting, 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 ting. All the bullets raining around him from that Alder. He can see it's Maestro he's up against, so he knows he's going to have a wait for Canadian to stop firing at him. But still, he just pops up and absolutely destroys him. What a great finish from Knights there. Certainly playing with some confidence. They are here to get a job done, and at 2-2, they are on the road to potentially doing this. I think Dark Zero are going to be realizing right about now that I'm sure they'll have given respect to this team coming into it, but maybe this is a little bit more of a game than they thought it might be.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously, just going off of the eye test, this should be a favorable map to the defense.
Yeah.
The fact that Knights through 4 rounds have already won 2 is excellent, because that's usually where you want to be when you're an attacker on a defender-sided map.
Yep.
The magic number is 2 rounds. You lose as an attacker 2-4, that's fine. You make up for it on the second half. Maybe you beat it and you win in regulation if you're the better team, etc. So DZ struggling. And, you know, you go back to round number 2, the basement bomb site. Knights absolutely pummeled them. There was really no hope for DZ there. But that last round was very winnable for Dark Zero. Very, very winnable. And then it's a 3-1 ball game, completely changing the calculus of this match.
That's the sort of round that you're potentially going to look back on. And yes, it was a mammoth effort from Canadian, picking up kills all over the place. But forget about all that stuff. It comes down to a 1v1 at the end, and he's just absolutely raining bullets in with the Alder. If Dark Zero don't come away with a win here, it's going to be rounds like that that they look back to and think, you know, that's really something that we should probably have been winning at that point. You know, that's the point where you sort of start kicking yourself a little bit. So Dark Zero, they're going to want to get at least the last 2 rounds here on defense, I think, as you say, Knights. They're going to be happy even with a 2-4 split likely, but they're going to be looking at this thinking, you know, there's more in this for us, and that's the problem for Dark Zero for me. I'm looking at this and I'm thinking from Dark Zero's perspective, you've got to think about not letting Knights get overconfident. The more rounds they win, the bolder they will get, and the tougher this matchup is going to become for you. And, you know, let's imagine this, Parker. At the beginning of the day, people will have looked at these groups, and let's be honest, they will have looked and thought, Dark Zero and G2 both win, and we're going to have a Knights and Fury playoff to see who goes home. Yep. Think of a world where I don't know what's happening on the other stream, right? But we could be in a position where, who knows, we have a Dark Zero G2 playoff for who goes home. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but it could.
Wouldn't be the first heartbreak for G2.
Certainly wouldn't be at all.
If you haven't watched League of Legends, you might not catch that reference. But
no, I do know what happened. I don't watch a lot, but I do know what happened.
So, 2 things to notice. The execute could happen in just a moment's notice. Number 1, Pambazu, star player for Dark Zero, has been held off the score sheet so far through 4 rounds. But Knights also have that. You know, Jerry doesn't have a kill yet. Atlas, I believe, had at least 1 kill before getting back into the server. So you've got 2 teams with players that have yet to really warm up. But for DZ, Pambazu is the player who you expect to be leading your team in kills. There's depth on Dark Zero's side. If NJR's doing well, that's fine. You've also got Gavin too. Well, you did until BLK decided to go bananas on entry. He's been excellent so far, by the way. You saw the Nook play that won them, inarguably won them the round. Excellent play by him. You get in, get the kill, get out. 30 seconds left. All hell is about to break loose.
Yeah, it's just going to come down to an absolute bloodbath here. We've got Atlas just poised, watching in through that triple wall. Diffuser is going to be going down just inside. Same spot as they used last time around on this site, and they are going to get it done. It's going to stick. Rice manages to level things up with a kill on Tuku, but again, it's that man on the Finker picking up another important kill. 4 versus 2. He keeps stacking them up and knocking them down. 3 versus 1. Diffuser down, all up to Pamba, the man that you just mentioned hasn't had a kill yet. He's managed to find his first, but he's going to have to find another 3 in about 15 seconds if he wants to close this round out. Beautiful second to pick up his man there. 1 versus 2 though. He's going to have to start playing on this Diffuser. Surely he can't stick this.
Oh my, no. How close are they? He gets away with it. Excuse me? How are there 2 of you still alive and you let him do that? Pambazu somehow sits on that case for 7 seconds and gets the counter disable.
BLK has every right to be a little bit upset there. Not only does he do the work in terms of killing, he puts the diffuser down as well. He does almost everything in that round, but protect the diffuser at the end, and Pamba getting away with that long arm from inside of the door is, I'll be honest, a mistake that could well come back to bite Knights hard, because this is not going to be an easy game to win. If they get the win against Dark Zero, it's likely to be, you know, by a slim margin. So individual rounds are going to be super, super important and heavy-weighted here, and Knights just giving one away there that they will know should have been theirs.
Defenders have disabled the bomb diffuser.
Well, I mean, you call him out and he shows up humongous. Oh, don't say that. I will say, if the last round was heartbreak for DZ, that round that just transpired, heartbreak for Knights.
5 seconds left before insertion.
Such as the duality of Rainbow Six, where it gives and it takes away so quickly and so harshly. Dark Zero get a round that they probably shouldn't have won. After losing a round they maybe shouldn't have lost. And now we find ourselves in a very prime position, Tim, where it could very easily go 3-3. Neither team gets closer to a finish, and then we just go to the second half and wonder, is it a defender-sided match? Is it an attacker-favored match?
Well, I mean, looking at Pamba as well, so I was going to make this point before he won the round. Very rudely interrupted me by winning the round. Pamba picks up T.
Here he comes.
Pamba picks up Tom. And that's what I was going to say. Sometimes, you know, thinking to EUL particularly, you know, Shaiko, we quite often see this from him, where he'll just be super quiet in a half. And all he needs is to switch sides and get onto the attack or get onto the defense. And all of a sudden, you just see a completely different player. And you know, you get Shaiko coming into the second half with 3 kills. You get Shaiko going out of the game with 18 kills, and all of a sudden BDS have just dominated. And I'm sort of wondering if we're going to see the same from Pamba. He's got himself a few kills here towards the end of the half, and then maybe just explodes on the attack and creates that space, gets those entries, and Knights are going to be left sort of wondering what's hit them. They're going to be punch drunk after he's got activated, so we'll see whether that continues. But you can just see now with his little jiggle peaks, he's certainly starting to feel himself, I think, a little bit, and that's a dangerous thing. Knights need to make sure that they're finding him, isolating him, and shutting him down.
Well, he wasted a lot of time, and by falling off that top floor, you're gambling that with half the round to go, Knights are not going to re-drone this. They don't have a lot of drones left. Only 3 drones remaining, it looks like. But guess who retook the top floor? Gavin did. So now you've got another defender up there that you might not necessarily know about. And if Gavin can make it over towards this garage area where you see right now, the bulk of Knights players are assembling, Gavin can do some serious damage. Canadian's gonna read on into the buck, take out Tuku from down below. The lead for Dark Zero grows as the time continues to work against Knights, but hold on a moment here. Atlas, amidst the smoke, getting it down. Canadian kills him from below. Take a deep breath, Dark Zero. They're looking for a flawless finish to this first half. They're not going to get it as BLKO duels Canadian. He can now attempt to plant himself, which he will do before getting slaughtered by Gavin. Question mark, who returns to the bomb site. Last one left is Jerry.
They're just on all sides of them at the minute, Dark Zero. This is so oppressive. They're above, they're below, they're everywhere that they turn. And Knights are surely going to be feeling that at the minute. There's absolutely no safe space for them inside of Nighthaven. Pamba perfectly timed to move into the second half. Finds himself that final kill and may well just be coming online. Pulse play was fantastic from Canadian there. We saw him die in the first 30 seconds the first time he picked that operator up, but none of that this time. Gets himself an easy kill. It's back to that same problem for Knights, not understanding where Canadian was, not having that information as the Bucks coming in, who certainly would have been an important operator for them to have in that position to be able to open things up from underneath. But no, Canadian also then following up. Nitro gets the kill onto the man above, just using that information beautifully. Dark Zero looking like they've just, for me, gone up a gear in that last round.
Well, I mean, I mentioned it when Gavin retook from above, right? It's that you look at the time, you look at how little drones Knights have remaining. You're not going to be able to dig yourself out of this with information. You're going to have to do it with gunfights and whatever utility you have at your disposal, which was already starting to dwindle for Knights after they lost those first 2 players. And then losing that buck, the way that they did to Canadian, it forces somebody else to possibly confront Canadian down below on that bottom floor, but also you lose a very important part of both above and below in your execute when it comes to destruction. You don't have that same verticality if a buck is off of the board. And when you're facing a minute left, you might be facing unfamiliar territory. You're going to have to rush. That's what Knights did. They rushed. And they lost. And that really just comes down to the situation that they found themselves in because they didn't have enough information. I honestly think Solus was probably the big culprit for that. Knights are going to bring a Solus right off their very first round, so DZ might find themselves battling that same information game.
Certainly good. And as you've said, you know, you picked up on it at the beginning of the game, Dark Zero, sometimes a little bit slow, methodical, not always the worst thing, but look at the lineup that they're playing into. There's a Castle, there's a Legion, there's plenty of things there to slow them down. We've got barbed wire, we've got prox alarms, we've got everything from Knights setting up to burn that clock down. So Dark Zero need to be aware of that. They've still got 8 drones on the table, despite there being a Solus on the other side. So they're playing well with the information at the minute. What they need to do is use it decisively and be getting those kills and giving themselves the time that they're going to need in order to work towards that final execution.
Well, this lineup from Knights is very similar to what we saw from Dark Zero. You know, these operators have all been brought by DZ at some point or another. I like that we're seeing some of that utility/hard breach denial downstairs as well. I like that a Kaid is being brought. One of the defenses from Dark Zero, when they defended EXO down on that very bottom floor, they decided to forego any type of breach denial. That was the round where Knights brought 3 different ways to get through a reinforcement. So I like what Knights is bringing. I understand why they're doing it. Dark Zero are a team that definitely don't need any help to be slow. So if Knights are bringing things to slow you down, the work is cut out for DZ to have an acceptable pace, or else they'll fall behind, and the defenders will take advantage of that.
2 minutes gone now. Still 6 drones left available for Dark Zero. You might hope for sort of slightly better on the side of Knights with the Solus on board. No kills to be found yet. Tuku just watching this angle through the hatch. Could be a tough one for Dark Zero to fight against. I often sort of lean towards the side of the height advantage in Siege. If you've got somebody above fighting somebody below, quite often that does give a little bit of an advantage. Air jab goes out, but there we go. The angle was worth it. Tuku holds it for over a minute, but gets his reward as he takes the man down. Canadian manages to find Atlas. 4 versus 4, 30 seconds left to go, and just as we predicted, Parker, the time is starting to become a serious factor.
And there you go. Bryce getting picked off by Jerry, traded right back. DZ doing very well at trading blows. There's one for Pamba as well. Oh no, Tom! You can't miss those. You get out-dueled by Canadian. Tom just made Canadian look like Shaiko in that engagement. DZ finishes things off. They win the round. That's 5 for them, storming their way to a win.
I'm like a fucking... Dude, I'm a phenom! They didn't think I was this good! They thought I was done!
Welcome back, Trey.
I'm still here!
Welcome back.
You can't get rid of me!
He's going nowhere.
I'm not fucking leaving!
And that is why I said that it just doesn't feel like a major without Troy. You know, these are the moments that he's given us across the years, and he's delivering more for us, so thank you for that.
Nice to see that his performance in-game is matching the ish talk out of the game.
100%.
So far, at least. Canadian is currently the top frag on his team. He had 9 kills at the conclusion of that round. We'll wait the scoreboard to see if he got 10 as he was storming in to get that diffuser down. And Knights calling a timeout as they find themselves on the ropes at the moment. Hard to diagnose this Knights squad because, A, no international experience. So we can't really talk about composure, can't really talk about their ability at an international stage, about how you settle things down. Look, there was a point where I think it was Jerry was tucking his hair back or something like that. He looked like he was shaking. That's gonna happen to some of these teams,
Of course it is,
right?
I mean, let's be honest. If I've no international experience, Parker, when it comes to playing. Right. If I go and sit down and I'm playing against,
I'm sorry, that's not true. You played at E3, if I remember correctly.
Did I play there? No, I didn't. Well, kind of. I didn't play in the show match.
But you played.
I was present.
At E3, that's international.
But yeah, you know, if I or anybody else sits, I've you know, in Siege terms, I've grown up watching players like Canadian. He's been there for so long. You sit down and all of a sudden his name pops up on the other side of the screen and you're fighting against him. That's going to have an impact. There's no two ways about it. You know, players who've reached this level of competition have also been sat watching Siege competition for years. You know, they're no doubt fans as well as players, and so sitting down against a team like Dark Zero with the names that you're going up against, yeah, of course you're going to be nervous. Just, you know, this is probably years that you've put into your life to get to this point, and you stood on that stage. You're there. You know, you're at the major. It's a big deal for these players. So, you know, absolutely, there's going to be some nerves in there. Completely forgivable.
The play-in scheduling is it's merciless.
Yeah.
You're in, and then you could be out. That's it. There are teams that might only play 3 maps and then get booked a ticket home. That's rough. That's really rough. And it's hard to gain a lot of experience from that as well. You know, in the majors of old where there weren't the same play-in stage, and at least with groups, you typically would have a lot of games. You'd hear from regions, like at the time Brazil used to say this a lot. Julia went on record for NIP saying that they learned more scrimming G2 at their peak at the Raleigh major than they did scrimming any other Brazilian teams. And a lot of the APAC teams will talk about this too, that direct exposure to other regions is something that they can bring back to their home region, and it will not just help them, but it will also help all the other teams. It's hard to do that when you might only be playing 3 maps. So you gotta learn quickly. The hope is that for some of these newer regions, at least they're scrimming quite regularly while at these events to try and gain as much information from parts of the world that they won't usually play against.
Dark Zero certainly not taking the foot off the gas here, not making things any easier for Knights. Canadian this time is going to be bringing along the Monty, so less likely to be adding to that impressive kill total of 10, but certainly making life difficult for Knights here as he's just going to be bullying them, pushing in. We see the mirror window getting cleared out. He's just feeding information back into his team about these positions. They know that they've got one stuck hard left. It is going to be Tuku who's just down there in that position. Likely to have some difficulty just as active.
Apparently, you're having some problems. That's okay. Jerry is not long for this round, and the timeout from Knights has bought them more composure, I would say, Tim, as there's only 40 seconds left in the round, but they will stare down a deficit when it comes to man count. It is interesting to see Canadian on Monty, especially with how he's played, but Tuku had been fleshed out earlier on. Not much remains for him. Now it's BLK to take the engagement. Supernova to the chest. Tom is to fall as well. How debilitating a flawless round would be after you take your timeout, but that's exactly what happens. DZ on match point, 6-2.
I just get the feeling that as long as Knights were keeping level, we're going toe-to-toe, we're finding rounds, they could keep themselves in this. But once that starts to snowball against them and Dark Zero are winning round, and it seems like they can't put a toe wrong, I just feel like the sort of weight of that mentally is becoming a lot for Knights to bear. And so it doesn't surprise me now to see them maybe sort of struggling and slipping out of this game with Dark Zero now picking up a flawless, and they certainly are starting to find their pace here. You know, yes, they've come through into phase 1. Dark Zero, a team that we might have expected to see with that direct entry into phase 2. They are certainly going to be one of the best teams, I would imagine, over the next couple of days. So, Knights, it's now or never. There's no mistakes left. You need to get this done or you're going to a best of 3.
Certainly seems like that's on the board. This would be our 3rd match of the day. Obviously, I don't know what just happened on the other stream.
No.
Sandbox versus Crest are doing battle over there. I'm gesturing, but you, obviously, the
5 seconds
viewer, are not capable of seeing us at the moment. I'm in a clown costume still.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
There's your proof.
With the exception of that stunner that we saw earlier today, it's been relatively quick games, even if some of them have been upsets.
Yeah, that's it. I think, you know, we had, like you say, the first match with a bit of overtime, but other than that, whether upset or not, it's not been sort of drastically long. And again, it's kind of what we expect from play-ins. I think, you know, you've got teams here who, as you say, you know, they're sort of coming in from different ends of the scale sometimes, and it is going to go one way or another. We're not always going to have those quick games. We're going to have the Flores of Rice just sending in those Roteros to clear out the castle barricades ahead and forge the path for Dark Zero to get themselves on in here. Still 6 drones despite losing that one, so plenty of information at hand for them potentially. And ooh, again the Rotero drone just trying to target those castle barricades, but will not be successful that time as it gets shot out.
Honestly, if you're bringing in Flores and you know that it's going to be up against an explosive heavy defense, losing even 2 of those Rotero drones can completely undo whatever strategy you have. People might not think it's a huge deal, but it really can be. It can completely defang your strategy. It's the 3rd time as a charm onto that same window. It's the Castle Atom that is chased off of this position. It was Tuku before, and now it's Canadian to flush him out of this spot. Atlas comes up for supporting fire, but can't do any real damage to the Monty. Half of the round gone, and Dark Zero's presence felt on the first floor. They need to translate that to the basement.
Canadian having a little bit of luck there. He dropped his shield on the Monty to take out the default cam, but the information obviously fed in quickly to Atlas that there was a potential challenge available there to take the shield out of play, but he was unable to find his shots, and Canadian survived to fight another day. We're just going to have some vertical pressure now from Pamba as he continues to open up a few of those angles, just searching for anybody that he can inside of storage below, but he's not going to pick anybody up. Knights are doing themselves a good job here of keeping themselves off the radar.
Yeah, I mean, they're playing a really conservative, sheltered style of defense down below, but they're starting to get a bit more active. They've retaken that mid floor, which could confound Dark Zero if they don't drone that out. I mean, DZ only have a single drone left. We harped on how Knights were often starved of information. It's very likely that DZ is going to be in that same spot, and now Gavin's a bit too slow, loses the duel, wins it, but gets down all the same. Canadian with diffuser in hand, there goes BLK, a successful diffuse plant as Pamba is removed from action.
Pamba was it to close this one out last time around. Let's see if Knights can do the same in reverse. Atlas battling, trying to find anything that he can, but 3 versus 3 as the Nomad's taken down. However, Dark Zero seem to have this in hand. 2 versus 2 though, as Knights, they're not ready to lose this one just yet, but with the Monty just backing himself up into a corner, Canadian knows exactly what is needed, will be dealt with. There's about 9 seconds. It's all going to come down to NJR. Will the cover be in place? He's going to have to find one. Cannot do it. Shots and miss. That's the one that he needed. There's not enough time, Parker, no matter what they do. NJR will close this out. Dark Zero with an opening win in their first match of Phase 1.
Well, that was our fastest match so far of the day, Tim. 5 rounds in a row for DZ. As Captain Canada himself, very excited about that. You heard him talking earlier on, and well, the trash talk lived up to the result. And I hate to read into that last kill too much, but one thing suppressors do is they hide where your bullets are coming from.
They do.
And it seemed like there was some confusion as to where NJR was located, as there was no wherewithal after he got the pick, leaving it too late for Knights to hop on and disable the diffuser. DZ, live another day. Knights we'll see later again today in a do or die best of 3.
I think, you know, the reality there is, whilst we've seen some impressive moments from Knights, you know, we've seen a couple of standout plays. Ultimately, they just weren't quite up to speed against a team like Dark Zero. They were just a little bit off the pace, and it was maybe a bit much to ask of their first ever international major game.
Yeah, I mean, obviously Dark Zero are down here for a reason.
Yep.
Is one of the first things that we said when we started off this match was, you don't get to play-ins if you're one of the best teams in the world. And right now, in the form they're in, Dark Zero are not one of the best teams in the world, but they have the pedigree to be. And they have the results that prove that at one point they were. This is always a team that can be competitive. And if you're from a newer region, if you're from a smaller region, and you don't have that same international experience and exposure to teams that play a very different style of game than you, it's always going to be a tough ask to compete with them. Now, as we've seen from some of the results today, that's not always the case. Sometimes the less experienced teams do end up pulling through. In this instance, maybe it was unfamiliarity with the map, maybe it was unfamiliarity with the strats that your opponent had.
I'm not fucking leaving!
But Knights might be, Troy. Knights just looked a little bit outclassed, especially in that second half of the game.
I feel like, I'm going to say this now, and I know it's only after one game.
I'm assuming it's the Monty shield. I don't know.
I think that's what he was going for there. I know we're only one game in. I don't want to get too excited about Dark Zero. They've beaten a team who, you know, we would expect them to beat. But one thing that I will say, as you say there, you know, if you're in play-ins, maybe you're not the best team in the world right now, but they've got the pedigree. And I feel like Dark Zero being in play-ins doesn't help any of those teams that we would consider the best teams in the world, because by the time they play them, Dark Zero have already got a couple of games under their belt at least. And if they're coming out playing like that, they're going to be a threat to any of those top teams potentially. So maybe it doesn't help them out too much.
Yeah, I mean, if you go to other esports as well, you'll hear all these stories about how lower bracket teams make these runs where they end up playing really hot. The FGC is a great example of that. Somebody will do a lower bracket run, they'll play 4 sets in a row, they'll get to the finals, and their opponent, who's supposedly the best, because they made it there through the winner's bracket, is coming in cold. And you've been playing all day, you're warmed up, you're dialed in. A lot of these teams in play-ins that we know are strong are just going to continue to improve the more games they play. Dark Zero is likely to be one of those teams.
Exactly that. If I'm one of those Phase 2 teams, I'm looking at that and thinking, I'm kind of hoping maybe Dark Zero don't come my way if they're going to keep building like this. But that is going to tie things up for us. Dark Zero getting the win against Knights. Parker, it's been an absolute pleasure. Our first time as a duo. We did the tri-cast back in Sweden, but a lot of fun nonetheless. So don't you go anywhere. We're going to take a quick break, but then we're going to be back. We've got Des, we've got Pengu, and we've got another game coming your way.
I want M80 to be one of the most successful and dominant esports organizations in the world.
When the manager Golden reached out for a coaching position, I thought, why not? What could hurt?
You just got to take their soul. Like, you just got to destroy them.
It's definitely better to let the play do the talking, but tend to stay clear of the people that have big egos.
Energy carries everything into winning.
This is Rainbow Six at its best.
Try not to hold on to revenge too much the past. If we were to play them again, it would just be like just that urge of competitiveness to beat them.
We know our potential, we know what we are capable of.
The opponents could definitely take the title from us.
The past is the past, but in the moment you have everything you need to do to be better. being treated differently always kind of has an effect on you. Just trying to remain myself, know my values, and just kind of grow up through all of it.
If I just wanted to make money and run a business, there's probably 1,000 other businesses I could do besides esports. I want M80 to be one of the most successful and dominant esports organizations in the world. So I'm making those sacrifices.
My first team offer was a very big moment for me because I'd say it essentially changed my life. When the manager Golden reached out for a coaching position, I thought, why not? What could hurt?
I think this is probably the best team OS has produced, and we have the best players in the region right now, so I think this is the best chance we have in making it to the end.
It's finally happened!
We're Australia's best, and we want to compete with the best.
believe it is. So all the Australians in the chat, shout out to you guys. You guys are dedicated to the Rainbow Six grind. That is incredible. And here we go, immediately in through the ban phase for Chalet. Capitao and Twitch, the first two operators to be taken out, and Wolves actually identifying that Twitch, a pretty important operator at the moment in the current meta. You really want to be taking out some of those special drone squads because it is such an important operator for those problem-solving tactics. And we know that Bliss, through the mid-round, watching so much of their OS League, they are so good at that.
Yeah, very much so, particularly with the Brava, which has slipped through this ban phase. So I expect that we'll see a lot of Brava in this game, particularly with how effective she can be on Chalet. I feel like both attacker bans are really well thought out and well calculated to counter very specific things from both of these teams. The defense bans, though, a little bit more rudimentary, a little bit more typical. Everyone loves banning the Solas. Everyone loves to play a game where you can actually get your bloody drone into the map. And when you can't do that, it's not a lot of fun. It's really challenging on that attacking side to get information. And of course, denying some information with that Valkyrie is always nice too.
Yeah. Team Bliss, they're going to be starting out here on the defending side of Chalet. Typically, we like to say that Chalet is one of the more attacker-sided maps of the entire map pool. Now, with the current way that the game plays out, it sort of doesn't really matter what map it is. It is generally pretty hard to attack. There are a lot of really good defenders on the board, and some of the ones we're seeing actually being played out right here, right now. There's Fenrir on Fisher Guy, and the Azami on stage as well. Both of those staple defending operators that can really create a fortress inside the bomb site. But Team Bliss are actually going to take us down to the basement as the first one.
Yeah, but don't be fooled. They are indeed contesting the majority, if not the entirety of the map. We had Sage setting up on the very top floor. There's a mirror with Brendo inside of Dining. So a lot of map contest from Bliss. It's not going to be easy for Bliss to get control. Even Oda all the way up here in Library. So many hatches, so many rotations available.
It seems like a pretty well thought out defense. Of course, Brendo is going to be the key of the defense, but Brendo is not going to be safe unless the vertical is then safe to his name. But there goes Wedables to kick things off. The first pick out onto Mowgli, the entry fragger from Wolves, taken down within the first 20 seconds of the round.
Welcome to the international stage, Wedables. He's only been playing on Bliss for just a few months after they lost Jigsaw to Europe, joining Koi. And Wedables, man, he has had a phenomenal start with Bliss and already found his first pick here at a major. What a time to be a Bliss fan.
Still holding on to this roam is Wedables as well inside of Story. She does have a rotation hold to fall back into the bomb site if he needs to, but here goes Deadshot, the secondary entry for Wolves on the Nook, able to sneak his way on through. The final point of contest for Team Bliss on that top floor is going to be Sage with the Azami on the other side as well. Actually, he's holding a crossfire with Oda as well, so quite a lot of resistance here in the top floor.
This is a devilish crossfire to deal with. The Deadshot is not going to overextend as of yet. He does not feel the need to commit to this push. Bibu almost set up a nice pre-placed drone, but Bliss managed to spot it in the nick of time. So they will not be able to hold this flank securely. Bliss still have a lot of map control as about half the round has elapsed. But fortunately for Bliss, they've managed to execute a breach onto that main wall.
I think that Wolves are having a think about hitting the bomb site. They've seen the resistance over on the other side of the map and they're thinking, okay, that's a lot of stuff going on. The bomb site, a lot of less stuff, but they're going to be meeting Fisher Guy on the other side. And he is on Fenrir, very self-sufficient defender, and that's what they need to worry about now if they want to shift their focus.
There is indeed a lot of pressure on Fisher here. Now, Wedables has also fallen back to site, so 2 Bliss players to hold down the fort as the Vulcan canisters have started to be taken down by Wolves. 2 players from the French moving down the blue stairs. Wedables has to hold on to this. He's already found 1 kill, the only of this game so far.
And this is where Bliss need to make the call. Do they fall back now? Do they give up the rest of the map, seeing that Wolves are looking to start attacking the bomb site? Otherwise, it's all going to be Fisher Guy with everything left to do.
Okay, Pier 4, that's a fantastic opening with Deadshot baiting it out as Wedables has been taken down in blue. Brendo coming up from that roam, but he might meet P4. Elsewhere, Fisher Guy's on site and dealing a duel with that player inside of blue. But things are coming up nicely for Wolves as another player bites the dust for Bliss. It's all up to Oda now on this upstairs push. And Brendo sneaking his way back to the bomb sites. He might have spotted one, but the cover is there. The C4 nukes out Bibu, but the trade comes through from Deadshot, Deagle in hand, as Oda must 1v2.
Tough spot now for Oda. Nade being cooked as well for Deadshot. It does take a little bit of health off him, but not down just yet. Really tough post plant though for them to actually, for Oda to actually be able to claw this one back from. A player's vacated the bomb site entirely and gone outside. He's going to be able to get the swing onto Deadshot, but not before the crossfire comes through from Shinka. And there is Deadshot to close out the first round for Wolves.
A phenomenal push from the Wolves. And you said it, Mandy, once they identified how heavy Bliss were on that roam, it's better to just push onto the side. As soon as Wettables fell in blue, it felt like the tail was done.
Yeah, tough call there for Bliss. Do they actually give up the map and fall off early, or do they then continue to hold on to that top floor? Because if they want to go in for that retake through the top floor, which is exactly what Oda and Sage tried to do together, that's not the easiest retake for you to do, right? Like, that's a whole side of the map that Wolves now have got control of, and you're trying to inject yourself back into it. I think, unfortunately, just making that executive call just slightly too late allowed Wolves their in onto the bomb site.
Very much so. Now, credit to Wolves. They read that situation really well. Not only did they push the bomb site hard when they saw that the roam was heavy, they also watched for those flanks. And I think, as you said, they took down both Sage and... who was it? Oda, that's right. On the... Well, at least they didn't take down Oda, but they nullified Sage completely. They nullified Brendo as well when he was trying to make his flank. Fantastic read from the French. Yeah,
really nice stuff there from Wolves. I think they just have such a good ability to dial things back and actually have a think about what's going on through the mid-round. Yes, they did look like they were posturing in for a full map clear, but being able to shift their focus like that is a sign of a very mature team, and that's what we know Wolves to be for. Here we go on their re-attempt of this second attack now. We don't pay attention to the bomb site very well, do we? Where have they gone? They've gone down to Bar and to Games, and it does look like they are extending pretty far out over into the top floor. Once again, Bliss looking for a pretty ambitious map of a hold of the entire map.
We're seeing the Gridlock make an appearance and the Finker, the two newest operators to be gifted nades as that secondary gadget. As we get a lovely little bit of free cam information into what's going on the site. Now, Fisher Guy's actually got a mirror window he can use, but in sneaks the Brava's drone. It is taken down, however. Really good job from Fisher Guy to make sure Wolves are not able to get that free info on site.
Really interesting as well. Library Hatch actually closed for Team Bliss, so it doesn't look like they're going to be holding within Library at all. They're not going to be playing that full-off strategy, but what that does mean is that Fisher Guy is pretty strong in his stronghold inside of the bomb site. He is going to be on that self-sufficient operator of Warden, so if they do try and go in for an explosive mid-round execute, he will be there to deny that Ying.
Here comes a smoke grenade. This will cover off Rendo's mirror. Rendo takes an advanced position. Will he get baited into over-peaking this? Here comes one of those Gridlock nades from Shinka. P4, his nades from the Finker as well. Oh, Fisher Guy's in a tough spot now, isn't he? And he is taken on down. Shinka's done a fantastic job jumping into this side. Sagen left all alone. One kill will not be enough. Wolves dominate in the second round over Bliss.
Yeah, really nice one there as well from Wolves to be able to actually go in and execute into the bomb site. They identified the point of least resistance, knowing that the bomb site was essentially vacated. The only person that was really there for resistance was Fisher Guy, and then Oda supporting him there on the Ivy stairs. And being able to go for that explosive execute, even in the presence of the Warden, was a really great play there from Wolves.
Amazing how much control Wolves was able to get and how easy it was for them to focus up on that bomb site. Despite, as you said, Library Hatch was closed, there are not a lot of ways into the site, and yet they snuck their way in from, or up the snowmobile stairs. I think that Finker player, somehow he gets into Bar. He's chucking nades all the way through stock. Fisher Guy was in a real rough spot, and Wolves are showing why they picked attack for very good reason. They're up 2-0.
Yeah, I think it's time for Team Bliss to really start to realize that Wolves know how to shift that focus in through the mid-round to the late round pretty quick. They realize the point of least resistance a lot quicker than what Bliss are probably used to. In OS, it's a typically pretty slow game. We casted this league like weeks on weeks, and OS plays at a very different pacing, especially compared to EU, even compared to like LATAM, Brazil, that kind of thing. It plays out pretty slow. And so I think for Bliss, they really need to start keeping pace with Wolves here. As soon as Wolves make their shift focus, Bliss need to do the exact same, and that's what they're missing right now.
So we have a very brief technical pause while we get one of the Wolves players back into the game. And as you can see by looking at the player cameras, they're not actually speaking at the moment. This is a technical pause, so there's no discussion of strategy or anything like that. This is just focusing up time. I mean, I think they're having a bit of a laugh. I don't know what they're having a laugh about. I think it's Mowgli who's just finally rejoined the game, and we're about to get straight back into it.
It's always tough with these tech pauses because you have such a momentum reset once you get into it. I don't know if that's going to favor one team over the other. Maybe it's going to give all the Bliss players time to marinate their thoughts, which could be a good or a bad thing.
Yeah. I wonder, like, if you don't have the opportunity to discuss as a team and get all of those thoughts out there, it's just marinating in your own head. You might hit the overthinky, which we love to talk about. The overthinky, it's a devilish just fiend that will creep up on you, and it can really ruin your vibe, ruin your mental. Overthinking is frustrating, to say the least. And For Bliss right now, I think they just have to say, oh, whatever, move on. Next round, new bomb site, see what we can cook up.
Yeah, well, I think thankfully that tech pause wasn't too long, so they can just jump straight back into it. It does look like they are going to change things up. They're not going to repeat the last two, and they're actually going to go over to Master and Office instead as the third bomb site of choice for Team Bliss. It does look like, though, once again, they are looking for that extension in and across the map. Brendo, of course, with the Mozzie, to allow him to play to his own devices, start off on the other side of the map and see what you can find.
It's really incredible, isn't it, thinking from Team Bliss's perspective, you spend all this time playing in the Oceanic League, which is similar to the MENA League. Like, it's just 7 BO1s, there's not a lot of established teams, and now you're playing Wolves, some of the most experienced and well-renowned players in the world from such a competent region. Here comes something.
Yeah, and it does look like Wolves once again are looking for that direct take into the bomb site, trying to enable Mowgli in, but actually initiated themselves into bathroom.
And look at that, a double kill for P4 as he jumps straight on inside. Now Mowgli has been downed, but immediately it's go time for Oda and Brendo to make this flank back up the stairs. Shinka's going to rappel on in, but P4 has found another one. Brendo finds the first of many that will be required for this clutch to become a reality. Another sharp shot onto Shinka. There's a player on the bed watching his position. Bibu cuts him down. 3 rounds on the trot for Wolves. They are simply untouchable.
Yeah, they have the read on Team Bliss right now. They know that if they just keep attacking the bomb site over and over and over again, going for these direct takes, that's the point of least resistance for Team Bliss. Team Bliss, they're looking for this extension in and across the map. They are everywhere in the early game, but Wolves don't care about that. They completely nullify the roam clear by realizing that they can just hit the bomb site for absolutely nothing.
3 entry kills for P4 as well. If I'm not wrong, he is still their IGL, right, Mandy?
I believe so.
Yeah, I mean, I know Shinka takes a lot of that as well, but I'm pretty sure that P4 is still the IGL for this team. And it's not often that you see your in-game leader be the first one in the building and fragging out like crazy. Massive credit to him. P4 is not usually a name that you identify with someone making those entry kills happen, but it was so well coordinated, it was well timed, and he had the aim and the game sense to back it up as well.
We're going to go back down to the basement, Team Bliss, and it makes me wonder if they're going to try anything a little bit different. It does look like they're actually going to forfeit more of this roam this time, right? They're not looking to put that mirror all the way up in the second floor. It does look like it's more focused in on the bomb site instead. I don't actually know where Wettables has put his 2 mirrors down, actually.
Dining, perhaps? No,
No,
dining this time.
that's what I'm saying. Like, they're not... okay, they're actually going over... I like this, because this is a more centered roam, let's say that. Like, they're playing a lot closer together, so the trade potential is much more there for Bliss than it was with their ambitious hold through the map. And I think that it means that they're a lot closer to the bomb site as well, right? Their fall-off route is a lot simpler from this position, but here goes Brendo on a spawn peek all the way from West Main.
Takes a lot of guts to make this one work. Mowgli is so close to exposing his head, but he knows exactly where he can and cannot move. Now, Deadshot is going to drone in. He sees Wettables, who's fairly safe right now and can escape down the hatch. A C4 will go out, not enough information, and it will not sink. However, Oda is still on this mirror window at the top of Library and can cover and support his teammate.
What's the response from Wolves here? We've seen them time and time again be able to sneak their way inside of the map and then hit the bomb site straight away, and it seems like that's what Mowgli's looking to do. He really wants that control down the blue stairs to then get an in onto the bomb site, but he's been met by some resistance. Not only there is a player on Ivy, but there's even one on a crossfire on jungle, and that's what they have to worry about, and that's Sage there on the cross.
Big kill now for Bliss, but they had a 4 versus 5 in their favor the last time on this bomb site as well, after Wettables found a spawn peak and they did not convert the round. It was Mowgli then who also fell first. Wolves are still very much in this round.
Stalled out a little bit though, are Wolves, having lost out that entry pick. Do they then do the same execute into this front side of the map, or do they then go to the back side of the map and do something from Big Garage? All the drone work that's going out here inside of storage does indicate to me that they are still looking to relentlessly put the pressure onto this map. But here goes P4 again, the exact same spot that Mowgli was in. Is he going to face that same crossfire, or is he going to make the better of it?
Deadshot's looking to make something work with the nade as Wettables going to be exposed. The 3 armor sustains just enough damage to get away with his life as Deadshot's looking for more. P4 going hunting now up the stairs. He is a hungry wolf after all. Wettables is down, but not out as of yet. I believe Oda may have forfeited his position. He's moved on over towards Mezzanine, and he's looking for an angle. Gets a bit of damage, but the support from down under, Shinka takes him down, and Wettables will surely be finished off before too long, assuming that Wolves can find him. He's hidden in this corner, and so they may still wonder, where has Wedables gone?
No, but now it's translation time here for Wolves. There's only 30 seconds left to go, and the remaining Bliss players have all vacated the roam. They're all back on the bomb site in the safety of each other's crossfire, and here they go. Down the blue stairs comes the funnel. The first person to leave the charge will be Deadshot, but he's taken down.
Oh, big double kill from Sage! Looking for a third now as Bliss have their first opportunity to find an opening round. Wedables finally bleeds out, but there's information on the site. There is a Dreadnought to keep Shinka at bay, and as he looks for the final kill, Fisher guy serves him with a faithful
as well from Team Bliss, realizing they could not hold on to the entire map, but they could segment it instead and stop Wolves in their tracks, stop them from doing these free direct takes and let them come to them in the early gunfights instead. And what a great crossfire that was being held on the ground floor. It completely stunted out Wolves, and then by the time that Wolves finally got their chance to execute, all the Bliss players read early on, we need to be back in the bomb site, and there were 3 of them there to do that.
fantastic time delay game from Bliss in that round, what they failed to do in the previous round. For me, the telling moment though, Mandy, in both of those basement rounds has been the tail of blue at the end of the round. And Sagen finding both of the kills there, as opposed to what happened previously where Wedables fell straight away and seceded that map control. That really spelled death for Wolves at the end of it. As we can see, Bliss have now taken their tactical timeout. Mingoran has once again put his microphone back up, and they're figuring out what bomb site to go to next and how to change.
I like his notepad. That's real cute. It's got like a little pom-pom on it or something. That's cute. I like that.
Mingoran,
oh, it's Pororo. That's so cute. Anyway, sorry. little happy.
You say Totoro?
No, Pororo. Like the little pink thing. Not Kirby, the other one.
Okay, I don't.
Anyway,
sure.
Don't worry. It's okay. All is well. Anyway, we're going to go back into the next defense. I think this is Korean, I believe. Okay. Anyway, yeah, we're going to go over to the next defense for Team Bliss. They are going to send themselves over to Bar and Games. And once again, adaptation in their strategy. They're not looking to extend their roam, but instead hard hold in this library position. I can only imagine that hatch is going to be open this time instead of closed, and they're actually going to play this position for their life. Not only do they have just the Jaeger inside that corner, but there's the Will Mai as well on Fisher Guy, and I can only imagine that's going to enable that library defense to be pretty strong.
Yeah, indeed. It is very much for Bliss an idea of holding on to this top floor, very much demonstrating that they have quite a deep strat book, as you said, polar opposite to what they did last time. We see all the ADSs. Mai will generate these magnets. My concern for Bliss is that Wolves, I mean, they're no rookies, and they have a hell of a lot of projectiles to take it down. Just have a look at that lineup.
Yeah, that's certainly right. It's going to be on the onus of Fisher Go to actually be able to fall off at the right time. That's a nice nade as well from Mowgli, anticipating that the Frostmat would be there early. He's just going to send one in nice and early and make sure that's been taken down for the execute to come later. Meanwhile, Shinka, Gridlock, important operator now, has got grenades, especially for a take like this.
Yeah, and also those track stingers as well could spell unfortunate things. Here come the flashes from the Yana with Mowgli on rappel with the Finker to follow up with the nade. In comes the track stingers. The nade actually clears them and Fisher Guy survives.
There's still another set though on Shinka. He's cooking them right now. He's going to send it in, but actually gets cut off by the cutoff of Deadshot all the way over on the double window. That's the first pick that they needed, and they've done it within a minute.
That was phenomenally played from Wolves and very efficient, as you said. Great timing. Fisher Guy completely shut down out of that round. With that now, Wolves will continue to push onto this bomb site. Good control now, as Mowgli's made his way into mud. Brendo feeling the pressure, sensing that someone has made their way into that position, and he wonders, can I take that fight?
I like this from Wolves. They're really thinking a step ahead of the curve here, realizing, yes, we have that top floor control, but we don't want to get stalled out there. Let's think about the bomb site immediately and start to put that pressure down. Brendo's really feeling it.
He wants to take this fight. He knows that they're a man down, but Mowgli's playing it so cleverly as well. He's playing so passively, and he uses the adrenal surge to heal himself back up.
Good stuff here from Mowgli, still holding on to his position, not getting overzealous and looking for the peak. He's waiting for one of his teammates to initiate him in, and that's what Deadshot is going to be important for. He still has all 4 of his Yin Candelas and 2 smoke grenades. That's going to be the turning point of this execute.
So much map control for Wolves and a lot of time to do it with as well. Oda down below, taken out. P4 springs into action, drops the hatch. Mowgli wins his one. Now Sage's brother will have to do what he could not. Brendo finds the first of the round for his team, but is swiftly dealt with by P4 once again. Wedables, the newest addition, with 4 to find, and he will not get a damn thing. P4 is on fire today as Wolves sweep through another round.
And such a well-drilled attack as well from Wolves. They knew exactly what they needed to do to clear out that corner library dark position, and they did that to perfection. Not just that, but they didn't even get stalled out there in the top floor, realizing that's all the control that they need, and they can start to have a think about that bomb site. Even then, everything was set up for that execute in the early phase. Mowgli getting the nade onto the frost mat. Not just that, but Brendo in the last few seconds was actually caught in a goo mine as a defender,
really?
right? And so you can only think, like, I can't remember, I think it was Bibu who was playing the Brava in the last round as well. That's what he was doing through the mid-round, doing all that work, preparing. Oh no, you can't hack those anymore.
Maybe it wasn't.
Maybe it wasn't. I was going crazy because of the
Could have been a Fenrir device, perhaps?
Yeah, I don't know. That could have been it. I don't know. But there was, I swear, in the last few seconds, there was a defender caught in a defender gadget there, and I was like, what? Like, what is going on there? But anyway, I think I'm going crazy. But anyway, Bibu is a really important operator here, right? Because he's on that Brava, they're spending that entire mid-round droning and preparing for that execute, and then as it comes through, they just do it simultaneously all together.
Yeah, that Brava's been so powerful on this map. Now, we would expect Chalet to be attacker-sided, but perhaps not this attacker-sided, Mandy, especially if Wolves can win this next round, which, I know, most signs are pointing to the fact that they probably will. I think that Bliss will have a really hard time of coming back in the second half. Even if they get a 2-4 here, it's not going to be easy.
No, it's certainly not. And so really going to be looking for this final 6th round as well, our Team Bliss, and it looks like they're completely changing up their bomb site as well. And they're going to go over to Master and Office, which I think is fair enough. It's one of those bomb sites that if you have the Azami up, which is exactly what Wettables is doing, you can play a little bit closer in towards that bomb site and try and create a stronghold within the bomb site rather than looking for that extension, which I think is a good play here against Wolves. But here goes Mowgli on the entry. Oh, really nice shutdown there from Brendo early on.
And that is the 3rd time Mowgli has gone down early for Bliss. And hang on a second, Wettables has found, 3 kills. I look down for a second and Wettables farms the Wolves. Bliss might have had a rough couple of rounds, but that is a flawless one to send us into the second half.
Crazy round from Wettables as well. 3 players jumping in through the trophy window, one from Westmade, of course, and he takes down all 3 of them to his name in his own little power position. Wolves not quite respecting the power positions there on the defense of Team Bliss, and they funnel their way straight on in.
Damn, Wolves jumping in windows worked on the previous Master attack when it was Bathroom, that Bathroom rush, but it certainly did not work then. Absolutely not. Read perhaps just a little bit off. As you said, a lack of respect, and Bliss are starting to read into this hyper-aggression that Wolves have displayed. They sprinkled through their gameplay. Now on the half switch, Mandy, I don't know where I sit. I think this is... I still think Wolves have had some incredibly dominant rounds, but I wouldn't count Bliss out yet by far.
Well, I think the tough thing to think about here is that, like, no matter what map it is, it's pretty hard to attack at the moment. I mean, we saw a lot of the adversities that Wolves had on their attacking half, especially when it came in to that execute phase. If they didn't quite have the read on where the Fenrir gadgets were, if they hadn't prepped for the execute early, like taking out frost mats, you know, making sure that they were ready for that, it was pretty hard to execute. But Wolves are Wolves. They're super good when it comes to the execute phase. If Bliss can then replicate that success, then yes, we're going to have a game on our hands. But, I mean, that's the Wolves' MO, right? They're so good at those late round executes. I don't know if Bliss can do the same.
It's a great question. Bliss have brought some different things to their lineup. You said special drone squad, right? And here's the Bravo once again. Sage, I believe that was a Fenrir gadget that he managed to hack there successfully. We also have the Flores, which used to be a real staple on this map, but hasn't seen as much light recently. Sage is going to move in again. I believe that the defense has already cleared that Fenrir gadget, and there's quite a few of these bulletproof cameras to try and track down these drones. Sage will have to look for one of them.
Yeah, this is good. This is really setting up for the execute later on. They've anticipated that, okay, bar is relatively clear at the moment. The only point of resistance is Bibu right in the corner, who's then gone and spotted that Fludge drone, so caught in 4K. But Bliss do have an idea that it is possible that they could go in for this execute in through the lobby side of the map if they want to. Meanwhile, they are also working other avenues at the same time. Fisher guy is going, all right, you work on the lobby side. I'm going to see what I can get done on the top floor, and then let's go from there.
There has been some decent work on this top floor. Brendo's got a lot of information. Damn, there's a lot of pre-placed as well. Thanks to that solar span, Bliss have got all kinds of information around the map, but not really getting a lot of players spotted as of yet. And in fact, Wettables is the first one to see someone, immediately loses his life to P4. Can I just point out, this guy's about to hit double digits. P4 is fragging it out of his mind in this game.
It does look like that Bliss are now posturing in for that site execute. 3 players outside the double window going into games room. But do Wolves have the read on it? They've got all 5 players up, and I think surely P4 on the Fenrir is ready for this.
Here comes a nade from Oda, burning that magnet at first. The nade is sent on in, and it does take down that keeper barrier, but there's also a mirror window straight up behind it, and so many defenders to support.
Deadshot's starting to feel the pressure, but not too much. He's in the safety of his teammates around him as well. Mowgli holding onto his back, making sure that he cannot be flanked by any attackers coming in from the office side, but it doesn't look like anyone is there. Team Bliss now a little bit stalled out in through this mid-round, trying to clear this power position.
There's still ADSs and magnets to support. P4 finds a second player, and Deadshot on this mirror window is still doing a lot of damage. He finds the first, and Mowgli doubles on down onto Brendo. Fisho Guy, the last one remaining. He is in quite a spot of bother. 1 versus 5. It feels like we've seen Bliss in this situation far too frequently, and 1 kill here or there will not turn the tide for Fisho.
Bibu to finally take him out as well is going to secure another round for Wolves, and a very disciplined defense as well from them. I really think...
Welcome back to the Atlanta Major here on the A stream. We've got a big game coming up here. We've got G2 coming up against Fury. Still feels weird to be saying that we've got G2 in the plains, but that is exactly where they are. Nick, I'm Des. This is, you'll know this guy, he knows no introduction. We're in for a good cast here. Actually, I'm looking forward to this.
No, we are. It's our first time together.
It is.
And when I first started casting, you're one of the first people who gave me advice when we spoke about how to do things. So it's nice being here after, what, a year and a half at this point.
I am stood in the box, though, because you are taller than me. Can't win. When me and Tim cast with others, it's a curse. We have to stand on boxes because together we're the same height. With others, we're just like way down there. Not so good. But look, this is a fun one because for you, you're casting G2.
Yes.
You are very synonymous with G2, obviously, in Siege. What are your expectations for them for this competition?
I mean, you said it, like, they're in play-ins, so they're not really doing so well right now domestically, but we always know G2 on international ground, they always step things up. They save things, they hide strats, as we tend to say, right? So I expect them to go in with some clean gameplay, but I expect them to do their homework as well, right? We're talking specific operator bands, going to maps that they know they can take the enemies on as well, because G2, they do have a good map pool, for example, but if you don't, like, show it at an international ground because you play the same maps over and over again, you're making mistakes in draft. So clean gameplay, pretty like back to basics for G2, I imagine.
Although just imagine, I'm really fitting for the costume I've got on.
Oh no.
Imagine a world where they get knocked out in play-ins.
It'd be terrible and it'd be great at the same time, right? Because, like, we need G2, the storylines, right? They won invitationals earlier this year, but what if they don't make it? Imagine.
What if they don't? What if they don't? And this is exactly what's going to happen if they don't make it. If they win this game here, they go off to play against Dark Zero tomorrow.
That's a good
Great game that'll set to be.
Yep.
If they lose, they face off against Knights. Whoever loses that game in the lower bracket, which takes place a bit later on today, they are out. They are done. A one-day stay in Atlanta is all they'll be able to claim. But first and foremost, they've got to get through Fury, who obviously haven't really spoken about yet. Quietly excited for these guys because they're from Thailand. There's a lot of players here that people may not know. Some of them you will recognize. For example, I9, who's on the team, was formerly known as Napew. Many will recognize that name. Lycolis has been around on Q Confirmed, for example, back in 2020. There are some known faces on this team. They've had a coach now full-time for a couple of months after kind of self-running the team for the longest time. They're on this upward trajectory. But is it enough to beat G2?
Well, that's the thing. It's a really tough start for them, and it's almost where I want to say I wish they had a different opponent started off with as a warm-up, if you will, and then go into G2 instead.
But I can't get over your hands flapping around, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, they're so big, right? Like, my finger stops here, but it keeps going. It's like a Grinch hands.
Great.
I don't know. But I wish they had a warm-up. They don't, right? That's just reality. Sometimes you start with the biggest, boss battle in the beginning, and if you can overcome it, you set yourself up for a great position.
The thing is, like, you got to beat the best to be the best, right? Whether it's in the first game of the competition or the very last one, at some point it simply has to happen. So what better way to give yourself a real run-in against G2? I mean, the fun thing is it could even turn out to be a bit of a rematch as well, because, of course, if we see G2 win this game and go on to face off against DZ and G2 lose that game tomorrow, if we then see Fury beat Knights, they run in the best of 3, there's a rematch tomorrow, but in a best of 3. And I think for me, what I'm really curious to see is what the banning strategy, the veto looks like when it comes into this, that we'll take a look at in a minute as well. For me, it can be telling based on their historical records on how comfortable either team is going to be. But first and foremost, tail of the tape. Give us a run through it, Nick.
Oh, boy. I mean, let's just look at the 12-0 right now on the side of Fury, right? Domestically, these guys were going on a heater, not really dropping any significant losses. I mean, yeah, you end up with 2 losses in the end. One of them to Bleed, I believe, but then LCQs, they came out on top instead. So they lose one, they gain the victory elsewhere. Whereas on G2, we see a couple of different kinds of losses, right? They didn't have a Scrapes at this week performance, which is why, of course, they're here in play-ins, not expected. And they had to go through the LCQ where they had a phenomenal run, but is it enough?
The real battle is, though, if Fury can win here in play-ins, if they make it to Swiss, they qualify for SI.
All right.
That's all they've got to do, but they've got to get past G2 and DZ, two teams that everyone looks at and thinks really should be making it to those later stages of the tournament. Now, Consulate is a really interesting pick here. I almost want to say I feel like G2 have made a bit of a mistake, because this is actually Fury's top map. They've played it 3 times in the last 2 months. They've won it every single time, 7-2, 7-0, 7-2. It is by far and away their favorite map. Have G2 made a mistake going here?
Possibly. Well, G2 played like once domestically, I believe. It was a big game from Doki, so they had needed a hero to win that matchup. It was an 8-7 victory for them. So it's like, is it a mistake? Maybe, maybe not. But I think if you're Fury, this is exactly where you want to be. You're comfortable, you have experience on this map, and you're up against G2, who doesn't look like a great Consulate team. But if you are G2 on the other hand, you're not going to go to Consulate unless you got something cooking.
It's that base level of skill on G2. But the game is ready. Let's stop all this yapping and get into some games, shall we? Consulate awaits between G2 and Fury. Again, the winner faces off against Dark Zero tomorrow in a best of 1. Win that game, you're through, you're done. If you lose, you have your last chance saloon tonight against Knights in a best of 3. You lose that, you're going home. And no big surprise here, Nick. Pretty much everyone is on the side of G2.
I mean, I actually think 12% in favor of Fury is pretty damn good, if I gotta say so myself, because people don't expect that much from teams that are not from EU, NA, or from LATAM, right? Because that's just kind of how the history goes down. We have had individual teams from across APAC that's had like individually good single runs, but we gotta go back to like Noah Rengu or Fnatic, where we saw consistently top, like good finishes and upsets happening. It's been a while.
It has indeed. Well, in we go. It's Fury starting on the defensive side, as you can see. G2 kicking things off on the attacking side, and we're into our operator bans. Fury starting things off with the attacking ban. We'll go through a couple of bans from G2, and then round things out with Fury before round 1 gets underway.
I want to see if Monty makes it through, because it's a big, crotch operator for a lot of teams. We know G2 can play it. I'm sure Fury can play it as well. And the thing is, if you leave it open, you can both bring out on the attacking side. But if you're Fury, you start defense. You can rack up those rounds. They opt for Dokkaebi instead. Of course, also very high meta operator that we can see being played very often. Same as Jing, same story. If you don't play her, you ban her. And if you do play her, you might not want your enemy to have her either.
We had this in one of our games earlier on as well, the Dokkaebi and Ying ban coming out. One for Roamers, one for the Execute, 2 very powerful operators to get taken away. The Azami ban coming in, a tickle of a surprise, because I know that's Doki's go-to favorite operator. Although now Legion's so strong, he's a Legion main.
I think he's gonna hop around, right? Same on the attacking side. Fink and Grid like my best friends now. They got grenades instead.
And about taken away as well. Nice.
Okay, intel.
You haven't seen that banned away all that much. I mean, it's always one of those operators that's like, oh, really? We have to play with Valk? Like, it being taken away just removes that fear, I think, when G2 go onto the defensive side for the side of Fury. Here we go, the Nick. I'm excited to see how this one plays out. Do you prefer Nick or Pengu, by the way?
Either or.
Either or? Right,
usually Nick goes for friends and Ping goes for work, but we're like work friends, so like it's both sides,
so you can kind of blend the two quite easy, right? It's going to be Nick. I'll say Tim because it's nice and easy to say. Nick's easy to say.
Yeah.
Parker's really annoying to say. Not because it's a long word, because he's just annoying.
He's an annoying
so
person.
We'll go with Nick.
Okay, that
you
works.
have to deal with him like all year round, man. I feel
know.
for you.
I mean, we had a big summer break this year, though. It was nice.
Yeah.
You know, setback, no Parker.
What was the longest time you went without hearing his voice?
Well, that was summer, right? Because we didn't really
The whole
work
thing?
together. The whole thing, pretty much.
Damn.
We DM'd a little bit, but there was no voice involved. It was like text-based.
The real blessing.
The real blessing.
All right, then here we go. Console up on the top floor is where we are going to kick things off. Saw some interesting takes on this earlier on, actually, in Bleed's game against Cyclops at the start of the day as well. Saw some really good holds coming into this central corridor, but it's really going to depend how G2 opt to attack this one out. Nothing too surprising, I'd say, for either side in terms of the operators they're bringing along here. Should be pretty clear-cut for the first round, just while they feel each other out for the first couple of rounds.
Oh, for sure. And I think, yeah, we can look at how the attackers are up to, like, you know, attack the building itself, but I think the crossfires that the defenders establish is the bigger story, because if you don't establish a crossfire, attackers walk in, they take the confrontations, it's not a big deal. But if you just set up these, like, right here we saw I9 play, you set up the crossfires together, you play 2 versus 2, 2 versus 1, etc. You make it so hard for G2 to get inside the building. That's your goal on defense. So we see Fury just really set things up, wait for G2 to approach that area, and then take the fight.
Half expected to see someone come running in through the bottom end of the map, up through basement, up the stairs, but not to be the case. We did see Doki, Alamau, and Benja all running down the northwest side of the building just to get things kicked off and start their kind of assaulting towards the building here. You can see the drones rifling on through as well, just sniffing out where these couple of members of Fury might be that they haven't yet discovered on the map, but it feels for the most part that the vast majority are on and around the site. Just dark on the downstairs, it looks like, and maybe in a little bit of a sneaky position.
The starting position is usually going to be yellow side or a, you know, admin side instead. And so far, G2, they're favoring admin. They're going to go in because, again, Fury, they don't care about admin itself. They care about that exterior horde that you mentioned earlier, Des, where they set up 3 players and they wait and they wait and they wait. Get some drones, fall back, hold on, got the Magnus as well. And G2, they have to problem solve this hold.
They love this split kind of some setup they've got here as well, where 3 on one side, 2 on the other. Doki already finding himself one, popping off on the hill, start marching his way back forward, recover that little bit of chip damage that he took away. Virtue's going to pull down here to I9, the artist formerly known as Napew. Lycolis into a second. 2 good kills to get off the board with the finger being removed so early, but already it's down to a 3v3 with half the round still to play.
It's messy. It's just 1v1, v1v1s. No trades are happening. It's a back and forth, and so far it favors G2 massively now, and it's I9 in a 1 versus 3.
He's got it all to do, and he's still being pushed in as well. They've still got a couple of players up towards yellow stairs. Just about misses the head of Uno, but he doesn't miss on the return fire shot. G2 with a pretty comfortable first round. Sure, a couple of kills going against him in the mid part, but that 3-2 split between Northwest and admin, absolutely perfect.
Yeah, and again, it came down to, yeah, sure, G2 attacked it in a certain way, but the defense didn't have the crossfires established, and that's how those 1-for-1s or 1-for-0s, you know, happened. You want to see kills always going back and forth, but G2 got 3 kills without anybody else dying on the side of the defense.
Absolutely. Well, I think for Fury, it's going to mean maybe a little bit more cheeky aggression either earlier in the round or more squadding up and trying to take those trades, as you say, because it goes both ways as well. It's not just onto G2, but a lot of room being given to G2, really. Look, halfway through the round is when we saw the first entry coming on through. Things just a little bit too comfortable for G2 to start off.
Yeah, and well, the thing is, when you set up these kinds of holes on a defense, when one person falls, okay, that's some disgusting shots.
Yeah, that's danger.
But when that happens, like when you get when Crit falls on Jaeger who swings out to Doki, it's like, okay, when the first member falls, like the dominoes kind of fall step by step by step. So you need to play together and solidify it on defense, and if not, G2 will take advantage. Players like Benja, like Alamau, like Doki, you give them just half a second to act on a gunfight, they will take it every single time.
I think all eyes, for those who maybe know Fury, all eyes will be on Crit here as well. He's the young gunner they picked up earlier on this year, really to bring more firepower into the side to let them be more capable in their delivery. And we've seen that again in the results. The sheer fact they're here speaks to that. But it's about now turning that into an actual round win. We've only seen one. I always tend to give it 2 or 3 rounds, then start making an assessment on a K. The team is now consistently losing in A, B, and C ways. They're falling behind here quite hard. I want to see if this round at least goes any better. They seem a bit more dug in this time around with the castle on side.
Yeah, I do like the bomb side change as well. Top floor, playing very much slow, laid back, but now on this first floor, extend upstairs, roam, castle barricades, open lines of sight, and kind of making the map more open for defense itself. Still having intel with the mirror windows, with the Solus and Crit as well, so they can make proactive decisions on the map and challenge you to more, like you said, play more aggressive.
Yeah, give G2 more to work through, right? So rather than just being able to stare almost essentially right in towards the site and take gunfights, it's a clear around the map that we should see Fury have staged fallbacks from if they get to that point and don't get completely blasted by someone like Benja who's sniffing around here, or in this case, sniffing feet, finds a man through to the soft wall on his left, and it's Crit kind of counter-scanning him on the other side, just being so mindful of what's coming his way.
Yeah, I mean, I like this fact. I feel that, you know, the teaming up, there's 2 people inside of meeting playing together. If Benja were to try and take this gunfight, but he thinks, you know, let's just fall back here, relax, hold an angle. Maybe they'll push in toward me instead, because Benja is on the Jackal. Animal gets taken on first by BG Man.
Immediately Doki's there into his footsteps as well, looking to get the trade, almost finds it in Virtue on the other side, completes that kill, assist secured by Doki. The march on forward continues, Uno into a second as well. It looked to start so well for Fury, but now just being picked apart piece by piece by the world champions.
I mean, they're everywhere. Upstairs, downstairs, the flank is coming as well again. Now G2 taking to kind of poke around, find these last couple of members. Once they realize they're pretty much all above, they can make a side plant with the smokiness on Benja, for example, and just not work on the bomb site itself.
Yeah, Benja's been really patient, to be fair, as well, playing very much isolated this entire round, making use of the INOT scanner to make sure that he's at least safe, watching off on his flank, for example, while the rest of the team have put all their focus on the execute. You've got Benja covering off on one of the riskier sides. This one's down and dusted, and by the looks of it, Fury are nowhere nearby. Doki swings around and finds I9. A 4v2 in the post plant. This one's pretty much done and dusted.
That's a hard one. You can try and retake it, but time is ticking down. They get that first initial kill, but they got much more work to be done for them.
They have, and it's again the blindness, I think, pushing in for this too. Hoping for the very best, but Doki finds both. A bit of a collat out there at the end.
Okay.
Cheeky. Still unfazed is how to describe G2.
Yeah. I mean, this is kind of how you expect the matchup to go when it's G2 against Fury. A Titan name against a still young, early team, you know. A name that's up and coming, if you will. Not quite there just yet. Still new to the international grounds. But you never know with G2 because, you know, you go from winning invitationals to going out early at majors and not making majors and, you know, falling down to LCQ, playing in play-ins. But I think if they keep playing like this, they'll at least make their fans happy.
It's good to see them in high spirits as well. Like every time we come out of a round, there's lots of smiles, jokes being exchanged as well. And I wouldn't say not enough focus is put on this kind of thing, because I think it is quite fairly. But that team kind of momentum and attitude and spirit coming into it. You know, Koi very famously won the Berlin Major back when they were known as Rogue, off the back of saying, look, we aren't really practicing, we aren't really scrimming. We'll just focus on having good rest, on getting on well as a team, lots of kind of social time, for example. And you saw exactly what that did for them. They came out on an absolute high and won the whole thing.
Also, I mean, we saw G2 did attend Gamers 8 earlier this year in summer, and, you know, pretty high expectations. Alama was like, oh, you know, a lot of prize money, I want to win the monies, and they get, like, obliterated in the beginning, right? They lose, like, 0 to the Falcons, they go home. And it's like, okay, where is the cocky G2 at? Because they're not playing in the server, but they're tweeting on social media. So,
again, look at this on the left-hand side of your screen now. 4 players all breaking straight towards yellow stairs. Saw this back in round 1 with just 3 of them. They've realized that clearly there's a lot of stock to be taken in that position to push through. So this time around they're sending 4 players there, which probably means, again, you're going to see one player off entirely by themselves, trying to, I don't want to say do everything by themselves, but play things a bit slower, a bit more cautiously, just to kind of present a little bit of threat on the other side of the map.
Yeah, it's important to have pressure points in multiple areas. Also, like phantom pressure, open up a window, even if you're not going to play there. Just the defenders feel the pressure from that window being opened up. That could be an attacker holding that angle. And it's a good plan. It's like 4-1 split that they're doing. And yeah, after the first round, CEO the second time, changing things up.
The drop, kind of straight in. A bit of a rush coming in here as well. Like Otis has flashed out, that flash going off just a little bit too late there. It does cost them a player, but 2 kills quickly go back and forth between either side. Now we've got the Nomad charging on through. Virtue looking to find something, but it's Uno to find his man. Alamau into another. It doesn't seem to matter that the plan went a little bit awry there in the first 5 seconds, because G2 has still dragged it back. Plant is going down. It's a 3v1, and Crit has got it all to do.
Yeah, bomb goes down again. 2 plants for G2, but Crit in a bad position.
Ooh, nice shot. Okay, that's 1. He's got to go through 2 more, though. And the problem is, against Uno, who's really been on fire so far this map, Virtue looking very, very comfortable and stalwart, as he always does. And even had an EE1D still to bring out to play as well. It's not looking good. Down he goes to Uno. G2, fair to say, they are in first gear here and cruising along casually.
Because I had my drone, so nobody meeting. Yeah.
We can hear some talking.
Yeah, we can hear some talking. Give us some more.
Doki, say something.
Say something, man.
Doki.
It's your time to shine.
You're normally so loud. He looks pretty composed.
Yeah, he does look composed.
And Ben, you're not going to get anything out of Benja.
No, he doesn't say a word. Like
the silent killer.
No, yeah, but I think every team needs that kind of player.
He's so beautiful, Virtue is. He's such a handsome man.
Oh, he is. He's model worthy. There is Napew, or former Napew, now I9.
I changed to I9. I like his nails.
And his tattoos as well. I walked past the event that he changed his name, and I was like, I know that guy, but his name is not the same. And I was like, is it the same guy? He's like, oh, it is Napew. Okay. Yeah. She was on Elevate before, I believe, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, unsurprisingly, really, for Fury, early tactical timeout coming in. You've gone through 3 rounds, you've lost them all, you've been crushed throughout every single one. Something really has to change, but I guess for them, it's hard to say what to change. Yeah. Are you going to go aggressive early on and try and disrupt G2? Yeah, good luck. Are you going to wait until later in the round and play disruption? Yeah, good luck. It's so hard to find something to do when G2 are on their form like they are today.
And it's true, but now they do have their coach, like you mentioned earlier, right? So at least there's like another set of eyes behind them who's full-time, who's like organized on his stuff, that can kind of say, guys, this is the issue right now. When I do want to give praise to Fury in that previous round that we just witnessed, because G2 went for this like off-pace, really fast, extra out of nowhere, but Fury were there for the trades. It was a 2v2 trade down to a 3 versus 3, but then G2 conquered the bomb side. So it started off quite well for Fury, but then in the later stages, that's where the individual plays from G2 just a little bit better, and they got them that round.
Yeah, so some signs of life, but not really enough yet to push them far into the game. And looking down there, score the kills on the left-hand side of your screen, 7 across 3 rounds. Go to show they're only averaging about 2 per round, so it has been a very dominant G2 show so far, but after attack timeout, everything can change. And here they've opted to go down to the ground floor, which means, like you commented earlier on, that you will see that roaming up on the top floor. You will see the ability to stretch G2 a bit, force them to fight for more areas of the map, and hopefully catch them off guard a little bit. Even got 1 or 2 players hanging out downstairs here, Pengu.
What's catching me off guard is the Echo.
Uh-oh,
wait a second.
Let go.
No, commit to it!
Run, my friend, run! He's out of there and still alive, at least for now, but that's 2 players in a bit of hot bother, but at least they're trying to contest G2 on entry into the building. This is more the stuff you wanted to see, is either get up in the face and try and contest them. It's going to be a hard ass, but you've got to at least try. And now we're on about trying to see if you can slow G2 down. The big fear being that this is directing towards the site. Like, they've already got the wall open. That mirror was just far too late.
I mean, they do have Uno and Osa, so it could be a direct side tick here. And the mirror window, if it went down in time, if you're committed to it, it actually tricks the thermal charge off the wall. It would have been phenomenal to witness. And the thing is, Beachman and Lesion as well and Crit, they both have impact grenades. As does Echo. They could have impact tricked the exothermic charge easily if they're in the right position.
I did think it was on the ground floor at first, so here we are, all learning new things today. Almost we marched there. And with 2 minutes still to play, this is where I start to feel nervous for Fury. It looked like if maybe they managed to keep things locked up a little bit longer, it could have been better, but no ability to trek out the thermites, for example, coming on through. No ability to keep that wall closed, and now it's just about trying to win gunfights. And fair enough, the drones have been whittled down to just 3 left alive for the side of G2. They've got 1 fight back into the 4 versus 4. Not bad, not guaranteed to win, but not bad.
Oh, well, they keep falling by the wayside, so that's going to be bad for G2. We got Captain Jabs, Frostmans, etc. as well. So the one big saving grace with G2 right now is Alama on the first floor and Unu on the Osa. It's a way in towards the bomber side and vertical destruction to assist Unu as well. But Unu's got to say that's Fury's key to them this round. Play together, play for those crossfires, and just play the numbers, 4 versus 2.
It's much better, and again, it's those 1v1s being forced. Like you say, play for the numbers, but even without them, they're still winning their 1v1s. And sure, you've got the vertical control at this point, but Fury have got no incentive to come chasing after you. Like, why try and look for the gunfights? They know that the diffuser's likely down outside. They know they're in a spot where really G2 have got to come to you, and you can just sit and wait for it. And Benja punished by being so late on getting that drone out. Alamal's by himself, may pick up a freebie here, but of course looks away just a couple of seconds before the man crosses the boundary.
Unlucky.
That would be one of those classic moments. So literally just check that angle, dude. Why is he there?
Siege timing, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, that's a good round for Fury, and it started off kind of like, oh no, walk out of it really quickly, oh boy, but then BG Man steps up, he finds individual kills, and they stabilize. Uno on the Osa didn't get to use the gadget whatsoever. Sure, he put one down outside the yellow door, but he died the moment he peeked the breach later in that round. No plan could be established. They had the Miranus, they had C4s. Fury, they take their tactical timeout, they talk things through, and they go to basement for the very first time, and they found a round victory.
Yeah, it's quite cheeky there.
Yeah, it swung.
Good shot at range. Saw his gun an absolute mile before Doki saw him as well. So a good one coming out there. Nice shot from Lycolis. So it is all these ones being won. A couple of them in these blind situations like you just saw at the end with Benja. Drone in hand, shot for free. So G2, again, haven't had to really get out of first gear. It has been a lot of solo pushes. It has been a lot of, I'll go and take your ones and win your ones. It's no problem. Yeah. Maybe now you're going to see them have to get a bit more serious, a bit more composed, and really give Fury the respect they deserve.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, if you can get by with a little bit of trolling, if you will, like playing a little bit loose.
We do a bit of trolling.
Yeah, exactly. Why not just keep doing a little bit of trolling, right? So this is kind of like, okay, now it's game time. Look at the entire repicks. Every single operator being changed to something else. The Amaru and the Grim and the Gridlock.
Ouch.
There are some combinations here that can be tossed out for intel, for counter intel, and Amaru
Grim and
always
Gridlock
get in.
feels horrific to play against, doesn't it?
It does, especially the Grim, because it's like it's been buffed now twice. It covers a large zone now for a long duration. And there's no real counterplay.
Like, aren't they? Yeah, it's loads that can go on. And potentially Alamau here. We see I think people love to get excited about Amaro and don't always see it like come flying in the way that you'd expect to through a window. Hero play, shotgun at the ready. But speaking on that, he has got the shotgun priming. So very feels to me, some close range firefights are going to kick off as this round progresses.
And it's always good with a shotgun and console, right? A lot of doors, a lot of kind of like
floors.
Soft floors and fights that can happen out of nowhere on close quarter combat terrain. It's the matter of where does he want to go? What's the idea here for G2? Because they haven't really shown us much right now. They're in the setup phase right now. Yeah. Dogi's doing the work right now with the Twitch throwing sapping away, clearing utility.
Really
doesn't get the mirror, unfortunately. Would have been huge. They gotta rotate someone else and deal with that elsewhere, or could it be a grenade, for example? They have no throwable hard reach, at least.
Nope. Well, one nade comes over, at least gets Dark onto his backside, but the payment coming back the other way. A little bit of interest being added. It's Doki completely finished off. 2 down now as well. I9, as you say, could be a little bit precarious here for the side of Fury. Just gotta hold on at this point, get these players back up if you can, and you could be in a good spot. But BG has fallen down. Alamau C4'd out by Lycolis, and another quick couple of kills come in. And it's always so anticlimactic when players that are down have disappeared because the others get killed. But with 2 down, it was almost a bit of a nothing round, really, for G2.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. It looked like a 5v5 or a 5v4, but in reality, 2 people were injured, and a 3rd person died to a nade, I believe, as well. So out of nowhere, the round just ends. Alamau did fly in the window and confirmed the injured kill, then got C4 traded back. So Fury, again, they have a decent response to one of the issues, but there's just more than one issue at hand here. They can't fix the rest.
I'd love to say if we quieten up, we'll listen to what the players are saying, but I just know that we'll pick up everything that Stokes is screaming behind us. He has been so loud.
Yeah. Him and Carter, they're a duo.
Oh, yeah. I mean, they've got the number of times you have to be with those 2, like, inside voices guys, and they're like, sorry. Inside voices, sorry.
Inside voices.
They just love screaming louder.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, you've been playing, I know you've been playing a certain MMO for a while now with a lot of British boys. What's your favourite lingo that you've picked up that you've heard them say?
Oh, no.
There must be some.
I mean, the good old is like...
The PG stuff, obviously.
Yeah, that's always what we go to, yeah. Good old Jack taught me that one because he's from the north, right? Fresh boy, so...
That was just what Medics always says it to us. Whenever we used to work in EUL in Paris, it'd always just be like, you got a bottle of water, and it's just like, come on now. You don't say that. Say bottle of water.
I mean, we don't let those go, right?
We don't.
We're not from England, so we make fun of you guys. I'm sorry.
What was it I said earlier? I said something in like, we ask a question sometimes by ending it with like, in it. So it's like,
oh yeah.
I was pretty good that, innit? And they're just like, oh yeah, in it, mate. In it.
Yeah,
I didn't say that, did I? I just said in it is like, isn't it? That's good, that, isn't it?
But it's like no one else like uses that always. So I was just like, what are you doing?
Yeah,
you know?
it's definitely a unique thing in the UK.
But when I lived in the UK, when I play with UK players like daily, you know, in Siege, I tend to pick up on the lingo as well.
Yeah.
And I become like part British for a little bit, and then I stop playing with them, and I'm like, okay, I'm back to my normal self now.
Are you part American now after living here for so long as well, or are you? Is that
no, I'm back in Denmark.
Is that completely been wiped out?
I think it's
been
wiped
18
out.
months?
Yeah.
What is this?
It's a run out. Okay.
I mean, fair play. They've held on to the timeout, and the aggression in the early round is still paying off. Alamau taken offline. Sure, the could be opened up here as well by the Hibana before being taken down, but it's still a bit of a stinger to lose one of those guns.
It is. I mean, I always say the good thing about your quote-unquote IGL dying, your in-game leader, is that he can now have the full overview from drones, from third perspectives,
hang on a minute, because Leon used to use this argument all the time. He's like, well, I died on the IGL, innit?
Yeah.
He's like, now I can
die first.
And that's why he had the most entries for his team, despite not really playing entry roles. It was hilarious.
Okay. Now that's an excuse for dying early,
we call that hard
copium. Yeah. No, but I still think, you know, if you are a good IGL, you can make some stuff happen. But right now, all Benjamin needs is a little bit of intel and a good nade. But what looked like it would have been a kill is on the other side of the wall.
Yeah.
No damage goes through whatsoever.
They have the idea, though. I mean, Doki's in the right place here to try and force us engage. They know where he is. He can call in some help if he needs to, but he's also got a jump out coming in off to his right. I'm liking it from Fury. They're getting aggressive. They're forcing G2 to ask questions. And now Doki's in a very rough spot. He's got to win a 1v1 here if he wants to get out safely.
No, you're right. They're playing proactive Siege right now. now plenty like, hey, that's a guy Spiral, jump out the window, make a play here. There's a minute and 20 seconds left, or 12 should I say. That's because they're actually applying pressure on the initial entry part of the map for the first time.
There's the idea where the smoke is. It's the right sort of idea, but here we go. They've stacked up with 3 players marching on 4s. Like, oh, let's get to trade. Something we spoke about earlier on, wasn't seeing too much of here. It's starting to come online. Dark picking up Doki as well, looking good for the side of Fury. A 3v2. That damage at that range is effing ludicrous. Virtue down to about 10 HP. It's Imanuno against the world here. Still got a couple of impacts to play against. Another smoke canister coming out as well with only 40 seconds on the clock.
Oh no, we should have nade there. Just toss a nade in on code, force smoke to move, but he just walks on in.
Like, go, let's go. Whiff.
Not like this.
Whiff. Please not like this. Potentially fighting their way back in. It's a 2v2. They get at least one back. Dark starts things off. Virtue with nothing to his name. A slither of HP. Simply can't get it done. Dark, I believe, with 3 in the round. Gets Fury over the line.
Oh, and they get the 2-4 half. They're still down a round count, but at least they buy themselves a little bit of space on the attack inside. But statistically, this is when the game gets harder for Fury, right? Defense is typically where you see like a 4-2 half or a 3-3 worst case. They only get 2 of the 6 rounds. Now they got to attack against G2. You know, Monty is open. That might be a key element here if Fury wants to play it.
It's like I always say, I say it to Tim every single game, there are 2 halves to a game of Siege. What you see in the first half doesn't always dictate what you're going to see. In fact, I'd argue, more often than not, it will not dictate what you're going to see happen in the second half of the game. So I'm with you. I think attacking into a map like this especially can be really difficult for Fury, who, you know, won't have as much experience as G2, maybe don't have the skill or the kind of support and resource that G2 do, may struggle in the second half, whereas G2, you'd hope at least, would have an absolute field day charging around the maze that is Consulate.
Oh no, this is disgusting, right? You know, there are those and those. Monty players, they're kind of gross, but they're okay. But Clash players, Jesus.
I mean, that sounds a bit biased, because you played a lot of Monty.
It's, everyone's biased, in it, you know?
In it.
In it doesn't work there, but still.
It was a bit forced as well. You're a bit hard on the insertion of it. You're like, no. In it. And I was like, okay, now you're forcing it.
I'm trying to.
It's got to be passive as all hell. It's almost like a throwaway word, like, fade away.
Okay, I like that. No, but Uno, I mean, former teammate of mine, you know, we've been in the grand finals of Raleigh Major. He's come to be a Clash main. I will say, if there's a map to play Clash on, I think like Oregon Basement, top 4 of Consulate, like right here, it's a phenomenal spot to do it. Because again, if like as an attacker, like with someone G2 attack, you're forced to go in towards the building from admin, from Spiral, from Yellow Stairs, and they all have the same thing in common: one small, tiny hallway. Like, there's not many angles of Clash to worry about. There's no vertical pavement below in this hallway as well, and you get so much intel.
Can really make a stall happen in the middle of the map, I think, inside of that corridor, as you say. Dark is continuing his killing spree now. It's 4 kills in a row that he's picked up across these last couple of rounds. This one inside of admin, but G2 have got these kind of layered support, well, layered defense coming up here, where it was the start inside of admin, the ability to fall back here in towards this central hallway with a shield, with Clash. Just so much to still work through here on Fury's side, and honestly my fear now turns to things like the clock. Is it going to start working against Fury as we get in towards the 2nd minute of the round? I9 going down to Virtue.
Yeah, and that small advantage of a kill is now equalized down to a 4 versus 4, and at first, like, okay, G2, they don't have the manpower to play around the Clash anymore, but they do. Benjamin is still playing there on the Wamai, got a deployable shield. Uno, if he wants to, can go off the shield and play with the shotgun, in this case, unfortunately for him. And you see this kind of stalemate. Fury, they're droning, they're double, triple checking, and it's all good in the world, but no!
Okay.
That should not be happening.
I mean, why?
That's
I guess is the question is why is he so far forward?
Exactly.
He just needs to be inside a break at that point. They've got the hallway control. That's all they really need. Ben just got to make a play happen here to at least balance out these losses. He's looking for one, has the right sort of idea. Can't quite see his man. If he crouches enough, he might see him, but they've seen him first. Backs out for a second. C4 over the top. Easy killing towards Copy. Dark taken offline.
That's a very important killer there. It slows down Fury again. It gives G2 a little bit of space to work with. And Benjamin and G2, they got a good read on with the whereabouts of these last attackers where they are on the map.
The thing is, you look back at how G2 attacked this site, you know, 3 on towards Yellow and 2 in towards admin. They just had pressure from multiple sides, whereas from Fury, it feels like it's a small step forward, a little bit of a tickle on the south side, and everyone else is really held up inside of admin here, struggling to make too many inroads and make their march forward happen. They've got control at least now of the hallway, but there's only 40 seconds with which to play. That's not a lot of time to make this execute happen when Alamau can still stab you in the back.
They can try. I mean, the plan goes down. G2, they're nowhere near this, but they gotta go for a flank and a retake.
I mean, one's gone down. Don't tell me G2 have given this one away. It feels like maybe they have. This is unbelievable. even with the hole, with the shield, they had everything to play behind. This round is slipping through their fingers. Virtue finds one for himself, hoping to find one through the soft ball, but simply can't make that happen. Rounding his way off towards the other site here as well. The Ephemeria gadget activated, but now they're back outside the map. This is going to feel so precarious, and Virtue, I struggle to see how he makes this one work, really, Nick.
That's tough. I mean, they had a Ephemeria gadget that could have popped in the door, but they didn't. And now, I mean, do you swing the breeze? Do you stay back?
He's got to take the firefight.
Yeah, you got to jump out.
But he's got to make the jump out happen. He's got to make it happen. You've got to go now or never, my friend. You've seen the leg. You know that it's there. You may as well pad your KD, mate. Come on, to go for the best. Not a chance in hell.
No.
Lykola is finishing him off and really snuck that one away from G2. 3 players all kind of surrounding there. The one playing on site, one inside a desk. You had Alamar playing up towards the shield at the top end, but nothing stopped the slow walk forward from Fury. It's almost like they missed it, I think, potentially.
I mean, I think there are 2 glaring issues at G2 in that round. The first one is that the Ephemeria gadget wasn't popped on the meeting door towards admin side until after the plant went down, so the intel wasn't there. And secondly, we saw Benjamaster on the Omai playing inside a meeting and then ran back towards CO playing so far back. Doki went for a jump out even.
Of course he did.
Of course, yeah, classic Doki. But this right here, Uno dying on Clash, that's the big issue. There was no secondary piece, they had a jam on the wall to admin, there was no real way strategically for Fury to actually have any way into that round until Uno just walked a little bit forward unnecessarily, be like, is there anybody in admin actually? Oh yeah, there is, I'm dead to him. And it's like, you don't need this. If you have Fenrir sketching on yellow stairs, you have barbed wire, you have Virtue playing there, you know that's clear. You can assume, you can guess, you can just pretty much be like, guys, they are in admin, they're just super slow, especially because Doki jumped out. He saw 2 or 3 attackers, he must have.
It's not panic stations just yet, but we kind of came to that word back in that first half of, respect. And I'm not saying that G2 are outright disrespecting Fury, but they are playing with a lot of confidence. The jump outs, for example, the forward extension coming out from Uno, things like that. Peel it back. Play the siege that you played to win your world championship, for the love of Christ. Just make it happen. Play behind these shields. There's no reason why you should be giving up rounds like that to Fury.
And this kind of shows, because how often do you take the exact same upper lineup and the exact same bombs up, the same setup, unless you thought to yourself, guys, we did stupid stuff that shouldn't have happened.
Exactly.
A, Doki shouldn't jump out, and 2, Uno shouldn't extend. You played the exact same round without those silly mistakes. You should win it. They know it, so they go back to back.
Absolutely. At this point, too far down the stairs. I thought maybe it was just about close enough, but no is the answer. Now, Dark obviously dealt with Doki from here real early on, so he's going to expect some more of the same tomfoolery. Doki is much further back, playing instead off towards that hallway side. So I think, like you said, same lineup, they acknowledge it's more the way they played it than the comp itself being the problem.
Yeah, and I do like this because it shows like you have confidence in yourself and like what you should and could be doing, and why, and also self-analytical. You know why it didn't work out. So you fix those small issues, you force for it to not deal with the problems, and the C4, the cherry on top, the opening kill, Grim off the board as well. It's a massive operator to get early in the round.
Beautiful stuff. And everyone is just really entrenched here as well, feeling no real need or drive to fall back here. Just taking out these drones as they come on through, and it feels like Fury are kind of hitting a bit of a brick wall here as well on their march forward towards the middle of the map. And even here, as you've seen from BG, man, I imagine now stepping away from attacking through admin and trying to find a new angle through this map halfway in.
This is when they have Phantom Pressure. You see the double door barricades all spiral, that's not opened up. The windows inside CO is not opened up. So G2 know there's nothing happening on the map elsewhere but admin side currently. You see Virtue and Elamal just sit inside holding one angle, and then Uno and the Clash can always get you intel. He's just swinging that admin door like last time, and they're just waiting for Fury to do something because they know on defense you don't have to act. And I like this adaptation from Dark going downstairs, but they need to make a play elsewhere with it because you're just blocking for nothing right now.
If there's a drone there, feeding some information on what's going on that site, it could be a freebie waiting to happen. Just goes to the hatch, and there is no one there, but literally directly above his head sits another player, and he's going to start chewing his way through. Virtue's got himself into a place you wouldn't normally see players playing because it's so exposed to the window. Doki finding one for himself, and it's a good spot to be in as well because the pair of them can trade off together as they have been doing. Benja, he clears 2 up towards the yellow stairs, all too easy. And it's Dark, who again has had a good couple of rounds, but against 4 players of G2. I mean, nice try, Benja. I'll give you that, but there's more to do. And I don't imagine that Dark will have too much luck against 3.
Oh, here's your bitch clutched him here, Dark. 1v3 with a Clash in the board, but he won't even get past the first. It's Virtue getting that final kill for G2, and the second time works out much better than the first.
It absolutely does. I think that time round, I liked how at least we had the respect being shown by the attackers of Fury there to say, look, halfway through this round, we're getting stonewalled, guys. There's 3 of them sat in that hallway. We can't push this. We've got to go elsewhere. But it also shows that discipline on G2's side to not pull the 2 players away from the west side of the top floor. They sit there, they hold, they wait for the drones to come through. Benja goes aggro when the right time comes around, gets a 2K, and that completely shuts that round down. So much more discipline by G2. And what I love is it didn't take attack timeout to make it happen.
That's a good point, actually, when you got the comms and the players themselves, not the coach. But I will say on the side of Fury as well, not a very great, I would say, adaptation to the operator lineup, because you should be using your drones in prep phase to get inside the building, especially when Solis isn't being played. They should know Clash being brought, the same kind of setup, and they don't play Cavita or Sophia or Kali or any of those operators that can deal with the Clash whatsoever. So let's assume they saw the Clash. They think, let's just do the same thing, and Clash is gonna suicide again like that. So just walk into too much forward. Well, that's not gonna happen. That's the adaptation that G2 are making. Now you as an attacking team have to make an adaptation of your own. Play those counter kind of operators, have a different approach. They're trying to circumvent the Clash by going elsewhere. None of that happened.
Onto the split site here as well, Nick, which I'm going to enjoy seeing. This is one of my favorite rounds, and Tim, to be fair, always says that he loves round 9. Okay. It's either goes to being 6 and 3 afterwards, in which case it feels like G2 are so far away and it's a massive effort for Fury to bounce back in, or it goes 5 and 4, and even if G2 win the next round, 2 rounds to win doesn't feel so bad for Fury to bring this through to overtime. G2 win here, I think they just completely run away with it. Fury win, suddenly you start to feel a bit nervous for the world champions.
Yeah, I like that. It's a good point, actually. The round 9 is pretty fancy when it's this kind of scoreline with 5-3. And we do see the 4th bombs being played as well. See that good old Taylor's Archives that kind of unfortunate to play a different style of siege. You gotta play up-down now because the bombs are spread across 2 different floors. The primary floor, first floor, and basement as one side of Archives. So you're spread quite thin on defense, and you gotta be very vocal about where the enemies are attacking from. Well, that has been a good angle for G2. They tend to have a lot of intel as to what Fury wants to be doing.
I love how hard they're committing towards keeping... Whether we debate about what do you actually call the room where Alamau is playing? Do you call it a box? Do you call it secret? Yeah, the one that leads down in towards the electric stairs. Right over here, look. Well, what do you call it? It's called electrical there, but you call other things electrical on the map, so it's a bit like what do you actually say? We had a whole debate on Twitter about what to actually call it. But the number of times I've seen a team just open that up with like a thermite, then march in with the Monty, for example. In this case, it could have been an Ossa. They can't get away with that because Alamau is sat there hard protecting Virtue's Electro Claw to make sure they cannot go directly down. That forces Fury to have to work their way top down rather than bottom and across, which makes things so much more complicated for them on this site.
Poor Uno, but the support is there. Ben just saves him and gets a kill as well. It's good teamwork.
He's gone spot here to see the negs, tries to kneecap out Crit. A few shots being rifled on down. Crit puts below 50 HP, but still in and fighting. Virtue finding BG, man. G2, once again, starting to pull themselves ahead here, and Fury with a mountain to climb.
And Uno's still alive, just sitting in a corner. He knows he can't move an inch. Like Cole lives with a flank, but the doors are barricaded. Very underappreciated, system in Siege. Hold F on the door, barricade it, and it works like a drone. They gotta shoot it or break it. It makes sound, it slows them down, and it's made sure that this flank doesn't go unnoticed from the side of G2.
Again, largely unbothered. In fact, they managed to snake their way across here and behind now. Virtue's the one staring down his man. They go to the door, just inside. He goes just inside as well. C4 gonna get rid of one, but not quite I9, who's now gonna win the gunfight. He gets rid of one. Does he know that there's still another player into the left-hand side, though? I'm not too sure. It's him and Crit to try and save this round, but it feels like it might be too big an ask.
I like the smoke in it here, stalling things out, really, making them say, hey guys, you got 30 seconds left. Go elsewhere because I got toxic babes galore in my pockets. Second goes out as well, one more to spare.
This is so rough. So rough. Smoke comes out as well to at least bridge the gap slightly. Alamar going to step his way around. I think Fats is a bit too far. Crit goes down. I9. He's left against 4. Nothing really to do. Gets pushed through the smoke as well. Gets the trade, but it's taken out. G2 up to 6 and 3. And at this point, it's when I start to feel for Fury like it might just be a bit too much of an effort to achieve.
I'm surprised they're not really opting for a Blitz or a Monty or something, like trying to cheese your way through the map, if you will. Yeah, they've tried to play out, the more like roam operators, like the Oza as like a mini Blitz or mini Monty, but why not full commit to an actual shield operator? Okay, let's say Fury might not like that stylistic choice of how to play the game, but against G2, I do think a shield operator could work, especially the Monty.
Really, Benja just raining down terror from above here as well. Sure, he gets that first kill easy, but it's the second chip damage he's putting onto Crit to really slow down the togetherness of the last couple of players on the side of Fury. Really thought there that would have turned into a double kill, but the one was enough because all you did was leave the Ossa entirely isolated and alone. I was about to say oscillated and alone.
Oscillated.
Oscillated. It does. We'll go with it. It's a new word. Very oscillated. I'll use that one in future.
Oh, I see a blitz. Now there's time for
now
it to
you're
change.
getting excited.
Yeah. I mean, I love when teams, they actually make that decision that I feel like they should make, because I feel like I'm a little bit validated on what the problems might be, but it's also match point when you're down 3-6.
YOLO.
So it's, it's kind of like the YOLO stuff, right? We got nothing else that's working for us. Let's try this last and final thing. But let's say it starts working. You go 4-6 and you go, it's just a long way to climb back. So it's a very like last desperate attempt, it feels like, more than a thought out plan. But this might be just a yellow door rush. It looked like it for a second, but no.
Taking it a bit slowly to begin with, starting off on the roofs and droning into dudes to make sure yellow is clear before they make their play happen. But don't write off a yellow drop and then a rush in. Doki's in a good spot here as well.
No way.
It's in that. Run. Run, Doki.
Jump out the window.
I mean, there were two players circling the skylight, so I was just like, that is not the place to be right now, my friend. But he walks out alive, scot-free, and up on a shot goal.
Yep, that's going to slow things down for Fury because they got to recheck, re-drone every inch of this map now. And they do find the goo mine. Twitch drone doesn't find it, unfortunately, for them. So once the bits does get in, you got to watch all the corners and the steps around the walls. Otherwise, you get goo mined.
EE1D comes in, players drop in and start their march forward, straight into a Fenrir. No long angles being challenged by G2 initially. So safe entry into the building secure, but Blitz is down to half HP. A C4 comes out, Benja. I think he had double the number of explosive kills that anyone else had at the 6 Invitational. It looks like he's carrying that on today with a great C4 kill to start things off.
I mean, you rush with a Blitz and good backup in an Alliance game. What do you get met with? Impact grenade, C4s being tossed out, you take so much damage, and you lose a member as well. It felt like a great initial entry, but it got stopped immediately. And G2, they just fell back. They didn't care about top floor because the bomb set's downstairs.
And they're not going to complain, right? It's again that respect that maybe we saw lacking in a couple of rounds. They're showing it a lot more now. They understand and respect. There's a Blitz, there's a Lion. We should really be watching out for this one. Play for those safe explosive kills. Outside of that, drop back, let them work forward, let them play into the Fenrir, let them play into the Legion, for example. The C4s in the back pocket of the Mute still available. Still many tools to shut down this attack.
And Fury a little bit lost now. I mean, they got the Blitz upright, still waiting for those Finket to go out for the heal, but they've been completely defanged this round. They're just falling by the wayside because now G2, they retake top floor.
Oh dear.
That's rough.
Losing the ground is one thing. Dying to it is a different one altogether. The one comes out there as well. There's a double coming on through. Doki's there like a good teammate to back his man up. Finds one, gets the down onto the next. PG Man is all that's left standing. Thankfully, it's going to be GG Man at the end of this round, though. 4 left standing for G2. A very comfortable first closeout for them. And they secure that game tomorrow against DZ.
Oh, look at that disrespect. They're just running at their opponent. Again, the confidence. They read the situation well. And it was indeed just too big of a task for Fury to overcome.
So like I said earlier on, G2 for most of that game, not really having to get out of first gear, even second there once they had the chance to kind of regather themselves. Respect to Fury a little bit more, I'd say, again, second gear really as far as they had to get. Not really having to show anything either, which means coming into tomorrow against DZ, they've played a map here that isn't really one of their stronger maps. In fact, it's one of their lower favoured ones, and even with it being Fury's strongest, they still look pretty content, I think.
It's also a good storyline, the G2 Dark Zero, because I know Alama and Troy have some banter on Twitter about how many times one has beaten the other and whatnot, and we can see that being relived again here at this major. And also we see Fury go up against Knights, a more even matchup, if you will. So I think wins across the table here.
You know what I'm looking forward to seeing? Alamau and Troy screaming. Because we've already seen Canadian today giving it a little bit of lip, haven't we?
He was
so
on
I'd
fire.
love to see it coming out the pair of them.
He's like, yeah, I'm not leaving. I'm staying right here.
There were debates around exactly what is it here that he's quoted. To me, sounded like Wolf of Wall Street, but others thought, oh, it's something else. And I was like, all right, fair enough.
Yep. We gotta ask the man.
We can ask him. We can go and do just that. But yeah, very, very comfortable first win. I think now obviously all eyes and conversation turns to Fury versus Knights later.
Yep.
They've got a best of 3 to play. The loser does go home on just day 1 of the Atlanta Major. But that's how we like to do things here. Got some highlights to show you as well from that game in just a second. But again, Fury versus Knights. Anything in this game that you looked at and saw from Fury that you're thinking, actually, if they can do this or double down on that later, maybe they'll have some good success? What do you think?
I was going to say, I think if they can recognize the issues more like early in the game, quicker as well, they need a technical timeout, they need a coach to give input, and then at the very end, when they did go for a faster pace take, they still fell short because G2 countered it, right? So I think being willing and happy to do things earlier rather than later, because we saw G2 adapting and believing in themselves much more than Fury did.
Again for G2, not really having to work too hard for this one. Looking forward to seeing when we see more of them coming out tomorrow. I do expect against DZ it will be more of a challenge.
Yeah. I mean, I want to say, when G2 weren't like the ones who make mistakes and overstep their boundary in defense, Fury had no way in.
No.
So if you're Fury, I think you look at your attacks more than your defense and say, how do we fix the attack inside of things? Because defense, it did look half decent.
Respect and composure, essentially, what we keep on talking about, right? And it kind of feels weird to say that a team's weakness today was the confidence, the cockiness almost as well, the aggression that they brought to the table, but it really was that. That was how the door was left at least a little bit open for Fury, but it was slammed in their faces very quickly.
Yeah, but again, I mean, if you're a team known for your cockiness, you gotta show it every now and again, right? You have to.
It wouldn't be G2 without it, because I think you may have seen like the trailers, for example, during our breaks here, is that talking about G2 back at SI, for example, they were out there saying, we're here to win. Really confident. We respect none of you. We're here to win everything. And look at what happened.
They did do that.
They absolutely cleaned house is the only way that we can summarize it. Well, that is the end of our best of ones today, I believe.
Yeah, thank you much.
Now, we get into some very, very exciting fixtures. It's all best of threes where the losers go home. These games mean a great deal, so do stick around to watch them. We'll go to a quick break. When we come back, more games coming up. See you soon.
Thank you.
I want M80 to be one of the most successful and dominant esports organizations in the world.
When the manager Golden reached out for a coaching position, I thought, why not? What could hurt?
You just got to take their soul. Like, you just got to show them.
It's definitely better to let the play do the talking, but tend to stay clear of the people that have big egos.
Energy carries everything into winning.
This is Rainbow Six at its best.
Try not to hold on to revenge too much the past. If we were to play them again, it would just be like just that urge of competitiveness to beat them.
We know our potential, we know what we are capable of.
The opponents could definitely take the title from us.
The past is the past, but in the moment you have everything you need to do to be better. Being treated differently always kind of has an effect on you. Just trying to remain myself, know my values, and just kind of grow up through all of it.
If I just wanted to make money and run a business, there's probably 1,000 other businesses I could do besides esports. I want M80 to be one of the most successful and dominant esports organizations in the world. So I'm making those sacrifices.
My first team offer was a very big moment for me because I'd say it essentially changed my life. When the manager Golden reached out for a coaching position, I thought, why not? What could hurt?
I think this is probably the best team OS has produced, and we have the best players in the region right now, so I think this is the best chance we have in making it to the end.
It's finally happened!
We're Australia's best, and we want to compete with the best.
if we talk about M80, obviously in the most recent Rostermania, they picked up Iconic and then bring Sploit over.
Sometimes you have to let go of players that you care a lot about. It's the result of all the things that we put into it is the winning. That's what you get at the end.
Living with each other is probably one of the best experiences of my life. We're like a big family. Those guys are my best friends.
I joined this roster because of one reason, and that's winning.
You just gotta take their soul. Like, you just gotta destroy them.
Top it. Yeah, let's go. Come on.
No matter what team you are, no matter how good you have been, if you're not good in the present, you will lose everything.
This is Rainbow Six at its best.
It's definitely better to let the play do the talking, but yeah, tend to stay clear of the people that have big egos.
I'm known a lot for like speaking my mouth. We always shout at the enemy team, try and make people feel awkward. It's pretty evil when you think about it. Every team at this event fear us.
Tactics of their own to get into other people's heads, saying that they fear them, and making people know that they're still strong and ready to win another event.
I try not to hold on to revenge too much. The past, if we were to play them again, it would just be like just that urge of competitiveness to beat them.
Definitely don't fear any teams, and I really don't see why G2 would be any different.
Don't we rightfully have an ego? You're coming into the most achieved team that this game has ever seen. Yeah, you should have an ego.
You gotta respect your opponents. Everyone up here is really good. I'm definitely not gonna let that change the way I'm thinking and the way I'm playing.
I'm trying to get people to have a good time, keep energy up, because in the end, energy carries everything into winning.
This is my first international event, and it's my first time being outside of Australia, purely because of Siege.
It's going to be a lot of mental work and focus put into keep on pushing forward.
We know our potential, we know what we are capable of. We have like no doubts that we can win again. We just have to prove to everyone else.
It's more about bringing in the right culture than it is me telling them how to play the game. I don't tell them what to do in that way because they know it better than I do.
I've been working on myself, I've been working on my mental every day. Win or lose, we're still going to be there, we're still going to play for fun.
The opponents could definitely take the title from us, like without a doubt in my mind. So I would probably be more worried if I wasn't nervous.
The past is the past, but in the moment you have everything you need to do to be better.
It's a very sad day.
No.
Because we say goodbye to a team.
It's true.
Is it Keg? Or is it Talon? But either way,
You're very fitting for this. I look a little bit too scary.
we're sad clowns now. And I am literally deteriorating as the matches get sadder.
You're
and
falling
sadder.
apart,
I
man.
am- Look at me.
He's a mess. Look at him.
Look at me.
It hasn't even been that long of a day yet. I mean,
It hasn't, but let's talk about the groups.
Yeah, let's
Because
do
you're
it.
probably wondering. Maybe you're wondering. Maybe you're not. Maybe I don't know.
Well, maybe
I don't
you
know
are.
who you are. Maybe you're wondering. Here's Group B. We started the day with Cyclops versus Bleed. You and I casted that matchup, and then Los versus Talon followed. Los from Brazil prevailed over Talon. Bleed from Southeast Asia prevailed over Cyclops. They move on to the upper bracket. They play tomorrow. Cyclops and Talon fight for their lives today. One of these two teams will go home. Either Cyclops goes home or Talon goes home.
yeah. And I mean, I hate to like mock on a team, but if Cyclops goes home today, they're just kind of following a trend of what usually happens. Whereas Talon gets to go, live another day. So, why not?
It's true. CAG started the day with a lot of promise. We talked about them and said they're here so frequently at this level. And yet they always come up short. Well, this would be one of the shortest journeys they've ever had at an international event.
Yeah, I mean, I hope for them that they do better. Both of these two teams, they lost 7-3 in their respect, or 3-7 in their respective games on Consulate and on Oregon. So a lot can be learned here. And I'm just curious to see like which team actually show up more, because they both had a very similar start where things just not working out on any of the areas of the game. Coordination, communication, and opening kills is just never really finding success anywhere.
Obviously, tough going for both of these teams, but there does come a time during play-ins where somebody has to go home. It's not us. It's not you. I mean, maybe you're going home. I don't know where you're watching. But this is basically what you're looking at. Korea versus Japan, Cyclops and Talon. When it comes to international success, Cyclops has the leg up. Talon, new entrants to the international stage. Both of them enter with similar SI points, but 40 points between the two of them can actually be a pretty sizable difference. Both of these teams need to make deep, deep runs to the Atlanta Major if they want to guarantee themselves a spot at the Six Invitational in Brazil come February. Both these teams are boundary teams, not looking good for either of them at the moment. If you look at the games from earlier, you can't really determine whether each team can perform better against each other, because frankly, it wasn't really a good matchup for either of them.
No, it really was. Now we see the SI qualification numbers. A loss basically means it's over. It's done. And a win only gives them 14 and 10% respectively for a chance to actually qualify. So it's not looking good either way.
No, I mean, for a lot of these teams that are here right now, especially some of the teams that have newer rosters, we say this at all the play-ins, one of the biggest things that you're doing is you're accumulating experience. Your whole goal is to play teams from other regions, get international competition, get international reps under your belts, and then use that to become a better team. CAG have been doing that for years and ultimately haven't really found much success. Talon obviously being a newer team on the international stage, they're hoping to take some of that experience back to Korea. Now, before we get into the matchup, you want to know where we're going to play. So let's go through the map vetoes for you. This is a best of three, our first best of three for you and I.
Yep.
And we've got Bank, picked by Talon, Border, picked by CAG, and then Chalet up as the decider.
So Talon played Oregon their first game, CAG played Consulate, so we don't see any of the repeating maps being played out. They both had such a, rough time and said, let's go elsewhere. And Bang, Border, Chalet is like that good old style of Rainbow Six Siege, and teams know these maps very well, so I think more comfortable common ground for both of these two squads.
I mean, they are certainly aggressive maps, to say the least. Bank is a very big map. There's going to be lots of roaming. I expect to see all 4 bomb sites. I expect to see heavy presence on all 3 floors for most of the bomb sites. I can't say the same about Border. I expect
3 bomb sites.
3 bomb sites on Border, but I still also expect a heavy roam game. When it comes to Chalet, should we need that third map, which honestly, with how both the teams played earlier today, I think it's more likely than not that we do need all 3 maps. When you look at a Chalet as a finale, there's a lot of unpredictability there.
Yep,
all 4 sites can be played, and they can all be played so differently.
Yep, you can play the fast, on attack, you can play the slow on attack, same on defense, you go for spawn peaks, playing those like behind the deployable shields, etc. So I think Chalet is a great decider map if it comes down to it versus Bank or Border.
Absolutely. I'm excited for all of them. They're all maps that will help teams that excel at gunfights. Now, if you watch the very first matchup of Bleed versus CAG had some difficulty hitting their marks. Talon had the same struggles against Los in their match as well. But it's hard to take a team like Bleed and understand what CAG was up against because they too are a new team when it comes to international competition. Los are a new team in the sense that they are also a newer team, but they were in Copenhagen. They did have skilled players that have played on teams before. So out of those 4 squads, Los have the most international experience.
Yes, absolutely.
So when you look at Talon going up against a more experienced squad, part of me wants to give the edge to them because they had a tougher opponent. Maybe. Bleed might end up being the better team. We might see Bleed make a deeper run than Los. We don't know. Of course, there's that unpredictability there. But that's the beauty of play-ins. We say goodbye to one of these 2 teams. Let's get underway. We'll start off with our very first map, picked by Talon.
There it is.
Bank.
Now, Talon did have one big glaring issue up against him on Oregon against Los, and it was the Monty. Los played almost every single round. We know because Parker, we worked at Brazil this entire stage too, so Monty's very present in that region. We know CAG, they love to run the Monty as well, so I want to see Talon pay respects and say, you know what, Monty was an issue against Los, it's probably going to be an issue here, ban it out unless they want to play it themselves. We know CAG, they're known to play it. was left open in their match against Bleed because Bleed wanted to play the Muncie themselves as well. CAG start on attack, Talon start on defense. That means that Talon, they ban the first attack and operator. They can make their first move. The big operators that we see here so far, Dokkaebi and Ying being banned out pretty much every single series so far. Osa, bit of a different one. See it played pretty often, not banned all that much. Does enable some plants into the basement bomb side, the top floor bomb side. That's no longer going to be possible, at least not with that operator. Is it there it is. CAG.
Double shields banned out.
CAG banning Muncie. What is happening?
Not a surprise whatsoever to see a shield ban on Bank.
No, but from CAG, have they gone away from their old times? They have changed things around. So, you know what? We are not just a Monty team. We can do other things, but a Monty and an Osa, that's like the double shield kind of ban. Yeah, you can try on something with a Blitz if you really wanted to, but no one really seems to be doing that because that's not what Blitz is for. Gotta go fast, gotta go for those kills instead. And Intel, Valkyrie and Finner been moved from play as well afterwards, so a relatively standard game of Bank minus the Osa ban.
I do like the Valk ban. I like Valk bans across the board, especially on the bigger maps. She tends to have a lot more potential when you have more spaces to hide the black eye cams. But more importantly, you can put them in spots where you can see more. When you get to the smaller maps, she still provides a lot of value, especially if you hide it under, say, like a table or in between a rack of amps or whatever debris might be present on the map. But when it comes to a map like Bank, a Valkyrie being present almost always necessitates an IQ at some point in the attack. Usually it comes in round 2 or 3 after you lose round 1 and 2 to a Valkyrie.
Yep, that's exactly how that plays out. And that's the big thing. Like, if you play the Valkyrie, yeah, sure, you gain the intel of the cameras themselves, but the big thing to take away from it is that you force the attackers to spend one of their 5 operator picks onto the IQ as a counter. That's the real victory. Then it's a mental warfare back and forth. Are they playing Valkyrie? Okay, yes, no. Are they playing IQ? Okay, yes, no. And you can kind of force out and starve the attacker line of flexibility because of that. Whereas with Valkyrie banned, a lot more free reign here on the attacking side, and it's relatively utility-oriented. Soft destruction on the Ash. You got clearing with the cabins of fireballs. Torch can clear out anything like the Echo Yoga drones, the Goe fire canisters, etc. So I do think that CAG for this first round, it's about being methodical. Do the ABCs of Rainbow Six Siege, clear the top floor, and it's shooting out right now, then go top down, clear out the entire roamers, use the Ibana, get all those hatches, and then try and fight them on the bomb side. But then you look at Talon's lineup, they want that. They got Goyo, Asami, Smoke, Echo, and Jaeger ADSs for protection. They want to fight on the side. They got all the util in the world. No real roam.
Doesn't appear that to be the case.
Well, they are hiding, waiting for something to happen, but it's going to take a while because CAG's pace right now. Black Creature trying to get on this table. Get the main stairs angle. It might get him a kill, but instead he swings it dry. The angle doesn't work that way, Black Ray. And that's what I call a blunder. You have a drone right next to you that can clear the angle. You messed up the table vault, fair enough. You don't need to take that aggressive angle. Anderson's droning it out for you. And I mean, it's an Echo. Oh, sorry, it's an Echo. It's a Goyo. But no matter what operator it is, you don't need to like worry about the main stairs flank because Chibisu's gonna walk in, Arcoli's gonna walk in, then you lock down the main staircase. They even had the soft angle open up from library all the way to lobby that would deny any kind of retake anyway. Big mistake.
Losing the Finka early, not great. The struggle when it comes to that staying power is JLT now on blue stairs. M870 in hand, which is something that we've actually been seeing more and more common. Oh. Well,
need a bigger hole for that one.
That's
but now we can do it though. Look, it was calculated.
I don't intend to be rude, but that's a mistake that you just can't be making at this level. You cannot. There's really no excuse for that other than nerves or lack of expertise.
And the same reason why when Black Ray died to their opening kill, like you swing out, you know, the angle where you can't see the opponent, but they can see you. It's a mistake that should be happening. And now Cyclops are fighting from behind the numbers, and they really want to think for this push, right? To alleviate any sign of like flashes, etc. But instead, Chibisu, he evens the numbers out. It's a 4v4 now with Smoke off the board.
Chibisu will drop immediately, eating the blast from Roy's Yokai. Ryder not too far away. That Vector will be able to chew through one of those players. Don't know if he'll hit two. Pre-fired as suddenly Cyclops doubles up and picks Anaton, destroying Misa. Now it's Roy Boy, who was all off on his own inside a garage, looking to the left, but swung on from the right. CAG prevails in the first round.
That is not the outcome that I expected whatsoever. Look at how everyone started. When we said it, Blackgray made a mistake, right? Hibana made a mistake as well. And it's like, okay, big mistakes from CAG. Sure, they can't break the bomb site, but they do. You drop a hatch, you take the confrontation, you went out to 1 versus 1. All of a sudden, the numbers are in your favor once more. What a great start from CAG after a tough beginning, and that's bank for you. It can look like it's really gonna go one way, and all of a sudden it goes another. That's the big mistake here, see? Tip of the head shows, and Blackgray can't see back. Chibisu, again, getting a nice kill onto the smoke, which just swings the hatch, kind of disrespectful almost, because the hatch drop, that's when you're weakest as an attacker, so if you swing before they drop, you're kind of playing yourself in that scenario, to be honest with you. Let's go! Nice! But every team always says this. It's so generic, but it's so good.
Well, get ready for the generic American crowd that is only as clever enough to muster, let's go, DZ!
You're really gonna roast the crowd that's gonna be here soon, TM? Oh, man.
100%.
Yeah, I mean,
absolutely.
I know that all our UK talent always goes, we should have a major in the UK, we'll show you guys how to do proper chants, woo! And we haven't had a single UK event in Siege history, besides like Year 1, Season 2, that was like a closed event for no public fans. So, we're going to have one soon, Parker, because we can't have the UK people talk all that smack and not show up, you know? Prove it to us.
Located a bomb.
Or just get better chants here in North America, that also works.
Yeah, I mean, I would obviously prefer better chance, but
I wouldn't mind go to the UK again. It's a nice little chill spot. Speaking of chill, Blackgray's got none of it. Storming into the building with a drone, no support is there. Might catch a defender. JLT inside of open area. The timing doesn't favor Blackgray. With that shot to the wall, he's gonna give away his position. Defenders can rotate around it. But CAG, they're playing a bit of a catch game right now. Just kind of fishing, seeing what's gonna land, what's gonna bite onto the bait. But they're slowly forcing defenders back towards that top bomb site, so they're getting good map control at a decent pace this time, much quicker than the previous round.
Saw JLT by main stairs, but that's not where the focus seems to be. Getting a lot of information, working with Ryder side by side. Suzu had some very pronounced struggles in that first round on Hibana. Not that it would have really changed the outcome of the matchup, or the round rather. They still won it ultimately.
True.
Blackgray looking to take out the barbed wire and actually misses the banister. Goes right through it. I think he was expecting it to stop, but blew it up none the same. His advance has been heralded. JLT knows that and has now moved away.
I'm curious what the intended initial attack is going to come from here, because like they got some people on Sierra Rappel, on lobby, on main stairs, but there's no real clear goal right now from my point of view for CAG. They're again still kind of fishing, seeing what's going to happen if we poke over here. Okay, what's their responsibility if we go over there instead? And they are like slowly cleaning out some passive utility, but they still got the Yoga drones to deal with, the Keeper barriers, the deployable shield in the hallway by janitors, and again, 45 seconds left. It doesn't feel like it because there's no pressure seemingly on CAG to actually start moving, but they have to. And Ying, Anaton, that's gotta be the big brute force. 4 Candelas, 2 smokes, you toss them in, you follow up, and you try and make that chaotic play that CAG are known for.
It's a very powerful position that Blackgray has, looking long range, taking out what little was remaining of Misa. And now amidst the confusion, a defuse plant attempted, stopped in its tracks. Suddenly, Talon is equalized into a 3v3. They go. The advantage theirs as our Cully is dead. It's Blackgray and Chibisu. It's Blackgray now wandering up to survey the damage that's been done by Talon, but time is about to run out on a potential comeback. Beheads Ryder, but that's really all he can get as JLT hits the DAC. Royboy actually getting the kill right as time expired. When the Korean squad of Talon bounce back.
I mean, it seems like CAG opted for, you know what, this is like the path of least resistance. Let's get that first opening kill, immediately hit the plant, which normally is actually a really good play to make, but there is one big issue. Time is a part of it. they didn't have enough time to check for yokai drones, so they knew where they were planting, they knew what was going on and how to counter it. And the Ying didn't really have any true effect in that round because Ying just tossed some candelas, tossed the smoke, and it kind of just died. Nothing really came out of that operator that really gave them a way into the round. And it's a very simple approach, right? Get a kill, walk in the breach, hold F, hope for the best. But if the best doesn't happen, well, then the diffuser is down in the middle of the bomb site, and you gotta pick it up, try and go for a replant, but you no longer have a Ying, no smokes, no candelas going out, no distraction really. And just a very one-sided push from CIG. Nobody's spread out enough, I would say. No distractions going on either. So they tie things up 1-1. And it is going to be a back and forth, seemingly so. And I have a quick technical timeout for you. We get back into the action. I like that it has a timer. There is exactly 1 minute and 37 seconds left, and then we're back in action. Just like that.
We know that the tech issues, we resolved that quickly. I think it was more of an estimate, though, Nick. But
Yeah.
Either way.
I found it funny.
Well, I'm glad you enjoyed it.
So what happened there, actually? They, Yokai stunned the planter, which forced him off the animation, so he stands up, and that allowed him to be tapped all the way from meeting. It's like in the Yokai there. That was the culprit.
That's what happens when you waste too much time, allow them to set themselves up as securely as they did. Talon successful on the top floor. They're going to go to lockers down below for a second attempt. They were not successful here on the first round, though the early portion of that round actually looked quite good.
Yeah.
And then it didn't.
5 seconds left. Very quickly didn't. And we spoke about, you know, paying respect to the Valkyrie, but playing the IQ and all that kind of stuff. And you said around round number 2 or 3 is typically we see a shift. But it's now the start of round number 3. Attacker repick is over. The round has officially started. And CAG is still not opting for the IQ, despite literally losing the previous round to the Echo. And the round before that, Echo played a part in like what was a difficult opening kill for them, but not essentially a round lost. So CAG are going to try one more time without the IQ. They want the Thatcher instead, maybe fearing a possible Kaid hiding on the bomb side for those hatches. But we know, as the spectators and observers, that there is no kite being played here. It's that same exact lineup, the turtle defense, where, yeah, they play one guy like server stairs and main stairs, and they kill a drone or two, then fall back. But this is, again, all up to CIG to get a successful bomb site execute down. We also have a B stream, in case you guys couldn't hear it.
I was just going to say, that's all I hear right now.
Yeah, I can't actually hear the game sound. I just hear...
I can hear Dev Marta absolutely losing his mind.
Triple kill from the youngest guy in the tournament. So that's happening in the B stream. You guys should check it out in case you're curious what's happening over there. Whereas here, we're in that very calm before the storm. The second part of any round, it's the setup. We have the exploration phase, then the setup phase, where you break open the hatches, the walls, you look at where the utility is, you decide on where you want to go, and then that leads us into the final and third stage of a round, the execute. When you reach that bomb site, try and get on the diffuser, when C4s go flying out, but before we get there, it's JLT on the server stairs with ADSs, with a shotgun primary on the Jaeger, looking for a fight, looking to stall for time.
Black Ray still alive at this point in the round is good news, given what happened all the way back in round number 1.
Barrier activated.
And Misa will plug that hatch that was opened up over top of the hallway downstairs.
Yep.
my.
Who's gonna swing first? That's the big question. Was 3 against 1. It's not entirely fair, but he's got a shotgun on the staircase.
And JLT's looking for the swing as he gets EMP'd. No. He turns his back at the wrong time, almost gets away. Black Ray is flushed out blue. Misa dies to Arcoli. There goes an Adrenal Surge. Talon in worse shape at this point than they were all the way back in that very first defense of theirs. They've still got some tricks up their sleeve, though. Gas canisters, Goyo canisters to break as well. Yokai's up. Sayora throwing out those gas canisters, toxic canisters to blanket the A-bomb site as the fire will rage as well, but he's no more. Roy Boy in a 1v5, and guess what? CAG does it again on the same bomb site. Perfect on Locker's CCTV attack so far.
It's very impressive. I mean, it looks like things are not gonna go the right way for CAG, but then out of nowhere, they just find kill after kill after kill. And I will say, this is not the same kind of pace we're used to seeing from the international style of Cyclops. Normally, they're very fast, they're chaotic, they surprise their opponents, and again, like, they haven't gotten good results with that playstyle. So it really looks like they're going back to the drawing board domestically, you know, in the off-season and in the stage number 2, and said, you know what, we're gonna try a more methodical, usual, typical style of Siege, slow things down and work the numbers. And we can see here, they're disciplined, they're patient, they're waiting for the enemy to take those swings, expecting aggression, and they get rewarded for it time after time. So now we gotta look at Talon and be like, guys, you gotta stop playing into this playstyle, because the one time they played passive all the way through on the CEO defense, they actually got a round victory. Because if you go back to round number 1, it's the defenders on basement swinging open hatches looking for picks that they have no business looking for. That doesn't work out. They go CEO, they play super far back. They win the round. Then they go back to basement, and look at that. All of a sudden, they start losing out in those engagements again. Losing server staircase, Jake with the shotgun early. That's not gonna bode well for you. And then again, they just pick up kill after kill after kill continuously. They're chasing the bomb site. From down to up to down to that first primary floor, the open area bomb site. It has been statistically the best defending site for the last like year and a half at this point. And normally where teams tend to start is not basement.
No, I mean, there's a lot of options as to where you can go. They are... Dev Marta and Stokes are behind us, and boy, oh boy, are they ever loud. Deafeningly so.
I believe they're doing the... Is it SSGAA they're doing right now?
I believe that's the case,
yeah.
yes. They're doing Space Station versus Alpha Atheres.
Atheres, okay. I thought so. Another quiet start where, again, CAG looking for the first move. And again, they're just holding angles. They know Talon. They get a little bit uneasy when things don't really happen. It's all about that first opening kill. It's been very important in these fights so far, the first 3 rounds. Talon, they changed up our lineup. They go from utility to, let's say, a bit of intel, right? The Legion traps give you intel, as does the Solace. That's what they're gonna do, just relay information.
That Solace has been passed around now in the hands of Misa, who I'm assuming was the culprit for the tech issue, having to rejoin here. Oh my. Talon being obliterated now, as CAG are just showing them a mercy killing. But JLT still very much in this. Work cut out for him as he's in a 1v4. He'll now head down below. 2 nades in back pocket if need be. Impact nades, of course. Our Cully over in the front portion of the map, outdueled by JLT, will now retake against the diffuser that's been planted. The Buck will make this a much bigger issue for JLT. As the moment he steps towards that door frame, he should get spotted, and there it goes. Chibisu finishing it off, 3-1 CAG.
And that's the hardest position you can find yourself in. When the defender becomes the attacker, you need to retake the bomb site against verticality, pre-placed drones, and then of course that 3 versus 1 where Crossfire is very likely, if not guaranteed, to be up against you. And you're just choked out. There's no real way back into the building, so to speak. And CAG looking very good. They take their time, they set up, they do a 3, 2, 1, and they go. And every single time they've done that, they pick up 2 or 3 kills at the price of a single member dying on their side, heavily favoring the attack, of course. And I know there's like attacker side at bang possibly and all these things, but this was Talon's map pick. And it doesn't really look like that's the case, because Talon themselves don't look all that comfortable on their defensive side at least. Yeah, they got an idea, they got like a baseline of how they want to approach things, but we've yet to see like a proper successful adaptation. Look at this, drop a skylight, walk in from square, find kill number 1, flip kill number 2, and then look, you'll force a flank, and the flank is being held as well. Completely dominating round from CAG.
So a timeout that was called, by the way. Doesn't look like it actually, no, because we're in live action.
No, it wasn't.
That was just a prolonged replay to get us to this point. Bomb site rotation, by the way. Lockers CCTV downstairs twice. That CEO bomb site upstairs has now been shown twice as well, and then open area. The other place, we have not seen Teller's archives yet.
I hope we don't in some ways. I mean, we've seen it in the, I think it was in NAL, we saw it a couple of times, and it's a bit of a cursed bomb set that archives Tellers because either you will flawless the opponent or get flawless. There's no real fighting back and forth. Either you got the read in the situation, you shut down your opponent, or you have no way in it yourself. The echo here from Roy Boy being brought out once more. Intel, of course, working out pretty well for Talon so far, but they gotta act upon it as well and make something happen. Whereas Cyclops, they played passive so far, really slow, should I say, but they got both the Twitch now, they got the Amaru. They can speed things up if they want to here.
And he's sitting quite pretty at the moment. And Chibisu will drone him out, gain information on the position of the Azami. You're only going to be able to destroy one of those Kiba barriers before getting on in, but oh my goodness! Wait a minute, Black Ray's taking advantage of this. The jig is up to the Yokai, a flash goes in. Down goes Sei, Misa will follow. CAG yet again, so good on the entry, and Roy Boy will join them in the afterlife. We are 1 minute and 15 seconds to go, and it's a flawless round from CAG. They are in full control of this map.
Okay. I'm just gonna reiterate and say that this is Talon's map pick, and they are getting rolled, they're getting steamed, they're getting bulldozed across the map here on every single bomb site. Yeah, they got a single round, you know, to their tally. They won that second round of CEO off the Yokai stun because CAG were way too slow and way too careless. But outside of that utility work, it's been CAG in the driver's seat, so comfortable in the open engagements. And particularly in that round that we just witnessed, they played a slow pace for the first half. They said, guys, let's speed things up, go back to our old style of CAG, and just surprise them. So they brute force with Amaru, they get in the flashbangs, and everyone commits to play. Look at this, Chibisu has the cross, the flashbang forces out the defender of Misa, and then they just hit every single shot possible. Beautiful stuff here from Cyclops.
And to do so flawlessly.
Yep.
On attack, on bank, your opponent's map. That is not good, obviously, to say the least.
Or it's very good. 10 depending on the side.
Depends on which team you're cheering for. Yes, of course.
5 seconds left.
Boy, oh boy. This Talon squad, absent JLT, have been completely invisible so far. You got the second half of bank to fix things, but you are very quickly losing the plot.
Yep. I mean, yeah, we're in live phase. I was just double checking. No EMPs to the attack in size. They didn't read into the kite hiding downstairs, and we do see Talon actually playing for a bit of a roam this round. Yeah, they got some first floor presence, which is very uncommon for their side. Hatch is actually opened up, so this is a big positive thing to me. They played the kite and they played the echo, but then they also roam. And I guess there's a side to this. They're gonna play that first roam, stall for time, kill some drones, fall back, all is good in the world, but they still wanna have that second line of utility so that, yeah, okay, the corner hatch and open air will be opened up, but the kite can still shut down the primary, you know, the A hatch or the backside or server hatch. They still got Yokai for, you know, plant deny for intel. The big question now is, can they escape the roam with players alive or by getting kills? We'll see.
They'll come to blows very early on, and guess who strikes first but CAG yet again. Nades prepped and ready, trying to take advantage of this adrenal surge as they have cleared out the top floor, and they are not slowing down. Chibisu, how do you win that? Mincemeat is what Talon has been reduced to.
Damn.
Misa in a 1v3. An even faster pace being set by Cyclops this time around, as Misa just narrowly evading gunfire by the B-bomb site, now looking for the buck over in the hallway, tearing strips out of Chibisu. The problem is you don't have access to the diffuser. So Misa's actually in a winnable spot in terms of objective play. But a lot of time left. They'll continue to spam ping away as now Misa seeks safe refuge inside of lockers. Eyes set on the A-bomb site. They know exactly where he is, and it was just a matter of time for him to wander out. Arcully getting the final pick. 5-1 first half for Cyclops.
Very impressive. I mean, it was a roam clear, but they also decided at the exact same moment. And the reason why that worked is that The Echo, who was on the bomb site, was using the Echo drone on an open area to assist the roam. While that happened, Chibisu just walks into the bomb site, I presume from the garage portion of the map, and just slaughters anchors that are trying to hold down the site itself. So they win the roam clear, they win the site clear, and yeah, it came down to a bit of a sketchy 2 versus 1, still favoring CAG, but they get the job done. And while they did not have diffuser in control, they had basically full bomb site control, they had a decent crossfire setup, and more importantly, CAG in that 3 versus 1, they didn't just throw bodies at the problem, they were checking drones, setting up flank camps, etc., red pinging, applying mental pressure on that last alive defender. And Chibi's reaction, no, he dropped the open area hatch the second they roam clear, just an off-pace play, catching Talon by complete surprise there. And if this is how Bank's gonna go, I really fear for Talon when they go to border on the second map, because this is gonna be brutal.
Yeah, I mean, you're supposed to win your own map, but you don't gotta be, you gotta be the smartest man in the room to know that.
Or just do half decent, right? This is not half decent.
No, not at all.
This is a slaughter. I mean, basically one flawless round. I count 2 because they had like the other base moment that's like 5v1. Basically 2 flawless, you know, very convincing rounds, always getting opening kill for CAG. They get the 5-1 half. So unless Talon really show up, that might just be the first map done and dust, because you see 0 kills on Sayora, Royboy with 1, Misa with 2. Like, individually, Talon is not really showing up, nor as a team.
I don't know how many kills Misa had before having to rejoin the lobby, but you're looking at 11 kills over 6 rounds.
Yeah.
It's less than 2 kills a round. You won 1 round, so 5 kills came in a single round. That means that's 6 kills spread out over 5 more rounds. That is horrific.
Oh, yeah, that math is actually really puts into perspective there.
6 kills over 5 rounds.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Obviously, Misa might have had a kill or 2
yeah,
before,
but
not too much more. And even then, that doesn't really change just how bad it is for Talon. So now they have what some might say to be the favorable side on Bank. Oh, and Chibisu decides, Sayora, hello! He gets sent to an early grave. Oh my. They're just peaking like crazy at this point. Anderton falls, and Talon of the first 2 picks. They're using a considerable amount of utility.
Okay.
Very, very sloppy start to this round, by the way, for CAG. Very sloppy.
Yeah, I mean, I get the concept of like roaming aggressively, but like let them get into the building and actually deal with crossfires and problems first, because now that Susan's seen a 1v4, he might get some exit kills, but the round, I don't know.
Turn tails to run down the blue stairs, but reaggresses. Well, he sees the buck. Whether he wins the duel or not, Diffuser was about to be planted by Talon. They were in an unlosable situation, dare I say it. 2 rounds on the board for Talon now.
The thing about that round that is so like puzzling and surprising is that if 2 individual 1v1 gunfights went the other way, we would be like, oh, CAG won a flawless round, like what a phenomenal roam. But then it's like Talon to win the first initial 2 gunfights, and that crossfire, the whole setup for defense, it falls apart obviously. And it just comes down to, okay, CAG gonna be in your face, shut down the entries, they go for those aggressive swings, but they don't have the intel. Whereas Talon, when they were defending, they were playing the Echo, they were actively working off the yellow pings, the yokai stuns, etc. So it made a little bit more sense. But then again, if you're up 5-1 with such a phenomenal first half, I'm not surprised you're a little bit cocky, got a bit of an ego, so you know, this is too easy, let's just swing them. The thing is, it just wasn't all that easy in that first round on side swap.
You wonder when they'd call their timeout as well, by the way.
Not true.
10 seconds left.
Not sure when they will. Open area showing up. Our speculation that 4 bomb sites would emerge for this map so far has not come to fruition.
Attackers are heading
There's
out
still
to the
time.
There's still plenty of time. Cyclops are hoping there isn't. They want there to be less time. Well, you got to play a bit more patient on defense. They fed Talon about 3 of the 5 kills in the previous round. Talon didn't really need to break much of a sweat whatsoever to get it.
I think you just, you know, you play off that punch. So you know what? If you're CAG now, let's actually make it difficult for Talon to attack this. Let's not swing too hard. And I like this. They got the double shield, they got the wall mine, they got the keep the barriers from the Asami as well. They now have utility they can quote-unquote not hide behind, but play behind rather. And again, let Talon make the first moves, get into the building, make them feel uncomfortable by having all those possible, okay, there are crossfires now, multiple angles they have to worry about. Because last round, that just was not the case. Roy Boy getting an awful lot of value from that first Brava drone, just getting the default cam and the ammo ping. Could be an easy pick, but no. It's Sayora getting close step and a run out, a jump out from Black Ray.
Where do you go?
Yeah, where do you stay here, I think.
You're about to get absolutely smoked!
No!
What?
Roy Boy. Surely not.
There you go.
That's better.
You got to pick multiple angles at that point.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that he gets another one is just criminal. And now it's a 3v3 with Misa, like, out in spawn, far outside the building's gonna waste a couple seconds running back. But good news on the attack inside. They got Heartbreach, they got Nathan Finger, and they got a Ying. They got the 3 best operators for this round still alive. Whereas in defense, yeah, okay, you still got those cube barriers, you get some magnets regenerating, got a C4 on mute rather, not pulse. So it's not the end of the world for either side. This is an operator outcome, best case scenario from both teams.
I want to know what's going on over there. It's a big play now from Mises. There goes the Candela, concealing himself. Can opener, muted though. And they can't get to that mute jammer. Bad strokes for Talon as down goes Misa. Why don't you just melee it? Why just melee it? You had multiple opportunities to do that. You had the Candela there. They're not going to be able to hear you. They're not going to be able to see you. 35 seconds remaining. 2 players from Talon. Cyclops looking for a gut punch that would move them to map point. To do so would steal away Talon's map. Suzu missing out, but it's Arcoli to get the final pick. Thought the Deagle might have been the culprit. 6-2 for CAG.
Yeah, and we spoke about that adaptation where Talon didn't seem like they had more than one way to play defense. CAG, they showed us on attack. They can play fast, they can play slow, they can play unpredictable, they go on defense. And I feared for a moment there they only had one kind of speed that was super fast, super like ego-peaking, challenging, but they showed us discipline again. And with that round loss for Talon, it is going to be that tactical timeout, but we always, we talk about, is this a good value, a good use of it, right? You're down 2-6. Now you take a timeout. I feel like it's a little bit too late. Let's say it's successful. You talk things through. The coach has a couple ideas. You got to win 4 rounds straight with 0 mistakes just to go into overtime. I really dislike when tactical timeouts are called so late in the matchup, whereas a round or 2 earlier, it buys you a little bit more time and a little bit more wiggle room to still allow mistakes.
I feel like you and I have been treated to very quick matches.
We have?
So far. We've had some quick matches overall today, even though some of them have been, how do I say this, upsets.
Yep.
They have not been the end result that you have come to expect.
Yeah, we've had one overtime game by my count, and that was one of the very first games.
Yep.
And that's really it so far.
I have casted 2 matches. I casted the CAG Bleed match, which was a 7-3. I'm not going to say for who.
Okay.
And then a 7-2 for DZ versus Knights. I did that one with Ace.
Yep.
Why are they holding the guns like that? That's a lot of gun.
That's a lot of guns.
That's a lot of guns.
It's because nowadays you get 2 skins in the bundle instead of just 1. So you get more worth out of your monies, more value, if you will. And I actually rock the Proli skin on Doc myself when I play Ranky, and I'm a very big fan of the current. It's been a concept style for a long time, but the current kind of like 30 white gold sets that we have in the Proli bundles. I'm a fan. I'm an enjoyer. I like it.
Well, Talon in rough spot through this matchup.
They have an interesting castle barricade in the basement, leading towards the garage, I believe. Yeah, right there. We don't see the red hallway being barricaded off with a castle barricade all that often. I assume the thought here is that you give up garage for the attackers, and if they were to take it and open up that soft wall, they don't get a long line of sight in towards the red hallway, which allows you to play for the plant deny if they go for an execute. That's like the theory I imagine, but this is like 2016, 2017 style of siege, because everybody holds garage these days, especially when you got those yokai drones, because you can see the attackers moving into that area. So, surprise, surprise, might look like something new, but it is in fact something very, very old, if you will. If you've been around for a while, you might recognize it. But right now, it's that Talon going for the roam clear, droning things out. They've lost 3 drones already, and the minute has been burned on the clock. They're making a relatively slow pace so far, but they got the multiple high bridge operators, Ibana and Bok can take it to high bridge. They can speed things up here and catch up on time.
It's been a rough game for both Sayora and Roy Boy.
Yep.
Neither are playing on directly offensive roles, but that's an innovative castle strat, by the way. I don't know if you saw that.
There are some castle barricades in this round, yep.
There are. There certainly are there. First step for Talon, once you take control of open areas, start to poke holes in this defense down below. You do that by opening up the hatches. There's not a lot of soft destruction whatsoever on this part of the map, outside of maybe the walls when you look over that hatch. So if you've got a buck on the board, which, oh look, they do, can tear open that wall leading to red. JLT is going to get in a position. I have to imagine that he might want to open some of that up, but now the focus is on still clearing things out of open area.
Yeah, that's it. Oh, the disc is there, but Sophia's got the soft breaches, could open up afterwards, but they just plant instead. Just go for it.
Hold on a second. Sayora was in position to get the diffuser down, but is read by Black Ray as out goes one of those toxic canisters. It will continue to linger, leaving 30-ish seconds for those 2 remaining gas canisters to go. And now it's Sayora to attempt again. But you breathe in so much of that gas when the Finka Adrenal Surge is live. It's giving you a little bit of staying power at this point. But Sayora needs to be very careful. Talon getting on the board first. Roy Boy with 2, trying to keep themselves alive. The plant thwarted yet again as Anatoon gets aggressive on the hatch. Huge magazine for the P90, but cannot control it. Instead, pivot over towards the area where Sayora is as he backs in. Anatoon outdueled. Chibisu needs to clear this out. Stop the defuse plant, but he's cut off by the castle barricade. Sees the buck. A flawless round for Talon if they can get Chibisu, who's still in this position, and it is flawless for Talon as they stay in this map.
That is such an awkward round to witness because one team of defense, they're just trying to play with Plant Denied. Smokes, C4s, Yoga Drones, and Talon, they're playing for kills, so 2 very different objectives at hand here, and they're just trying to avoid each other as much as possible. It comes down to the plant starting on 6 seconds left. No Yokai, no Echo Drone, no smokes left, etc. And Chibisu in that 1v5, almost boxed out of the building because of those castle barricades. Now, I will say, the castle barricade did a lot of work in that round. It denies the hatch angle, the garage angle, if an attacker were to go there, but there are some scenarios where it actually plays against you. You no longer get that beautiful long line of sight all the way from garage soft wall in towards the default plant spot, and that could have been a way that CIG could have stopped the plant from going down, but instead they opted for a different approach. It's flawless for Talon, but mostly because it didn't really look like CIG were fighting back with gunpowder, but it's pure utility, again, focusing on plant deny. As a replay. Oh, that's where you got the double kill. It's a main stairs flank, actually. And it makes sense you send the castle and the Wamaya up for a flank on main stairs because they don't have any utility to actually deny the plant anyway. And that's one of the downsides. If you play with this plant deny and you play castle and Wamaya, you're missing out on the C4s. So you only really have the smokes. And yeah, they try to spread them out as much as possible, but they didn't really account for the last 10 to 12 seconds, and all you need as an attacker is plant with 1 second left, force it into like the overtime scenario where you get extra seconds as long as the plant is going down actively, and then try and get it down successfully, and that's it. Then you play post plant. It's a done deal.
Teller's Archives, by the way.
There it is. Wow, we see it.
In what could be the very final round of this first map between these squads, the 4th bomb site will show itself. Very cool to see.
We did see a game, I believe, in NAL that was decided on this exact bomb site as well. And it's again like, it's a bit chaotic. It's kind of like a defending CEO because you're playing top 4 heavy, but the bomb site is downstairs. So you're fighting for something that's just an extension of the bomb site, and the site itself is so fragile, so weak if the attackers can clear that top floor portion, because all that soft destruction, it gives you full coverage of both the A and B bomb site. Ying goes out, Grim goes out, stuns go out too, but it's actually CAG getting all the kills.
Oh, Black Ray somehow blows himself up with a Razor Bloom, but that's an 11th kill, technically a 12th. Sayora and Misa, last 2 left. Sayora using the Selmas to open a view into that paper and copier upstairs. Janitor, as some may call it. Merculli's still waiting inside of the elevators. Suzu and Anaton circle in on closer. Misa finding a goo mine inside of main lobby. Are the yokai still up? That's the real question. If Anaton still has both yokais up, there's one. You can gain a ton of value as this timer will continue to run down. This is a very bad spot for Talon to be in.
Yeah.
They know that there's one by the door. That's the ping that you see with the 3 in the circle. Misa will walk right in, and it's a bit of an ugly gunfight, but survive for the time being. Still inside a lobby, but at least they have the positioning of one of those players. The yokai still in a spot to continue harassing. Suzu could actually very easily pick up the kill here if he were to swing, but doesn't seem to be looking for it. Now it's Misa to open up the wall. Circle back over to the same position. Deal with Chibi Su, taking down Arcoli. CAG need to capitalize off of this. Sayora in a 1v3 to keep Talon from forfeiting their own map, but they're not gonna get it done. CAG snipes bank away from Talon. They win 7-3.
And in full control almost the entire time on Talon's map pick on both the attack and the defensive side. So Border, that's going to be an exciting one. It's the next map up, because that's kind of the trend and the pace that CAG are setting. It's going to be hard to keep up if you're Talon.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be pretty frustrated with that one, but there's some things to work on. You're not going to have a lot of time to course correct, as Border is up next, picked by Cyclops. If Talon fall on Border, Atlanta is over for them. Will it happen? We'll be back in a few minutes to find out.
It's time to make history. Behind a solid wall, the pings, they're all in his favor. There's a C4, but Souls does not care. One kill away, and it's Volks to die. A new generation pick up where legends left off.
I want M80 to be one of the most successful and dominant esports organizations in the world.
When the manager Golden reached out for a coaching position, I thought, why not? What could hurt?
You just got to take their soul. Like, you just got to destroy them.
It's definitely better to let the play do the talking, but tend to stay clear of the people that have big egos.
Energy carries everything into winning.
This is Rainbow Six at its best.
Try not to hold on to revenge too much the past. If we were to play them again, it would just be like just that urge of competitiveness to beat them.
We know our potential, we know what we are capable of.
The opponents could definitely take the title from us.
The past is the past, but in the moment you have everything you need to do to be better.
Hello, I'm Dominic Clement, game designer on Rainbow Six Siege. The next season is right around the corner. And if you don't get the latest operator on release, you might still want to review your ABCs on some of the operators already available today in the game. The Electric Bandit, the Wisecade, and the Quiet Mute will be welcoming a new troublemaker into their ranks, ready to give breachers a few headaches. Working out your pulse and soleus muscles will ensure you'll be able to provide invaluable intel to this new operator. And let's not forget about Ella, Fenrir, and our other trap operators who each bring a unique ingredient that can be used in crafting some really crazy strategies with this new operator. So jump into the game and review your basics with these operators, so you'll be ready to synergize with the new operator when it comes out next season. See you then.
All right, well, player reactions on your screen. The celebratory fist bumps of Cyclops Athlete Gaming as they go up 1-0 over Talon on Talon's map.
Yep, and it was not just a victory, it was very convincing. You didn't see it, you might want to go back and watch because there was some fast-paced rounds, some slow pace, but either way, CAG pretty much always in the driver's seat.
Oh, absolutely. Once they took the lead, they never really relinquished it. They won 4 rounds in a row, one of which was done flawlessly, and then ultimately only surrendered 2 more rounds after that streak to Talon. The thing that is most surprising is the map on which it happened, but now we pivot towards our next map, and it's one that was picked by CAG as they move to essentially free themselves, at least from now, from being eliminated, and would ultimately send Talon home.
Yeah, and if you're going to Border, which is the next map, and you're playing this kind of like quick pace, very confident playstyle like CAG they are, I fear for Talon, truly, because if you cannot shut them down, you have no way in on Border, and you're gonna fight every single inch of the map, every entry, spawn peaks as well, for example, so they gotta show something different than Bank, otherwise it's just Jover.
Yeah, I mean, you're not allowed to use Jover again, by the way. It's the second or third time that you've used Jover. It's Jover for you, my friend. But when you look at a map like Bank and then you compare it to a map like Border, immediately size is the big difference. Yep. You notice it right away. Bank is one of the biggest maps in all of Rainbow Six. Border is a bigger map, but is still tends to skew towards the smaller of all of the maps in the map pool.
Yep. And also, like, just like a lot of long lines of sight where, yeah, okay, the map in scale can be pretty big, but you're also fighting across such a long distance across the table, from east stairs all the way to security, of course, outside the both archives balconies, and verticality as well. So, apparently the server's ready, the players are ready. Are you ready?
I'm ready. Chat,
Good.
are you ready? Do me a favor.
Type 1 in chat if you're ready.
Type R in chat.
Oh, R. Okay.
Because that's what you do when you're ready. You
That's
type
true.
R in chat. Not A-R-E, not O-U-R, just the single letter R.
Nice.
On friendly territory, Cyclops will look to knock Talon out of the Atlanta Major. For Talon, they would be the first team to go home. On the B stream in just a couple minutes, another elimination game will be played. Ninjas in Pajamas versus Sandbox Gaming will go on the other stream.
Didn't expect that one.
Did not expect that one. Did not expect the upset for Nip to be in that position. But I will say this. If things do not go well for Sandbox, the first two teams sent home would both be Korean teams, which obviously not the result that region wants at all.
No, that's very true. Alberta bans are gonna look very similar. The Muncie being banned out by CAG themselves, the Ying follows up, then the Fenrir, and then we can talk about, is it gonna be the Valkyrie, the Mira, the Kaid, the Solis? Those are your usual four suspects, at least on Border. Of course, I guess you can throw an Asami in there as well, but both teams played Asami pretty comfortably and might want her available on the defensive side of Border. It will be Ding the ring, the Kaid. So again, it kind of frees up your other lineup on attack. You don't have to play Thatch every single round. You can guaranteed open up the walls. At the very least, dealing with a mute or a bandit is much easier, much simpler than dealing with the Kaid claws because of that range and how they can be far off in the ceiling, etc. You gotta bounce some tricky nades to deal with those, and of course, take out all those ADSs as well if there are any. So, the scene is set. Cyclops looking to keep up the pace and the momentum. I would not be surprised if they go for the spawn peaks, shut down Talon early on, like they tried on Bang on their first offensive rounds. But with the CG on defense, Talon on attack, Border the second map here in this best of 3 series.
Both teams at this point should be warmed up. Talon played their matchup after Cyclops played theirs. As you see on your screen, that's the R6 share kit for Cyclops Athlete Gaming. A very colorful UMP skin that you can put on. As a little dinosaur face on it. Very cute.
Looks like a toy gun with how colorful it is.
It does. And funny enough, there is a toy pistol skin for the FBI agent pistol as well. So you can
5 seconds remaining.
Use them both.
You can Skinnergize?
You can indeed Skinnergize.
Attacker's objective is to locate a
You
bomb.
didn't coin that word, right? That was all you?
No, I've definitely read it before. I am
just
nowhere
take
near.
it.
Okay, yeah, I did.
In Siege, you coined it at least. I believe.
I imported it.
You imported it. It was imported.
I imported it to Rainbow Six Siege. That is absolutely correct.
I mean, G2 imports half of their team too, so that happens.
Doesn't seem to matter.
No.
What are the keys to success for Talon here on Border?
Honestly, I want to see them actually control the pace right now because they are just being. I mean, look at this start. Chibisu runs out, a team kill almost occurs. I want to see Talon take control, set the pace here, and say, you know what, CAG, you want to play with confidence? We shut you down. You go for a swing, we get the kill, etc. Because right now, look at them. They're playing so far back, proning on the ground. They're playing scared. They're playing pretty isolated. We see Roy Boy alone. We see Misa alone. We see a Sandwich Repel alone as well. And right now, look, they're swinging far back. They're holding angles. No one's on break door. No one's on CC window. They're just swinging armory breach right now that they themselves opened up.
Chibisu still holding court inside of security. Oh, Misa doesn't have a soft wall where the Legion is sitting. Suzu continues to lord over him from this spot. There's an Adrenal Surge to give some life back to the attackers. Roy Boy goes down first, and Suzu could have had more than one. Maybe don't pull out the super shorty. There goes Ryder, but Suzu's feeling pretty good about this. Chibisu decides to slaughter him with his secondary shotgun.
I wanted Talon to control. This is the exact opposite of what I wanted. They're walking out alone. They don't get a single kill. I mean, Misa was looking the wrong way. Instead of swinging the armory player of Lesion, he was trying to swing Chibisu instead of security, but that's not your first point of contact, and they didn't really do anything this round. They still had utility and flashbangs for the Kalaji, they had grenades on Finga, they had 1 or 2 on boost left, on Dokubi call left. This is like a semi-tactical timeout here from Talon. Slow it down, talk things through, guys, what happened? What's the issues? Are we nervous because it's like, you know, series point, if we lose, we're out? Because that's the reality. You lose your first map in a best of 3, if you lose the second one, you're literally going home. That is always going to apply so much pressure mentally onto the team that it's affecting. And right now, that's Talon.
Well, JLT is just going to waste time sitting outside, as you pointed out. Wait, was he just rubbing his eyes with both hands yet was still moving?
Yeah.
How is that even possible?
He's got a third hand somewhere.
What is going on?
Magician.
15 seconds.
Oh. It's fine. Rework is in. You'll be back up with 20 health. It's fine. Wait. Oh.
No, you could.
Oh.
Chibisu denies his team the flawless round by dying. Though, in all reality,
that's a flawless.
That was a flawless round. They could have just left it. I mean, obviously they didn't.
Yeah.
CAG 1 round closer to throwing Talon out of Atlanta.
Yep, and it looked good. And this is the thing. Yeah, okay, this is CAG against a lesser experienced team in Talon. This is not them up against like W7M or G2, any of those big names. But this is a better looking CAG from pretty much all the standpoints that we normally criticize them for. They're playing, you know, too spread apart. They're playing too, like, undisciplined. They don't have crossfires. They have no trades going for them. They crouch on Monty all the time. And yeah, okay, it's hard to judge them off this single or best of 3 when they've lost their first match already, but it's like, they're banning the Monty, they're not forcing it themselves, they have the crossfires, they have the trades being set up, and they're actually adapting live in the server as things are playing out. So on all of those points, like, success, improvement, and it's exactly what I want to see. I just wish we had seen it from CAG a year ago or 2 years ago, because they have been at pretty much every single international event since early 2021. So, but better late than never. Talon, they go through their what operators should we bring checklist, and Roy Boy will bring out that famous IQ to combat the possibility of Pulse, a Solace, a Valkyrie. And 2 of those operators, they do have presence in this particular round. It's a Solace and Valkyrie from Anderson Arcoli. They're gonna play downstairs, look for some vertical destruction, C4 impact grenades. And Talon just starting things up slowly. Lisa number wall from Passport into that open area portion. The East stairs. Just gonna set things here. Maybe an East stairs take from Talon if possible.
Oh, the Azami getting very close to danger as Black Ray scoots off from this position. Spraying through the wall, being spotted on scan. There goes another logic bomb. Lots of annoyances and nuisances being brought from Talon now in the second execute of theirs. They fell short on the armory take. Now they retool and hope for the best.
What is next? Right now it's yellow pings from the Valkyrie cameras, giving some intel, and Talon, they've got Eastern control, Passport control, but you can't really act with that alone. Either you clear this top floor portion of Office Archives, which Ryder might be trying to attempt on his lonesome, or you hit the side quickly and dirty and hope to get the job done. But look at this, the lack of intel, it punishes the defenders.
He just walks right in. There goes another logic bomb. The last one, Arcoli making his presence known, and now it's Sayora fighting the Solus, winning the duel with the AK. Pivoting towards Customs, now towards Top East.
It was going so well until 2 seconds after, and then it wasn't all of a sudden. It went from a 4 versus 5 in favor of Talon to a 1 versus 4 very quickly, and that is it. Blackberry finds the final kill in the round. CAG, they're continuing from the streak they had on Bang with complete and utter control and domination on the first rounds of Border as well. And sometimes when you are a less experienced teams like Talon they are, you just want to look at what other teams are doing in, like, you know, the tier 1 regions that have been around for a long time, or the top teams like W7M, and say, okay, how do they play border? Where do they go and attack? What are the first rooms that they care about? What's the priority list here? Because I love when teams are trying to do something different. They have their own flair to things, because that's how the meta changes, right? It was W7M themselves, the current arguably best team in the world, or one of at least, that played Chalet very differently. And it was so good that every other team started copying what they were doing. And it just seems Talon trying to play a different style of Siege, and either it's just outdated or it's countered by CAG. But I just think sometimes trying to be different is unnecessary when the stables are so important. The meta back in the day, if you go back to like 2017 all the way to like 2021, I think it was always about breaking the meta as the first team and trend-setting how everyone else should play the game and follow you. Whereas now, it's very much about just itching like 1% of improvement. So everyone's kind of doing the same thing meta-wise. It's about being the better team at it. Better crossfire, better communication, 1% here, 1% there. If you look at this major right now, Atlanta major, and look at the quote-unquote bottom teams in performance,
I'm looking.
They might be at like a 65% skill level at like doing this execution style meta. And then you look at like the top percent, and it's like they're at like the 90%. That's the big difference. It's not that teams are playing, oh, they play glass, they don't play glass, and these play fast and these play slow. It's about just being a little bit better in all the fundamental areas of the game. And right now, Talon, they're failing in those areas.
Well, things not going particularly well for this team. It doesn't seem like any amount of changes for Talon have worked through map number 1 and has not changed much through map number 2. There's plenty of time on border to fix this, but we'd have to get the seasonal stats for border, but my recollection is that it's not a terribly hostile map to the attackers.
Nope.
So if the defenders start winning more rounds than not, that doesn't necessarily give me a ton of confidence. 3 rounds in a row for CAG to draw first blood. Black Ray falls, but immediately so does Misa. Cyclops keep the numbers advantage, even if it is by 1. Down goes the Brava, though, a crucial operator to deal with whatever electronics may be found. In this particular case, not actually a very strong operator for the lineup being brought from Cyclops. Only really the Maestro to deal with. Chibisu immediately greeting Sayora the moment that wall gets opened up. Now Ryder in a very similar position to before. B-heads, pivots over, misses out on the Mira, and misses out again as Anaton drops. Nitro Cell goes, Ryder evades it for now before re-engaging.
Now if you do CAG, just don't die to vertical play off the bomb side and safe areas. Very little self-destruction level for Talon. One more soft breach on Ryder on the Ash, then maybe 1 grenade from GLT, but that's it. So there should be safe areas in the site, of course, outside as well. You just don't want to get picked off. You got the Solus, you know if they're going to go for plant, you know exactly what it's going to be. And because it's 3 versus 2, you can even retake top floor. And to make things even worse, they got Maestro Cam and a bulletproof camera as well for intel on side. Talon, you gotta use that last grenade to find that utility, shut it down, make the side a dark area of intel, and then try and get that defuse down if possible.
Oh, the jig might be up there. The evil eye zapping Ryder. There goes JLT and Anaton, a huge round. The final 2 picks as well. CAG barnstorming their way through this matchup. They're up 3-0 on border.
Oh boy. Yep, this is how it goes. And I mean, I was critical of the first map's timing of the tactical timeout taken on down on match point. This right here, I thought it was gonna be becoming a lot better. You're down 0-3, you take your tactical timeout, and you actually have some rounds to work with once your coach gives his input. I will say, very calm and composed here behind the players. I would probably be furious, screaming, pulling my best Fabian impression from Invite saying, guys, we are better than this. We cannot be losing like this. We've been playing better domestically. We've been training these things. We planned for these things. We prepped for them as well. We cannot be making these mistakes. But not every player needs a firm hand. Sometimes you gotta go a little bit soft and say, guys, listen, I know it's stressful. I know it's hard, but we gotta do a little bit better. Get some rounds in the board, show what we can do, what we're capable of. We can't go down on a 0-7 because at the looks of this might be where it's headed.
It's been a long time for this team to not win a round. 4 rounds, technically, if you go all the way back to Bank. Only 3 rounds. Only 3 rounds won between these, or between Talon, between these two maps. Let me get my brain, re-engaged here. It is currently, I've been awake for over almost 12 hours at this point.
Yeah, it's about to hit that mark.
Yep, we're at 12 hours that we've been awake. And as with the first day, was always an adjustment with waking up very early, getting here very early. But I mean, that's for us. The crew around us are putting in considerably longer hours. This is also the last match that you and I will be casting today.
That's true.
We are back in tomorrow for yet another day of play-ins where we say goodbye to even more
5
teams.
seconds left.
But more also to say hello to teams that make it to phase 2.
I was gonna say, some new blood will join us as there are phases to this, and different teams are in phase 1 and 2. So after I take the timeout, we tend to want to see immediate change, either in operator lineup, or in performance, or just initial, control from of what the attackers care about. We do see operator lineup changes. Iana being brought, I'm giving you spoken on that. Iana doesn't get played ever anymore. Lost the grenades, nobody likes her anymore, unlucky. But Iana and the Nuke being brought out, Royboy and Sledge as well. So kind of going back to like the old meta of Siege from before this current patching with Finn getting good like a buff. And maybe it's gonna be more comfortable ground for Town because they've been practicing on that kind of style a lot longer, and Border is a more loose map where you can be allowed to play that kind of free operator roles. They really like this passport portion of the map. They always go there.
Yeah. Oh my! Arcoli swiftly removing the head of Misa on top east. Black Ray there for backup as the Nook of Ryder gets ever closer, but that Kiba barrier keeping Arcoli safe for now. Ryder will wait for a call. Only 2 drones on the board at the moment. 4 Talon, and a nade gets pulled out. Arcoli saved by a hair. All the while wasting so much time in this position. Chased off now by the logic bomb. No heals available. So to Intel, Arcoli will go to try and keep the rest of the team alive. So far, things looking pretty good for Cyclops.
It's impressive and surprising that Arcoli actually lives that. He basically ate the nade with his mouth, but he gets away with just 1 HP, no dock unfortunately. But Black Ray keeping up that killing streak for CAG. His JLT now down for the count, no Duke on the board, nor the Iana. And Black Ray, before the Kiba popped, he swung the door. A bit of a mistiming there on his part.
Sayora easily dealing with the Kiba barrier, wanting to assert himself. Can't get in the building just yet. What remains of Arcoli was found by Royboy. First kill for Royboy in this map. Misa now, the only player to not get on the board. Royboy having some very obvious struggles on Bank in terms of kills too. Definitely not his day. Now it's Ryder posted up looking towards Metal. 40 seconds left, round number 4.
So the time's an issue now. Like, they got the 3v3, they got decent map coverage, but they might not have the time or drones to work with to actually approach the bomb site itself because they're gonna go in blind or run out of time. They can't get both angles covered. Might just be a 3-2-1, send it through armory door, but there's Suzu C waiting for the exact push. Wait, ooh. That's rough.
Relatively embarrassing. Good read by Suzu, but there's backup as Chibisu gets the final 2. Action coming fast and furious. CAG will win the first half by picking up 4 rounds, still 2 more to go, but no way for Talon to tie or win with only 2 rounds remaining. I mean, your goal at this point is to pick up these next 2 rounds and hope that when you swap sides, you can ride out being on defense better than what you saw from CAG, but this might be a tall task given what we've seen out of Talon so far.
I'm very curious where Royboy was trying to grenade from, or towards at least, because it sounded like it was close to where the defenders were, so he was either in workshop or ventilation, and there is a chance he was actually going to nade out that perfect position of one of the 2 defenders, Namri, and that could have changed the round around, but instead he nades himself, and he was downstairs in the position, so looking for a lineup. No, he's already dead here. I can't see it anyway. But either way, low on time, low on drones. It was a little bit better for Talon, but still got a long way to go. And yeah, you said their goal is to get 2 rounds and a half. I think their goal is to get a single round on the board before they go 0-7 at this point, because they're desperate. And you can see it. They're trying so many things to operators, play styles, but the one thing kind of stays the same. That's my biggest criticism here. They always care about the same few rooms, which is Passport, which is very uncommon. Normally as an attacker, you don't really go to Passport. You go east stairs, into security, into either Armory or Archives. That's how every single team basically plays Border. You should go for a quick like side rush, or you play some kind of off-pace meta where you catch enemies by surprise, going like Ventilation or Tellers, for example. But they care a lot about Passport, apparently. Now they go Grim, they go Nomad, try and stabilize here, shut down the movement of Cyclops. And I like that from a concept perspective. We gotta see how it actually plays out in reality here. Good start though. East stairs priority, security priority. I like this initial attacking style from Talon, but they gotta get in the building, they gotta take those gunfights and also win out in them. Otherwise, they're not gonna get anywhere in this round.
You have to get in the building first. How about getting the first blood for the first time here on this map? CAG dominated first blood on Bank as well, so should not come as a surprise to anybody. And hey, you finally done it! Misa slaughtering Black Ray on East Stairs, not too far removed from the site. Far more work to be done. It's not as easy as just walking right in. Chibasu wanting some of that smoke. Playing inside of offices and has a soft wall as well to open up a line of sight towards top of East. As Sayora and Ryder inch ever closer to the bomb site.
I just go for it. They got the smoke to cover the lineup. They got Grims to stop any pushes up. They got air jabs from GLT already primed and ready. So this could be a quick attempt, but Chibisu again just finds DLT somewhere on this map. A jump out, I believe, in the office window. That's going to slow things down for Talon. But could just plant here.
Suzu down for the count. Ryder watching now as there goes the Surya gate. Sayora with diffuser in hand, but doesn't see Arcoli. Long range baited right in. Arcoli still in this spot, but now danger for Talon as they have to retrieve that diffuser. They hold an advantage as there goes Chibisu. Arcoli and Anaton will need to hold out for the remaining minute. Talon being quick to the punch has actually bought them quite a nice nest egg when it comes to this round. Anaton yet to die. Holding that corner inside a bathroom. Don't look the right way. That'll be its 6th kill for Anaton. Arcoli's retaken from above. Diffuser still needs to be retrieved as the time continues to work against Talon.
Like this, the setup, the drone, the intel, just biding their time at Talon, setting up all the things for perfection, but the issue is you only got 2 members and not all the right angles.
Anaton finds his 6. Now it's Ryder to hop on in. 2 players remaining for Cyclops. Ryder knows exactly where one of them is. He'll get quite aggressive. That packs quite a punch, but Anaton collects his 7th kill. 5-0 for CAG. 2 rounds away from a victory.
I don't know what to say at this point. I feel like I keep doing the same thing. It goes really well for Talon in the first like minute and a half of the round when it actually ends up going well, but they still lose out. They get map control, they get top floor control, and then they go, you know what, let's just try to walk in and go for a plant before we do anything else. And the worst thing is, they had a smoke grenade down when they went for the wall breach, the smoke disappeared, then they walked in for the plant, and the smoke player of Twitch rotated to the side window where he couldn't use the smokes for the plant cover. So the planter dies, and they gain, right here, they gain nothing. If the smoke goes down, I'm sure there's still a yellow ping available, but you can't really see what you're shooting at. And we see this here, multiple kills, 3 in fact, of the 5 kills in that round were all due to either yellow or red pings, intel on the side of defense. And that's because no IQ this time. And that's the issue, when your game isn't really going your way, when it's a very unstable process right here, which is exactly what Talon are suffering from, instability, you don't really get to figure out, like, okay, what operators work. They try slits, they try the Grim, they try some Brava. They're really going around the areas. Iana, Sledge, Twitch, Fink. I mean, they're going through all of it, but they're doing it in a way that nothing's working. So nothing's really stable for them. They don't get to play IQ. They can't find the Valkyrie cameras, and that punishes them that previous round. So CAG doing a good job at kind of flexing around as well. Oh, Valkyrie here. Now no Valkyrie for 2 rounds. Oh, Valkyrie here. No Valkyrie for 2 rounds. Keep them guessing. Keep them on their toes. We gotta see, though, if CAG can keep up the discipline. When they get into this kind of lead, we tend to see them get a little bit like, you know what, we got this on the back, boys. Let's go for some fun. Let's go for some swings. And that can bite you really quickly.
See, and here we were speculating before we got into this matchup that Los being the more experienced team meant that we thought Talon might actually have the upper hand here. Not the case. Nice play from Misa to get the down onto Black Ray, but Unsure if he'll be able to capitalize. The drone will give him that information that, yes, you did indeed get the down. There's the trail of blood.
Oh.
And inside a lobby, you hear the Azami moaning.
Launching drone.
Not that kind of moaning. Moaning for pain and anguish. I like the patience that Talon are showing at this particular moment.
Oh.
What the? Arcully, I don't know what you're doing. Black Ray will bleed out down below. No retrieval imminent. Excellent start by Talon.
Surely this will be their first round victory, right? Surely this doesn't go in favor of CAG, despite all these things working out in the first minute and a half. Time is still ticking down. Drones are being shot, and the individual fights, oh, it actually goes in favor of Talon to get the third kill.
JLT shrugging off a lot of that damage. Aniton and Suzu, the last two remaining. Aniton wanted that perfect first half. A lot of work cut out for these two, for Aniton to survive. I suppose you could just hide and let them plant the diffuser and then still live to see that second half, but you're going to be playing to win this round.
Oh, yeah.
Not giving up.
No, they're not getting like too eager either. Still droning, still waiting, setting up, playing it how you should, not taking those unnecessary risks of rushing the bomb site itself. They respect Cyclops enough that if 5v2 still means to play it out the way it should be. And they get the intel, they have to cut off. Now Suzu is cut off the bomb site.
First death for Aniton, and now it's Suzu in a 1v5. Whether it's flawless or not, this round for Talon has been exceptionally good. Not just by their own standards, but by all standards. As they sweep through the defense on the very final round for CAG on that half. Talon now moving to defense. They pick up a single round.
This is like the position that sucks to be in. You struggle, you take a tactical timeout, you continue to struggle. In the final round on attack on the first half, you find a flawless round victory. And now things change because you go on defense. So you finally kind of figured out maybe what you should be doing differently, and that's it. Now you gotta refigure that out on defense, and hopefully for Talon, they do it quickly. One more round lost for them, and they're staring down the barrel of match and series point against them. And if, you know, CAG did the win with the following round afterwards, well, then Talon, they are going to be flying home very soon. So, they start an armory upstairs, no surprises there. Operator lineup, pretty standard too. Get some utility, get some intel, the Solus, the Warden, the Wamai, Asami and the Mute. So CAG, they see this. They only changed a single operator so far.
10 seconds
From Finka onto the Lion. They want that kind of crowd control.
5 seconds
They want them to be able to stop Talon from moving if that's what they say that they want. Lion Scan does that, the air jabs do that as well. But then they have this flex operator Nook, Aniton, can creep around the map undetected, can only be spotted by the Solus gadget, and can try and find a flank or a pick somewhere on the map. Of course, 2 grenades in pocket as well. Can do so much damage from downstairs, from below. But CAG already now much quicker to the punch here than Talon were. Already taking each control in the first 20 seconds of the round.
Curious as to how Cyclops goes about these executes. They've already got a read. One of the players down below, Arcully wants to capitalize off of this. It's the Solus and Misa found. There's a soft wall there as well. The Solus doesn't seem to realize it.
Oh, that's so free.
So free.
That's,
Why would you not go onto your gadget?
yeah, no one's in the default cam either, so like you're roaming down. Oh, no. Surely not. Okay, he gets saved in the last second. Great joint though. But like, no one on defense was sitting on default cams to help Misa on the roam, so no one sees like the Tilla's info, the blue camera, etc. And they're not playing Valkyrie or Echo this time around either, so they only have that one default cam to work with, and again, nobody saw it.
So much intel from these drones. There goes another nade, this time claiming the deployable shield. Roy Boy not necessarily the target. Shot away at through the floor. It's got Sayora not too far away. Should help be required. Plugging a hole, now looking towards the doorway and break room is Sayora. Both of those, that is spectacular how they both missed.
Oh boy.
I mean, they might be retrievable. You can just pick them right back up, but Aniton needs information. Chibisu taking an awful lot of damage despite the advantage that CAG has. Talon could quickly get this one back onto equal footing.
Should know that it's clear because he was just inside a break room, so security surely is clear as well. Yeah, Roybox is sort of found with a decent line of sight here, but he's still got to swing the corner. Intel back and forth from both teams. See them, the yellow pings. Drone still plenty to go. 6 alive for the attacking side of CAG.
Oh, Black Ray almost getting the hit. Before falling back off towards 90. No real information, but they know there's a rotate coming from top and east. You can hear it. Ryder will be the one to do that. On very limited HP, a single bullet will be his undoing. And there's the Nomad. He looks the wrong way. He got siege timing real bad. Now the push from Armory as JLT falls. Aniton on a split push of his own. Suzu walking right in, realizing that it's a free bomb site. Diffuser going down. Arcoli taken care of. 2 kills for CAG, move them on the match point.
And it's such a good read from them. Like the rotations, the proactive gameplay, and sure, they struggled to get security control in the first beginning of the round, but the second they got it, they were always doing something towards working the next step. And it's taking Easters control, shutting down the flank, going for that flank themselves, going for both Beeper control and Armory walk-in, and just saying, again, 3, 2, 1, execute. It's such a small and simple concept, but even at this level of play, so many teams either get it wrong or they don't do it consistently. And it's, again, you just gotta take that second and say, guys, everybody ready? Okay, 3, 2, go. And then work together. They know what had to be done there. They knew half of was clear, was droned out, so great intel work with those drones, and Blackberry with the perfect timing, shutting down Ryder, then the follow-up as well. So free.
Really has been an absolute clinic up to this point by CAG. Far cry from the team that played against Bleed earlier in the day, but
different look.
Different look, different opponent as well.
Yeah.
Bleed as a roster, I would argue, is more practiced, more rehearsed, so it shouldn't surprise you if they do better.
Objective is to defuse a bomb.
I'm looking at the Orbit line on defense here. It's a Teller's defense, and I'm seeing a Mossy and an Oryx. I think this is the last stop on this train. That is like, let's get good guns and just go for kills. Music just does that. Spawn peak on the cheapest. The second one is a Blacker as well. This is when nothing else works. You bring the rank game to Pro League and you find 2 kills.
Well, I mean, you say nothing else works, but it works, doesn't it?
Yeah. I mean, kudos to Misa for having the confidence in himself and his team to say, no, guys, let's try this. Because if this doesn't work, it doesn't matter, then we lose.
Lose your Dokkaebi, you lose your Finka. Those are 2 very critical operators here. Nuisance operators, if you want to call them that.
Yeah, super annoying.
You got Gridlock as well on the board, so an operator that can very easily cut off flanks. Nomad has been the go-to attacker, anti-flank operator, but this time we'll see the Aussie instead.
Gridlock time.
Arcoli, the very first pick for Cyclops. There goes Seora.
And Misa's half HP as well. This big lead that Misa obtained for his team single-handedly is slowly fading away. It comes down to some individual gunfights here. CAG, they're spread out. They know that Plan A is out the window. Lost members of spawn peaks. Plan B is in effect. Roam around, fish for some kills, see if they overstep their boundary and even back those numbers.
Arcoli getting droned in upstairs now. There goes Misa. 2 separate players from Talon in close proximity. Ryder will have the angle right now if the Ash moves up too close to that Kiba barrier. Do or die at this point for Talon. Their trip here to Atlanta on the line this round and for every round until we get to overtime. Aniton dies to JLT. Arcoli expending all of this utility, might get a read now as well. Over towards Fountain, does so. JLT just gets away in time, but Suzu's quick to the pulse. Roy Boy, 2 kills to his name. We'll need to double up on that or Cyclops walks away with the victory in Talon. The first team to go home in the Atlanta Major. 35 seconds could remain on this Korean squad's trip. Roy Boy will lose some of the roof above him as the drop comes in the bathroom and the diffuser starting down. Arcoli looping around, but so does Roy Boy, and Arcoli seals the deal. Talon, the first team eliminated from the Atlanta Major. CAG lives to see another day.
And CIG redeemed themselves. They have so much discipline, cohesion, and they were so decisive. Even that last final 2 versus 1, they put down the breaching charge for sound cover to drop the heads together, instant plan, instant cover. They win the gunfights time and time again, looking so much better than their first series against Bleed.
Absolutely different team loading into the servers. Talon defeated. The players not particularly happy about that. They played 3 maps.
Yep.
And that's all they could muster. 4 rounds in this best of 3 will leave you wanting more. And that also ends Talon's potential to get enough SI points to make it to the 6 Invitational. So Atlanta is the end of the road for them for now. We'll see what awaits them next year. But we know which team goes home first. But more importantly, the team that we can talk about, Cyclops. They looked sharper. They didn't really make a lot of mistakes. They played relatively uniformly. Yeah, there were a couple rounds where they took chances. They did some silly things maybe on Faye.
Yeah.
And that very final round of the first half of Border, also kind of silly. But at that point, when you're up 5-0, you can blow a round or 2.
Yeah, what's the hurt they can do, right? But that's the thing, like, we spoke between the first match against Bleed for CIG, they still looked like they were having fun, they were smiling, that mental game was still intact, and you said, Parker, they are a team who's been facing early losses for so many events in a row that they know how to deal with them and focus on the next match in front of them, and I think that's exactly what happened here.
Well, I mean, CAG are not out of the woodwork yet. There's still a chance that they could go home as well. But for the time being, practice makes perfect, and they got an opportunity to practice against Talon. Bye-bye. That's what you see right there. A polite goodbye being said to the team that flew all the way from Korea and now has to fly all the way home, but that's what happens with this new 3-phase event.
Yep.
Teams fly in, they play in the play-ins, they don't do well, they fly out.
Yep.
And that's the end of the road. But we still got more teams to send home. 3 more teams will join Talon. By the end of the day, they'll have company on their plane ride. Who will it be? On the other channel, Sandbox and Ninjas in Pajamas, will we say goodbye to another Korean team? Or will Brazil lose one of their teams? Former world champions too?
Yep.
Well, we're going to put them on this channel before we come back with yet another game. Sit tight.
Yeah, it's probably up there. Those Turtle Beaches had to... Yelling at all those kids on Halo 3 and MW2, dude.
I didn't have Turtle Beaches.
You didn't have Turtle Beaches?
I just used the default Xbox headset the entire time.
Poverty-stricken, huh? That sucks.
Right, that's just, again, like first the box, now the socio-economic situation of the world.
I mean,
brutal.
Yeah, I mean,
brutal for me.
I mean, listen, man, it was the housing market had crashed. You know, we were hanging out at my grandma's house one day. It was Mother's Day, playing some Halo 3. My dad was like, "I really want Halo 3." And on Mother's Day, we went and picked up an Xbox 360.
How old are you?
That was my story. 26.
I was born after Halo 1 came out.
I literally want to die. Anyways, with that being said, folks, we're moments away from the match starting. And in fact, our spectator has already hit the start button. We're going to be jumping back in here soon, which means that Carter and I can stop talking about our own boring lives, which no one wants to hear about.
I think my
and
life's
start talking
interesting.
about some interesting stuff.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right. No, it's not. It's not that interesting. I'm happy, though, because we do get to get back in the game. If you're just tuning in, 2 big updates. NIP up 3-0, and, of course, Talon were eliminated on the mainstream. CAG demolished them. Fortunately, there are first-team Talon are to go home for the Copenhagen Major. And right now in this best of 3, Sam, we are deciding who the second unfortunate team to be eliminated as well. And right now, 3 rounds in, NIP okay so far, but, of course, 2 early.
Yeah, Sandbox are kind of throwing themselves down the chute right now. But we'll see. We'll see. They haven't hit the ground floor just yet.
True.
But, I mean, there is a lot of potential, and it's very worrisome. And we are not going to, you know, undermine that at all. Because right now, with you know, the tech break, with their own tactical timeout, this really is do or die for them, which is insane to even think about because we played 4 rounds in a best of 3. But welcome to it. This happens sometimes.
Indeed, it does. Site in round 4 will be kitchen and dining. I think actually that's all 4 bomb sites played. First 4 rounds. Round 1 was office. Round 2 was bar. Round 3 was basement. Round 4 is kitchen.
Yep.
Ain't that swell? Thank you, Sandbox. I appreciate that. I love it when teams show some flexibility like that. They haven't won a round so far, though, so hopefully this one will be a little bit better than the other ones were for Sandbox. They, of course, had quite a long period of time to at least ruminate on their problems. They got a minute to talk about it because of the tactical timeout, but then a lot of tech pauses, and you can't talk during those. So
yeah, then they had time to marinate.
Yeah, just alone with your thoughts. And if you're Sandbox, if the tactical timeout didn't work, you might just be ruminating in a lot of anxiety. Or if the tactical timeout did work, you have a renewed mindset.
Yo, retweet on the first one, though. Let me tell you. Ruminated about stress. I would never. No. Ninjas in pajamas. To start opening things up and looking to repeat the success that we saw from that earlier round where he had a pretty awkward pick happen out the front end of the building where Good Boy was able to actually hit quite the lick. Ninjas in pajamas responded in kind, though, with able to get a nice shot over on the trophy side of things. Pick up a Sandbox player, equalize things, and, well, the scoreline will tell you the rest of the story. Cons and everybody else inside the building now, and Ninjas in pajamas. Especially for their pacing, this is very fast. They're going to blow open this top wall and try and transition this into Fireplace. This is the traditional way to take this site. Sometimes we'll see some players, maybe one or potentially two, go over the trophy side, trying to add that secondary dynamic and see if they can get some pressure on the back end of the defensive setup, but it doesn't have to be done. It's going to be a Nitro sell out. It's actually going to catch Cycle, but it won't kill him.
It will not kill him. Still go. Oh, that's a little too close for comfort. Got to make sure the electricity does not get you, because Psycho's on low enough HP that if it were to activate, it might get him, but the EMPs land, thankfully, and now both walls NIP need to worry about on this bomb site are opened up, but it's taken 2 minutes and 5 seconds of the round to get there. Now, thankfully on Kitchen and Dining, you don't need to take control of the entire top floor. As you said, you might add somebody up there, add somebody in Trophy later on in the round, but most of your utility, your resources are focused over here. Cons unshields, takes down Good Boy right after Arakaza cut down Pino, and the HP pool is pretty equal on both of these teams. Psycho does get another, though. NIP advantage acquired, but it doesn't seem there are any players from the attack actually standing on this top floor at the moment, or at least in a position to watch these defenders, so Arakaza can push up, hold these angles to deny the Monty from getting the bomb down. This is a very winnable position for Sandbox.
Yeah, it really is. And there's no cover, really, for Cons right now. He knows he's got one over here inside the kitchen, but the hatch is open. Very minimal time, too. Little switch. Cons, what the hell was that? I've never even seen that in my life. He doesn't even ADS with the shield. He puts it on his damn back. Oh, my God. Nip, there's no way. Cons is going to get this case down inside of the kitchen. Muzi has the cross. Muzi's dead. The plant, it's successful. But, my God, what a moment there from Cons. I'm at a loss for words. My boy is praying to my left right now, folks. I don't even think Carter can utter a sentence right now after what we just witnessed. And the fact that Ninjas in Pajamas passed that, Carter, they lost the damn round. What the hell is happening?
I genuinely cannot believe Cons put his shield on his back, got put to 1 HP, and then turned around and hipfire killed him. What, did he hipfire kill him, or was it ADS?
It was ADS, but still...
Oh, play doesn't matter then. That's fine.
I mean, but still, to the credit of the play, he straight up pulled a Clash hurdle on a character that you don't even have to do it on. You just ADS and the shield is still in front of you! I like... What? Why? Why?
That was incredible, though. I mean, like, that's play of the day for me right there. I didn't care they didn't win the round.
I'm in the same boat. Yeah, I was just like, that round, Sandbox, you
that was like, that was the Rainbow Six equivalent of simp throwing the up.
Yeah.
It's like, you didn't need to do that.
You really didn't need to do that, but you did. You did. The only difference is that, well, Simple won the round with this play.
Yeah,
so.
Yeah, he did. He did that,
shout out to Simple. Hopefully he's enjoying his break. So.
Yeah, but now Sandbox do get their first round on the board. Came from a very, very lopsided or back and forth round, but they get their first. Kitchen and Dining works out. Now's the time to take some of the lessons from the tactical timeout and apply them retroactively, or not retroactively, but to bomb sites you have already played. As every other bomb site on the map has not gone their way except Kitchen and Dining. Right now, the hold seems pretty similar. You got someone up by mezzanine, you got someone around the library stairs, so maybe the operators are a little different, but the positions being held by Sandbox are pretty much about the same as they were before. And NIP, thankfully, will realize that, all right, in terms of positioning, we know at this point what to expect.
Loading new mags!
Pino's already literally in the same spot.
Yep. I mean, as to be expected, whenever you watch NIP, you're going to see, it's almost like watching VP or, old Empire. It's one of those things where you just kind of see a very similar play style, especially in the offensive sets, and little changes that make massive impact. That's what I've noticed about NIP across time. Maybe it'll be some operator change, or maybe just somebody else clearing some other portion of the map in a different way, but either way, it's successful. And I mean, genuinely asking you, how and why? Why?
I don't know how.
Why?
I don't know how Pino got the first kill.
The follow-up from the smoke there was so awkward too from Mephi.
Yeah, I know how Pino got Mephi. That we're all good on. Good boy was flanking up fireplace stairs. Thank you, Shout-out to Observer, for pointing that out. So Pino just looks to his right. He's like, oh, there's a dude flanking there. Turns to his left. There's a smoke pushing as well. Nova also went down in the process, the player playing on Mezzanine. So not only are Sandbox staring down the barrel of a 2v4, they've also entirely lost control of the library in Mezzanine position. And NIP, say what you will about their playstyle, they know how to reset. They know how to say, all right, let's back off, take our foot off the gas, and get everything we need before we go for this execute. So if there was any team right now best position to win this 4v2, it's probably NIP. Though right as I say that, down goes Wizard.
It was a nice find there from Demic. But here's the problem, Nip have so much time.
It's 55 seconds, and that even then, we've been in this spot for like 40.
Yeah, and that's the thing. They're so far ahead of where they usually are, right? There's 3 people dead. It's down to 2. Ninjas in pajamas love positions like this, and this is when things get really scary. So Arakaze, you can tell that they're just trying to get anything done, trying to get ahead of Ninjas in pajamas. But again, we go back to their very methodical, very thought-out gameplay.
Dude, so
and
good
Demic, oh my. This moment right here on Ego Balcony is going to mean so very much to the overarching story of not only this round, but the potentiality of Chalet. Demic, do you have what it takes to get it done? Such very low HP, even a pellet out of the skeleton key gets him. He's going to swing into Psycho, and they're going to play it down to the wire again. They just don't move, Lynx. They do not move, man.
They don't.
Just statues.
All they did, all the action they really did, and when I'm talking action, I'm not talking like droning or things like that. I'm talking like physical movement, physical usage of primary and or secondary utility. The only thing that happened, well, 2 things happened. Pino used a nade that put Demic to 1 HP. They used a Selma charge to open the wall. Everything else was just rotations or finding intel. Even in a 4v2, even with a minute and 45 seconds on the clock, NIP just say, okay, we're going to do our due diligence. We're going to find all of our intel. We're going to hold the proper positions, hold the proper crossfires, play off each other's contact, and not choke this now 3v2 by the end of the round. And that is how you win tournaments. That is how you win games right there, is not throwing away those advantages. And Sandbox, I mean, to Demic's credit, tried his best, but NIP just played it better.
Yep. Ninjas in pajamas are one of the epitomes in Rainbow Six Siege Esports of how to play Siege at a fundamental level. This is exactly what you're looking to do. You're looking to use that full clock on the defense or the offensive side, right? And try and exploit that other team as much as possible, especially when you have an advantage like that. There's so many different things that can happen. There's huge moments that could happen there from Sandbox where, maybe they just get a little bit too aggressive and, things along those lines. Perfect example was Wamai trying to find things over on Eco Balcony, right?
Yeah.
And Nip knew that they already had so much done that Sandbox had to eventually step up to the plate, and they just had the due diligence to wait for it. So.
By the way, I think what we're seeing from Sandbox right now is like the lineup to counter NIP in terms of operators. You've got EDDs, goo mines, F-Knots, Frost. You've got so many trap ops that are entirely meant to punish teams who take too long to attack, who don't have time to clear out those dread mines on site or those EDDs on site. So I really like the lineup from Sandbox. Sure, even when they've run iterations of that lineup, it hasn't worked in the past. But again, what Sandbox are bringing is sound. It makes sense. It even makes sense to counter NIP. It's just that advantages are being lost early on. Individual engagements are being lost by Sandbox. Everything else is not going right, even if what they are doing overall makes sense. NIP are either finding ways around it or making it useless entirely.
Well, and here's the one thing. It is a great strategy, and I completely agree with everything that you said. But Muzi and Psycho have been destroying this setup already. We've just been watching these drones roll around to get rid of goo mines, get rid of EDDs.
Hack.
Exactly. Hack, break, whatever it is. They're doing it all right now. And I think that the only thing that's actually going to reside is probably going to be the F-Knots if they're inside of sight and the mute jammers, but we'll just have to see.
Brava and Twitch being up, man, it is a lethal combo, and NIP will be very happy about that. I mean, we saw Twitch,
what a time to bring it, right?
Yeah, we saw Twitch banned earlier on Bank against NIP or banned in that game for one of that very reasons, that you don't have to worry about those mirrors getting zapped or those dread mines or EDDs getting zapped. And now with Brava and Twitch on the board, NIP have the perfect lineup to counter the lineup that counters them perfectly. That was also a tongue twister, and I nailed it. Shout out to me. But at this point, a minute left. 5v5. And for Sandbox, the important positions, Library Stairs. Library itself, not cleared by NIP just yet. A lot of the angles, a lot of the positions that Sandbox need are very much still intact.
Well, folks, they don't call them the Caston Links for nothing. Talking cat. Incredible. Good Boy's going to be able to take down Psycho. Speaking of cats, that beautiful player card that they all run for the SP boys. Wizards going to be able to refrag onto Good Boy, though. 30 seconds remaining, and this is where things get very dangerous for the exact reasons that you're talking about. Moosey's going to hop into a Frost Trap on the top floor, but welcome to modern day C. She's been updated, and you can now break those off. But Moosey's now going to be a singular bullet away from death. Wizards going to take down Nova. It's up to Demic and Mephi, and they have to try and hold them at the gates for 15 seconds so that they cannot find a place to put this case. Demic will be the first one to strike, but Mephi will go down in kind. Demic does have an opportunity, but they have the full breadth of games under their belt, as well as Bar's stock. It's going to be really difficult for him to try and work this out. He did have a Nitro Cell too, but there's really nowhere for him to try and pitch that in, especially with that angle being played from Ninjas in Pajamas. Once again, just showcasing how important managing that clock is.
And also showing that even if you're low on the clock, if you just have people who can hit their shots, who can make sense of the chaos in front of you, or supply them with the intel to make sense of it, they can get the job done. Because, I mean, 15 seconds left, you see plenty of teams get kind of caught up in that. It gets really chaotic, ends up in a 1v1 that just barely goes one way. But for NIP, they were winning every single one of those fights. Collins walks down Library, gets a kill. Somebody walks up the long hallway, gets another kill. NIP are just able to win those fights so consistently. And even on Bank, they were able to do it a decent amount of the time, even if sometimes it didn't go their way. That was still one of the strengths that they had on Bank earlier against Geeky, was the ability to win 50-50 engagements, even if Geeky were able to punish them a lot more than Sandbox were able to on this defensive half that we just saw in Chile. And now going to the attack, NIP so close to a regulation win.
Yeah, and you know, I really think that just goes to show, and it really stands as a testament as to what Geeky was able to pull off, right? Because Ninjas in Pajamas, their specialty, Carter, what I always look at this kind of setup like, is a very slow coil around the site and around the map, right? They slowly constrict things down. I know you have the snake on, which just makes it hilarious. Snake. Yes, you did. But yeah, no, just like an anaconda, man, they're constantly constricting things, but nice and slow. They don't want the victim to freak out too much, but right when it matters most, that's when they got the death blow, and it constantly works for them. We saw it work up against Geeky sometimes too, but just right now, it's on full display.
And remember, folks, this is NIP's map pick, so in terms of the theory, NIP should win this one, and Sandbox should win their next one. So
I'm still so blown away that Sandbox picked defense to start off Chalet.
I'm still blown away that they picked Oregon.
Yeah, yep, man.
We'll just have to hope that that pick ages far better than we think it will, but still time to come back on Chalet. Still time to come back in this series. Sandbox, of course, now moving to the attacking side. Do have the Brava and the Twitch available, as you and I talked about. And given the fact that there's F-Knots on the board, you will want to bring that Brava to hack as many of those as you can, alongside just the default cams to act as... Ooh.
Pretty lights.
Okay. It's okay. All happens. That's why you got 3.
Indeed. We can clear all those out. Nice. Very well done indeed. The Going 6 out 2 to be able to break that down. Capitao. Solid utility nowadays. He always did have great utility, but that Going 6 just adds that extra sprinkle on top to allow him to break up some of these harder points of contact that the defense can build up against the opponent. It's going to make it to where Moosey has to worry a little bit more about him crossing over into the Master Closet. Psycho looking to try and deliver things over on the Solarium side. Oh no, Mephi, he swings in. Is anybody aware of this situation at all? They are. Wow. It's going to be a huge dub for Nip. You've got to be kidding. They're going to take out practically everybody, all in that happenstance. Legitimately, I didn't even think there was that many Sandbox bodies in the way to get.
I didn't think there were either. Like, I'm going to keep it real. I saw the Finka inside. I was like, all right, 5v4. Oh, 5v2? Okay, and not only were all those bodies inside of the building, I mean, it was like 3 defenders from NIP running in front of bedroom window where Sandbox were holding, solar window where Sandbox were holding, solar stairs where Sandbox were holding, and nobody was able to get a kill. They were able to do some damage. Moosey lost some HP, but nobody died. No trades whatsoever. Sandbox had all the angles they needed, and it's somehow a 2v5.
Yeah. I think we're really entering. I think we're entering that Nip has broken sandbox territory.
Oh.
I'm going to break you on my wheel.
I'm going to break you
on my wheel.
I was quoting Rocky.
Yeah?
I don't know what you were quoting.
I don't know.
Okay.
Something. Sometimes I just make it up.
That's
and
a
I
cute
just lie.
squirrel.
I eat hot chip and
I
lie.
should make sure my snake doesn't get near it.
Yeah, probably so.
That
Probably
wasn't
so.
It was not a great round.
No,
It's not.
it wasn't.
It was.
And I love how you're just like playing with the snake because you just really don't. And I don't know either what to say about this because it's like, you know, what we were just referencing. I know we were kind of joking, but truthfully, Ninjas in Pajamas has tortured Sandbox.
Yeah.
Like to a point where Sandbox is just in pure freefall.
It's everything Sandbox had in that round was like, I mean, maybe there were some issues, but specifically the angles they were holding, they had everyone in the right positions. The util clear, the master bedroom window was solid, allowed them to open that council barricade, caught off anybody rotating through
I'm
piano.
so terrified for Oregon. I'm sorry. Like I forgot and then I remembered again. It's just
that's a whole other can of worms when we get there. But everything Sandbox did was fine. They had someone master bedroom windows, someone solar windows, someone solar stairs to trade out the Finca, and just
5 seconds left.
nobody traded.
Yeah,
I genuinely don't know how.
The biggest criminal activity was, I believe, Pino or no, Muzi getting across from the master closet
He ran in
over
front
to
of,
the
like, 8
fireplace, and the guy sends like 10 shots and nicks him once.
Yeah, he sends like 10 shots. He runs in front of 2 windows, and then he somehow kills the Finca.
Just
like I'd be losing my mind if I were that Finca. I was like, "What are you guys watching?"
Yeah, no, legitimately, and that's not even like a joke. It is legitimately like, guys, that is a shot that you need to hit. It's not like, oh, well, it could have been nice.
And
that's critical.
And especially because, and now to be fair, this is a little bit of a problem with Capital because you pull out the crossbow, you shoot your bolt, then you got to put it away to pull your gun back out. So it's a little awkward, but they put the firebolts in that hallway. We're just going to be talking about this round this entire time. They put the firebolts in that hallway. He was waiting for it. He was waiting for that rotation, and he missed it. Either way, that round's done. We could talk about that for a long time, but now Sandbox, 5 rounds necessary to come back and bring this to overtime. Wizard, nice pickup on the Twitch drone. It is a dining defense at the moment for NIP, not holding library, fully focused on the master bedroom and the office positions. I think 4 defenders upstairs.
Well, we've got the Monty in too, but how's Mephi going to play around it? He's kind of, guys. Carter.
He didn't. They did not team kill.
Carter.
Nova is still alive.
Oh, I want you to know, this headset would have been chucked.
He is still alive.
I can't, man. I can't right now.
He's
These guys
okay.
are stressing me the hell out. Drone's out here for Nova. Nothing really on the bottom of that, so don't have to worry too hard. Walk his way up to the breach that they made here. It's going to be Wizard on the other end of things, trying to clear out things with the stuns too. They don't have any frag grenades though, so not going to be able to dislodge him in that regard. Also, obviously, no Capital either. Nova's going to go down. A nice find there from Wizard is he's going to hit it on the transition. Mephi will be able to take out one. It's a 3 versus 2 in favor of the defense, and the case is all the way down inside of Office currently. Mephi's going to work his way around Piano. If they do end up losing this round, this is going to be a 7-1, and we'll be heading towards Oregon. 3-1 now. It's all left up to Demic. He at least knows where 1 is, potentially on the rotation. Do remember, it's actually a downstairs bomb site. It's going to be the kitchen defense that wins it out for Ninjas in Pajamas, but really, it was Ninjas in Pajamas all day, every day, as they are the golden goose here on Chalet.
And, I mean, it looked like their map pick, right? The only round Sandbox winning ended up being a 1v2, but to be fair, around that Sandbox did end up selling to a crazy Montaigne play from Khan. So I think you could actually debate if Sandbox deserved to win that round or not. We'll give it to them because they did have the man advantage, like a 5v3, 5v2 going into it. So they get the one legitimate round, but everything other than that was entirely NIP, attack, defense. It was all them, and it very much looked like this was their map.
Yeah, it most definitely did. And, you know, earlier on inside of the map, Sandbox seemed to have some different ideas, some different ways that they wanted to try and go about things, but about round 3, everything just devolved into pure madness. And then, well, I mean, by the end of that half, that's when you and I were like, yeah, they basically tortured them. There's nothing really that they can do mentally to try and get out of this. But they do have Oregon still on the docket, which I'll let the face speak for itself.
Well, here, let's just say this. We've got Oregon coming up next. You'll want to take a break because if Oregon is like how it was for Sandbox earlier, this one's going to be a doozy. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Hello again, ladies and gents. Welcome back to the Atlanta Major. It's me, Des. I'm back with Tim. Tim, I've got a question for you. How's the makeup holding up? Because I feel as the day's gone by and I've eaten food and I'm a bit, oh no, makeup can't do it. How am I doing?
Mine's fine.
You've got none on. Is this looking okay? It's looking a bit shiny, isn't it?
It is a little bit.
It's very shiny.
Starting to sweat through.
It's hot down there in hell, man.
I can imagine that it would be.
It's actually been all right, to be fair. I've enjoyed this so far. But we've got some graphics to go through before we get into this best of 3 to determine which of these two teams is heading home on day 1 of the Major. Here's where things sit. We've got Dark Zero versus G2 playing tomorrow in a best of 1. All winners games are best of 1s. It's elimination games where they become best of 3s. Here we've got Fury versus Knights coming up in just a moment. As said, a best of 3, and the loser goes home. They are done here in Atlanta, and the same story will happen for whoever wins this game today between these two teams will face off against the loser of DZ versus G2 in a best of 3 tomorrow evening, and once again the loser of that game will go home. Crazy to think that either of those two teams could be going home, because Dark Zero, realistically, they won Charlotte, of course. We've had G2, who went on to win the World Championship at SI earlier this year. There's still a very real possibility one of two could go home if we see Fury or Knights really step up to the plate.
Yeah, I think that's the key, is it's going to take a big performance from one of those two teams. In reality, just being honest, from what we've seen so far, you know, they've maybe not really challenged Dark Zero and G2 today, so they're going to have to show us something different tomorrow. But to even have an opportunity to do that, they've got to beat the other one to get through to tomorrow and continue their run going. Of course, these two teams now, one of them will have to play 2 back-to-back elimination matches, whoever wins this one. So we can see the stats in front of us there, how they got here. Fury at the minute looking like they could be in with a shout at SI. So a win here is going to be a big thing for them.
I mean, really, all this is going to come down to for Fury is if they can get out of play-ins and make it to Swiss, that's it. That's all they have to do. As you'll see on a graphic that we'll see, I think, in just a moment as well. We'll pull it up so you can look at what teams have got to do around the probabilities of making it to SI. And I know it feels crazy. We're at the start of a major, but all we're doing, it seems to do today, is talk about SI. It's because it is super important, and that's exactly what you're seeing here. Fury need to get themselves through, need to keep themselves in the conversation, but really, on the other side for Knights, even getting through this one, it doesn't guarantee them anything.
No, I mean, there's still, you know, even with a win here, they've got a very long shot ahead of them. You know, we've learned firsthand not to write off those 3, 4, 5% chances. We saw G2 do it, but, you know, that's the outlier. That's why we remember it. So a lot of work for Knights to do, and it all has to start here and now. Lose this, and there will be absolutely 0 chance that they go to SI.
Well, we do have the veto coming up very, very shortly, but I guess as a real quick recap, Tim, we look back at the last 2 games these two teams played earlier today. It's not been a pretty day for either team. One getting absolutely destroyed by G2, the other by Dark Zero. I don't feel we've really had a chance to see what those two teams are made of, given the caliber of the teams they've played against previously. But here, they've got to go big. They've really got to show up against one another. And honestly, I think I'm expecting 3 maps.
I think it could be close, but for me, I'm sort of leaning towards Fury. I think, you know, you look at their SI position, you look at their overall performances, I just think they're going to have the edge here against Knights. And for me, I think we might see this one sort of done into. I think it's going to be very, very important for Knights to keep hold of their own map, I will say that. I think if Fury win Border and then go on to their own map on Skyscraper, it could be a tough one. But maybe, if Knights win the first one, we might see 3.
You could have 3 there, Border, Sky, and Club if we have to get all the way through. Honestly, when I was doing the expectations for this group yesterday, kind of running through the points I wanted to make, the things to talk about, I did have Knights down as arguably one of our weakest teams in the competition. I'm always happy to be surprised and delighted, but I think I am with you. Fury do feel like the better team. However, based on the performance earlier today against G2, that still remains yet to be proven.
It does. You know, ultimately, they are going to come up against a team that are going to treat them slightly differently to how G2 did. I think, you know, realistically, we're going to see Fury have a little bit more space to play their own game than maybe G2 gave them. They're going to have a little bit more opportunity to get into things, build that confidence. So, yeah, I think we probably see a different Fury here. But honestly, I'm not writing Knights off. You know, who knows at the end of the day? The social vote says it all. 56-44. Very, very close in terms of what everybody thinks is going to happen. It's just, it's a difficult one to call.
Well, really to get the turn by this first map. I think I'm with you. If Fury can walk away with that one, I'd expect them to take Skyscraper as well. But Border is just one of those chaotic maps that you just don't really know which way it's going to go from the outset. Fury start on the defensive side, Knights on the attack. And that reminder again, they are playing for a spot in the rest of the Atlanta Major. Loser goes home after just one day at the Atlanta Major.
Let's get into these operator bans then. Fury, Dokkaebi, that's the third map that I've seen today and the third Dokkaebi ban that I have seen today. Dokkaebi's ban rate skyrocketing here at Atlanta so far. You know, I'm not saying she was never banned, but a little bit of an outlier sometimes. Hibana is going to go. Interesting choice for Border. Usually for Hibana, you're looking towards things like hatch play. There's not an awful lot on Border, I suppose, when you're attacking downstairs, maybe a little bit. But quite often, it's sort of 50-50 as to whether the defenders open those hatches for their own rotations.
I don't think it's the end of the world because on this map, because there's not a lot of things to like open up as a hard breacher, you can afford to bring along a non-hard breacher and take along a hard breach gadget for hatches, for example. And there's things like Ace on side that you know is going to get picked up. Like we were thinking about this earlier on, we saw a team bring along 3 hard breachers. Ace isn't really a support player like by any convention now. It's more that it's actually an entry, just with a little bit of opening work to do in the early stages of the round. It's why you see a lot of entries around the world playing that operator. So I think here all you're going to see is Ace slot into what Hibana would have been in, and there'll be no real questions to be asked. So not 100% sure about the theory behind that ban, but it's a ban that's come through nonetheless. And then Fenrir and Valkyrie coming out as our last two. Fenrir has seen a few bans today. That's the second Valkyrie ban that I've seen as well, for example. We've only cast 3 maps each, Tim.
This is it. There's a long way to go yet. There is a long way to go. And we do tend to see a lot of repetition. We touched on it for maps, but it goes for bans as well. In the first couple of days of majors, we do tend to see, you know, those same trends creeping in from team to team to team because ultimately, you know, people don't want to show too much. And when we start getting a little bit deeper into the tournament, that's when we see those different sort of ideas and strategies come into the surface, especially when we get those new teams come in, of course, of Phase 2. We will have a whole new host of teams joining us at that point of the competition, along with whoever makes it out of Phase 1, which will be half of these teams.
Absolutely. Well, let's get things underway then. Already, I thought we'd lost 4, but now it's just 2. I'm going to say they lost 2 drones. Maybe there's more lost, but we're going to go with 2. And that's the effect of the Assault list. I mean, the frustration, I was talking to Pengu a bit about this yesterday, actually, and the frustration that you get with Solus these days is it does force the attackers to leave their drones outside the building, which largely defeats the purpose of having drones to play with during the prep phase. You may as well just sit there for 45 seconds, have a swig of coffee or whatever your beverage of choice is, and then get into the game, because you really can't pick up much information without throwing those drones away. So maybe with her being so powerful, you'll see more of those bans starting to creep in over time as the tournament goes on as well. But for now, there are just other strong things to think about. That Fenrir especially, a real sticking point for some teams. Monty though, Tim, I think whenever we see a Monty, we know what's going to happen. It's generally going to be the team stacking up for 2 or 3 players, pushing into the same direction behind that Monty and trying to do a little bit of work. BLK opening up with the first kill onto Lycolis.
Yeah, BLK did a great job earlier on, to be fair, against Dark Zero. So expecting big things out of him here. He's a player that Knights can try to work in behind. He's going to get you those openers. Crit just taking a bit of damage as well, face to face with the Monty now. Surely his time is limited. Indeed it is. BLK once again in with the double kill, giving Knights a big advantage on this attack. I tell you what, they are not messing about at this point, but Dark, he manages to shut down one. If he finds that second shot, maybe things are a little bit different, but BG Man, he can find it, takes out BLK, leaves us in a 2 versus 3.
Dark had a few big rounds earlier against G2, to be fair, is actually what got Fury on the board, and at least 2 of them themselves. So keep an eye out for him. I think he'll probably be one of the key players in this matchup, even though he's running around with the UMP. I mean, we all know what Canadians said about that gun, so you can't really write it off. But 3 versus 2, shield still online, nade still to play with, flashes in back pocket, track still to deploy. There's just so much to bring on this map, and I think when you're thinking about Border, actually, in the current meta we're in, where Gridlock is in because she now has frags and she's got so many tracks to play with, and alongside an air jab, like the air jabs of Nomad, it's going to be horrific to try and get flanks off on this, but that's exactly what they've done, Tim. BG Man has managed to get into a good spot and bring things down to a 2v2, but they are still against the Monty.
Yeah, Diffuser goes down as well, so Knights really have everything in hand. Something that we saw against Dark Zero was them not winning rounds that maybe they should have done sometimes. So I want to see them do this differently here against Fury. You've got it down, you've got your shieldy boy stood in front of it, you've got to lock this round out. 15 seconds left. If Fury want to have the time to be able to do anything about at this. They lose one. It's getting more and more difficult. It's all up to the Warden. BG Man's doing everything he can. Out goes the nade, but no, there comes the final kill. It's going to be up to the Monty just to apply that melee strike with the shield, close things out, and that is a good first round from Knights. Some real aggression from them there. Really well played.
Yeah, well, surprised no one there that BLK's had a good start to the round and really dragged them through with a 3K off the back of it. Good start and good amount of aggression being shown. I really feel part of the concern there was the right idea existed for Fury, but the deployment of it wasn't quite the way to go. We had that player that was sat at the top side, for example, up towards the single window inside of Office, and we had support from Dark, who was playing on bouncing through the soft wall. But what actually happened was when they lost that player at the top side, someone then bolted through in and killed, I think it was Crit, who was playing inside of Office itself, just like this healer. But there was no real ability for Dark to capitalize and get rid of BLK. So he was in a real power position this whole time, uncontested, because Fury weren't throwing enough resources over towards this east side of the top floor. And so it was a bit too easy, I think, for them to get the march in there. I think this time around you've either got to see a stronger defense coming out or be willing to play back and play with greater numbers in a safer position.
Going to be going to the bathroom and Teller's site then this time around, not wanting to double down on Armory. Fury going to mix things up. Got a little bit of a presence downstairs in Customs, not too much of a surprise. And a few players just going for some setup on the top floor. Going to be trying to hold on to Office, we would expect. Dark just looking to prevent a bit of access into CCTV by the looks of things as well, as that floor opened up. Just literally trying to hold on to the entire top floor. Not always the case. We're going to see that castle barricade destroyed in quick fashion by the attackers there, and it looks like I don't think the castle is too keen on staying too solidly in place in CCTV. He's got his rotation, he's dipping in and out of it, he's being cautious.
You know me, Tim, I love seeing castles brought along on any map, really. Just helps really transform the way that sites are playing, unless you can get like a sledge up nice and close, of which there isn't one on side here. There is a bunch of breaching charges being brought along for the vertical play. They've got the ability with the Ash to blow things through, or just plain old standard walk up to it and punch it to death with the fear of being shot on in your feet as you go along. And I saw where they had it positioned. It was inside a break room itself, exactly around here, with a very small rotation opened up just behind the Solus, as you saw there. So they're really trying to transform how that part of the map is being played, let them play it a little bit differently and be a bit more mobile to challenge into the attackers as they come running forwards. It does mean that Dark has got a lot of safety here to be able to play in and around this area easily, but from below, Tuku's there, and again, right idea, but the execution simply is not right. How has Tuku hit that second shot as well? Gets one more for himself onto BG Man. CritJ finally gets the trade out, but the damage has been done.
CritJ just didn't know where that next bit of pressure was coming from. He thought it could be a couple of directions. BLK just nearly misses that opportunity. Always worth mentioning, obviously, you know, we're watching in a set resolution with, you know, certain field of view. That's not always the same for the players. So when we see things like that, it may well be that it's not as clear for them on their
Tim's very angelic way of saying ignore Dez, he's a moron, basically.
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that sometimes it's not quite as clear cut for the players.
Why don't you love me?
Because it's easy for us to scream, oh, you see his head! But maybe they don't always see his head. But BLK gets the kill nonetheless. Knights get the round, and they are, at the minute, looking better than they did against Dark Zero. I've got to say that. They're showing us the best that they showed us against Dark Zero, but then they're not having those sort of errors in the late round where they were giving rounds away that maybe they should have won. But I think, you know, much as I said Knights were going to enjoy, Fury were going to enjoy a little bit more freedom against Knights than they did against G2. It's very true to say it in the reverse as well. Knights are not going to be under the same pressure necessarily that Dark Zero put them under. They're not going to get punished the same, you know, for maybe little mistakes that get made along the way. But Knights so far looking very, very good. 2-0, impressive stuff.
It's BLK season, mate. He's got 6 kills.
Honestly, it was exactly the same earlier on that Haven. It was just ridiculous. So definitely one to watch if Knights continue on in the tournament.
Same again from Fury, though. Clearly they like the setup they had before, and this is what I spoke about, right? With the barricades that came down inside a break room, the one inside of the hallway just lets you be a bit more mobile back in towards Office quite safely. Really on the attacking side is where you look to them and saying, okay, then now you want to try and get rid of them, make them uncomfortable, block off that line entirely. If you take out the one that's inside of the red corridor, for example, you completely deny that ability to rotate from security back in towards Office. So far going ignored, and I can't imagine that will change too much, because given the comp we've got coming into this round of the attack of the Glaz and the Ying alongside each other, that just screams execute heavy to me, Tim. You're going to see this Glaz get into a power position. You'll see smokes and candelas going absolutely everywhere, and he should touch wood, pop off.
Yeah, I'm liking seeing the confidence coming out tonight. They're willing to just push the site. They're willing to just get straight in there and take gunfights and try and get a job done so far in these first couple of rounds. And if they continue, they're 2-0 up against Fury. Fury may well not respond to it. You know, we see this quite often, that teams just come out kind of punch drunk. You know, they come in, everybody's got a plan till they get hit in the face there. And right now, Fury are looking like they've been hit in the face. And, you know, maybe the plan is starting to crumble. Tom's going to be watching from that open window. They are trying to get in for this Archives plant, but for the time being, the toxic babe canisters are going to keep them at bay.
That's what they're trying to do, is draw those out. All they've done is consume half of their utility. They've still got 2 smokes left and still got 2 candelas. Another smoke coming out, so the Glads can start getting to work. This really is where Atlas has now got to dump all of his utility in towards Sandwich to draw some fire and attention over there, and then the execute comes inside of Archives. But no one has made that move, and these keeper barriers, so frustrating. It's 2 or 3 times now Tom has been blocked off, which really renders those smokes largely useless, to be honest.
5 versus 4, then Fury with the advantage here and just stalling out a little bit nice. For the first 2 rounds, they've looked very good, but everything kind of has gone their way. You know, the question is, can they get it done when they start facing that adversity, facing those obstacles? For the time being, Tom, he's just giving it a little jiggle peek. It's not going to matter. There's no jiggle enough to keep him alive there as BG Man shuts him down, but BLK is on hand for the trade. 4 versus 3. Knights keeping themselves in this one, but not really making progress in towards site. They don't have much map control. This is going to be a tough one from here.
Well, here we go. Candela comes in as well. That'll be a couple of white screens, but not the one inside of Fountain that Atlas is rounding onto. Just so close every time. A few pixels between them. I9 finding one more, but BLK is on the march. He could tear them apart here if they don't know, but they do know. Only one left. It is going to be a first round win for Fury with what looks like a pretty solid defense overall, Tim.
Yeah, it was a little bit better from them. I think they managed to, they've probably just found a little bit of the answer there, and that is they stood up to that early round aggression from Knights. They didn't let them get in and do what they wanted to do, which from Knights was to get in and get that diffuser down. So Fury had the answer to that, and once they'd slowed Knights down, that was when they were able to win the round. So for me, the answer there is, you know, waste a bit of time for Knights. I'd maybe like to see, you know, let's bring a few more traps along. Let's have a Frost in there. Let's have a Legion in there. Let's bring the barbed wire. Let's just do everything we can to try and slow Knights down in the first minute and a half, 2 minutes. Let's make them think on their feet. Let's make them play plan B, plan C. Because to me, their Knights stalled out a little bit. When they didn't get in through that Archives door, when they didn't get that diffuser down, when they wanted it down, that's when they started to struggle, and Fury took full advantage of it.
Absolutely. So you've seen a little bit of both teams there. Again, I always like to give 3 rounds to see teams warm into a game first to really see what's going on. Normally, if a team goes down 0 and 3, you'll then see a tack timeout coming in because you've seen the 3 primary sites that a team wants to play on the defensive side. You'll see a conversation coming in. They'll change some things around. And in what I normally call that second quarter is that's when you really see how a game might play out. But as always, I always say as well, Tim, 2 halves to a game of Siege. You don't know what's going to happen when Fury get onto the attacking side. So we'll wait for that before really drawing full judgment on how this game can close out. It has been BLK season so far in that first quarter. Going into these next couple of rounds, I am hoping we're going to see some players on Fury. BG Man already putting a name in for himself to be someone that can rival that performance.
Well, this is always a problem. If you've got one player, you know, it works both ways. We can look at it and say there's not many kills available for everybody else if BLK is hoovering them up. But at the same time, is it just that BLK is getting them all? And if he stops, nobody's going to step up. And, you know, we'll see. Again, if that's something that Fury can kind of target going through to shutting him down, then maybe they have a little bit of a momentum shift. But we've got to remember, it's difficult defending on border as well. You know, once the attackers get in the building, it's generally possible for them to win those rounds. So, again, any defensive rounds that Fury can come away with, I honestly think if they can get a 3-3 and they move on to the attack, they'll probably feel like they can get the win from there. So Fury right now, can they build on this? Can they get a little bit of momentum? For me, they want another entry kill here, and they nearly get it, and they do, and who else? I9 takes down BLK, and what a great start for Fury.
Finger must have slipped, must have thought he was safe there, but either way, he drops out of ADS, and BLK really pays the price for it too. But great response from Fury. 2 players in close proximity as well, ready to play for the trade if needs be. You're seeing it again here between these two, with Dark and I9 just set up, ready to take firefights together. And then you've also got the Capcan not too far away at the top of main stairs. So a nice little trio here, able to very quickly support each other and play for trades. Knights have been trying to work their way through with 4 players on the east side of the map as well, but they've got to come up against this trifecta of chaos that are ready to deal with them.
Lycolis is just going to be sitting in the showers for the time being as the mute. Look at that, absolutely free. And that is something that we saw of Knights earlier. I'll touch on it a little bit more, possibly further, but they've got one drone left, Des, and playing without information was something that they fell foul of against Dark Zero. Tom does manage to find himself stood in the middle of site, though, and I don't think that Fury were aware of that. Does manage to do some damage. All of a sudden, we've got a shift here. We've got a swing in manpower. It's 3 versus 2, but I9 playing up above on the Solis. He could be a real deciding factor if Tuku isn't able to deal with him.
They needed bathroom control for him to be able to recover the diffuser that's just inside the office window. So sure, you've got some form of site control here, but you've still got Crit to deal with, who's sat lurking in the shadows of the servers. What a shot onto Gyarados! That's amazing! One more left. It's into a 1v1. Tuku coming up against Crit. What a round this has been. So back and forth, but the clock sadly working against Tuku here. He's got to try and find his man. Zero idea where he is. No diffuser, no time, no hope of taking this round. Unless, no! Nearly found his man, but just holds on. That's unreal.
I was just about to say.
I was like, no way he vaults us and goes sprinting into his face, but he did. No
I was
way.
just about to say, all Crit needs to do here is just keep himself out of the way and alive. And then all of a sudden, he must have been spotted on
He's doing his best Harry Potter
I would say a
impression,
drone,
Tim.
but they only had one left. He just, I don't know, maybe he just drops and thinks, I'm just going to have to check that angle and try and get into sight. But, oh, one way or another, it nearly happened, but Fury able to close it out. That puts them 2-2. And maybe just a little bit slow for them starting into this game, but 2 defensive rounds in a row on border ain't bad.
No.
And they are looking much better in 3 and 4 than they did in 1 and 2.
They're looking very structured. It's again why I like to wait a few rounds before really drawing a full assessment on a team, or at least starting to form a solid opinion, because in those first couple of rounds, the things that I remarked on was the timing was slightly off. Right idea, just wrong execution. They were playing in the right spots, the trades weren't really coming through at the right time, people were looking the wrong way at the wrong moments, little things like that. Whereas these last couple of rounds, I think you've really seen them start to sync up. One, Crit's winning some fantastic firefights. That was disgusting. But he's got 3 kills himself there. Nice little flick on towards the Ash as she comes round in the corner too. But outside of that, I just think looking a lot better, like Cola's getting that kill from below, for example. That really was what led to that end of that round, because the diffuser was then down inside the office window, unrecoverable because they didn't have control of bathroom. Just really that initial instance in the first 45 seconds or so snowballed towards that 1v1 at the very end of the round. Love this, by the way. Sen's coming out. Really don't get to see that operator all that often anymore.
No, not at all.
Anymore, like they were ever popular.
I mean, it's, I think, pretty niche, especially with Warden being played so much.
Yeah.
As I know Warden's not being played here, but, as Warden has been played more and more, I think it's more difficult to build that gadget into, many executes. Tuko is going to be down side, but how about that? BLK is there not only for the kill, but could pick his man up as well. What great cover coming in from the Ying.
Just wants to drop off there so don't get run out on as soon as the res tries to come through. I mean, that feels like
great from Knights.
I think that's great, but also a bit of a fluff from Crit as well.
Yes.
Like, you know that south balcony is going to have 2, maybe 3 players on it early in the round, trying to get control, droning out E stairs, checking out break room, things like that. You know full well there's a trade coming in if you try and round that corner and run out to try and get a kill. Like, at this level of play, it's just simply unfathomable that a player would be completely by themselves and they've paid the price for it. Now the march on comes through. It's BLK looking to make use of that rotation, has managed to get in here behind everything, and they won't know because the sound of those candelas going off would have cleared out, or sorry, at least muted over the sound of the vaulting. He could be in a real good position here to do some serious damage.
I still kind of feel like the longer rounds go on, the more chance Fury have got of winning them, and I don't mean that in terms of, yes, defenders win based on time. That's not what I'm saying. I feel like the Knights have won rounds quickly and aggressively, but where they've had to think and pick apart the defense as the round's gone on, they've struggled more. So within the first 2 minutes, diffuser going down, it looks good for them. BLK will be taken out along the way, but it takes the eye off the ball, and Atlas gets that diffuser down. 4 versus 4 now. They've got a setup outside. They're looking pretty good here, playing in and around those sense gadgets as well. Couple of kills come in. This is almost done for Knights. BG Man starts fighting back, gets 1 of 4 that he's going to need, but the clock is ticking down. He's up against it now. Not going to be easy from here.
Nah, in the spot where he's got just find one through the top wall, but gets finished off at the very end. Yeah, I feel like BLK did all the work needed necessary there, getting in upstairs. His job wasn't necessarily to kill everyone inside of office. It was more just to get into a spot to be able to, bless her, Katie, one of our player admins, having to step in there and say, guys, chill, chill. It's cool, it's cool. It's still a big game to play. But it's a position there where BLK was more running distraction up on the top floor, just being in a position to challenge, not necessarily win a gunfight, but challenge and take their attention away from the hatch and on the plant going down on site itself. So it isn't always about getting kills. Sometimes it's just the attention soak that you have on the other side. It's a technical timeout, so players aren't meant to speak during this time. I think that's the warning they were getting. So give us a couple of minutes and hopefully she'll be back into things. Here's a few replays though, and this is what I mean. Cover is always going to be there. He tried to actually get the impact kill rather than any kind of jump out or anything crazy. Just didn't quite find his man. I think it must have hit the window ledge instead.
Yeah, I think it's all about timing. When you've got a player down, they obviously had a good idea that they were down out there. You want to put that impact nade out, you want to have a look, you want to get that kill, because ultimately, yeah, you want to take them out of the round, but it's all about timing and just maybe trying to predict whether somebody's coming in to try that resuscitation. At the end of the day, you can net 2 kills if you get it right. So it's always a big gamble, but just didn't work out for Grit there. But as I've said, I feel like if a round is won at the minute within the first 2 minutes, it's Knights that win it. Yeah. If it comes down to being won in the final minute, it's Fury that wins it. It's like if Knights can't get it done in that first couple of minutes and they're having to sort of go back to the drawing board and adapt, it doesn't really happen for them the same. So for me, Fury just need to focus in round 6, wasting as much time as possible, you know, burning Knights out if you can, get them towards the end of the clock. That's where you've had more success.
Feels to me like it comes off momentum, really, for Knights, is the best way I can describe it. They find one kill, they roll it into a second, they take good space, and it really just snowballs towards that round win. Whereas I think I'm with you, where we've seen Fury slow them down, disrupt them early in the round, that's when you've seen them come out on top. But it is going to be our last round of the half. We are going to customs and supply, Tim. And after that, we'll do a little switcheroo, and Knights will go on to the defensive side, and we'll get to see that second half, the elusive one that I keep on talking about, to see what Knights can bring to this map. Castle on side once again, though. Again, seeing there's an awful lot in this half of Fury, just really helping to transform how parts of the map are played, make it easier for the defenders to roam in certain areas, to open up more mobile corridors where you know you're not about to get tagged at long range. So seeing more of that once more.
10 seconds to insertion.
Just got, again, that utility to stop the information game. Knights have struggled against Dark Zero. We saw it going in sometimes, not aware of everybody's position, not playing in behind enough information. We've seen rounds here where they've had one drone remaining, and again, very limited utility in terms of that information game. So we've got the Mute, we've got the Mozzie. They're going to be trying to lock down that top floor, I would imagine. We will have quite a few of those gadgets, because what that's doing is creating a lot of black spots. It's creating a lot of difficulty for Knights to go in. They can't get the drones in, and they've got to go through and face check things. So straight away, we've got the Bravo drones going in, looking to grab informational gadgets, looking to grab those cameras, you know, looking to level the playing field in those terms. Oh, the nade just misses.
Dangerously low, and there's 2 of them there as well. I mean, the C4's in place, but they just want to get rid of this mute jammer, which I think they'll find out. It's still there. C4 over the top. Atlas almost losing his life as well. Down a half HP. A real scrap over jail so far. It's feeling like Hell in a Cell, Tim.
Yeah, it really is. BG Man's going to be holding that wall tight with the Bandit, but super low health at the minute. I assume he got hit by some of the nade damage as it came in to clear out that mute jammer. And we have a little exchange of bullets, but no damage done in either direction. Atlas did take that damage from the Nitro along the way. BG's going to actually dip himself a bit deeper into sight now to try and keep himself safe. And again, this Bravo drone has just been raining around sight, just trying to get every bit of electronics that they can.
Yeah, got a couple so far as well, and Hopsil is looking for more. Not too many to really find, only the one really available for hacking when you look at the secondary gadgets. Outside of that, it's jammers, it's pests, it's whatever else you want it to be. Will instantly destroy any of the Bandit batteries that are found. Only 2 have been deployed and used so far in the round. 2 more remain in back pocket. And there is a C4 still for Lycolis to make good use of. BLK getting himself into a good position. Crit being flashed to high heaven, and will try and scramble towards the hatch, but simply cannot get there. And BLK going to find himself another angle to get down onto this ground floor here and give a little bit of threat onto the other side. But I9 is lurking. They've clearly missed this one, so he hasn't been droned out.
Secret just looking like he got up in the middle of the night there, just groping around trying to find that hatch, but couldn't get himself down it. Dark does manage to take out BLK, but cannot find himself a second. I9 looking to get involved as well, finds one nearly inside of Archives, then nearly finds one inside of Armory. He's doing a great job of just locking down this top floor, and it's going to be something that Knights need to clear out. We're into that final minute that I spoke about, Des, and that's where you feel like Fury have been the strongest so far.
It's such a killer, really, because I9's been in a couple of positions this game where he could have had a freebie or two, but that's the third time I've seen him miss what feels like a really easy kill to get. Yeah, that A should be dead to rights. The man's basically stationary. He's whiffed it a little bit, and sure, he's wasting time, but they can start looking in towards the side. Tuku almost having his head taken clean off his shoulders, but somehow is still standing. Lycolis rotating away, has been dropped onto the other side. Down he goes, and just like that, they've got the control that they need. There's still 2 left. The castle comes raining on in. They've got to get him down, Tim. There's only 5 seconds left to play. Goes to try and find one. It's a 3 versus 1. Plant is going down, and BG Man finds what he needs. Finds the man with the diffuser. They take the round win.
And we stay consistent. If it comes into that final minute and Knights have to scramble, that's when they have the difficulty getting it done. At the end there, 3 versus 1, and I know that it's difficult when you're at the end of the clock and the diffuser's going down and it only takes 1 bullet to stop it, but there just seemed to be a little confusion in that Knights team. There was 3 people sort of spinning around. 1 went for the diffuser. They didn't really know where the last defender was, and it was just all a little bit chaotic. And again, Fury were able to take advantage of that. I always love those finishes. I always come back to the one I remember for Pino, 1v5 on the top of Cafe, and it took 1 bullet to win a 1v5, and he just hit that headshot through onto the planter. Same situation there, just sprays down the plant spot, and that shows good communication on Fury's side, because they've already stopped that plant going down once. They know where the diffuser is. It's been communicated. So BG Man knows. He's been told the diffuser is between 2 metal desks. So then all he has to do is spray in that direction, and he gets the job done. Well played from Fury. 3-3 off on the defense. That's not a bad start for them.
I really feel like it was a bit of a Hail Mary from Knights, just throwing everyone in towards sites itself and just praying that through sheer numbers they come out on top. And really they did, but BG Man with that beautiful angle, as you say, Tim. We do get that side swap. I'm curious to see how Fury attack, because their attacks on Consulate earlier, bearing in mind, Consulate is their favorite map. They've played it 3 times since the start of September. They've won it every single time, 7-2, 7-0, 7-2. G2, it's not exactly their most popular map. They took them there and really made them look silly, because Fury's attacks were just a little bit lethargic, a little bit slow. You know, this is what we've seen as the theme, I think, so far of the day, is some of the weaker teams that we have here at Play-Ins are just... they're very slow in the first 90 seconds of the round at droning and getting map control, for example. Not always a bad thing, but you've got to leave yourself enough leg room to actually execute and close a round out as well. So I'm really keen to see how Fury do on their coordination as a team when it comes to attacking here on Border.
Doc's just going to be opening up that triple wall a little bit with the skeleton key, just trying to create an angle, make it uncomfortable inside of Office. Fury are, of course, attacking onto Armory to start with here. That's going to be the primary site choice for Knights. A couple of interesting... I mean, we quite often see the Doc inside of CCTV, so that's not too unusual.
This is, Tim. This is like
the Tuku on the alibi, I sort of look at and I think, yeah, maybe you like the gun, I guess. You know, it can be used as a little bit of denial for players coming in through windows, a little bit of a deterrent. But other than that, I think Tuku really needs to be looking to get some kills to be getting the most out of that operator selection.
Here's this like classic slow start that I mentioned from Fury. You know, half the round's gone and they're only just starting to get things opened up. They're only just starting to really make a push in. Sometimes, though, that one push in can be enough, and it's I9 getting rid of the Dark outside of CC. That's one of the big key anchors that you need removed, really, and should open up a lot of control on this top side of the map as they start thinking about the site.
It just gives them that beachhead to work in from I9, as you say, going well now, really starting to wake up. Tuku does shut down Dark. I suggested on the alibi he needed to be finding them kills, and he is going to get the first. Might need some more, though, but he wasn't going to find them as Lycolis manages to take him down with a headshot. Tom peeks around, finds one from Fountain, just brings it back a little bit. 2 versus 3 now, playing the shotgun on the tight angles. Can he find himself another? No, not quite within range. Jay finds one elsewhere, but 1 versus 2, he's fighting hard, but shut down in sandwich. It's going to be Lycolis with that final kill, and that's another round for Fury. 4-3 now on the scoreboard. They take the lead, and I feel like that could be a little bit of a blow for Knights.
Could well work out to be that way. I mean, again, I mentioned that it was the slower start from Fury that I was a little bit nervous that we'd just see the round slowly grind out, be a panic finish. But really, I think once they got rid of the Dark, they understood, at least on the defensive side, they had to go on the aggressive. They were losing a lot of top floor control. The only things they really had left were the sites themselves. Even Fountain was looking a bit precarious, which is why Tom made that play once he got the first kill to blitz on forward, try and convert it into a second 1v1 before he got himself grouped up on. So nice play by Fury. Really, that dot kill for me opened up the entirety of that top floor, though. Knights probably want a bit more support in those key areas if they want to hold on to things like CC.
So we're going to go to ventilation and workshop for our second defensive site for Fury. They've got the Frost on board. Sorry, the second defensive site for Knights, second attacking site for Fury. They've got the Frost on board, so they are looking to play that game of slow down a little bit, just try and force Fury to clear underneath every... We saw this work, actually, the double Frost mat. I think it was in exactly this location, although I'm not sure that second one is actually going to go down there without a little bit of reorganisation. But we saw the reason, if you're wondering why those two Frost mats, why place two under one window. As somebody comes through, they do have a good opportunity to shoot out one beneath there, but you cannot get two. So it sort of almost guarantees, if they're not dealt with before coming in through that window, that one is going to snap shut on the ankle of somebody.
And so there's a little cross angles in towards West Main setup. Tuku's definitely in hot water here, is the way I describe it. He has got 3 players, not that he knows right now, but he will very soon. 3 players circling around CC. And once again, looking to be a bit of a contestation point for the attacking side. But you just saw it there. For Knights, they've got a player playing on 90, supporting inside of that room as and when required. So it's not just the one player. Great run out coming on through, and Tom's going to get that one for free.
Yeah, it just goes to show the power of Solis there. You can go out there confidently with information for yourself, knowing exactly where those shots need to go. BG Man does manage to close down Jerry with a headshot, leaving the Frost off the board 4 versus 4, but they do need to deal with Tom underneath. The Solis hasn't been approached yet. He knows that that diffuser is on the ground, so he knows they're going to have to play in there at some point. Fury seem to be ignoring him a little bit at the minute. They've got to go in, they've got to find him, they've got to get that kill, because otherwise this round is not likely to be theirs. They are still concentrating on that top floor clearance for the time being, but they just need to be very, very aware of that Solis.
Just a little too much to care about, and this is something I remarked earlier on when I think about teams like Sonics, is that every player is always doing something at seemingly every moment. They've got so much control, they're taking incredibly quickly, whereas here you've got a couple of players on the side of Fury. You can sit there and say, yeah, well, they're on drones, but equally there's a couple of players just kind of, you know, staring at the colour of the lights on the ceiling, for example, right now, waiting for the next call to come through on what they should do. And it's that wasted time, that wasted efficiency that is going to bite them. You know, they're in a spot where they've got now this top floor control established, they've pushed their way forward. Knights said, you know what, we're happy in a 4v4, we'll back out. We know because of the Solis that this diffuser is still down and outside. Now they've got it on side. This is where Tom could be a real headache causer if he gets this right.
Yeah, he's just waiting on this window. He knows that they're going to be playing in there once they've picked the diffuser up. They don't have much of a choice with 50 seconds left. So he's just waiting. If they give him an opportunity, he's double knocked that barricade already. So if they go on to drones, he's just going to jump out and he's going to get himself another kill on the outside of the map. And they can't allow that to happen. They need to be very, very careful. Tuku, as you say, just keeping himself off the radar upstairs. He's locked into a little corner and he's just going to wait for his moment. This is really well played by Knights. Really patient.
Getting into West Main takes away so much of that top floor control. Sees his man with the gun at least on the one side. Will finally get rid of Tom. He's such a rat to deal with. Yeah, this is the problem. And this is what I meant. Tuku springs into action, goes across the gap almost, and just finds two up on that top floor. The fact that he was ignored inside of CC, they had this control earlier on, but he's managed to get himself into a great spot, probably through hopping up through the hatch as well. Didn't see it happen, but gets into a great spot where not only can he cut off West Main, but as you saw, he can cross in towards that other side of the map and get those couple of kills to close the round out. Between him and Tom, just an absolute headache for Fury in that round, and they've got to be so much better at keeping space when they take it.
Yeah, Tom and Tuku have done a fantastic job between the two of them there, basically of doing the same thing, and that is just putting themselves in a position that Fury had no real way of dealing with, or at least they didn't, you know, focus enough on dealing with, and they punished them. Simple as that. Tom would have done more, you know, had they gone on drones, for example, outside of main door, they'd have been in serious trouble. They eventually got in there and killed him, but there's 25 seconds left on the clock. It was just too little too late. And then, as you say, Tuku just played that absolutely beautiful, and, you know, is the best operator for the job. Getting that Oryx sprint across, you're going to expose yourself for an absolute limited amount of time, if at all, and it just worked perfectly. So really well played from Knights there to level things up 4-4, and this is turning into one of the best games of the day for me. This has been a fantastic map so far.
It has been absolutely wonderful. I thought it was pretty scrappy, to be fair, between the two, and that's exactly what we're getting, right? Sat 4-4, it's hard really to see which way this map goes. We've had rounds where we've said great things about one team, then the next round we're praising up the other as well. It really is back and forth. If you're wondering about Adelaide, quick tech issue here. Once that's resolved, straight back into game.
Yeah, we'll be getting back in any second, no doubt about it. I think it's going to be happening pretty soon. So, as you say, just for me, it's now about consistency for one of these teams. It's about delivering those good moments that we've been seeing, but, you know, round to round to round, rather than coming in and having a big round, you know, like Knights have done there. They now need to back it up. We need a second good round. We need a third good round. We need somebody to go on a little bit of a run. Otherwise, we're heading in one direction and one direction only, does, you know, and I look at it and I think, we haven't had any overtime today on day one, and we've only cast one map. That's unusual, though, for us to not have overtime on day one, so it wouldn't surprise me to see one of these maps between these two teams go all the way, and Border is looking like it could be the one at the minute.
It could, it very well could. Fine, turns out it's a quick rehost coming in. That is our technical timeout, so it shouldn't be too long now. I'm working our way through it. It's why the players are not meant to be talking just yet. We'll get things back underway for you in just a few moments. It does kind of beg that question already. I'm starting to think about Skyscraper is, to be fair, I always used to say Skyscraper is my favourite map, but Nighthaven lately I think has become my go-to. I'm still going to love watching Skyscraper, but I'm already starting to think about how I could see these two teams translating onto there. And where you've seen some of the backstabby play coming out, especially in that last round from Knights, looking to really aggressively retake ground and get cheeky with the Solus, I think they'll have an absolute field day on Skyscraper because it is such a huge map with so many rat spots that unless Fury are like spot on the money with droning, which they've already shown they've slipped up on a little bit, I think Knights could really cause some trouble for them on the defensive side, and I imagine that's where they'll start, given it is Fury's map pick.
Yeah, I think Knights have bounced back well. I think out of the two teams, they have maybe bounced back a little better than Fury have. Looking at the results that they had earlier, this is a different Knights really to the one that we saw against Dark Zero. And like I said, I think they're just taking advantage of that, that freedom that they've got.
Well, while we wait for this timeout to be sorted, we're going to go to a quick content piece. Back in a minute.
Hey, I'm Dominique Clément, game designer on Rainbow Six Siege. If you want to get ready to confront the next addition to the Siege roster, here are a few advice. Maverick's Flaming Gadget might be that one tool you can always rely on when it's time to melt through the enemy's defense. Training your sharpshooter skills, and more specifically, with gadgets like Zophia's Lifeline, will come in very handy when it comes to countering the effect of her fresh new face. Finally, it wouldn't be Siege if explosions didn't have an impact on your game. And this season is the perfect moment to review your frag throwing skills, because a well-placed bang might just be what you need to clear you and your team a path to victory. That's all for now, but make sure you tune in to the full reveal to get all the information on what's coming next season. See you there. Hello, I'm Dominique Clément, game designer on Rainbow Six Siege. The next season is right around the corner. And if you don't get the latest operator on release, you might still want to review your ABCs on some of the operators already available today in the game. The Electric Bandit, the Wise Kaid, and the Quiet Mute will be welcoming a new troublemaker into their ranks, ready to give breachers a few headaches. Working out your pulse and Solus muscles will ensure you'll be able to provide invaluable intel to this new operator. And let's not forget about Ella, Fenrir, and our other trap operators, who each bring a unique ingredient that can be used in crafting some really crazy strategies with this new operator. So jump into the game and review your basics with these operators, so you'll be ready to synergize with the new operator when it comes out next season. See you then.
I'm not going to lie, Tim. I've been so excited about the whole tournament getting underway that I completely forgot about the thought of a reveal in a couple of weeks.
You know how much I love a reveal.
Oh, I love a reveal.
You know how much I love a reveal. I always like to try and I avoid everything I can until the actual. I like to sit down and watch the reveal with everybody. And yeah, I absolutely love it. So I'm.
You know what my favourite one was?
About that.
Was it SI 2022? whichever one it was. We went
was
to go and
so good.
sit.
We were in
we went to
the
go and sit in the
arena.
crowd, and they announced the house rework.
It must have been 2020. It was the last one. It was when we cast the group stages in 2020, and we were obviously there for the tournament afterwards, and we were in the arena. Yeah, it was 2020.
It was just insane.
Yeah, it was so good. It was so good. It's just such a big community moment. Just like everybody's interested to see what's coming.
I love the like the
it.
varying responses from the crowd, like with the frost rework. When they first heard it, everyone was like, "Boo!" And then as they explain the actual mechanics of the rework, like because the thing the line they opened with, bless them, was something like it'll no longer like they can get themselves up self-revive. And everyone was like, "No self-revive!" And they're like, "Yeah, but she can't run anymore." And it's like a blood trail for the rest of the round. They're like, "Oh, it's actually pretty good." And I just love the kind of seeing the energy vary. But either way, it's going to be awesome. Can't wait to see that one live here in Atlanta as well. We get exciting for that one. However, we've got a game to finish here first and foremost, Tim. 4-4 between Fury and Knights, if you are just joining us. It's been a pretty close affair. We had a 3-3 first half, and then a round taken by either team here on Fury's attacking half. Really hard to call which way it goes. You're seeing both teams show a little bit of magic between different players. BLK, especially on the side of Knights, was real magic in those first few rounds. But we've seen players like BG Man, Crit, Dark really start to step up for the side of Fury as well. Okay, we're having another rehost apparently.
We're just going to have a quick rehost. We'll get this
rehost, boy.
we'll get this ironed out as quickly as we can, and we'll get back into things. Yeah, so for me, no, like I said, it's about consistency. Knights need to chain a few rounds together. If I just have a look back through, Knights 1-2, Fury 1-2, and then it's sort of, we haven't had anybody get more than like 2 rounds back to back. And if somebody can just come in and grab that now, you know, Knights have got 1. If they get another 2, then they're looking at being on match point, and that's, you know, a good place to be sat for them.
Well, we could sit here and talk about these guys, or we can take a look at the Copenhagen after movie. Which one would you rather do, Tim?
I'd love to take a look at the Copenhagen.
Then let's take a look at the after movie then. Back in a minute.
This is the Blast R6 Major in Copenhagen. Are we ready, Copenhagen? 24 teams from all around the world made the trip here to Denmark.
Okamesh is straight on inside. He finds one, looking for a second. Okamesh is just eating him up for lunch. Gomez, as he plays behind one of the remaining Kiva barricades, to be a big nitro here, and it's massive.
Trying to get ahead of it, spots it moving down the stairs, and there it goes for VP.
There's
3 go for VP.
Everything falls to Sploit down in the 1v2 here. They're both focused on him. No! Better.
We are now down to our Elite 8.
Surely not resets. He's making the 1v4 look so winnable. There's no way. Resets to ace to 1v4. Esk is trapped in a corner.
The next can collect 1, a second, a third.
Oh, he's just insane.
Something feels a little bit different today. It's Championship Sunday! 24 teams made the trip, 2 remain.
The defense, there comes 1 kill and 2.
It looks like there's one last standing. It's Volks against his old team. It could not be any more bittersweet.
Are they going to be able to close this out here and now?
I'm known a lot for like speaking my mouth. We always shout at the enemy team, try and make people feel awkward. It's pretty evil when you think about it. Every team at this event fears.
Tactics of their own to get into other people's heads, saying that they fear them, making people know that they're still strong and ready to win another event.
I try not to hold on to revenge too much the past. If we were to play them again, it would just be like just that urge of competitiveness to beat them.
Definitely don't fear any teams, and I really don't see why G2 would be any different.
Don't we rightfully have an ego? You're coming into the most achieved team that this game has ever seen. Yeah, you should have an ego.
You gotta respect your opponents. Everyone up here is really good. I'm definitely not gonna let that change the way I'm thinking and the way I'm playing.
I'm trying to get people to have a good time, keep energy up, because in the end, energy carries everything into winning.
If we talk about M80, obviously in the most recent Rostermania, they picked up Iconic and then bring Sploit over.
Sometimes you have to let go of players that you care a lot about. It's the result of all the things that we put into it is the winning. That's what you get at the end.
Living with each other is probably one of the best experiences of my life. We're like a big family. Those guys are my best friends.
I joined this roster because of one reason, and that's winning.
You just gotta take their soul. Like, you just gotta destroy them.
Tommy. Yeah, let's go. Come on.
No matter what team you are, no matter how good you have been, if you're not good in the present, you will lose everything.
This is Rainbow Six at its best.
It's definitely better to let the play do the talking, but yeah, tend to stay clear of the people that have big egos.
It's time to make history.
One behind a solid wall, the pings, they're all in his favor. There's a C4, but Souls does not care. One kill away, and it's Forbes to die. A new generation pick up where legends left off.
Welcome back. Anna. 3 rehosts.
We're ready to go. We're ready to go, Des. We're ready to go.
At this point, we're in a rehost chain. It's like a rehostception. I don't know how many more we can go through until we really go too far.
Within a rehost.
Within a rehost.
Each should get quicker, though, really, if that was the theory.
Yeah, that's true. In Inception, it was like each layer.
Yeah, each layer is like
an
hour becomes like 10 minutes in the next layer, becomes like a minute in the next layer, becomes like 5 seconds in the next layer. So you've got to be careful, because when you're down like 6 rehosts deep, then like 5 seconds is like 4 hours at the top end. So that's how it works.
So many
We're back in. We're back in the game, Des.
Hang on. Wait until it hits 0.
We're back in the game, Des.
Wait until it hits 0, Tim, please.
Prep phase of round 9. Knights and Fury here on Border. It's map 1 of this best of 3. If you're just joining us, Knights have won the last round, but it's been very back and forth so far. Neither team able to grab more than 2 rounds at a time. Fury did look like they were maybe taking a little bit of an advantage coming into the second half. It was 3-3 at the split, but then they got that round, went 4-3 up, but then haven't been able to back it up with a further attacking win. Knights managing to keep things level, so this one looks like it could go the distance. Both of these teams really going toe-to-toe at the minute, just raining blows on each other and able to answer back once the other looks like they're getting somewhere. So a great game that we're having so far.
Yeah, indeed. It genuinely has been really fun. And this is what I've been excited about, is I know this is seen as the, well, it is the elimination match. It is the weaker of the 2 teams that we have in every group taking place in these best of 3s that we've seen, both the ones that happened earlier and the ones that are happening now. But that does mean that you're seeing still quite an even level of competition, which makes things very, very fun. And you get to see some of the players normally you wouldn't see from around the world. Now, straight away, we're getting ourselves started up and trying to work on in. You can see someone's just poked their head just inside of the office windows. Tuku waiting to spring out and cause a little bit of chaos, but opportunity not presenting itself just yet.
No, I think he doesn't know necessarily exactly where that push is going to come from, so does the right thing, just going to hold his position for the time being. He's got that long angle through into break room, just trying to challenge all these different areas at the minute. Sees the pressure coming towards the top of these stairs. Like always, he's going to find himself down. He's going to find himself finished off by a very long-range shotgun shot from Tom there.
What a right cheeky monkey he's been. Solus in the previous round, now muting this one as well, just trying to poke his head out and cause a few headaches. C4 in hand. Now alley-oop over the top. No one to be found, as they are not quite present. I'm afraid they were outside the building. I9 Really's got to get himself involved in this game as well. Has missed a couple of real freebies. It's Dark's turn to miss out on the freebie this time round at long range. Not managing to collect the Azami playing inside a CC.
Just a reminder of the stakes on this game. The loser will go home. This is an elimination match, which is why it's best of 3, 3 versus 2. There's a couple of kills coming quickly for Knights. Tuku does find himself down though, 2 versus 1 effectively now as Fury find themselves a little bit of an advantage. 1 minute 15 left on the clock. There's plenty of time, but what can the Azami do here? Just creeping into CCTV. I'm not sure that they're aware the diffuser's going down, and for the time being, Crit J is on the cover. Nade comes in. I think they know exactly where Jerry is. He's trying to push his way around, but no, Crit J with the pistol takes him down, and Fury managed to halt any momentum that Knights were trying to build. It's 5-4 now.
Crit J just styling on them kids. Pistol out there for that closing 1v1-2. All right, we get some momentum building. Fury back in that driver's seat, up to 5 and 4. It's hard to explain your theory of the whole round 9 is the most pivotal round earlier to Pengu. About how it can go towards being 6-3 or it can be 5-4.
Yeah, it's a big difference.
Open to massive gulf of 3 rounds or 1.
3 rounds or 1 round is huge at this point in the game. You know, you've either got no mistakes left or you've got a lot of breathing space.
That is when the score is 5-3, obviously, and here now it's more to 5-4, but it's still kind of relevant because it keeps things pretty tight, but Fury are the ones who feels are at least in some kind of control. Quick tactical timeout here. This one, I believe, coming for Knights, who their coach clearly feels, look, we've only got a couple more chances to get this right. Otherwise, we lose this map. We're going into Skyscraper next. It's Fury's map pick. You know, we've got to win border. I imagine it's probably a very abbreviated version of what he was telling them now, just to try and get the boys excited.
Yeah, I think so. So we will finish that off and get back into game. Just going to have a couple of replays coming in. We can see Crit J doing the work with the pistol towards the end of that round. Great job, really. You know, sometimes you've just got to make the choice and stick with it and live with it. There you go. He just gets a little peek of the Azami, I think, which just helps the situation. Knows where that push is going to come from, so can pre-fire and take the fight before it arrives.
Alrighty, downstairs we go into bathroom, Tim. This is an interesting one. All right. How this one plays out, looking towards that C4 on Tom, and I'm just thinking you're going to see him hovering out towards JL and just trying to catch whoever it is that's trying to work their way up onto the west side of the building and across. Do I think you'll see him blitzing out? Probably not, but trying to fish with the C4, 100%. So really where I think this is going to come down to is the damage that Fury can do onto him before he gets too disruptive in towards them. Quite a few trap operators on side as well. You've got the Fawn obviously coming in, the Legion there, just a number of things that can trip up or slow down Fury here if they're not too careful. So they do need to be respectful of this setup coming out of Knights.
Yeah, playing the pulse underneath in Customs is a great choice, really. There's a lot of availability there to get that vertical nitro into CCTV and break. You can see already that Fury are pushing in towards that position. You know they're going to try and take CCTV and break. So, yeah, it can be really, really useful here. But opening jail wall is going to be a big part, and especially opening passport wall as well is going to make it very difficult. Tom, he needs to make a decision now, and it looks like that decision is to Scarpa.
Yeah, I think really he's here for information, right? Wants to keep himself alive here. Doesn't want to do anything stupid by hanging around too long and trying to scan that 4th player that he hasn't yet found. I mean, saying that, it's like Olis to blitz in and already remove 2 players incredibly quickly. Not a dream position to be in if you're Knights here, knowing that, again, you are down 4-5, that you've now lost 2 players. Looking pretty miserable. And you can see that line of destruction that the Ram Gadget has left through that soft flooring.
Yeah, we're going to have Dark just holding that long angle down in towards side. Tom just runs right on into I9. As you say, absolutely free. It just doesn't feel like Knights really know where this pressure is coming from, where the next fight is going to be finding them. Atlas is going to take down I9 there, gives them something to work with, I guess, but not much of a foundation as Dark is there. Crit J gets the last. That's going to be round Fury. Not only is it the round, but it's also now map point, Des. And there is a real opportunity for Fury to take away that first map. I suggested if they were to take border, you feel good about them coming into Skyscraper. This could be a 2-0 for Fury if they can keep this going.
It could, but you just can't write it off. The number of times we've seen teams take each other's maps in a best of 3 is absolutely crazy. For me, though, that was the beautiful irony of a Pulse running around a corner blind and just being taken out by a player that has clearly been sat there waiting for him to rotate through into him. So a little bit of a biter. Need to see a bit more composure being shown. I think ultimately, like Olis, though, getting those early 2 kills was what really set that round up. Here we go then, Tim. Round 11. It is potentially the final one if Fury can get the business done.
Could be. And to be honest, over the last couple of rounds, since those bits of technical problems that we had and the bit of back and forth getting back into the game, Fury have actually looked really good since coming back. They've won 2 rounds in a row. As I've said so far, no team has been able to win 3 in a row so far here on Border, so Fury are going to have to do that if they want to lock this out here and now. But it doesn't really matter too much if they don't. They've got 2 opportunities to get this one shut down, get Border and move themselves on to Skyscraper. Like I say, looking good so far over the last couple of rounds. I don't know, that technical pause just seems to have steadied them a little bit, and they've come back in with a bit of a renewed vigour.
It has, but now you're going to see the real Punisher coming on the other side in the form of that Monty. You've got the Capital on side as well. This just feels like you're really throwing the kitchen sink at them at this point. Like, Capital I know isn't really seen as one of the stronger operators in the game. Personally, I think he's ridiculously powerful. The fact you've got 2 smokes, 2 AoE clearers in the form of the firebolts, a decent weapon, 3 speed, like, brings so much to a lineup. And I know it's kind of niche where teams make use of him, but really think when you see one on side, you've got to be so mindful of keeping him alive until you get towards a critical location where you want to make use of him. But come on, man. Like, it's a 1 speed. Like, you should hear this guy from a mile away. At least BLK gets one back, but Tim, they're already in and planting. Okay. C4, alley-oop, but the Monty blocks it, so who cares?
Well played. Well played. That's going to be the diffuser down. Monty stood in front of it, as you've said, Des. This really should be Fury's now. BLK, however, manages to pick up BG. Man, he's been a little bit quiet over the last few rounds compared to how he has been throughout the game so far. But maybe he can save his biggest moment for last. 2 versus 3 now. Atlas managing to get the last of those kills. There's the jump out. They're going to get it done somehow. Knights managed to turn it around. We thought it was looking like it was over there, Des. They got the diffuser down, but no, Knights, they fight tooth and nail to get that one done, and still no team can lock down 3 rounds in a row.
What's BG Man doing, like, holding an aggressive angle? There is literally 0 need. You've got a Monty feeding you information for free that will tell you when to swing, when someone's getting too aggressive, when they've gone past the point of no return, that they are no longer set to be safe. I mean, I was saying GG because I don't think I've ever really seen a team lose from that kind of position, but somehow Fury have just shown that it is very possible. We could be on for overtime, Tim. It is heading that way.
One more round is all it will take. It has to go in the direction of Knights. We are at least going to see all 12 here. Fury, they're going to be kicking themselves after that one, I think. Like you said, as diffuser down, Monty stood on top of it. It's really not a position that you should be losing from. I think they just, when Knights got aggressive, then it looked like Fury panicked a little bit. When they were willing to get up in the Monty's face and try and pressure him, it was like, oh, we need to start finding some kills. We need to protect the Monty. When really, all they needed to do was just sort of let the Monty back away. Like you say, if they hadn't been so aggressive, they could have had that jump out covered. It's a common jump out. You go out of office window to shoot the Monty in the back. It's like, it's such a common thing. So just make sure you've got that window covered, and honestly, you win the round. Like, let the Monty do the rest.
Well, one that they'll be kicking themselves for if they now go on to lose this map, but Knights have been handed a golden opportunity. Admittedly not handed, they had to fight for it, and they played it extremely well, but they've now got a golden opportunity to still win this map. On the attacking side, nothing too flash coming out in terms of lineup here, sort of standard stuff that we're used to seeing. Across on the defensive side, I'm looking towards BLK on that Oryx, Tim. We already saw some work that was done by Tuku in round 8, getting inside of CC and being able to charge across into West Main and slaughter 2 players that stood there waiting. There is every opportunity for him to work some magic in this round, so I do want to keep a close eye on him because he has been having a fantastic map so far.
Just going to have the track stinger thrown out outside of Archive's window there. I think just looking to prevent the jump out that would, of course, hinder this position that they're trying to play on the external east stairs. Dark has managed to get inside of CCTV. The rotation was there, so Knights will get out of that position unscathed. Tom, once again, same spot that we saw him playing previously, down in around jail and supply, just trying to get any information, really. Is there anybody droning? Is there any gadgets being used out there? Is there anything that I can give to my team to tell them that they are playing on this side of the map? At the minute, there's not going to be anything.
Absolutely not, no. It slowly does it. Again, for Fury, it's the remark that I had earlier was their map clear wasn't the quickest. Here, not really the end of the world given the proximity to site that Border often invites. Only a couple of rooms to work through before you are staring at a plant opportunity. Not tons of map really to work your way through. And things like, you know, BG Man playing on the gridlock really helps with that. So many tracks that you can just toss down and stop jump out, stop rotations, or at the very least give yourself information that one of those two things is coming. Just makes the game a hell of a lot easier for the attack inside. They've still got nades on side to play with. They've still got the juice coming in from the Finker as well. Loads to work with here.
They know that they've kind of got their army stuck here in the corner. Can't really move away. Tuku did manage to actually drop back a bookcase deeper, so could maybe escape with some quick movement. Nade comes in, and I think they were thinking they might just get the kill onto Tuku there, but no. His swift feet had been able to get him out. A dodge. BLK comes around. He's going to be able to make his way back to site by the looks of things, potentially. He's just trying to support Tom for the time being, but he does the job. Manages to flip over to the pistol, gets the kill. Atlas manages to find one as well. 4 versus 3. Knights are holding on.
35 seconds to go as well. Yeah, still freestanding into the 4 on the side of Knights, but Garadeus dangerously low at this point. Dark stepping up as the hero, finds one. A second with a well-timed nade. They might have just done enough here, Tim, to drag it away despite Knights being 4v3 a couple of seconds ago. It's down to a 2 versus 2. Every opportunity for either side to walk away with this one. Dark whiffing a few shots onto Tom's feet. He dances around. BG into one more. It's all down to Tom. He's been the great disruptor, but he can't do it. BG nets the 3K. They take Border. Skyscraper awaits.
Fury managing to get it done at the very end there. They had the opportunity to get that diffuser down again. They threw it away in round 11 when they had it on the ground, but not this time. They managed to lock it out. Dark doing great work from up on the balcony just to prevent that pressure mounting, and that will get it done. Fury take map 1 of Border. They give themselves the advantage.
What I love is just seeing different players there really work some magic. You know, BLK we saw on one side, especially early game. BG, a heroic last round, but Crit, the young gunner coming into this team, has worked some magic there. Cannot wait to see how things go on Skyscraper. Let's go to a quick break. Back in just a few.
It's time to make history.
One behind a solid wall, the pings, they're all in his favor. There's a C4, but Souls does not care. One kill away, and it's Volks to die. A new generation pick up where legends left off.
Hey, I'm Dominique Clément, game designer on Rainbow Six Siege. If you want to get ready to confront the next addition to the Siege roster, here are a few advice. Maverick's Flaming Gadget might be that one tool you can always rely on when it's time to melt through the enemy's defense. Training your sharpshooter skills, and more specifically, with gadgets like Zophia's Lifeline, will come in very handy when it comes to countering the effect of her fresh new face. Finally, it wouldn't be Siege if explosions didn't have an impact on your game. And this season is the perfect moment to review your frag throwing skills, because a well-placed bang might just be what you need to clear you and your team a path to victory. That's all for now, but make sure you tune in to the full reveal to get all the information on what's coming next season. See you there.
I want M80 to be one of the most successful and dominant esports organizations in the world.
When the manager Golden reached out for a coaching position, I thought, why not? What could hurt?
You just got to take their soul. Like, you just got to destroy them.
It's definitely better to let the play do the talking, but tend to stay clear of the people that have big egos.
Energy carries everything into winning.
This is Rainbow Six.
try not to hold on to revenge too much the past. If we were to play them again, it would just be like just that urge of competitiveness to beat them.
We know our potential, we know what we are capable of.
The opponents could definitely take the title from us.
The past is the past, but in the moment you have everything you need to do to be better.
Welcome back to the Atlanta Major. We're going into map 2 in just a moment. It is Skyscraper between Knights and Fury. Fury securing map 1 after what looked like a... what's the word I'm looking for here? Something affair. What's the word I'm after?
Tight. Close.
Nah, there's a special word for it.
Even.
No. You're useless.
Thank you.
A very balanced affair, very even affair, you could call it. It was 4-on-4 to a point, and then Fury... Shut up.
You had your chance.
Shut up, Tim. And then Fury caught their way back into it and really just accelerated themselves ahead. Knights, though, giving them a good challenge. It was 7-5. Still plenty of chance here that we can see this go all the way to 3. Here are a few highlights for you, in case you're wondering just what went down.
Yeah, each team had the big moments, didn't they? And each team had a few mistakes as well. It's fair to say Fury could have wrapped it up in round 11. They had the diffuser down, they had a Monty stood in front of it, but Knights were able to get the job done. So, you know, both gave the other opportunities. Ultimately, I think Fury just took a couple more and got it done. The thing is, that was Knight's map choice. We know map choice isn't always the most critical thing. We expect teams to be able to play a decent selection of maps. We expect them to have a reasonable map pool, but it now does leave Fury with an advantage coming in here. They're going into their map choice on Skyscraper. You know, they know that they can get it done. They know that they move on to tomorrow if they get this win, and they're not going to want to go to map 3. They don't want to take it to Clubhouse. So I think Fury could be a difficult team to beat on this map too. I think we might just see them stretch their legs a little bit more.
That's it. I mean, I'm not forgetting going into tomorrow is going to be a real hard affair for whichever team makes it there. We have G2 coming up against DZ in the morning, best of 1, winner of that also qualifies, but the loser faces off against the winner of this matchup right here. I don't know about you, but in either Fury or Knights' shoes, I wouldn't really want to play G2 or DZ that early in the competition. There's the whole thing around you got to beat the best to be the best, but I'd rather wait for beating the best until later
beat him
on,
in the
to be
final.
honest. Yeah, exactly, in front of a live
then
crowd with all the SI points when we're guaranteed to go and the prize money that comes with it. It is a little bit of a rough hand they've been dealt, but you've got to do it at some point.
I think the reality of the situation is you look at this group and it's difficult to make an argument that doesn't see Dark Zero and G2 both going through. You know, the fact that one of those two teams is going to face an elimination match tomorrow is probably not a surprise in itself, because logistically it just has to work out that way, but you still just think, you know, it's going to be very difficult for either of these two teams to get their way back through. We've seen them both play that caliber of team today, and in honesty struggle a little bit, so they're going to have to really sort of turn up with one of those all-time performances tomorrow if they want to keep themselves in it. But I tell you what you can do, Des, and that is all you can do is win against the team that is in front of you, and that's what both of them face now. Worry about Dark Zero, worry about G2 tomorrow. Right now, you've got to beat the ones in the server, and it's Fury who have the advantage in those stakes.
Absolutely, and for now it's got to take place on Skyscraper. Fury will start on the attacking side. It was their map pick, and Knights opted to start on the defense. No surprises at all for a map like Skyscraper. Bans first and foremost to get through. We've seen a fair amount of Solus in that last game. Thought we may see a ban for that coming out. We may yet still, but Monty first and foremost taken away by Knights.
Yeah, I think Knights need a 4-2 here, to be honest. Fury did play in behind the Monty last time, so I think Knights are leaning into that. They know that sort of top of Black Stairs area, trying to push into meeting. That can always be a difficult place to hold on to if you've got a Monty moving in, so I think that's probably quite a smart ban there. We're going to have Ying going as well. That's going to be Fury's choice, and then we'll move on to our defenders, I would imagine so.
See if Ephemeria Valkyrie maybe. Seems they've kind of been the go-to. Ying, obviously we saw it allowed through in the last map as well, but I've seen it banned a good few times today too. You know, just one of those operators that you just do not want to be dealing with. It's going to be a bandit ban coming out from Knights. That is an interesting one. I imagine that's more to make sure things like the single VIP wall can be opened up, that the external facing walls can stay closed inside of Geisha, for example, inside of Extradition Office side. All these different things that weigh into it, and in fact that's exactly what we're going to start things off with. It's going to be Office and Exhibition in that first round without the Bandit on side. Do of course still have the Kaid available, but it just makes tricking that much harder because Bandit a little bit quicker and has far more gadgets to play with.
Yeah, like you say, just that bit more difficult. I think the difficulty that comes in when you're playing against the Kaid is finding exactly where those claws are, because obviously a lot more flexibility. Bandit, the batteries have got to be placed directly against the wall, whereas the electric claws can be placed underneath, they can be placed off to one side, they can be in a different room. So you've kind of got to identify exactly where they are before you come in and start throwing things like EMP grenades, whether they don't have Thatcher on side, obviously, but you know, if they have any impact EMPs that they can come in and use, anything like that, you need to be identifying where they are so that you can locate them, especially with those impact EMPs, because the radius is much smaller.
10 seconds to go.
In we go. On the defensive side then, Solus, unsurprisingly, in the hands of Tom. That name is just forever going to be embedded in my memory. It's a bit of a nightmare because he was a terror on that previous map. Didn't matter what he was playing. If it was a shotgun operator, he was jumping out and going for long-range shotgun shots. If he was on the Solus, he was running out of jail. If he was on the Pulse, he was feeding information around to his team and often running into the end of a barrel, but it is what it is. Either way, a little bit of a nuisance and not at all surprised to see him back on that operator, and that Fenrir, now that it's not banned, is here alive and well.
Yeah, no surprise to see Fenrir in here. Really good, especially when you look at this top floor. So there's 2 points. There's one that goes from sort of, there's a door through from sort of Dragon and Shrine area that moves through over towards T. Thank you very much, just where Fenrir is now. And then down at the bottom, you've got the drum from Terrace door. So those 2 doors, you can kind of cut them off. If you play your Fenrir gadgets, you can do the same thing with Banshees from Malusi as well. If you play one on either door, it means you've basically cut off half of the map. The defenders can hold on and they know whether the attackers are pushing on the top floor from that side just by putting those gadgets on those 2 doors. So they can be extremely valuable in those sorts of areas. I'm not sure if that's where Tuka has played them or not, but there's a number of other places that you can do that with on Skyscraper as well. So it just gives you this really good early warning system as to where the push is coming from.
Listen, Tom, I told you the man wants to be a little rat, but it feels like Fury is starting to catch on to him. A few rat traps being laid out and snapped shut onto Tom as he tries to make something magical happen. Still good opening kill to come through. Lycolis now looking for one at long range, but gets found out by Garadeus. Off towards the long side on that Azami. We'll find one back, 4 and 4.
Yeah, I think Lycolis just getting a little bit overexcited there, looking for one of those, you know, pixel-perfect headshots from across the map. Doesn't find it. It's 4-4. Not the end of the world. You've taken out the Solus. That's always going to be a big loss for the defenders. I9 manages to get in and find a nice nade onto Tuka as well. That's going to be the Fenrir down, so they're stuck with any Dread Mines activated as they are. There's going to be no change in those things over. Crit Jam nearly has an opportunity into Drum as well. Atlas.
Oh,
no,
my.
he's going to get himself a freebie, but they know where he is now.
I mean, he got caught on the Dakabi and he was already sat there like, someone's going to push me. Someone has to push me. Then he goes charging as a 1-speed and he's got away with not quite 2 kills. Juice back up, Dark is back on side here, but a lot of damage being done, and that would have been potentially one of those big misslips. The kind of thing that was costing Fury against G2 earlier, just not being thorough enough in their drone game. I know it's hard against the Solus, but that almost caught them off guard.
I actually love that from Atlas. I kind of feel bad for him that didn't work out. I love it when players react to something like a flashbang coming in. He's got the shotgun, so I'm just going to step out and I'm going to take this engagement here. BLK has done a great job from inside of side, leaving it effectively 1 versus 2 now. Doc's only got 20 health as well. Ooh, the challenge comes in. It's BLK with a triple to close out the round, and in honesty, Knights had little right winning that round. Fury were on top for most of it, but they've just given away a little bit of ground there. I think Atlas down in Dark on that attack was just that turning point. Yes, I managed to get the kill onto him and managed to get Dark back on his feet, but it just sort of left them shook a little bit, and BLK picks up a couple of long-range efforts that really turn things on its head. But yeah, for me, Atlas, that flash comes in. He's got 2 choices. You get full white flashed and you stand there and wait to be killed, or you come out swinging. You've got your back to the wall. That's exactly what he does. Pumps that shotgun. He knows he's got the advantage at such a short range, you know, encounter like that. Absolutely brilliant from him, really. And he was just unfortunate that R9 was in the position there to pick up the kill before he could finish Dark off.
So much of it was on BLK. I mean, 4 of the kills in that round came at range. That's what I was trying to say. You had the Azami early on, then 3 kills coming out from BLK. You know, both just doing absolute work onto normally the attackers are the ones who are rolling around with the bigger scopes, but they've really kind of put that one to rest and showed that they can still tango with the very best, even at long range. Atlas really just being the cherry on top of what was a very convincing round from the side of Knights. Now, Fury going into round 2, have got to attack in towards Karaoke and T. Lovely T-Tours moment here, flying off and around Skyscraper. It's a beautiful map, Tim. I do love it.
I like, yeah, I do. I like Skyscraper. I like the theming. I like the decoration.
I hate to think how much it costs to build something like that on top of a skyscraper, though.
It's not going to be cheap, is it?
No. Jesus.
Imagine getting the contractors in
this economy as well.
Oof. I wouldn't like to clear the build myself. We're going to have the mute there just taking a pot shot out of that window. Can often get a little bit of joy there. BG Man just signalling that they need to clear a mute jammer from underneath. And they're going to have nades in hand, so Dark will be able to do that from below.
Call me cynic.
I know.
Someone's got to get below either way and try and deal with it. But again, just call me... Honestly, this is so predictable. Like, call me a cynic, but we were seeing this happening, and I'm not trying to say we're perfect. Other regions do it as well. But I think about some of the games that I've seen happening in the Europe League, for example. You always have someone spawn on that side of the map with the thermite and just get ready below. Whether it's a Zofia or an Iana with nades, you can get into a good angle from downstairs, like where Dark is now, to remove it. As I believe he has... I want to say, please tell me he's got away with that. Okay, he has. Thank God for that. That sound stopped and I was scared for a second. But that sort of thing is so easy to do, but instead they've wasted an extra 30 seconds trying to rotate Liana over. She's then died on the rappel trying to get down to go and help out. Knights have just read it like an absolute book, and really, it all comes at the back of Fury's mispreparation and, being frank, an incorrect approach to the start of a round on Skyscraper.
Yeah, and it's just like you say, it's just such a standard task. Like you know, you always have to clear things off there from that window. Like you should be able to do it with your eyes closed, pretty much. So yeah, definitely a big loss for them. They do get the job done eventually, but they've wasted a lot of time and manpower in doing so. So 1 minute 15 left on the clock. We're gonna have a kill picked up onto BG Man as well. Dark trying to challenge. Knows that the Solace is there. Still Tuku's fighting. Still hasn't been taken down. Atlas finds I9. This is all going in the direction of Knights. It could well end up being a flawless round as Lycolis moves up those black stairs, and flawless it will be as Atlas finds that final kill. Shuttle puts him down, and that's going to be Knights 2-0.
Not really looking too rattled so far, are they? Have been on the other side. Fury have really got to find a way into this game, but for Knights, a wonderful start, full of confidence, taking these long-range gunfights, being willing to get aggressive when the time calls it. Yeah, we saw Tom at the very start of that previous round with the jump out, for example. Still playing with the same sort of attack that we saw on Border, but on the other side of things, just not seeing the same put-together attacks that maybe we were used to. And what it makes me nervous about is when it's your map pick, really, you should come in and be like the experts of attacking that map. You've made that map pick. You've got something in the tank, some ideas ready, some strats, some approaches. But it does feel a little bit put together at the minute by Fury. Need to see a little bit more conviction, a bit more planning going into these rounds.
I was just going to basically say the same thing. Has anybody told Knights that this isn't their map pick? Because right now they're coming in and looking like completely in charge here. They've got all the answers. They are on defense. We would expect the defenders, you know, to do pretty well on Skyscraper. It's not a horrible map for the defenders. So we're going to see them go to their third choice site. It's going to be down in Kitchen and Barbecue. So it's going to be very much the same as the last round, really, with that extra step for the attackers. Given that Fury didn't even manage to get themselves onto site last time, you got to say, if they've got extra work to do, it's not going to be any easier for them.
That castle on side, I always talk about it. Tim always loves seeing a castle, always makes things exciting, always opens up different avenues for defenders to rotate through and different angles for attackers to need to try and clear away. So I'll keep an eye on that throughout the round and see exactly what it is that Atlas and the boys have been going for with the pick of that castle. Same spot being contested, though. They did have a push coming in from the Shrine balcony last time round. Here, though, they've doubled down with a shield to really help lock it down and reinforce it. It's BG Man and Dart trying to work their way through. It doesn't matter what you bring unless there are frag grenades on side. You ain't removing that shield, and guess what, Tim? There are no frag grenades in back pocket for anyone. Tell you what, Tuku almost losing his life.
Yeah, BG Man just spotting a couple of yellow pixels through the wall, I think, and taking a few pot shots, but Tuku just managing to escape, gets himself behind the safety of that shield. A lot of utility raining in to try and deal with black stairs at the minute, but Tuku still hasn't really been cleared out here, playing in behind the smokes again. BG Man sees him, they know he's there, but he's just going to keep holding himself inside of Karaoke for the time being. He's going to take another peek if given the opportunity.
If he can get across quickly enough, he can get into a really good spot to do some work. And look, he's all by himself up here as well. Nearly half the round is gone. And elsewhere, Knights are just picking up kills and disrupting things all over the shop, it feels like, as well. They're still being pushed outside here, this top side of Shrine balcony. They get rid of Tuku, but they're still being held back, Tim.
This is the thing, like, it just seems Fury are throwing Selma charges onto Meeting Wall. They know that Tuku's in there. They've been battling with him for a minute. Obviously, he's going to shoot him off the wall. So you've just got to ask those questions, really. Crit J doing a little bit of damage to the leg of one there, but a couple of kills raining. It's still going to be Knights with the advantage. 3 versus 2, 3 versus 1. As Tom manages to find himself a double, it's all up to Crit J. He's on the line. He's moving across that top floor, still shut down by Tom, who manages to find himself a triple. And that's going to be another round for Knights.
Make it look easy, aren't they? I mean, look, now Tuku eventually got finished off, but he wasted so much time and resource. 2 smokes came out with the 3 flashes coming in before that. You had the ace Selmas coming out from the window, and they just could not seem to make him move. And it was only once we had 1 minute and 20 left on the clock, bearing in mind that the top floor wasn't the site, that things actually started to change. And I said this coming into the series, it's been my criticism of Fury. I'd say the same about Talon earlier on today too. The pace of the attacks, the amount of time figuring out exactly what to do. It's like the players know, oh, I start the round on Shrine balcony. From there, they're not really sure what to do when they come against an obstacle they're not 100% sure of how to deal with, though. And Siege isn't like, you know, chess. There aren't predefined square square blocks that you have to move pieces into, and they can only move a certain way. Teams will always bring new things each round, and it just feels that the adaptability maybe isn't quite there to deal with some of these more intricate setups and strategies that we see coming out of the defensive side.
Yeah, you really would have expected Fury to have, you know, more game plans essentially on a map that they have chosen to come to, but certainly not working out for them so far. We may see in the second half that big switch of sides, but at the minute, Knights are getting themselves such an advantage that Fury are going to find themselves in a position where they're basically fighting to get themselves to overtime.
These are really small things as well, but like Cole's just losing his drone there for free. You know there is a Solus on this team, 100%. It's why so many other teams leave all their drones outside the building and say, look, we aren't getting any information, just forget about it. And it just feels like small things like that. It doesn't feel like a big deal losing a single drone, but careless things like that do rack up across a round or even across a whole game.
Tuku desperately wanting to get out of that door, I think. He's just waiting for his opportunity.
This time
bringing along the Thatcher, so they don't have to mess about playing into those windows, exposing themselves to those peaks potentially, and it does get the job done for them. They're going to get that wall open. Tuku maybe has just lost his moment there. He's been waiting to get out of that door potentially, waiting for a bit of information, but the opportunity's not really going to present itself now.
He can still do some work if he wants to push his way back up the house stairs, for example, onto those players that are rotating around, maybe to push in through terrace. So I don't think that's the end of Tom. You'll see him working some more magic throughout this round. You've also got BLK here sat around Shrine with on the Azami, just Q barrying the hell out of everything in a good spot to be able to keep the attackers away from getting onto that side of the map. But you can see really the spread from Fury is to try and get control of this karaoke T side first. Both walls opened up. It's taken them 75 seconds, but they have done what they needed to. VIP wall is open, and now they're inside a Geisha as well.
Yeah, you feel like it's a little bit better from Fury. They've started to get themselves established towards inside the map. They're not quite there just yet, but they can start working on getting some map control. They haven't lost anybody yet, which has been something that's plagued them for the first couple of rounds, but they now have an opportunity to start trying to put these defenders in some difficult positions. They still have to play past this Azami into Dragon, though, just keeping hold of the top of Shrine at the minute. Tom holding a real long angle on the Cade there, just waiting for that opportunity. Here it comes, almost picks up his man.
I think a nade maybe going to come flying through as well. For a second, I thought Crit J might try and cook one, but nope. Keeping himself safe, and now you've got BLK up nice and close.
I don't think they know about him.
Just this layered defense constantly coming on and on is just causing such a headache for the attacking side, who again don't feel 100% confident with dealing with what's been thrown at them. They're pushing aggressively, they find one. It's a second I9 taking charge of the round on the march on forward, but here comes Tuku with Tom below with a C4. They're back on site, but Tim, they've got some tools to work with here. 2 C4s and a couple of impacts.
Yeah, they're just going to work to play for that denial underneath. That's not going to make life any easier for them, though. That is sight given over now. There's an opportunity to Fury to get that plant down, but they're just going to try and play off this information. The Solus is going to feed it into the Cade. He can use the Nitro. They've got the impact nades as well, but they need to find where that diffuser goes down. When it does, the Nitro has been pulled early. They're just going to have to wait. They don't get the kill that they would have been looking for. They're just concerned about this Solus. They don't want to put the diffuser down with them underneath.
Got to get themselves into a high spot, and they're not doing that at all. They're forces the bait out, and they chase him down as well. Tuku's gone. Tom's all alone. Can he get anything? Goes for the man, but I9's there. A massive 3K in the round for him. Secures Fury that round, and my God, did they sorely need it, Tim.
Yeah, it was desperate from them, really. 4-0 down would have been an absolute nightmare start. They've just shown us something a little bit different there. I think one of the key things was not losing players in the first half of the round. They were able then to get in and really fight on level terms with Knights in towards the site. I like how they gained the control. They still had those moments. They didn't have any idea that BLK was playing in Dragon, I don't think. They were so fixated on Tom, he was able to just move around. You actually see the trade coming in there. It was I9 who played decisively. So it was good adaptation, it was good reaction to BLK getting the opener, but they still let him have that first kill because they were so fixated on Tom playing at the long range on the Kaid. But they got the job done. Fury get themselves around. Honestly, I feel like they need another 2 on the attack here.
I commented on 9-9 missing some really critical shots back on the first map as well there, but really I think I don't want to say single-handedly because it's not fair to his team, but at the end of that round, he was the one in the prime position to guarantee that his team didn't lose that round. If he loses that firefight or is looking the wrong way or misses a shot, there is a very fair chance that Tom just gets to spray through onto the man who's planting inside of Office, and that is it, round done and dusted, 4-0 Knights. It's a big round from him, also taking charge around Shrine, getting 2 easy kills, made it a 3K for himself in the round. So pat yourself on the back, my son. You've given your team a round that is very sorely needed, as said. Round 5 we go, 2 left on the attacking half. for the side of Fury.
20 seconds in then, just getting themselves up to the line of the building. Again, Fury taking care there, not wanting to lose anybody. They know that Knights have been aggressive so far with peaks and jump outs, managing to get Geisha Wall open nice and quickly. So that's going to potentially impact on anybody looking to play inside of there. It's also then going to potentially apply a little bit of pressure to Drum. I don't know if that wall is open or not, but of course it opens up that long angle all the way through. So again, something that they need to be cautious of.
Is that, oh, well, I thought we opened.
It's already been Kiba barricade.
I thought we opened this. It's like, well, now it's closed again. Quite literally like Azami cinematic, in fact. Wall gets blown open, she closes it back up. Easy as pie. Now, otherwise, Knights so far looking rather undisturbed. Still looking like they can move around quite freely as Fury try and get themselves set up into key positions to make that march on forwards. A lot of drone work still coming on in, and really they've done well, I think, to keep 9 drones alive in this round. You've seen there the difference of no Solus and what it's doing for the team's information game.
Gonna have Dark going in there now, looking to move up Black Stairs. Surely they know that he's coming. Not a clue. Like always manages to get one. Dark finds Tom looking for a second. Tuku shuts down Like always in a late trade. And we're in a 3 versus 3 somehow. An absolute bloodbath in the middle of the round there. And it's all just the dust settling now as Knights, they've locked themselves into their angles. They're not wanting to overextend or take on any other peaks here. They know that they don't want to lose any more manpower. And it's up to Fury to step back, foot off the gas, and just try and send the drones in, the Iana clones, and just try and get what information they can. Shots will land onto the smoke of Atlas, but the Toxic Babe is successfully deployed.
A number of tracks around, man. I mean, Dart was a real Hail Mary player there. They know that he's sat on side of gold, but they need the wrong spot. They go too shallow, and they aren't going to find their man. This is a golden opportunity now for Knights to take this one away. There's no more frags on side. There's only 2 left for the attackers, and they are hidden well behind those hard walls. No ability to spray through. Crit J's got to work some magic here coming up main stairs.
I feel like that missed nade onto gold bars isn't really forgivable. You should know exactly where that spot is. Crit J is just going to be working from drum stairs, trying to find anybody he can. He knows there's one inside of there. He has to try and push forward. Potentially gets one close. Can he find a second? 2 versus 2. 20 seconds.
Just the one more to go in from Drum as well. That's really the real challenge. They don't know where the Warden is. They find him out. It's the one left standing as well. They know that he was on Drum and they're holding the angle. Yes, they are. Almost finds his shot, but the rounding comes out. I9 again with the closing kill to give Fury their second round of Skyscraper. Things have transformed since the end of round 3, Tim, and it's I9.
Fury don't like to do things easily, do they? I thought they'd lost that round, but they were able to get it done in the final 20 seconds. For me, that missed nade on gold bars, I was like, surely that's the moment that you've just kissed goodbye to that one. Like I say, maybe they didn't think he was in that spot. Maybe they thought that he got aggressive and moved out. They were playing off a ping. I want to be fair to them. I think there was a ping for that Warden's position. And sometimes if you're pinging at distance from the drones, it can be a little bit difficult just to get that depth quite precise. But if the information was he's in gold bars, then you should really know where that spot is from underneath, because it's just such a common spot. But either way, they get the job done. As you say, I9 really stepping up. You can see the passion, the hype, the energy is there for him, and he's going to be a difficult one to shut down. If Fury can get another round here and 3-3 at the half, it's an absolute steal for them, Des, and they might just be back on for winning this 2-0.
So like I've said a couple of times, I9's been the player for me these last couple of rounds that has got Fury on the board, and he'll be sleeping easy tonight if he gets his team through to tomorrow, otherwise quite miserably that they'll have been knocked out and be going home. Because that's that reminder once again, whoever loses this series is done. Their major is over in just 1 day. Free drone, thank you very much, how kind of you. But yes, lose this game, you're out, you're done. The other team goes through to tomorrow to play against the loser of G2 versus DZ, which will be, I want to say it's the 3rd game of the day, maybe the 2nd, something like that.
I'm not sure.
Second, I think our order is for that.
I'm not sure if Fresh has got every site to be played on his bingo card again. I know that he had it last time. I'm sure he's going to be very happy if he does, because Master.
Should I do a quick check actually?
Have a little quick check, because I remember last time Master on Skyscraper was.
Do some basic maths, are we, medics? What's going on there?
Master on Skyscraper was the site last time. I'm pretty sure that was the difficult one to get. It was the one that we were all waiting for, and we're actually seeing seeing it here and now. So nice and early, 3 versus 3, as we've got a couple of kills coming in to kick things off. A little bit of vertical play coming in from Tommy. Sees the man below but can't find it. BG Man does manage to find Tuku. Advantage Fury. They could well come away with an even half. They've got diffuser in hand, but how about that? Beautiful headshot as they try to push themselves a little bit deeper into sight, but Jerry's going to have it all to do. He's 1 versus 2 as BG Man takes down Tom. Is there an opportunity for R9 to get this diffuser down?
He doesn't have every site applied, by the way. But R9's in and making an impression once again. Last time around it was killing, this time around it's planting. Garadaeus with it all to do, and he's staring at a blitz. Not going to be a nice spot to be in. BG Man is getting himself upstairs as well, which makes this even worse. With the spray from the SMG coming on through, they know exactly what's going on, and I9 is the one tucked in behind the bomb chassis as Garadaeus goes down the long route, almost manages to find one for himself, I think, there for a second. In fact, no, it was BG Man going down, at least a tickle. They've got that vertical control. He knows this one looks pretty done and dusted, Tim.
Yeah, I think so. He's just ranging around now, trying to see what he can find. He's had a good couple of spray downs here. Might get his man, but no, switching to the shotgun will not get it done. BG Man on the Zofia picks up the final kill top floor, and Fury with a little bit of a steal, a little bit of a snatch and grab. Des have come away after losing the first 3 rounds with a 3-3 split half, and now they move on to defense of their own map. Fury have got their destiny in their hands.
I feel Tim's really gone for it, but Fresh has really gone for it with the Frost Nerf costs round bingo item.
It's quite specific, isn't it?
Yeah, what else do I like? Can trap kill? I feel like that can happen.
We've already had one.
Oh, there you go. He needs to get it ticked off his bingo, doesn't he?
We had one earlier. I can't remember who it was. I apologise, Fresh, because I'm not going to be able to guide you to. I think it was in the first map of this. It's definitely one that I've cast, I will say that. So it was either the game that I did with Parker, or it was in the first map of this game. But I think it was the first map of this game on Border, if you double check back, but I'm pretty sure that we've had one. He's probably already got it.
He's probably got it sorted.
He's probably just not updated.
There are some things that we have real power over here as well, like Dynasty being mentioned is one.
Does that count?
Not me saying Dynasty. I don't think so. We have to really have a conversation about Dynasty. That's a lot of power.
We'll have to wait until G2 are playing.
See, the one that I love, and I know I can definitely do at some point, is Talent Swears on broadcast.
5 seconds to go.
I'm pretty sure you already have.
I'm pretty sure I've already done that one.
I'm pretty sure you already have.
It's got to be meaningful, though, I feel. A meaningful swear. Not just saying crap or shit or the other dumb stuff that I say.
You've just done it now.
That's not a real swear.
Is it not?
No. It's got to be like an F-bomb. It's got to be specific enough, I think, to really say what do you mean by swear.
Okay. Heading into round 7,
I'm going to DM him right
second
now. I've
half.
got to sort this out.
Second half, Fury move on to the defence. They've got themselves the 3-3 half. A fantastic comeback, to be fair, getting round 4, 5 and 6 in the bag after being pretty beaten up by Knights in the first 3. They managed to lock out some good attacks, and you feel like carrying that confidence through into their own defences should give them a real opportunity here. But we see this so often. Team on their own map get onto the favoured side, and for whatever reason, it just doesn't really happen for them. So Knights, I want to see that aggression again. That's when they were good on the attack on Border, was when they got in there, got into sight, took some map control, got into some gunfights, and really got up in the face of Fury. I want to see a bit more of that from Knights. Don't play this stalled out game. When you got into the final minute previously, it wasn't a good look on you. You didn't get the rounds won. So let's get in there. Let's get the job done, Knights.
Momentum was that keyword that we used at the time, right? It was really trying to build some forward pace once you got the opening kill. My thing that I remarked on back there, and actually where I thought we might see Knights do well in the first half, and we did for a short amount of time, was the size of Skyscraper really can upset the apple cart and make it harder to, as the attackers at least, have full coverage of the map. Here we're on the attacking side for Knights, though. I just fear that even if you manage to get yourself an entry, there's still so much map to work through that you may well find with it also being Fury's map pick, they feel incredibly comfortable, and it's not going to be anywhere near as easy as it was back on Border, which generally is quite a gunfight heavy map anyway.
Yash here, BLK just looking to use that breach that's been opened up. See if he can find an angle through onto Dark on the Legion. He's just going to keep himself hidden away behind that door frame for the time being. I9, who else? He picked up his man, and that gives us an advantage here. 5 versus 4. Fury are looking good as Dark manages to take out BLK. Tuku finds I9 in a late trade. 4 versus 3. 45 seconds left to go, and you just feel like Knights. They're grasping here, Des. They've not really got themselves established. How do they execute from here? How do they think about putting the diffuser down? They just don't have the control that they need.
I mean, the madness here I'll talk about in a second once this round possibly concludes. It's like Olus and Dart, they double team up to bring down 2. Atlas, the only one left standing. And I'll take the time to talk about it now. When it was still a 5 versus 5, there were only 3 drones left alive for Knights. Only one of those was out on the field. Everything else just came down to blind 1v1s, and you saw the result of that in a couple of those gunfights. They were just running in blind, not sure if there were frost mats waiting for them. Everything just stung them. They lost out on gunfights. And so for me, if you're using, you know, nearly all of your drones to start out a round, you've got to get something for them. You've still got players outside the building. You've got no gunfights being taken. There's not even a Solus on the other side to use as an excuse. They're just out of information and having to play very blind. So great work by Fury to get rid of all of those drones. But for Knights, one, either be more conservative with the drones, or 2, make sure you're making a play off the information they give you, because there really wasn't a lot being done there in the early round.
Well, Knights, your time is now, essentially. You're 4-3 down, a map down. You either win Skyscraper or you go home. Simple as that. Day 1, we do lose 4 teams, of course, each of our best of 3s. Every elimination game will be a best of 3. So we've already had NIP and Sandbox. They were playing out. We're potentially going to lose another one here. We've just got a quick rehost that's going to be coming in. We'll get this one done, and we will move on from there. We've obviously already lost Talon today as well. Cyclops beating them in the match before this one. So, Knights, if you don't want to join those ranks, now is your time. Now is your time.
Feels like a pretty good time for the rehost. Now they're at that kind of halfway mark. You've had that one round where really I think for Knights, although they can't talk during a technical timeout, sorry. Too many T's in these timeouts and technicals and tactics, Tim.
A lot of alliteration.
Just throw Tim on the end of it as well for good measure. Yeah, they can't talk during it, but it's a good chance to have a think about what exactly is going wrong here and what they can look to improve themselves and the difference that they can make in the game. Because that first round, a bit of a rollover on the drone front. I've got to see better drone use in the next round, really, for me to be convinced they can fight their way back in. Because back on border, they were 4-4s where we got to, and then Fury just slowly kept pulling ahead. And sure, Knights got one more back, but it was forever chasing Fury at that point, it felt like. And I just get the sense that this second half may well end up going exactly the same way. And this is what I mean by blind gunfights, right? Watch how many of these you see members of Knights just being not aware of at all as to what's going on.
Yeah, exactly that. Long-range fights like Dart there, picking one up across the map. Dark again, stepping around a corner, straight up in the face of the Grim. Absolutely nothing that they could do. And Crit J picking up the final one, like you say. It just feels, for me, it feels like Fury have just kicked into the next gear now. I think they always wanted defensive Skyscraper. They've got their 3-3, and they probably just feel like, yeah, right, this is our moment. They can taste it. They know how close they are to the finish line. And so it's going to be a tough one for Knights now, if I'm honest. I said it, to be honest, when we came into the game. You know, you suggested maybe we go to 3 maps. I said I think if we're going to go to 3 maps, for me, Knights needed to win border. I thought it was going to be a big ask for them to potentially take on Fury on Skyscraper, and it's starting to sort of look that way now.
Well, we're going to come back to us for a second, I hear. Look at that. Why not? I could see your angelic face, Tim, and my shiny devil, apparently. I did think at some point during the day, I'm like, I'm going to get sick and tired of this. Because Parker, as the day went by, was like removing more bits of makeup, right? And getting progressively more miserable.
I feel like that just I feel like that just played into the character.
For me, though, I've just found all day I keep getting like leaning on things and everything comes out red. Like my nails are like red, and I can do this look, and my hands are all red. It's a mess.
It's going to be an interesting end to the day for you.
I said to the makeup artist earlier, I was like, if you guys are leaving like before the end of the day, like what do I do? And she's like, you can probably just wash it off. And I was like, if I get in the shower and wash all this off and there's just like red everywhere stained around the shower, the cleaner tomorrow will come and have a heart attack. I'm like,
what's happened?
What's going on? Are people dying in this hotel? I'm like, no, it's just face paint apparently. Halloween, it's one of those. We're going back into game just now. I think we also immediately have a tack timeout by the sounds of it. So
yes.
We should be able to have that little chat amongst themselves and figure things out.
Yeah, that's it. You know, as we've already said, the difference being a technical timeout, they can't use that opportunity to have those discussions. But if we do go into a tactical timeout, the teams will then be able to have that time to have a discussion. We can see the microphones coming down. There we go. And they can start having a chat. That works for both teams. I'm not sure who's called it, but I would give a good guess that it will be Knights that will be using theirs. Obviously, now being a round down, they need to figure this out because not only are they a round down, Des, but Fury have won 4 in a row.
I was just about to say that.
That's the big point.
Yes.
Confirmation that it is Knights.
Confirmation from production. We love that stuff. Absolutely. So 4 rounds down in a row. there needs to be some action. For me, again, in this next round, things to look out for coming back into it. Drone play is absolutely the big one, because it was 7 drones gone before there was even a firefight taken in that previous round. 2 of those 3 drones that were remaining, by the way, still in back pocket.
And that was something that Knights weren't great against Dark Zero with. We picked up on it there as well.
I mean, Fury were the same, right? I touched on that as well against G2. They struggled on elements of that too. And I hate saying like weaker teams here. It's more like, I guess, less experienced is the nice, polite way of putting it. Less experienced teams, it feels today so far, haven't been great in terms of pace or drone play in the early round. And it does cost them when it comes around to those mid-game engagements to really set up the execute. They're just getting punished by teams that feel a little bit more with it. And I'm not saying Fury are, you know, light years ahead here of Knights, but just enough to get them closer to that finish line.
We're going to be getting back into game very shortly. I think we can see keyboards clicking, mouses clicking, ready to go back. There we go. We are out of the tack timeout into the prep phase of round 8. Fury looking very good on their first defensive round. Kind of the expectation, really, given that it is their map choice. They're going to head over to the other top side, which is going to be the office side. Knights, for me, weren't really anywhere near on that last round, so something good is going to have to have been said in that tactical timeout. They lost themselves a couple of men early in the round, and then, like I said, they were nowhere near a position to execute. They were nowhere near a position to really take any map control. So what do I want to see from Knights this time around? I want to see them get themselves established inside of the map. I want to see them maybe get an entry kill. I want to see them have a platform to build from.
Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy. Crit, what are you doing, buddy? I mean, it's not normally a soulless role to both be doing what Vigil would normally do, but I guess you can work it that way if you want to. No one's spawning on that side of the map, I don't think, so he may be out there a while. You just see that blue highlight in the distance of just him all the way out there on his one, just like, yeah, I'm sure someone will come.
No. Tiny, it looks like he's off on chalet or something.
Enjoying a little ski while the rest of his team win the game. Yep, sound.
Right, here we go then. BLK is going to be working his way in towards storage there, potentially. Just going to open that up for the time being. We've just got all of Knights sort of poised, ready to go. I'm just wondering if there's going to be a bit of an aggressive push, all working together here, looking to clear out underneath, but they're not going to find anybody, Des. There's nobody down there. They've
droned it.
There's nobody down there at the minute. They can go in and they can take control. They can start to work vertically from underneath. Maybe use some of those nades. They've got 4 in hand with BLK and Tuku, but they were kind of going in there like they expected a little bit of a fight, but there was nothing to be seen.
They had drones in there as well, so they knew about this. I really thought either it was going to be a charge forward and they go skyward, or they would run in expecting to find someone, but drones have cleared it out and the nades didn't get used or brought out straight away, so I can only assume not. Maybe we'll start seeing them sent skyward soon as you've got the Sledge and the Nook on side. 4 nades to play behind. Looks like BLK starting to cook one right now. Actually not going to find his man. A little bit blind inside the site itself. Tom Reard's got to be guiding these that little bit better.
That's it. There's nobody inside, essentially. They're going to lose the drone as well. So, you know, they've used 2 of the 4 nades and they've not even tickled anybody's toes, to be honest with you, Des. They've found absolutely nothing from underneath. So, yeah, they've got to be, whilst they're going in and taking that ground and using those nades, you know, I don't want to be critical of that. They've done a good job of doing that. But 2 minutes have gone and they've not really achieved anything with it. Dark manages to get a beautiful kill onto Tuku there. They've even kept the wall open. BIP wall is still closed, sorry. Dark gets another onto BLK. Dark's doing everything right now.
The man's just a machine. He just knows what to do and when, and he seems to be spinning on a dime, doing absolutely everything in this round. They also found out the finish there. Not quite, no. It's crit and I9. I9 into a second as well. A flawless round for Fury. They are flying, Tim, and I'm really starting to get nervous for Knights, even after a tack timeout. They can't find their way back in.
In honesty, after the tack timeout, it's got worse. You know, the reality is it wasn't a flawless round before the tack timeout. It was afterwards. Dark, to be fair, has made their life a misery in that round. Not only has he kept VIP wall closed, he's got 2 kills. He's, you know, eaten up a nade as well. He's made it so difficult for them. No wonder we're going to see him on the replay here. Look at his footwork. Absolutely beautiful. Gets away from that as well. Clean shots across the head. Just really good stuff from Dark. But yeah, for me, like I said, I don't want to be too critical of Knights. They had a game plan. They knew what they wanted to do. They got in underneath. They were confident in doing so. They had the nades in hand. But the problem is, you can have all the confidence in the world. You can have the plan. But if there's nobody there, you're not going to find anything. You know, they just didn't have the information, again, to play behind. They used those nades from underneath. They were 2 minutes into the round before they start. started using those vertical nades. You know, if that's your plan and you've drawn out underneath, really, you should be throwing them skyward at the minute mark. If you got in there, got the map, right, start getting the nades going so you've got time to do more in the round. So just a little bit slow from Knights.
I'm just loving the passion coming out of I9 that we saw in the replays.
He's on the edge, he's loving it.
I'm not going home tonight, yeah!
Imagine him and Canadian on the same team.
Oh, mate. Oh. I was already saying I'm looking forward to like Alamau and Troy, for example. Just imagine getting the 5 loudest, rowdiest mother buggers that you can think of and throwing them all on a squad. It would be hilarious.
Certainly would. I'm going to have Dark then. He's got them frost mats down. So again, Fury just looking to slow things down from Knights. They've recognised, obviously, that it's gone well previously. You know, so they're bringing along the Legion, they're bringing along the Frost, they're bringing along the Ela. They're doing everything they can to just create those situations whereby it's going to slow them down by 10 seconds here and there.
Right, onwards we march. Again, we've seen this spot quite a lot. The Shrine Dance coming in, really. It was last time it was Fury on the attacking side that we were looking at for this. This time around, it's obviously Knights trying to do just that with the Ossa and the charge. Out comes the first stim from BLK as well. Nade's already been flying, but nothing found on the other side. Again, I'm still keeping a close eye on things like the drone count here. They've got 7 alive, so it's not a concern at the moment. But I imagine you might find that whittled down over the next 45 seconds as they try and find an angle in towards this Fury setup.
This will be fun.
And I'm just holding onto those stairs. I think he's actually... Oh, no, I was going to say I thought the goo mine had been... Sorry, not the goo mine, the Ela mine, the Gersmot mine. I thought had been taken out above the door by the nade. Maybe it was, and maybe he had one in pocket to play back out. He's getting aggro. No,
not like this.
Contend with the Ossa shield. I just feel like Knights could have been to get the kill, but I was just going to say maybe more aggressive there. They know R9's right up there at the door. Get in and get the kill. You know, start to create that space. They're going to eat up the Gersmot mine. Just replace that Talon shield at the top of the black stairs there. And this is a good platform now for Knights to build from. 4 versus 4 at the minute.
Yeah, I mean, what can I say, right? If probably should have expected there was an Ossa there. You would have heard that shield being deployed, right? If there wasn't an Ossa there, yeah, you get a freebie. Everyone walks away a winner, except for the side of Knights. But the fact that he's gone face first into an Ossa and then paid the price for it, bit of a stinger. This is a great spot to be in, by the way. We've seen teams use Monty alongside Smokes here to make a play work in this sort of position. You can do a similar thing if you want to with the Ossa, like they've already done to secure that top floor entirely. He can now sit at the top of there behind that shield and just overwatch everything and stop verticals being played. The rest of the team can now actually look at the site itself, but you've got to be aware on the other side of any impacts. There are none available, but there is a C4, so there's still the ability to disrupt this top floor hold. But Tim, only 30 seconds to go, and it feels that so far, Knights haven't really done enough.
QuickJ's got a great long angle here from up above that he can potentially prevent anybody moving through that breach, but he's just sort of dancing left and right to try and make sure he catches anybody, but time is going to be a factor once again. 10 seconds left to go. They're going to have to rush in, but a beautiful kill on the reverse angle. That could be a key though. 2 versus 3, 1 versus 2. Kills just raining everywhere. Diffuser is in hand. There is an opportunity to put it down. 1 kill needs to be found by Locolis, but I don't think he's going to have the opportunity. He tries to get the Nitro, finds the headshot. Can he find the second? He knows where the man is. He's thinking about that Nitro. Cannot find his shots.
What is going on? No, he got him like Colis. What a beast! What a beast! The Knights can't buy around right now.
Knights have got to feel hard done to there. They managed to get in and get the diffuser down, but like always says, not today. Even after a couple of missed shots, he's still able to find the Nitro, and that is a great round for Fury to take. If you were going to break the spirit of another team, you've got to imagine that that would have been the moment to do it.
I'm so happy it's like Olis as well. We've seen others have great moments today and stand up and be heard. You know, Crit, as we've seen, going nuts. I9's having an amazing map. BG with a big 3K at the end of the previous map. But Lycolis, for those who didn't know, was basically the coach for this team for the longest time. Only over the last 8 to 9 weeks have they actually had a coach on the team. Prior to that, it was all Lycolis, you know, coaching the team, trying to focus on leading himself, doing strats, all that other kind of good stuff. And to now see him get a chance to shine, and obviously like he kind of said in an interview with CGG, I think it was, the ability to work on himself and improve himself and get a play like that, that's going to feel so good.
Seeing some of the highlights from that round, but it is all down to that last 20 seconds from Lycolis. Gets his first man, and then out goes the Nitro. BLK on a fraction of health. It didn't even really need to be that close to him. Just anywhere in the vicinity would do the job, and do the job. Indeed, I9 going absolutely wild. The whole team absolutely loving it there. They know how much this means. It gets them into day 2. Yes, their next match will be another elimination match. It's not going to be easy for them, but at least they only have to play one match. They could look at it that way. They've had to play a best of 1 and a best of 3 today, so it will only be a best of 3 tomorrow.
Well, they've got to get through this last round first. Round 10 coming right up. Knights, no ability to take attack timeout. They took it earlier on. It feels now like after a few rounds have gone against them. Again, it was what? They were in such a good position back in that first half. They've now lost 6 rounds on the bounce. Fury seemingly unstoppable even in the clutch situations. If there's a site that you can win, it feels like this might be the one. But I'm still nervous for them.
Attackers recovered the bomb.
Yeah, Fury just trying to take us on a complete tour here. I think, you know, just trying to really show a little bit of dominance on Skyscraper, send a bit of a message. I9 just playing aggressively on that window now. This is the problem for Knights. Fury have got 3 rounds in hand. No, they're not going to want to throw those away, but it will give them that feeling. You've been there yourself. You think, we've got 3 rounds. Yeah, I can have a little look out of this window. Yeah, I can have a little bit of a jump out. Yeah, I'll give that a try. Why not? And you just feel a little bit more freedom from it. I9 might well find himself dead if he's not careful here. Nade comes in, won't find him. He really is cornered though. BG Man manages to find 1, 5 versus 4. I9, it was only a matter of time. Surely keeps himself alive in the corner. Surely BG Man can't save him, can he?
I mean, at least prolonged his life, but now BG Man's hit the deck as well. So not losing out of these longer range fights. Impacts himself like Colas after that heroic play in the previous round. It's basically a 3 versus 3 here with those 2 currently on their backsides and likely not getting res anytime soon.
BLK is going to offer the juice from the nanobots there, but as they try to push forward, Lycolis does the job again. 2v2, BG Man down, as you say, 1v1 as Dark manages to find it. Does he take the opportunity? I don't know where 2Q is. He's not going to be able to as he finishes off the kill. It's all up to this final gunfight.
The pings are coming on through as well. They've got that bulletproof cam, and 2Q wins out the 1v2. A brief reprise here, 2 more rounds to go for Knight to send it into overtime. Imagine if that is the starting point of a reverse sweep, Tim, and they go on to win map 3.
I was just going to say exactly the same. Is that site choice going to come back to haunt Fury? You know, look how high energy they were 3 minutes ago, and now it's just that little bit lower. They've gone to Master, and I think, yeah, you've got your 2 primary sites to go to. Why didn't you just go to one of them?
Yeah, because they won barbecue, right?
Yeah, why give yourself that opportunity to have Knights feel like they're getting back into it? Just go back to Karaoke Tea and get the job done. Just seal the deal. You know, don't give Knights that chance to have a sniff of getting back into this.
It's interesting how a single hacked bulletproof cam was the big changer of that round, because it forced, as we saw, I9 to move instead up and towards wardrobe, out of bedroom itself. BG Man then got down as a result of trying to help him. Really 2 players lost there off the back of a single cam being hacked.
You see the efforts from 2Q at the end there. We had a little ring around the roses just to try and see who gets that final peak, but 2Q just pinpoint accurate onto the head to pick up his man and take us into round 11. Knights need 1 more to take us the distance.
The blitz is back.
The blitz is back indeed. It's always a little bit of a gamble, especially when we're moving over to Karaoke Tea. Fury, we would expect to be a slightly different beast on this site. We've seen them win it already. It's their primary site choice. They're now trying to get it locked down. They've got to hope, though, that the momentum hasn't been broken.
Alrighty, well, it's all really eyes on the blitz. It's not like it's an instant round winner, but it's normally when the team find an opening that you have the blitz charging on through and picking off isolated individual players. My only concern really is that, like in the previous round there, you saw most members of Fury playing in relatively close proximity to one another so they could support them in case a firefight did kick off. Now, obviously Knight still walked away the winner. I'm just not too sure how many chances you're going to find for Garadeus to find a 1 versus 1, run someone down without being shot in the back.
I9 getting aggressive on that Black Stairs door once again, takes himself a drawn out, and that's going to leave 7 on the board for Knights, so still no really excuse to not have that information ahead of them. It has been an issue for them so far, but here comes the blitz. There's just the signal that there's barbed wire at the bottom of Black Stairs that could slow him down. That's going to be dealt with momentarily as he steps back to clear it, and now we'll continue that march up towards the top floor. By the looks of things, we're going to have the Ace just joining him as well there.
All right, so slowly does it. An EMP coming in towards the top of Black. I think looking to get the wall opened up here, but a shield being redeployed by BG, man. I always love when teams relocate like utility as they realize where an attack is coming from. Great nade coming in from below here. Might be our first vertical nade kill, but no, just a little bit over or undercooked. Bounces off the wall, doesn't do full damage to Lycolis. He stays alive.
Lycolis is so important in a couple of these rounds. Certainly won't want to be losing him. BLK sends the nade in. This army of I9 just manages to escape. But look at the aggression straight back onto the stairs. He wants to be there, ready to take that fight.
Well, they know there's only so many nades that they can toss at them here, and sure enough, nades are only down to 1 in number for the side of the attackers. BLK onto I9, who was already down to about 20 HP, was on the main stairs. It's Crit to get one back, though, traded out immediately. Love that kind of bit of team play. In comes the Blitz as well, charging in, flashed out. Tuku behind him, gets a plant down at the back of it, and now Diffuse is going down. March on 4s, Tuku into yet another. It's all down to Crit, finds 1. It's got to be an ace and everything. He manages to find 4, but through the wall, Atlas gets his man. Could have been one hell of a highlight reel for Crit, but Knights stay in. One more round, Tim, and we're going to overtime.
Crit just got caught in the reload there, and you just think there's an opportunity for him to ace that to close it out. But I come back to that site choice that we discussed. They went to Master to try and finish it off. They've now lost Karaoke. Knights have got themselves a bit of momentum. They could potentially push this to the distance, and all of a sudden Fury are feeling like, hey, it was 6-3, it's now 6-5. What have we done here? You know, and I just feel like getting straight onto those primary sites might have been a better choice for them, but we will see how round 12 goes. Knights looking pretty good after that one. It worked. Push the Blitz direct into sight, bully the Warden out of there, and try to get that diffuser down. It was close. It was close, but Atlas, right place, right time, gets it finished.
And the response out of Fury is full lockdown. Look at this comp coming out with the Mirror, the Goyo, the Mute, the Fenrir, everything to screens. We are staying on site. We are playing safe, and we are really looking to deny and disrupt you as you come marching on forward. A couple of C4s in back pocket as Army to make this defense at least a little bit more dynamic.
10 seconds remaining.
So maybe the DKB on the other side, not really one of the go-to operators for this kind of attacking lineup. But they don't know that at this point. Won't have gone too far, too deep in to try and figure out exactly what they're coming into. A pretty cut and dry comp coming out of Knights, looking pretty standard.
Yeah, exactly that. As you say, the EMP's not really necessary because there's no electrification. They will be relying on the jammers potentially, but they should be reasonably easily dealt with when you've got the Thatcher on side. So the Dokkaebi really is there to deal with any roam as you would expect. But like you said, I don't think we're going to see too much of that play in this scenario yet. Pretty much everybody on site apart from I9 who's playing underneath.
Still, VIP going to be the starting point. Now, last time around we saw them open up this wall, then rotate over and get, I think it was Geisha wall they started there pushing through last time around. Curious to see if they go for another full map clear or if they just keep it pretty narrow and focused on towards this east side of the map.
Tuku just on the upside down rappel, trying to hold that long angle. Drone goes in. Knight's looking for that information once again. We've seen I9 do great work on this VIP wall once it's been opened previously, so he's just hoping for a little bit more of that. I think if they give themselves away with any sound too much, he will spring into action and try and find himself a kill. But for the time being, Shrine window is going to be claymored off. And I'll tell you what, Knights are moving pretty quickly here. There's a minute 10 into the round, and there's an awful lot getting opened up. There's a lot of utility being removed, and Fury, they are going to be holding on for a long time potentially.
There's a lot being opened up. My concern is again the comp coming out from the side of Fury. They've got so much stall coming in here. I mean, for example, this is one of the Goyo canisters burnt out. There is a second one waiting on the drum next to, well, not on the drum, but next to door inside of drum for them to pop out. So one's gone through. Do they know that this one's still there? I'm not 100% sure they do. Once you've got through that, you've got 2 C4s to deal with. You've got the Fenrir gadgets to deal with as well. There is a lot to disrupt them here, so they keep on taking, I don't want to say loads of time, but they have already taken a fair whack having to burn through these Goyo canisters. They're going to be forced to panic, I think, in the dying moments of the round.
Potentially. Dark is going to drop
What
back.
the
Look at that aggression. Manages to get back inside. Atlas taking an absolute ton of damage as well. Just wasn't ready for that jump out, I don't think. First kill comes in though. It is going to be a BLK onto I9. That starts clearing out VIP. Dark is still in position to hold them back. He just misses his opportunity there behind the computer monitor, but is still in a position to fight.
In a spot to do damage. No one's coming in through the VIP wall, but I think that's what he was starting to get scared of. Dart finds one back, spins on a dime, can't find a second. It's BLK into the second of the round. What a game he's really starting to warm into here. Working their way up through house. That's full VIP control established. 2 players left on site, make it 3, sorry, as it's BG that gets one back. They've got the mirror window to play in behind here as well, I believe, at the same time. Still a lot of dancing to do, but only 15 seconds on the clock.
This could go absolutely either way, Des Tom. He's going to try to take out that barbed wire, signals his presence. Nitro goes out, won't do any damage. Black Always leaves himself exposed. Can't find any kill. It's 1v1. It's BG Mondes. He gets it closed out with a shotgun blast at short range. And Fury, by their literal fingertips, managed to get themselves over the line and get themselves through to day 2.
Through to day 2, but the gauntlet far from over. As a reminder, they play the loser of G2 versus DZ. That is our second game taking place tomorrow. And condolences, Tim, towards Knights. They're giving it a good go, but they are going home.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I've been impressed by Knights there in that second matchup. You know, they got given a bit of a lesson by Dark Zero. It was never going to be an easy game to kick off against such a difficult team. And they presented themselves well. They've a lot to be proud of. And then they came in here and they really showed us a lot more of what they can do. BLK, amongst others, was really impressed on that side. But we can't take the focus off Fury. They've got the job done. There was a few deep breaths there when they got that final round. I'll tell you now, it came down to a 1v1 and was a lot closer than they might have liked. But either way, they get themselves a headline game tomorrow against Dark Zero, or maybe a rematch with G2.
Either way, going to be a very tantalizing affair. I do worry that it could be another bit of a rollover when it comes around to that game, but we'll wait and see exactly what happens tomorrow, because you just never know what the mindset could be of one of those top 2 teams from EU and NA coming out of the back of a loss to someone they probably consider a bit of a rival. Still, I'm with you. I think with Knights, I saw some really impressive stuff like Tom. Yeah. Really, as I said, that name will forever be burned into my brain as someone that's a little bit of a nuisance. He loved getting out there and being disruptive and trying to cause a bit of trouble. There's some good moments of this team, and this sort of stuff, it sounds really kind of cliche, but it's good character building. You come to an event like this, you get to scrim against tons of international competition. It's not just the official games that you get to play, and you learn a lot through the things that go wrong, because normally back in home regions, you don't always get the breadth of competition that you might be used to at these kind of events. I wouldn't take it as, well, it's obviously a bad thing. You've lost at the end of the day, but it's still a good learning experience to take back home and come back even stronger for the next event.
That's the key. You know, we've got to remember, this is a team that we haven't seen here before. You know, so in reality, it is about what can we take away from this and how do we guarantee that we get back there next time. That's going to be the big focus for them. You know, I'd like to see more from this Knights side. Yeah. They've been entertaining, like you say, if nothing else. And I'm looking forward to seeing more of Fury tomorrow as well.
I am too. Yeah, Fury, I came into this saying, like, look, I don't think they're going to have enough to beat G2 or DZ, and we've kind of seen that happen in this group. Yeah. It played out as expected. Knights with the team that I saw as in 4th place would be the first ones going home, but you just never know what can happen tomorrow. We've seen plenty of crazy results today, let's not forget. You will see more consistency, I think, from top teams in a best of 3, but that doesn't mean that it's impossible that Fury don't manage to pull off a miraculous upset. For all you know, Canadian gets out on the wrong side of the bed tomorrow and doesn't have the kind of day that he's had today.
It's honestly, all things are possible in Siege. This is the thing. Until you are out, you are in. It really is that simple. And like you say, yes, we can look at it, and yes, we can say on paper we would expect, you know, whoever loses that G2 DZ matchup tomorrow to have a serious advantage over Fury. But there is nothing to say that now, having won that game, that best of 3, they haven't just got a little bit. Let's not forget, they're going to go into tomorrow. They're not going to play a game. They're going to be nice and fresh, and they're going to play a team who may be a little bit disheartened. G2 or DZ will be coming off the back of a loss when they play against them. So, you know, all things can happen realistically. Oh, that final. Honestly, I had no idea where that was going, which way that was going to end. No idea.
I9 in slow motion. Like I say, you loved it. Really impressed by him as well. I mentioned earlier on, you know, first map wasn't really impressed with I9. Missed out 2 or 3 absolute sitters of a kill, but but on this map, two or three rounds I'd actually single-handedly put down to him. Obviously a massive clutch out of Lycolis as well. It was a close map. Just Fury had that little bit extra in the tank.
Yeah, they did. And ultimately, that's generally what Siege games come down to. You know, who can push it over the line. I'm a little bit disappointed that I'd said before I felt if they won Border, Fury would win 2-0, but I'm a little bit disappointed not to get that third map, especially the way Skyscraper was finishing. It was really starting to shape up into a real battle between these two. So it would have been nice to see that clubhouse finale, but, you know, I'm sure that Fury aren't going to mind an early night in bed. Yeah.
Crit the young gunner, it's bedtime for him. Off he trots. But again, equally for someone also quite new to this roster, less than 6 months on here, looking absolutely fantastic. Now, we do have a chance to have a look at some of the groups as well. Just a reminder about what we've seen today. We'll jump to it in just a second. Take a look at A, then at B, see what the brackets look like, what games we've got tomorrow. That is the real exciting one. Over in Group A, no one, I think, expected to see this as the matchup coming into tomorrow. GK managed to beat out NIP 8-7, and Sandbox lost to Crest, who won that game 7-4, which means your upper bracket game for a qualification spot into Phase 2 between GK and Crest is the first game that you'll see. That'll be a best of one. Then later in the day, we have NIP coming up against the loser of that game. Sandbox, they've already lost to NIP 2-0. They're already going home, and tomorrow another team will be going home with them as well. I'm going to take a look at Group B in just a second as well, Tim.
Yeah, we can take a look at Group B. We'll bring that up now. Of course, we started out with Cyclops losing to Bleed at the beginning of the day, and Lost pick up that win against Talon. Cyclops and Talon face off, and ultimately Cyclops come away with a fairly easy win there. I think it's reasonable to say they were very much in command of that matchup. Talon really not showing us their best today, unfortunately, but in these sorts of tournaments, that can be all it takes. So we'll see Bleed versus Lost first in the upper bracket. The winner will go through to Phase 2. The loser will play against Cyclops, and then we will see who goes through out of those two.
I really fancy actually seeing that game tomorrow, Lost versus Bleed.
Yeah, it
sounds like
really
a real
good
screamer.
What we've seen today, I think, yeah, it's going to be one of the best matchups.
Hell yeah. And then we got Group C. This is the one that you will have seen the game of just now. DZ, G2 starting out with wins earlier today, surprising absolutely no one, means that they have that lovely showdown. It's crazy to think that that game was coming so early in the tournament between DZ and G2, but it is a thing. The winner will get through to Phase 2. The loser will then play against the team that you've just seen beat Knights 2-0, ending things up on Skyscraper after a victory on Border as well. Fury versus the loser of that game for the second spot into Phase 2. Now, I think it's fair to say pretty much everyone is expecting that's going to be G2 and DZ taking those spots. But a real part of me just wants to see it not happen and see Fury go through and take one of those spots.
Who knows? All things can happen. We can have a look at Group D as well. Our final group here today. Team Bliss, of course, getting that early surprise win against Wolves. And we saw them lining up a game against Space Station, who beat Alpha Atheris 7-3 in their matchup as well. So we will see Alpha Atheris and Wolves. They're currently playing at the minute over on the B stream. They've been about a map behind all day, I think. We'll be finishing up soon there, but I'll definitely be tuning into that one once we're finished here to see how that one works out. Space Station will play Bliss. It's not going to be an easy start to the day for Bliss, I don't think. Space Station looked pretty good against Alpha Atheris, but again, it's one of those matchups where you just never know how it's going to come out. They could be the upset team that just goes one after another, and then, of course, Wolves or Alpha Atheris will face off against the loser.
Well, we've got a lovely highlights package as well, Tim, from pretty much the entirety of today, because there has been a lot of Siege packed into it. We've had 2 streams running as well. We've had 2 best of 3s. We've had 4 best of 1s. It's been absolutely beautiful.
We've had you dressed as a devil.
Yeah, well, me dressed as a devil and Tim as a wonderful angel. Really reflecting our personalities, I swear. Just as a reminder, though, for the schedule, so you get to see exactly what is coming down. It starts off with Crest versus GK here on the A stream before Bliss take on SSG. Then NIP will play up against the loser of one of those games, as mentioned. And then the final game will be determined once we've seen the results of the fixture currently taking place over on the other stream. And of course, we will also still have the B stream running where you can catch the other games that, again, are going to be just as tantalizing, Tim.
Yeah, we will be on the B stream tomorrow, Des.
We will.
So we'll be covering...
Not in this.
Not in this.
It'll be normal tomorrow.
More regular clothing.
Normal.
Regular clothing shall be resumed. We will be covering Dark Zero versus G2, and of course there are plenty of other games going on there as well. So plenty of top-tier Siege action to continue as tomorrow.
And we also have the B stream to throw to as well, because their game is ongoing. So I think we should go and find out what's going on over there, Tim.
I said so.
I'll catch you guys tomorrow. See you in a bit.
This good! They thought I was done! Oh! No! Yo!
Five seconds left.
Debut into your international event. It's not just these guys, but even, you know, like you think about all the teams that debuted at the last major, felt the exact same adversities as well. And that's sort of just the cool format, I think, of this 2023 season of Rainbow Six.
That's right. It might be cruel, might be ruthless, but it does give an opportunity to many teams to show what they're worth. And for Ivan, a really nice shot with that twist drone to take down that mirror window. Shink is going to have to now crouch to keep his head safe. He does shoot the second twitch drone. And this is some pretty decent ground now taken by Alpha Atheris, but P4 will continue to rain terror down. If he can hold on to Archives here, this could be big, but 2 massive kills force him to rotate back towards the side.
Oh, this is a pretty cool attack, actually, from Alpha Atheris. They've segmented off only the top square part of the map and then just sent Jay on his lonesome to see if he can get any backstabs. Now taking the tango with P4 on the other side, but he actually loses it out. P4, nice, sharp shooting to take him down.
Kamikaze is on for the trade, though he doesn't land the critical shot. P4 finds another one. Boy, is he sharp today. 2v3 now for Wolves as they hold on Mowgli down in the blue stairs, but I don't think Toski has any idea about it. As I say that, I think information might have come through. Oh, the C4 didn't land. Kamikaze's low, and he needs to force this plant down onto the ground. Toski continues to hold this position, but P4 has snuck on through. No! How does he get away with it? There's a player just on the other side who could pop up his head. Hask gets up, a flash to go down. P4 dodges them both, dodges them all. But Toski comes through at the final clutch moment for Alpha Atheris and gets them yet another round. 3 more will be required to push overtime.
Toski really was the linchpin of that attack there for Alpha Atheris. Not only did he use his Ossa Shield to actually set themselves up on top of Square, but as they went in for the execute, he kept at bay all the players that were trying to return back to the site. He took the 1v1 to Mowgli, for example, on the top of blue, making sure that his team was safe from the backstab to come through. Not just that, but even in the final dying seconds of the round, Hask was like, help, P4 is on the other side, I need you. And he came in and he shut him down as well. And yeah, I think Toski, probably, I would say the captain of this team. I think that he's actually said this in an interview as well. Might have been poorly translated because I can't read Spanish. But yeah, as I understand it, Toski is that leadership figure for this team, and being able to bring his team back into it with a good idea, on a good operator as well, is exactly what Alpha Atheris needs to take the fight to Wolves.
Yeah, I do agree. Alpha Atheris, they do need to bring more special ideas, more nice little quirks and quips to this game, because it was a really slow start, right? 4 rounds in a row for Wolves. And that meant that by the time Alpha Atheris woke up, Wolves were an eye on match point. On defense, they've been pretty damn solid, right? Like, that was just a tertiary bomb site for Wolves. They can now go back down to the basement. They could go up to CEO afterwards. And there's 3 more match points in the back pocket for them to do so.
Reload! All right, here we go, Wolves. Match point now. Staying away from elimination. That's the goal here. You could be sent home if you lose out this series, and that is what is on the line, and Wolves, they really do not want to be sent home. It's Mowgli, first point of contest in this top floor, but he's going to fall off pretty early. There's not a lot of utility to support him in his position, so all he wants to do is just shoot a drone out and then fall back to the safety of his teammates. And so is Deadshot as well. Really early fall off in general from Wolves. I think the only player left is... Whoa, what's going on here? Whoa, what is happening?
I am perplexed, Mandy. But clearly there was a read there on that push in, and Toski does manage to find one before he is traded. I'd say Wolves have still won that exchange.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think I would definitely agree with that. You want to use your Ossa to then enable yourselves through the mid to late round, plan on an execute with it, and Toski has died. That's not so good.
No, it's
Whereas
not.
Mowgli on the other side is your set and forget utility. His ADSs are still alive even though he isn't. And that's what matters.
A bomb has been located.
Now, if you're joining us on the main Rainbow Six screen, welcome. This is an elimination match between Wolves from France and Alpha Atheris from Mexico and Brazil, the final remaining Latin American League team in the tournament. And they are staring down map point on their opponent's map pick. Wolves here. This is just map 1 of Bank. Next up is Oregon. Wolves have been so good, and they're looking pretty hot here too, Mandy. That said, Alpha Atheris have made pretty decent headway in this mid-round, getting to work on those hatches.
It does make it a little easier the fact that Wolves actually pre-opened a lot of those hatches. They were looking for what was a pretty light roam in the end inside of open and staff room, but electing to fall back pretty early to then kill the garage player. Anyway, it does seem like a push is starting to amount now for Alpha Atheris. They are looking to take this back side of the map as they posture around the main stairs.
Tango spotted. Basement.
Okay, here comes Jay on the main stairs, but he's got to deal with quite a few different angles. And I still can't quite tell. It looks like Alpha Atheris are once again changing their ideas. Ivan's found one, but Bibu trades himself. Kamikaze has dropped now into the elevator as the final E1D rings out. Deadshot, he's been phenomenal all day, all year for Wolves, but he goes down. Jay has brought the man advantage back into his team's favor. Kamikaze locked out of the side, but it's Jay once again. He does it all. Hask joins in. Only 2 match points remain. And it looks like Alpha Atheris are on the march towards OT.
Solid explosive execute as well from Alpha Atheris. I identified, okay, there was a bit too much resistance over on the server side. We don't want to face the mirror. We're not cool with facing the smokes to deny the plant because they don't want to bait out their utility. So let's just brute force down the lobby side. They trusted in their guns and they went for it and it worked.
Now at the score of 6-4, Wolves will take their tactical timeout. 45 seconds to discuss with Lilon, their coach. I apologize to every French person out there. I'm terrible at pronouncing her name. Lilon?
Sorry, you're asking the wrong person.
Okay.
I'm terrible as well.
What would she be saying right now? Is this more about just resetting the mental? Like, there's still 2 rounds left in the tank. Like, there's no reason to break a sweat.
I think relax. That's what I would be saying to Wolves if I was in this final round. They've got it in them to win. They've been super clean this entire match, and the cleanliness of it all is starting to slip away a little bit now that they've gone through the side swap. So I think in this tactical timeout, they just need to trust in their strategy, play the strategy, and be cautious about it. I feel like is the right word I would use for Wolves. When they played their match against Bliss earlier today, it really felt like they were lacking that caution and that quiet in the server because they got a bit antsy, you know? And sometimes when you stray a foot away from the strategy, especially if you're a team that's as structured like Wolves, it can spell disaster. And relax.
It's been said that when you're in the server, it's not about learning new things or getting your coach to tell you the ultimate strategy. It's about how do you hit the skill ceiling that's already been determined for you coming into the game? And the coach's job is to get their players at that skill ceiling. Now, we've actually had a double tactical timeout here for a strange reason. The coach's mic wasn't working, unfortunately, so we had to reset the timer. So Lilon's actually had 45 seconds now to talk to the team. But yeah, you can see she's just finishing up her tactical timeout right now, and it's fairly calm words. As you can see, I want to see head up. I want to see chin up. Because when Wolves were winning, there was smiles, there was laughter. Bibu was 9-0. We need to see that fire back in this team.
They can do it, and I think they just need to be reminded that they can, and that's why Lilun is such an important coach here and such an important tactical timeout to be taking. This is an elimination match. We have to remind everyone, if you lose this series, you are out. Of course, there is still another match, but if you lose the series,
yeah, and you know, Wolves, if I recall correctly, they made it to every single major last year. I believe they were one of only 2 teams to do so. I believe it was Wolves and W7M in 2022 to make it to all 3 majors. They, of course, then made it to 6 Invitational, where Wolves had their best ever performance with a top 6 result. And now they made it to Copenhagen, where they made top... no, they actually just missed out on top 8, if I recall correctly. They didn't make it to the main stage, which was no doubt a failure for them after a top 6 at SI. You'd expect to make the main stage at the next major. And here they are. They played their first game against the lowly Bliss and lost it. Now they're fighting for elimination. Wolves, they're better than this. They know it. They have such high expectations of themselves. And it's thoughts like that that start to make you suffer in these moments. When you're playing against a team like Alpha Atheris in an elimination match, you need to chill out.
info on the top floor. It does seem like, once again, Wolves are looking for that extended roam through the entire map. Despite the bomb site being the basement, flashbangs will ring out on the side of the attack, but no one to follow after that. Alpha Terrace playing a very cautious early game on the entry.
It's the right play. A couple of Wolves players have been very aggressive in this game. Bibu still 12-4, and here we go, Deadshot. He's been deadly on that Mozzie as well. Good denial of information there, taking down that Valkyrie camera. Ooh, good spray there from Deadshot. Man, he has been so sharp. He does quite a bit of damage to Hask there.
Mate, Deadshot has got the game tingle, you know? He's got the game sense tingle. I don't know how else to describe it, but he just has the timings for his gunfights like on point. They're so good. Oh, but there goes Mowgli though, down, but not out.
Oh, he can drop back to
and then the
side.
safety of his bomb site as well. Oh, that's nice. Oh, that's so cool. They all like saved him. They all ran through.
Saving Private Mowgli with the Azami Keeper barriers to support. Now, unfortunately for Alpha Atheris, P4 found a kill earlier as well. Ivan went down, who's really suffered this game. Have a look at that. Most deaths in the server at 11.
Interesting though, now that Wolves have forfeited the top 2 floors, it does seem like Alpha Atheris are starting to capitalize on this mid-round. They are sending drones into the bomb site nice and early. They've identified that the wall inside of server is actually soft, I believe. So if they do want to open it up, all it's going to take is the buck. They don't really need Kamikaze down there if they don't want to. But are they going to go for this server take, or are they going to repeat a successful formula? Last time they attacked this bomb site, they just went for a flood down the lobby side of the map. But I don't know if repeating the same thing is going to catch Wolves off guard.
Well, it may have been dependent on whether they could counter this mirror window using the Twitch drone, but Wolves spotted it and took it down before Toski was able to do so. Now he has one Twitch drone left in pocket, but they're watching so avidly for this hatch drop. He's going to give it a crack anyway. Cross your fingers and hope to God that this lands on the canister. It's not an easy shot to land. There's 3 players watching it. Shinka has already taken down Hask. The numbers advantage is falling. Toski has to land this shot, but they spot the drone and take it down. It seems inevitable now, Mandy, that Wolves should secure the map.
Yeah, only 30 seconds left to go, and as soon as Kamikaze opens up that wall, he's going to face the resistance of Shinka, C4 in hand, with it all to do. 20 seconds left. He's got to try and get this bomb down. A flashbang's going to initiate it, but it's a tough spot now for Alpha Theris.
Okay, here comes the E1D and the onslaughts. It's like waves crashing into a wall. There's nothing for it. Wolves can steal away the game. Cool, calm, and collected on the back of the timeout. They put Alpha Atheris down 1 map in the series and are looking hot to survive into day 2 of the major.
Really good as well from Wolves off the back of the tactical timeout. That was the medicine that they needed to stem the bleeding in this map and close it out in 7-4 scoreline. It looked clean because it was really for a lot of this map so far. It was just a little bit where Wolves sort of stepped out of the line a little bit, just slightly, but they're able to bring it back in, and that's a sign of maturity.
That's right. Alpha Atheris have a lot of work to be done now, but for Wolves, they can take consolation in the fact that despite losing their match earlier today for Bliss, where, if you remember, they lost 5 rounds in a row from an advantage. When they started to feel the jitters, when they started to see that Alpha Atheris had gotten together 2 rounds in a row from the 6-2 position that they found themselves in, Wolves said, look, not again. Happened against Bliss. We will not let it happen again. And I think that's exactly what Laloon said over the mic. Guys, you know what happens here. No choke. Don't choke or you don't get supper. It's pretty much that easy.
Yeah, look, that's fair enough. We are going to have to jump into that second map, though. It is a best-of-3 series, so Wolves not quite out of danger yet.
No.
But it's Oregon.
It is Oregon, and it's the first Oregon I've cast at the major. I know you had one a little bit earlier.
Yeah.
I think we've casted enough Oregon, the 2 of us, in this stage, but when it's teams that are not our usual casting teams, I'm very excited. So I want to see Alpha Atheris and Wolves go head-to-head. I want to know if Latin America will survive to day 2 or whether French hearts will be broken once again. We'll find out on the other side of this quick break.
Hey, I'm Dominique Clément, game designer on Rainbow Six Siege. If you want to get ready to confront the next addition to the Siege roster, here are a few advice. Maverick's Flaming Gadget might be that one tool you can always rely on when it's time to melt through the enemy's defense. Training your sharpshooter skills, and more specifically, with gadgets like Zophia's Lifeline, will come in very handy when it comes to countering the effect of her fresh new face. Finally, it wouldn't be Siege if explosions didn't have an impact on your game. And this season is the perfect moment to review your frag throwing skills, because a well-placed bang might just be what you need to clear you and your team a path to victory. That's all for now, but make sure you tune in to the full reveal to get all the information on what's coming next season. See you there.
Bank is all done. It was a 7-4 in favor of Wolves, but after all, it was their map pick. And Alpha Atheris finding 2 rounds at the end of it, coming back from the 6-2 deficit, is nothing to scoff at. Now, here's the round breakdown, the match summary, and the player stats. The players to talk about, really, it was mainly Bibu. He was 9-0 after 4 rounds. This guy was nuts.
Yeah, absolutely. He really stepped it up for his team with a big clutch. The 1 versus 3, for me, I think was the highlight of that last map. That was so well played. It was so smart. That's the one word I'm going to give him to it, right? He really did a great job at isolating all those 1-to-1-to-1s, and I guess that just shows his experience. He is the longest standing player in this tournament so far, and I think it's shown in the server today.
Yeah, very experienced player for sure. And the same can be said, of course, for Kamikaze on the other side with Alpha Atheris, but he is, like we've said many times, just a sub. 3 weeks he's had since he knew he was going to be subbing in for this roster, according to my calculations at least. I don't know exactly when the backdoor deals were done, but that was when it was announced. Of course, we've done map 1. Wolves are up 1-0 in the series. Map 2 is Oregon, Alpha Atheris' pick, and this is where they really need to step up their game. Coach behind them seems to be looking smiley, looking happy, so I love that, and I think we're very close to getting stuck into the game. Here is Oregon, the match is starting, and it's about time that we see whether Latin America will survive to the second day of the major here in Atlanta. Alpha Atheris on their last legs, and the Wolves are hunting. They are gunning for this victory, and they're looking to redeem themselves for a lackluster performance this morning.
They do not want to be eliminated here in day 1. What a cruel way to go out it would be for the Wolves. But here we go, into Oregon. Another comfortable map, I would say, for Wolves. We haven't seen them play it that often in very recent history, like stage 2 kind of history, but they have a pretty good track record on it for the most part. And I think that Wolves going to Oregon are going to be feeling pretty comfortable about their map pool. And I think that just is, once again, a testament to the experience of the team, having a pretty wide strat book. But the ban phase has flown by us a little bit, half of it done. Both attacks being banned out already. It's Glaz and it's Ying, the disruptor operators, taken out by either one of these teams. Does mean that there is a type of execute, that the Glaz Ying type of execute, that has been taken away.
Yeah, very uncommon to see that Glaz ban, I must admit. I kind of took a double take when I saw that come through. Clearly Wolves know something that we do not, or at least that I do not.
I also do not know.
Okay, did you cast Alpha Atheris? I know you did a day of Latin American League.
I did do a day of Latin America League, and I did cast Alpha Atheris. But
did you see Glaz?
No.
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 Did you cast them on Oregon?
I don't remember. We casted a lot of Oregon.
I
casted a lot of Oregon as well in general, and it's all kind of one game.
Did you cast with Jake?
Jake
Xenox Venditti?
I did. That was one of the Oregon games.
My sympathies.
Oh, thank you. Anyway, alas, we're going to jump in. The point that I was going to try and make here is that between the EU League and the LATAM League, the game plays out really differently, right? In LATAM League, you have these really fast-paced mid-rounds where like everyone is throwing themselves at each other constantly through the mid-round, and so basically the round is over within 1 minute and 30 seconds left to go if you're a LATAM League player. If you are playing EU against Wolves, that is not quite how the game works. And I think that Alpha Atheris at the moment, their main struggle is actually playing at the tempo and the pace that Wolves are setting.
And Wolves vary that tempo so frequently as well, as we saw particularly in the Bliss game. Sometimes on defense, Wolves would just sit back. They know they have an advantage, and they would just chill out and wait for their opponents to make a mistake or waste time. In contrast, there'd be other rounds where they say, look guys, I've just droned out this, it's free, let's go. And I think that variation is what makes Wolves so unpredictable. But as we've seen consistently now in the 2 maps this major, Mandy, Wolves tend to struggle a little bit in the second half. They struggle at closing games. It happened against Bliss, and we started to see that doubt seep in as well in the first map on Bank when Alpha Atheris started to mount that comeback. So Wolves starting on the defense here. On their opponent's map pick, I think this is exactly where they want to be.
Should be a fairly comfortable first half, as we've seen time and time again for Wolves, but it's about converting that to a win. First round here is going to be down into the basement bomb side, and quite a lot of time has ticked away now. It's been a minute, and Wolves haven't really shown a whole lot of resistance through the map. It's really just been very much centered around the stairs, and Alpha Atheris now have free real estate on the top 2 floors of the map. Oh dear.
Okay, here we go.
Very nice.
Oh, poor Observer. That was a rough one. Okay, there we go. So hatches are being opened. As you said, a lot of free real estate seceded here by Wolves. But that's because, look at this lineup. Like, they are absolutely cooking on defense. When it comes to that bomb site, it is going to be nigh impossible to deal with that mirror, the catch, the double catch. You've got Jaeger and Wamai. You've got Warden to deal with any smokes or flashes. And, of course, Shinka on that oh-so-powerful Fenrir.
That being said, on the side of Alpha Theris, they do have quite a lot of throwable utility. They do have 2 sets of flashbangs, a set of grenades, and the Capital bots on Jay. So if they can do everything all together or dedicate themselves to burning through that spot, it could happen. But I think, like you've been pointing out, the power positions here on this basement defense can be very strong and difficult to clear.
Late round rotation, 2 players going over towards blue, Toski and Hask. 1 player above the hatch in meeting, looking to put some pressure on electrical. Here come the flashes. Well, my magnet's cleared on out. Shinka is forced back. A nade to follow. A second one, perhaps. Will Shinka survive this? He's getting aggressive. He's retaken the position, but he loses his life. Hask moves straight on through, meets a mirror window, and loses his own life. Bibu just barely manages to win his fight against Jay. It is pure, undiluted chaos in the server, as Toski is the last man standing, and he is frustrated to be confronted with that Fenrir gadget. 1v3 with that diffuser cold on the ground and very little time to work with. 2 players in the crossfire. Deadshot finds the final kill. And a good start for Wolves on their defense.
Nice one for Wolves. I think they just lent into Basement Oregon as Basement Oregon, and I won't overcomplicate it any more than that. I think I do not overthink that one. Look, it's a strong bomb site. If you can get all 5 players back on the bomb site, you've got all your catch, you've got your mirrors and your power positions. Even as an attack, even as a 5-man attacking roster, it can be then hard to still land that execute. I think Wolves played that one really well.
Yeah, basement is usually a given on Oregon. It's by far and away the best bomb site on that map, but these other bomb sites are where things get challenging. So moving up to dorms now for Wolves, this is the real opportunity for Alpha Atheris. And I'm curious what they're going to go for. Are they just going to do a pretty typical, like, try and clear master, try and clear attic take? Or are they going to go for something more like a big window white stairs take, maybe a bit of vertical game? We do have the Gridlock and her nades, but not a lot else in terms of the nade game.
5 seconds to insertion.
Toski switching out onto the Buck though. That does make me think that maybe they are going to try and send in their players to play that vertical game from down below. Although Deadshot is down here on the Oryx, and he's going to be making havoc on his own. Of course, a very mobile operator, can jump in and up through the hatches, make some rotates. He's the perfect operator, really, to be roaming in the ground floor.
Deadshot's such a good pickup, honestly. I was skeptical for a little bit, I admit, but he just seems like one of those guys is always consistent.
All right, here goes Ivan, though. Already in trophy control, so no resistance whatsoever on the side of Wolves inside of trophy. They've really dialed back their defense towards only the bomb site, and even dedicating 2 Rios inside of meeting here to protect Deadshot in his position. Meanwhile, though, it does seem like Alpha Theris are in this decision-making process. Do they go and dedicate themselves to clearing out Deadshot, or do they just have a look at the bomb site?
At the moment, quite a lot of pressure on the bomb site. Oh, Bibu, he's missed his impact trick. That means that this wall will be breached. Now he's using the Azami's Keeper barrier to try and plug up this hole a little bit. He's plugged up the closet rotate into Master, and now a second one as well will give Kamikaze an opening.
Here we go now. Closet control in the hands of Alpha Artheris as they make their way on in. Deadshot has been left to his own devices, and that's the play that we're going to keep an eye on as they make their way in through attic. They need to be really cautious as they traverse in through this attic hallway, because there is going to be a player down below shooting them up through the hatch, and Mowgli's ready for the cross as well.
This is a challenging defense now for Wolves. No line of sight here looking into trophy from Pit. That protects Mowgli, but it also means there's no crossfire on site to try and deny that plan. Ivan is so close to walking on inside. There's only 1 player he will have to confront. Gunfight could mean it all. In goes the player, but the Fenrir device makes it a cloudy affair indeed. Oh, double kill for Bibu. Shinka as well gets into the fight. Mowgli getting aggressive now at the shotgun. Toski tries to find something. Another one for Bibu. Hask seems all but hopeless. as he will fall to a flawless round from Wolves.
Really good stuff there from Wolves. Once again, pretty similar philosophy to that first defending round that they won as well. Just leaning into the stronghold of the anchor on the bomb site. They know that Alpha Theris, yes, they've given a lot of space to them. Yes, they have given up Closet, they have given up Trophy. But by the time that they hit the bomb site, Alpha Theris just didn't do enough work to actually cut down on the defense that had been set up inside of the bomb site itself, right? Like, once you go into that top floor execute, it can be pretty tricky to get the bomb down. There's not that many safe spots. And the one safe spot that you can put it down in is pretty hard to get into in the first place, right? You've got to cross over the breach through basically half the bomb site and then get it in the corner. And so Alpha Theris did try and brute force their way in, but Wolves just lent into the fact that they had the Azami up and they really could not get in.
Yeah, that Azami was really powerful. I don't know whether Alpha Theris didn't have info on that or whether they felt like they didn't need to or didn't have the capacity to clear it. The other thing that really comes to mind is that's 2 rounds in a row, Mandy. We're spectating these attackers who are just running straight into the FNATs, the dread mines from Fenrir.
That's a good point.
I want to be clearing those. If I'm on the attack against Wolves, you're going to be picking the Twitch or the Brava. Yeah, I know your favorite. I mean, the Brava is actually the best counter to the dread mines, not dreadnoughts, the dread mines, because when they're closed, the only gadget that can destroy them is Brava.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And I think something that Alpha Theris have been lacking in the series so far is problem solving. It just feels like Wolves have got their number. Well, actually, I wouldn't say that Wolves have got their number. I think Wolves are just playing their strengths. They're playing strats that are comfortable to them, and they know what to do, and they're not overthought, and they're just doing it. Whereas I think on the side of Alpha Theris, they're not quite putting as much thought into it as Wolves are, even if it's just a little bit more simple. Oh, no. And like you've been saying, they've got to face tank some of these dread mines being sent into the Shadow Realm and taking damage for it. But in fact, they're actually going to double down on this peak onto Bibu and will take him down. But the vertical is there to meet them.
That's not half bad. P4 finds one. It's trades back and forth, Mandy, as Shinka is trying to hold on to Kitchen solo. Kamikaze is snuck into meeting. That is the bomb site, but where is the diffuser? It must remain on the ground somewhere because none of these 3 players have it. Oh no! A player went down with the diffuser, far from sight, far from control. Now his teammates must pick up the pieces. Mowgli has the diffuser, it's been pinged out, and Wolves know that they do not need to over-aggress. They can forfeit the site, they just need to hold on to the diffuser.
Oh man, and once again, a lot of value out of these dread mines. Another one of Shinka's has just gone off, and so that's going to telegraph one of the remaining plays of Alpha Theris, and it really does seem like they have the read on this diffuser position. Mowgli taking the tango, and Kamikaze will be able to take him down, and not even a slither of HP taken away from himself. Hask, though, has actually been able to reclaim the diffuser, somehow sneaking his way in through security.
Ivan must cover, low HP. 3 players on the defense for this retake. They don't need to rush. They can slowly but surely make their way through. Mowgli finds one. Traded back. Hask in a 1v2. Bit of damage on the Shinka. Oh, perfect shot! Deadshot describes what's been done to him. Shinka now changing his utility. He's activated that dread mine. Hask may well get caught. This is a 300 IQ play. And as the dread mine should activate, Shinka should have information on this final player. He moves on forward. Can he land the shot? He goes down. Is there time? Shinka's got it. He's got the clutch for Wolves. By the skin of their teeth, they keep themselves in it. They keep themselves flawless. 3 rounds on the trot.
Never in doubt, Dev. When it's Shinka on the clutch, you never doubt. The round is not over. And what a crazy microplay. Like you pointed out in the last couple seconds, realizing, hang on a moment, I can send him into the Shadow Realm and then take the fight onto him. And he did it. That was awesome. That was so cool. That was awesome there from Wolves and from Shinka, the clutch master of EU, I would say. He's been able to do some nut stuff.
Yeah, very underrated player is Shinka. Might not have a lot of kills all the time, but his kills are valuable. There's no doubt about it. And he's a very clever player. Alpha Theris are going to have to get clever about this. Tactical timeout. What needs to be said?
That was a close round there from Alpha Theris. I liked the fact that they were able to reconvene in through that mid-round, pick up the diffuser and realize, okay, all the Wolves players, they flipped the defense over to small tower. Let's just try and get a plan in meeting. And Hask, he really almost did it there, man. Like, he did some nice shots onto the players that were trying to retake into the bomb site. But unfortunately, when you're in a 1 versus 1 against Shinka, it's a pretty tough spot to be in. So I think for Alpha Theris, they're realizing that they have the rhythm to get back into it. It just needs to be a little more well thought out.
It's narrow margins though, Mandy. That's all it takes for Wolves to get themselves over the line in these rounds. The only thing that's standing between Alpha, Atheris, and quite a few rounds on the board in this series is just those tiny narrow margins, and Shinka will have breathed new life into Wolves as well with that victory. Winning the tertiary bomb site on Oregon, it's by no means a necessity. You can happily coast through with your 2 laundry victories, maybe 1 on Thorms, and you'd be happy going into the second half. Here for Alpha Atheris, they are going back into attacking the basement with 0 rounds on their side. As we, of course, have a really quick rehost here. Now, this is a technical timeout, so the players aren't allowed to talk tactics. They will just have to sit and wallow in whatever emotions they must be experiencing right now.
It's actually kind of cruel. I don't know. I feel like cruel has been my word of the day at the moment because it really is. It's only day 1. And yeah, I feel like not being able to talk in your tactical timeout and just having a look at your teammates like, yo, what up? You know, but not really yo, what up? Like, you got to say it psychic.
I don't know if you're allowed to like do hand signals, but if it was me, I would play like rock, paper, scissors or do a thumb war or something with my teammate. I think that would be fun.
I feel like the refs will get mad at you for that somehow.
Yeah, the ref probably will.
Yeah. But I think the big thing about these like tech timeouts is the marinating thoughts and emotions. You know, that's bad. That's not good, especially when the emotions that are marinating in your brain are not happy thoughts. That's not cool. And if you're Alpha Atheris right now, they're probably not very happy thoughts.
No. Well, we did see Nil, who is their coach, standing behind them right now, having a little bit of a chat to them during that tactical timeout. And I'm still wondering what's being said because different coaches have very different methods. We've talked a lot about this, Mandy. And also off air, we've talked a lot about this recently because you recommended me a particular book, which I very much enjoyed.
That's good. Very good.
And I can't stop thinking about it, I admit. The inner game. It's about the external game is Rainbow Six. That's what we're playing. But there is an inner game going on inside every single player's mind about reaching that peak performance right now in this very moment. And I want to know, is Nil focusing on helping his players perfect the inner game, or is he trying to help get the inner game on track, or is he talking about external factors? He's saying, okay, guys, you should be bringing these operators, or they're playing like this, so you need to do this. Which aspect of it is it? Or is it more like the inner game? Say, guys, you need to chill out, just have fun with it, no pressure. This is just, don't care about who we're playing against, just play your game. Which way is it? Which mental kind of faculty is being applied?
I mean, I think in every situation it calls for something different, right? Like sometimes I feel like in Wolves' case, especially in that last map in Bank, it did feel kind of like just like small mistakes, you know? And that's just like getting yourself in the right headspace to not make those mistakes. That's sort of the beauty and the trouble of Rainbow Six. Like, you get punished in this game if you don't know how to not die, right? Like when you're a newcomer and you first learn how to play Rainbow Six, there's more learning how to not die than how to get kills, if that makes sense, yeah?
Very true.
And I think that it's even translatable here into Pro League as well. There are just some things that, you know, if you step a little bit out of line, you will die.
That's true.
Because that's how the game works. And yeah, I think for Wolves, it was just making sure they're in the headspace to not do that. Whereas I think in Alpha Theris' case at the moment, it's a bit different. I would say, I think on a macro level, they've been struggling in terms of strategy. It just doesn't feel like the takes that they're doing are like super well thought out into what Wolves are actually bringing to the table.
It makes me wonder, Mandy, because like this is the best team in Latin America. They came first in stage 2. They didn't have to play through that last chance qualifier. This is the number 1 team from that region, over Knights, over Revan, over all these other fantastic teams. These guys are the best. And that's after not making it to Copenhagen, after being 5th place in stage 1. But that was with Mutombo in the roster. And while Kamikaze at face value seems like a huge upgrade with all of his experience, if he's sitting in the middle, if he's calling the shots, you're asking 4 players who gained their confidence playing a certain type of game to completely change their tack, completely change their strategy, and figure out the way that they want to play the game.
Oh no. Oh dear.
Yeah, don't worry about that, guys.
So anyway, yeah, I'm going to piggyback off your point as well about them having to play a completely different game, right? In Latin America, the problem solving is completely different to the problem solving you have to do against Wolves, right? Wolves, what they've been doing in this game, actually in this series in particular, is really leaning into that late game, especially on the defense. That's where all the utility is put. That's basically what they've been doing for the most part. Whereas in Latin America, a lot of the rounds are very focused in around that mid game, right? Like that middle part of the rounds where the trades are going back and forth. The way that the Latin American teams play is so much more fast paced and closer together as well, right? These Wolves players, they're able to hold on to their own ground. You think about players like Shinka.
They separate each other.
Yeah, they separate each other, but they pick self-sufficient operators. So you got people like Mowgli and Bibu, really good on Azami. They know how to make a fortress of their own, and they can hold there on their own for a long time. You got players like Shinko playing like Mira, Fenrir, that kind of thing. Self-sufficient operators. They're on their own, but they can hold a lot of parts of the map. Whereas of the way that a lot of the Latin American teams play is just like, my teammate's fighting over there, I'm going to go help him. You know, it doesn't matter who they are, I'm going to go and help them. And that's what the pacing of the game is like. And then when you play against Wolves, it's like a completely different court to be playing in.
Very much. And it's so frustrating when you're playing against a team that really understands the win conditions, right? And that's what we see. For example, you're talking about a player like Mowgli or Bibu or whoever it is on Azami, in for instance. Think about the round where we saw the diffuser go down in Z hallway, right? Just outside of security. And the Azami saw where it was. I think it was Mowgli playing Azami. And you know what he does? He sets down his keeper barrier and he holds that position. He doesn't overpeak. He doesn't need to overpeak because he knows the win condition is him staying alive and that diffuser staying on the ground. He doesn't need to get too aggressive. All he needs to do is mount that pressure on Alpha Artheris. Now, I admit I've been a bit of a chess nerd recently, and recently I've heard a little bit of chess advice, which I think can apply a lot to Siege as well.
All right.
It's to take is a mistake. So in chess, to take a piece, if you don't have to take a piece, if you can instead add more pressure to that piece, that is the better option. And I can see the same thing happen here in Siege. Sometimes it's better to just increase your advantage instead of looking for more.
That's fair enough. That is very fair enough. It's like a risk and reward conversation all over again, you know? Like, you could go for the kill, but if you lose that fight, it puts your team in such a worse position than if you just didn't die.
Yeah, exactly. And sometimes not dying is the most frustrating thing that you can play against, especially if you're on the attack and a defender is in a power position. Simply not dying as that defender can spiral the attack into making all kinds of unpredictable mistakes.
And that's kind of the key to this basement defense as well, right? The power positions in this bomb site are so strong that you kind of don't really need to roam. Like, yes, roaming is a strategy that is sometimes brought. Sometimes teams like to do it. It's all play style dependent. But in this particular series, Wolves have found a lot of success in just leaning into the bomb site itself and not looking for that extension. That being said, it does seem like Alpha Artheris are cooking up what seems to be a rush.
I want to see it, Mandy. I really do want to see it. Solos is banned, so you can't see that Bliss coming from a mile away. However, mute jammers, if placed down, could stall out this Blitz. In it comes. The Gon 6 has been heard. Oh, but what a shot! Shinka landed it right in the feet. He one-shots the Blitz right out of the server, looking for more. Gets it! Double kill for Shinka. This man is unstoppable. And now Alpha Artheris look like damn fools. Toski can't even find a damn thing. Kamikaze goes down without a second thought. And Wolves dominate 4 rounds straight.
Yeah, not a well thought out rush there from Alpha Artheris at all. Just funneling straight into the setup that Wolves had on the bomb site. Once again, it's Shinka. I feel like this is the only name we've been talking about in this game so far. He is insane. And they just walk straight on into him. He's got the shotgun out and he's like, so anyway, cool, I'm just going to shoot the Blitz because he has the trust in the SAS shotgun to do that. He goes around and is like, now I have a mirror. That's cool. And he shoots them as they go around the corner peeking the mirror and then gets even more confident, pushes through the rotate and then goes for another one and then another one inside of E-Box as well. Man, Shinka has been nuts.
It's fantastic to see that every single map we have watched from Wolves today has had a different star player. Earlier today, against Bliss, there's no doubt about it, it was P4. P4 had such a good, particularly first half. I think he dropped off a little bit as Wolves dropped off when Bliss maintained their reverse sweep. But on Bank, just prior to this, it was no doubt Bibu. He was insane. And now Shinka is stepping up for the team as well. Of course, keep in mind the kill count on the scoreboard is not complete because we've had that rehost, so that only includes all the rounds since it was 3-0. But Shinka's had so many big moments. He had his massive 1v3 clutch as well, let's not forget. And Wolves are banking on big plays like that to get that extra little 10% for their team.
Deadshot looking for the spawn peek outside onto lobby, contesting that long line of sight, but not able to quite land the shots. It's Alpha Theris to mount another attack and another approach into the building, but it does seem like they're going to meet pretty strong resistance. Mowgli holding onto Trophy early, but actually no utilities who support him. So once again, Wolves not looking to extend their way over into Trophy, not even looking for the extension inside of Attic. Both Wolves are closed. They are just focusing inside of the bomb site and using that to their advantage.
Ooh, okay, good impact trick though from Bibu. Can he land the second one? Okay, two destructive devices from Ace, what are they called? Selmas, there we go. Destroyed on a third!
Wow.
Mowgli came over and threw his impact as well. That is massive now. Wolves have completely eliminated all of the hard breach that Alpha Theris have brought to the table.
I might call it here a bit early. I feel like they've lost the round off the back of that, to be honest. What can they do? Everything is closed. They have no more hard breach to open anything whatsoever. So every single wall is going to stay closed. The only way that Alpha Theris can win this round is if from here, they then go and pivot to try and do something like a big tower and a kids type push or something like that that's more explosive, because the only thing they can do from this master side is funnel in from that one doorway. And that's the one that Bibu's looking at the moment. So they really need to make a pivot if they want to convert this.
Kamikaze does find one. Bibu almost loses his life to Hask. Down below, there are snakes in the grass. There are players down here. Bibu almost dies to that nade. Alpha Theris have a chance here. Numbers advantage on their side. You might not need a breach if you can bring it back with pure gunfights. But P4 down below dispatches with Hask and can continue to support his team.
Tough spot now, though, still for Alpha Theris. They need to follow their way on in, and there are still two players inside of this Trophy position, being helped by the crossfire of Mowgli and of Bibu. And speaking of Mowgli, he's able to take the fight on onto Toski, goes for the re-swing onto Jay, 2 to his name, and that's going to put Alpha Theris at a pretty heavy man deficit now.
Doesn't get much worse than this for the LATAM team, the sole LATAM representative remaining in Atlanta. Eventually Mowgli goes down, but it doesn't matter because P4 down below finds the final kill. Mowgli's having a laugh. Wolves have just won 5 rounds straight of defense on their opponent's map pick.
I feel like I called it a bit early and I got a bit scared there, but I really do feel like Wolves won that round in the first 30 seconds. I'll be completely honest with you. The only options that Alpha Theris had once that wall was not open was then to go into funnel. And there was such little ways that they could have funneled into the bomb site with all the goo mines being up from Mowgli, all the Azami stuff that they just could not clear whatsoever. There was no way for them to get on in. And even as they peeked their head into the entry parts of the bomb site itself, instantly beheaded by Mowgli. 3 on the round, and Wolves just doing such a good job playing a simple game. I will say they're really not overthinking these strategies at all. They're very conservative. They're not overthought. They're not these crazy big stuff where they're holding onto the map, they're being ambitious about it. They're just holding onto the bomb site, but that's all it takes.
Yeah. Damn. Alpha Theris are really struggling in this map specifically. Like on map 1 it wasn't so bad, but 5 rounds in a row. Andy, it's been a rough day to be a Latin American fan. We already saw Knights go home without winning a single map in their BO3. They went down handily, they went down quietly. Revan, 6 Karma, they didn't make it to this major. In fact, 6 Karma, oh Mowgli, what are you doing, man? Okay. There you go, another team kill.
I think he was trying to shoot the glass in the window.
Fair enough.
And then killed him.
As I was saying, 6 Karma, who were arguably the best Latin American team we've seen so far, they beat NIP at the Copenhagen Major. They cannot make 6 Invitational. Yeah. Knights cannot make 6 Invitational. Revan will not make it to the 6 Invitational. Alpha Theris is the final chance for Latin America to make it to SI, and their chances of doing so are looking very grim.
Speaking of grim,
Knew you were going to say that.
I mean, you set me up perfectly for it. Oh, hang on a moment though. P4 has just taken out Ivan over in Small Tower. Meanwhile, it does seem like the rest of Alpha Theris are going to try and clear their way in through the top floor. Mowgli thinks the better of it is going to fall off into Zulu.
I don't know what Mowgli's thinking right now, but he's fired up. You could see it after last round since the rehost, 5-1.
Toski knows, I reckon. Although there isn't many. It's just Mowgli, and he's safe.
Bibu is pretty close to that bomb site as well.
Oh dear.
And, well, as you can see, looks like the game is continuing. Now, we can see on our second monitor that the game is actually continuing at the moment. I can tell you it is still a 4v3 in favor of the Wolves with 50 seconds left to go, but Hask has found another kill. Mowgli's gone down. Shinka, though, does trade it, so at the moment, Wolves are in an advantage. It's now a 3 versus 1 for Wolves with Jay, the last player remaining, and I've now lost my second feed as well. So I don't know, but let's watch the players. It's a 3v1 for Wolves. We'll see their reaction when they win, surely.
Well, maybe they won't have a reaction.
Oh, here we go.
They're still going.
3v1 remains. Jay with it all to do. He's got the diffuser. Every single player on his team spectating him. Here's an angle for Shinka, though. Look at that prone, but P4 with the cross. Wolves handily, comfortably cruise their way onto match and series point.
Very nice. Very good from Wolves. They just chill out. They fell off early as the roam clear came through, and they were in the bomb site. But then the bomb site started getting verticaled. So they were like, oh no! Anyway, and they went off the bomb site, and they were safe.
There's been so many, oh no!
Oh no!
Anyway,
yes.
moments in this game.
Absolutely. I mean, yeah. I think for Alpha Theris here, they just don't seem to have it in their repertoire to problem solve the problems that Wolves are bringing to them.
And I think it's just getting exponentially worse as the game goes on. There's no doubt about it that Alpha Theris are in their own heads. And we saw it in the first map when that team kill came out, when Kamikaze flicks to his teammate for... And it wasn't like a team kill like Mowgli where, oh, I was trying to shoot the floor. No. He, in the heat of the moment, got confused and thought that was an enemy and shoots to his head. That is like such a devastating way to exit your tournament, right? You see something like that go down, you know that it's pure chaos in the comms. Nil sitting back there, listening to it all unfold, getting his chance to throw a tactical timeout in the mix, and it not counting for anything. That is gutting. We may not have any Mexican representatives at Six Invitational in terms of a team. We, of course, have Gio on Sonics, so credit to him. That's good. Mexican fans at least have someone to back for, but we've never had a majority Mexican team make it to a Six Invitational before. And Alpha Theris, their chances of doing so are slipping away.
Here goes Wolves at their approach in on the building. It is the basement bomb site of choice for Alpha Theris. Fair enough, and it does look like they are extending their roam out in through the ground floor. And what that means is that they've left the site rather vulnerable. P4 is going to put a drone inside of Blue Bunker, just in the corner of the generator, and has identified that there's actually no one playing in it just yet. It does seem like Alpha Theris are leaning into playing that meeting power position for as long as they can, but then actually looking for the fall off through the hatch.
Well, hatch though. Oh, Jay misses the Twitch drone. That's unfortunate. Deadshot's getting a lot of information. Okay, guys. Dreadmine down on the rear stairs. No Dreadmine on blue. Shinka has taken down Hask, one of the best players from Alpha Theris earlier today. And the remaining roster must stave off 5 very keen, very excitable, and very riled up Wolves. Now, Kamikaze is able to take down Mowgli. That's something, but he'll need a hell of a lot more than that. Here's Bibu on the shield. Don't get too close.
They're thinking about it, our Wolves. They're thinking that they can maybe hit the bomb site. Oh, what's going on over there? By the double door, okay. Toski taking a little bit of damage and thinks the better of it and is going to fall off. Meanwhile, Bibu creeping his way on in towards the bomb site. What they need to worry about is these dread mines as they make their way on in, but Deadshot's going to make things easier. Taking down Jay. Now man advantage still in the hands of Wolves as they have a whole minute left to plan this execute.
See you on the other side.
And some change as well. Shinka's going to get a nice line of sight breach on this wall. Now, no actual entry, not required. All it's used for is to try and punish any players getting aggressive in the site. Now, those Vulcan canisters are going to delay a bit of time. P4 as well is able to clog up this site and the surrounding hallways with these track stingers. Oh, he takes a bit of damage. Needs to be careful. When will this plan come through? Ivan's actually snuck on in. He's taken down Bibu. Where was the cover? Shinka trades, but it may be too late. 2 players survive.
Tough spot there for Toski. Only 2 remaining players for Alpha Theris, and they're holding the crossfires for dear life, but there goes the Dreadmine.
And Kamikaze takes down P4. This is possible. There is a dream, and Toski makes it a reality. The trade from Shinka, and the trade back again from Kamikaze. It's still going. This is not done yet. Wolves might have a 6-0 lead. But finally, Alpha Theris, they wake up and they start to fight back. They fight for their chance to survive at the major.
close round there for both of them. It just came down to a 1 versus 1. Kamikaze and Shinka. And a rare sight, but Shinka actually doesn't win that one out. And you don't see that every day, but a solid defense, I think, overall for Alpha Theris. They fell back into the bomb site once they realized that Wolves were doing a class of Wolves MO and direct hitting into the bomb site and really not being super keen on clearing out that roam. The only person that really dedicated themselves to it was Deadshot on his own lurk. And, well, it did work out a little bit, but they couldn't quite translate it in the end from there. So Alpha Theris, yes, they've successfully won the basement, but now they have to do it in kids.
Yeah, got to do it in kids, and then you got to do it on a tertiary, and then you got to do all those 3 rounds again to push overtime, and then you got to win your overtime, and then you got to go to Nighthaven Labs.
Damn.
So there's a bloody lot to go for Alpha Theris. This is not a walk in the park. This is just about as hard as it will ever get.
Yep.
But you can't think about that 1 round at a time. 1 foot in front of the other. It's the only way forwards.
That certainly is. And Alpha Theris, they're going to go over to kids and dorms, but they have a very different strategy to what Wolves brought. Wolves, they completely closed themselves off in the bomb site. They were like, we're safe. We're comfy here. Is there a point in extending? Not really, but Alpha Theris don't think the same. They've extended themselves all the way into attic and inside of closet, even a rotation hole being made there, and the pit walls open as well. So they are actually trying to contest Wolves a little bit earlier on in the entry as they make their way on in.
Wolves, slow and steady as they very commonly are. Kamikaze is still holding on to his position. It looks like, yeah, he actually hasn't lost his shield yet.
Here goes Kamikaze on his peak. Takes a little bit of damage, but is able to get away with his life. And Mowgli's going to have a re-attempt on the Rotero drone inside of Trophy. I can't believe he didn't kill it the first time, to be honest, but it has this time. It's going to force Alpha Theris back in towards the bomb site, but they still have a rotation hole if they want to re-aggress into closet.
There's a lot of options still available for Alpha Theris, but I think that with how they played so far, Mandy, I wouldn't recommend overthinking it and trying to overcomplicate this, because Wolves, they love in the mid-round just sitting back and holding angles and waiting for the opponents to make a mistake.
They like having a think.
They do. And sometimes it's good to just chill out. You don't have to overthink. You can just wait patiently. Ivan, a bit of pressure thanks to that nade. The second one may come through, or perhaps some track stings to boot. And don't not go prone at the top of White Stairs. I tell you what, we have seen that pan out far too poorly for far many players too many times.
Located a bomb.
Ivan, though, dueling quite a difficult position. Mowgli does find Kamikaze, but there is a trade from Toski. Numbers advantage maintained by Wolves.
Oh, but here goes P4 up the White Stairs, unable to backstab into Toski. Can he claim the second? No, he can't. Jay is there for the trade to hold strong inside the bomb site, but it's all Jay now left to do in the 1 versus 3.
And he will fall eventually to Deadshot. Wolves, it took them a while, but a 7-1 is nothing to scoff at. The French will survive to fight another day in the Atlanta Major. It might have been a rough morning for them against Bliss, but they have well and truly redeemed themselves here against Alpha Theris. And with that, Latin America, their hopes and dreams have been crushed. No more Latin American teams remain at the Major, and none will go to the 6th Invitational in 2024.
Great reset approach from Wolves as well. Off the back of the loss earlier in the day, they just hit the big red reset button and said, let's play the comfy game. Let's play a game that we know how to play. Set the tempo. They knew that Alpha Theris didn't know how to match up to that tempo. They kept all their strategies comfy and simple, and that's all that it took.
And with that, we've got fist pumps all around. I mean, it's great to see the camaraderie and the sportsmanship. Oh, Nil's giving everyone a hug. Lilun as well, coming through, talking to them. Damn, this is just like, this is a gutting moment, right? Like, these players, this is their first time ever making it to a major, of course, with the exception of Kamikaze there in the middle. And it's so nice to see their reactions. Also, I gotta say, it's so brutal that you literally lose, you get eliminated from the tournament, and then they sit there and they're like packing up their keyboards and stuff. Like,
I know.
Not a second to debrief, to think about it. No, just straight away, like, oh, get your mouse, get your keyboard, get your mouse pad, whatever.
It is brutal. It really is a cruel world here in phase 1 of the Blast Rainbow Six Atlanta Major, and unfortunately for Alpha Theris, they are going to be the final team that we are sending home today. And yeah, like you've been pointing out, that's Latin America gone. I think to circumstances at none of their fault. to be honest, it is quite difficult to amount all of your players here in time. And I think for Alpha Theros, all they're going to look forward to is to that future, of course, to try and look for that improvement. Like you've been saying, no, they aren't going to make that showing at the 6 Invitational, but surely that can only spark a little bit more hope and a little bit more hard work going into 2024.
Very true. And I think Latin America have a lot of potential. We saw that with Revan and Six Karma in Copenhagen, and just because of the weaknesses of what's happened with Latin America in Atlanta, I wouldn't discredit that region and what they're capable of doing in the long run and into next year, of course. But you know who will be going to the 6 Invitational? The Wolves. They have now qualified for SI. They're 100% guaranteed, and they had a phenomenal game. Let's go and look at the stats to break down what we just saw. As we said, insane from both of these teams in a lot of rounds, but for me, Wolves, in both their games, there were players that just like stepped up hugely. We talked so much about P4 in the Bliss match earlier today. Bibu stepped it up in map 1 on Bank, and it was all the Shinka show on map 2 of Oregon, which I love to see. I love to see how well-rounded this team is. Damn, did he actually go 11-2?
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Is that right? He went 11-2.
Wow.
He's insane. He's a support player. He's got 3 opening kills.
100% cost as well from Shinka, so getting involved in every single round, that's a pretty good feat from him. I think the thing about Wolves is that they have their role that they play, and they all play their role like pretty well, you know, especially Shinka, probably one of the most proficient anchor and hard support players in the world. I think it's fair to argue he just does his job so well. So once the fight actually comes to his part of the map, which, you know, it doesn't always happen when you have Deadshot and Mowgli on the roam. Sometimes Shinka sees nobody. But when Shinka does see somebody, when the fight does come to his part of the map, he guns them down.
And when everyone dies and it's just Shinka left, he will still command in those clutches. It wasn't on the graphic, but he did win a 1v3 as well in that game. And now Wolves have qualified for the 6 Invitational. Let's have a look at all the teams that have done so. So, of course, most of the teams on the left-hand side of your screen are actually already qualified coming into today. What has changed today, you ask? Well, Bliss are confirmed. Dark Zero, Space Station, Fury, and Wolves have all taken control of their own destinies and locked themselves in for the 6 Invitational. I am astounded and impressed to see Geeke all the way up there at 96%. On top of that, look at the very bottom of your screen, Falcons at 99.8. We are very, very likely to have at least one MENA team at the 6 Invitational, and maybe even 2.
Yeah, but look, the danger here, Dev, is that because we've qualified in 5 teams today, there are only 5 spots left for the 6 Invitational. No more last chance qualifiers, so we're only having 20 teams go in instead of the 24 that we usually see. And that does mean that, unfortunately, your teams like BDS are probably just going to miss out on it by a very small margin. I mean, look at the percentages that Geeke and like Falcons are on at the moment. Even Sandbox at 94%, it's going to be hard to be able to slip into that top 20.
It's very true. Sandbox, however, are eliminated now from the tournament, so they can't further their chances. The same can be said for M&M on 15%. Of course, these percentages are a little bit hard to get your head around, but that's because it's very complicated to do all the maths of this team has to get to this result and this team has to get to this result, because there's a lot of teams that can qualify for this event, right? But I think the 2 outliers are M&M and BDS. Right?
Yeah.
BDS, however, have already qualified into Phase 2 of the Atlanta Major and are likely one of the favorites to make the top 8, potentially even take the tournament with how their form is right now. They did it a year ago in Jönköping, and a year on, perhaps they'll win yet another major. This was a fantastic day of matches. Any particular highlights that you want to look at on the B stream for us today?
Aussie, Aussie, Aussie.
Aussie, Aussie, Aussie.
Yeah.
That was an awesome game. Not just
so cool.
because Bliss played so well and won. Yeah, Aussie, Aussie, Aussie. But 8-6 reverse sweep down from 3-6.
Yeah,
That's pretty
awesome.
damn cool.
Yeah. That was a really cool game to watch. I mean, it looked like such doom and gloom. All the Aussies that were like sleep deprived awake at 7 a.m. were like, come on, but it worked.
I
They
wanna
sent them
know,
their energy.
Did anyone go to bed at 6-3 down? Anyone for Bliss? It was like 7 a.m. or not go to bed, but like whatever you had something to do. I think it was a work day. So, yeah, you're doubters, and now you got egg on your face. Bliss have made it on to day 2, as have the Wolves. So neither team from that match eliminated as of yet. The 2 last standing in that group. But of course, that's all for us today at the Atlanta Major. We hope you had a fantastic time here. I certainly did. Day 1 was awesome. I'm looking forward to day 2. And with that, we'll see you tomorrow. Have a good night.